This young man is named El Pami, an adventurer with peerless combat skills and exceptional strategic vision. But in a moment of impulsiveness, he convinced his teammates to take on a massive mission to slay a three-headed dragon. Because of that foolishness, he caused the deaths of all his beloved companions. In the depths of despair, he used his last bit of strength to try and take the beast down with him. But reality is harsh, and the dragon killed him instantly before he could even unleash his strike. Fortunately, the heavens took pity and gave him a chance to regress to the past. He became the last adventurer remaining on Earth. This time, he is determined to take revenge and save the world from the dark forces. Will he be able to fulfill his wish? What other challenges will he face? Let's dive into the main story to find out. On a plain where volcanoes erupted, beasts flew wildly in every direction. On a distant cliff, a group of people observed the situation. It's coming! The monsters flew toward them at incredible speeds. They bore ferocious and frenzied expressions. The silhouette of a massive creature glided past them. As the monster's form emerged, it was revealed to be a three-headed dragon, Gour. A female voice rang out. It seems the centaur nest has fallen. He turned toward the man standing with his back to her. We've lost all support. The Cygnus Knights, the Resistance, the Cross Hunters, all adventurers, and the 6 heroes, those considered our last hope. Alexis calmly uttered her final words. They are all dead. He stared silently into the distance. You are the only survivor. When he turned his head, she continued, the last adventurer, El Pami. They prepared to leave. Let's go. Suddenly, someone screamed. This is... A massive shadow loomed over them. A mouth like a giant basin of crimson blood opened wide, as if to swallow these tiny humans whole. The last adventure. After some time, the entire area was submerged in a sea of fire. His face was drenched in blood. He collapsed to his knees, surrounded by the corpses of his comrades. A monster opened its maw wide, intending to devour him. He looked up and wondered, am I about to die? Before the monster could consume him, the three-headed dragon swept past above it. One of the dragon's heads had been severed, but he saw it regrowing. The head I just cut off is regenerating. Was it all for nothing? The dragon lunged toward the monster. His eyes became hollow and lifeless. Then he squeezed his eyes shut. My time has truly come. He remained kneeling there. The world is finished, and so are these adventures. He slammed his fist hard against the ground. The earth dented into a crater. If only. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Is this really the end? Recalling his comrades' sacrifices, he could only watch helplessly as Philip was impaled by a tail. As for Jaden, he was still gripping the boy's hand tightly before he passed away. And Alexis, she had given her life to save him. Everyone had sacrificed themselves. He screamed in agony. I won't accept this. He struggled with great difficulty to stand up. He panted heavily while staring at Gour. He looked toward the dragon. It can't end like this. He concentrated a massive amount of energy, and the energy gradually took the shape of a bow. No matter what, I will. Suddenly, his body convulsed. He coughed up blood, and it spilled across the ground. Energy gathered in the dragon's mouth, then fired directly at him. The terrifying blast surged forward. How foolish and pitiful. Why did it turn out like this? If only I were stronger. If only I had one more chance. A voice shouted, Wake up, you idiot! A bucket of cold water was splashed directly on him, making his eyes snap open. Having just woken up, he didn't yet understand what was happening. The insults didn't stop. You think you can just fake being sick? Remember, you're nothing but a slave. He suddenly thought, what? Where is Gour? Am I still alive? He looked everywhere. This place. New stock just arrived. They're perfect for dungeon exploration. He slightly moved his shackled hands. This is. He scanned his surroundings. These were new arrivals, ideal for clearing dungeons. He felt the weight of the chains on his wrists. This place was... Another voice rang out. Oh my, thank you very much. It appeared to be a marketplace. You won't find this price anywhere else. This one looks good. How much for him? You have a sharp eye. He suddenly realized, this is a slave market. He gasped for breath. It can't be. The slave market was abolished a long time ago, but there's no mistaking this place. You're a slave, yet you're so desperate to live. Looking at the unpleasant face before him, he thought, this merchant, if I remember correctly. He remembered this was the merchant who managed him 6 years ago when he was a slave. There was no mistake. While he was lost in thought, the merchant grew angry at his lack of response. I've truly returned to the past. The merchant's fist swung toward him. What the hell are you looking at? The punch rushed past his face. Today, I have returned to the starting point of everything. He pursed his lips tightly. Sitting on the ground, he wondered, could I be dreaming? But this sensation is so real. It was unbelievable, but it was the only explanation. At that moment, a group of people walked by. All the slaves here are used as bait. Feel free to choose. Their physiques are excellent. They're fresh stock. The customer seemed satisfied. Fine, I'll take both. There's no need to hesitate anymore. This is my second chance. He picked up an item from the ground. He glanced at it and evaluated. A rocket staff, not bad. He slung it over his shoulder. It's perfect for my current skill level, but it's still not enough. An adventurer must have more than 2 weapons. Otherwise, coming back here would be meaningless. As he walked, he came across a severed leg. He removed the shoe from that leg. Ah, sometimes people hide valuables in their shoes. He found another item, which was a ring. The ring emitted a blue light. This is the ring of mind. Suddenly sensing something approaching, he glanced behind him. A pack of monsters was charging toward him. Glared at him ferociously. He picked up a spear. Did they catch the scent of blood? They drew closer, surrounding him in the center, and he slashed every monster that lunged at him. One monster flicked out a long tongue, wrapping it around the shaft of his spear, then used its strength to snap the spear in half. He was stunned for a brief moment. Behind him, another monster opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, intending to eat him. Rocket! A powerful flame erupted, and he held the staff to continue the fight. He glanced back to observe and calculate. I'll test the power of this ring. A fire arrow appeared, and he reached out his hand wearing the ring, releasing the blue energy within it. He moved his ringed hand in a circle, and the arrow followed his hand's direction, piercing through the monsters' bodies. The arrow vanished, and seeing the fallen monsters, he thought, I can't maintain this for too long. The monsters continued to glare at him, so he held the staff out in front of him. It doesn't really matter. His eyes widened, and he nimbly dodged 2 attacking monsters. They crashed into the stone wall. Can't I use rocket? It doesn't seem damaged. Is it on cooldown? He stepped back, escaping the monster's snap. He pressed his foot firmly against the ground, using the momentum to strike the monster's face hard. No other choice. He landed a series of blows on the monster's face, then delivered a powerful kick to its head. The monster was sent flying back. How much longer? The staff's energy has finally recovered. Its entire length was enveloped in flames. Watching the approaching monster, he said firmly, All right. He fired off a fire arrow. His ringed hand controlled the arrow once more, and the arrow moved through the pack of monsters. A large hole was pierced through the monster's body. Finally, he had wiped them all out. He stood silently amidst the sea of monster corpses. Suddenly, a human voice rang out. Ah, you. He turned his head to look. Someone was trembling on the ground. You aren't an ordinary slave. He glanced over and thought, is she still alive? It was a girl covered in blood. She gritted her teeth and questioned him. Advanced spear techniques and magic? Who on earth are you? He looked at her, thinking she was just lucky, or rather unlucky. Seeing that he didn't answer, she became annoyed. Why are you? She looked at the staff and the circular mark on his hand. That staff. And that thing on your wrist. You're just a slave. How could you awaken those things? She wasn't the only one here. There were also the corpses of other people. Wait, could this be your scheme? He looked down coldly at the girl. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Not a single sound came from the forest, only the whistle of the cold wind. His cold voice rang out. Are you finished talking? She was terrified. What? He stated indifferently. I'm sorry, but you've misunderstood. Even if I had set a trap, the outcome wouldn't change, because I'm going to kill you all. She panicked. What did you say? She looked fierce on the outside but couldn't hide her fear. Hearing his cold words, I find it disgusting. He brought the staff in front of her, releasing energy. People like you who use slaves as bait. In the city, everyone was gossiping. What? The citizens' voices buzzed. Look over there. Are you kidding me? Someone was approaching. It can't be. The person walking forward was El Palmy. Ignoring the noise, he kept walking straight. A bait slave actually made it back. He was lost in thought. The die has been cast. I must hurry and not let the old ending repeat. Standing before the large building, he made a decision. First, I must secure my freedom. In front of the large building, people passed by, whispering about the slave who returned alive. In a room, a man sat intently listening to a report. That's correct, Lord Abyss. The subordinate reported. He returned without a single scratch. Abyss didn't care. So, it's not the first time a bait returned safely. But all the adventurers with him are dead. Abyss flicked his cigarette ash and started. What? He crawled back here all by himself. He felt something was wrong. How strange. More importantly, he didn't run away but chose to return. Those who become slaves due to debt will be bait for life, even if they manage to survive. This guy isn't like that. It means he knows he can't easily escape our control, as the price of fleeing is death. He interlaced his fingers and said in a low voice, "This is the creed of the Gaffer Merchant Association. So why are you reporting this nonsense to me?" He answered honestly, "Because there is another important matter. That slave has unlocked his first circle." He was startled. What? A mere slave managed to do that? He frowned. He might be harboring thoughts of revenge against the association if things go wrong. He continued. He also wants to make some modifications to the contract. He was confused. Modifications? He wants to register as an adventurer. He was surprised again and again. Just a slave and he dares? He's forgotten his place. He placed a hand over his chest. Lord Rockin specifically instructed you to handle this matter. He slammed the table and stood up in shock. Lord Rockin? He broke into a cold sweat. Why would a high-ranking official of the Gaffer Association care about a lowly slave? No. Can't be. Could it be because of that matter? The door closed, and the cigarette on the table slowly burned out. He stood by the window, thinking, a bait wants to become an adventurer. Under the reign of Empress Cygnus, a slave had absolutely no status. The sight of humans kneeling before money was truly terrifying. He thought those were just empty words. Humans are always slaves to Mesos. If they couldn't pay their debts, they had to compensate with their labor. The day my father, my only relative, collapsed from illness. His face was blank, his neck in a collar. I will also become one of them. Black moss, the medicinal herb I bought on credit from the Gaffer Association, had its price inflated many times over by them, reaching 1 million Mesos. He stood before the court, looking up at those in power. El Pami, accused of failing to pay 1 million Mesos on time. He trembled. The superior mercilessly pronounced the sentence. You are forced to work for the Merchant Association to pay off your debt. His whole body felt frozen. That verdict became the chains that bound him for 6 long years under the association. Sitting opposite Abyss, he knew the time had come. Now is the time for revenge. My name is El Pami. He thought. Abyss, Rockin's left hand. The association's executive director. I've caught a big fish. He took a sip of tea. I heard you want to modify the contract. I've received the report, so I'll keep it brief. He placed the teacup down on the table. He said seriously, I will change your contract to an F-rank adventurer. He smiled and replied, thank you. Inwardly, he was pleased. He accepted far too easily. Just as I thought, he's being very cautious. He made an additional request. However, he narrowed his eyes and waited. He smiled confidently. I want E-rank. I have no intention of playing by your rules. He was surprised. E-rank? The Adventurer Association hasn't even ranked you yet. He replied, for 3 years, I've explored hundreds of gates as bait. Even so, you were just bait. You've never hunted a monster. Since when is hunting monsters the only measure of an adventurer? He couldn't believe it. He recalled the past. The reason the first adventure made a name for itself was survival. The true quality of an adventurer is returning alive. He thought information from a survivor was more valuable than a feat. He agreed. That's true. He continued. Surviving 3 years as bait is a miracle, but that's all. You only entered low-level dungeons, so how can you be sure you'll survive a high-level gate? He pulled out a cigarette. You underestimate us. We aren't foolish enough to sign a risky contract for a dead man. Internally, he cursed. Idiot! He thought he wouldn't last 3 steps. He remained sitting in silence, indifferent to his thoughts. He bowed his head, feeling something strange. What is this disgusting feeling clinging to me? He continued. There is a gate that only allows 5 people, yet there are 12 sets of remains. He looked up, as if remembering something. He said, that's right. Bones of at least 12 groups are buried there. He glared at him. He continued, prove it if you're as good as you say. He flashed a crazed smile with glowing red eyes, handing over a document. If you succeed, I'll grant your request. In the forest, he met his companions. Are you the rookie coming with us? The young man approached him. Nice to meet you. I'm Seth, the team's tank. Abyss told me about you. A bait slave? He pointed behind him. I don't care about that. Don't worry. Neither do my teammates. They waved at him. He was dazed. I hope we work well together. Someone asked, I heard you can use fire magic? He replied, that's right. Tom put his arm around Seth happily. Is your magic affinity already set? Seth added, mages can't use elements other than their innate ones. He laughed. So items of the wrong affinity are useless. You know that, right? Tom said, sounds complicated. Seth continued, enough. The goal of this mission isn't hunting monsters. Tom agreed. Seth laid out the plan. The goal is to retrieve items from the 12 previous groups. Then just return them to the association. I heard they pay 3,000 mesos per item. Tom sighed. That's harsh. If we bring nothing back, we're empty-handed. First circle items cost over 7,000 mesos, but they pay less than half. Mark reminded him. Stop complaining. They argued as they walked. Ready? Let's make some money. This area was gloomy and filled with mist. Tom was annoyed. It's daylight, but it feels so bleak. Seth ordered, pay attention. This might be a long battle. Let's build a base first. Looking up at a giant tree, Seth said, there are many branches up there, making it easy to hide and move. Let's pick this one. He threw a bag of nails and ropes onto the ground. Tom placed a hand on his shoulder. El Palmi, you rest. Building a base is the specialty of me and this idiot. A while later, they finished the treetop shelter. Done. Now let's split into 2 groups to scout the area. Seth assigned. Tom, Mark, and DOA are in Group 1. We'll head east and west, then return. If anything happens, Hal will signal, then run back to base immediately. Everyone shouted, okay. He and Seth walked together. Seth said, I haven't seen a single monster, let alone items. We'll have to go deeper tomorrow. He listened calmly. How do you feel about your first mission? He spoke up. I'm a bit worried. Seth replied, that's how it should be. I've been an adventurer for a long time, but I still get nervous every time I enter a gate. I might not look it, but I'm quite a coward. But I stay brave because I have good teammates by my side. It's weird to praise them myself, but they really are good people. His back looked warm. I'm sorry about your situation. Being bait must have been hard. El Palmi, if you agree. He turned back with a bright smile. Join our team. Seth was surprised when he stood still without answering. He said bashfully, I'm just joking. Don't take it too seriously. At night, everyone gathered at the base to eat by the fire. Your side didn't find anything either? Seth replied, do you think finding them is that easy? He spoke while chewing meat. Don't talk shop while eating. We'll continue tomorrow. El Palmi said nothing, just tilted his head back to drink water. A gentle forest breeze blew. At the shelter, someone approached him with a torch. Seth and the others stood looking at him. Asleep already? Seeing he didn't respond, someone asked, Captain, what are you doing? Friendly this morning, they now looked like demons with twisted faces. This guy is dreaming. How could he answer? Why be so careful? Did you forget what we put in his food? He swallowed a ton. It's a miracle he's not dead. This rocket staff is worth at least 10,000 mesos. Tom raised his blade one hand, pinning down the sleeping figure. Let's get to work. As the blade pierced the sleeping bag, he suddenly realized something. Someone asked, what's wrong? Pulling back the blanket, there was no person, only a log placed there. Not seeing him anywhere, they were in total shock. What? No way. Seth screamed in rage. Find him. He couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, creating a massive shockwave. Seth dodged just in time. The base caught fire, and they shouted, fire! Meanwhile, he stood in the shadows, watching. The group was in chaos. What's happening? Why is it burning? Save the food and items. Seth cursed. Damn it, was this El Palmi's doing? Mark pointed with a trembling hand. El leader. Seth turned back and barked. What now? A giant, slimy monster was glaring at them. He trembled in fear. It might be El Palmi. That bastard. Opened its slimy mouth wide. Is he using us as bait? They quickly fled the scene. The monster smashed the ancient tree to pieces. He sat on a tree, observing everything. His face darkened. How pathetic. If you wanted to trick me, you shouldn't have been so overly kind. A gate where 12 veteran hunter groups failed. Yet it welcomes a bait like me? Clearly, there was a plot. Anyway, is this the boss monster of this area? Watching the people run for their lives, I had a feeling it was big, but I didn't expect it to be this massive. Seth ran until his face turned pale. Damn it, this is a huge disadvantage. Mark asked, Leader, do you know what it is? Seth replied, if I'm not mistaken, it's a golden slime. The monster attacked frantically. It's not something usually seen in Maple World. It's a rare boss from Sigmund. That thing spits acid. It's a nightmare for melee fighters. Everywhere it passes is corroded. His eyes widened. Someone screamed, "Dodge!" A burst of fire shot out, and Seth pushed Mark aside. Both were panting. What the hell is this? Looking at the acid pit in fear. It can even use long-range attacks. Mark's face twisted. Acid volley, a skill that fires acid from its body. How outrageous. Watch out. It's coming. Is there any way to deal with it? Just run for now. That move needs a minute to cool down. A red sphere appeared in the middle of the monster's body. We have to hit the core in its head to have any chance of winning. Tom gave a forced laugh. Haha, so it's on cooldown, right? Mark and Tom dashed forward. There's still enough time. He attacked the monster. Leave it to me. Seth tried to stop them. Wait, we have to attack together. But it was too late. Tom was sliced in half by the acid. Seth couldn't believe it. What? Looking at the towering monster, he trembled. There should have been over 10 seconds left on the cooldown. The monster continued to spit. Acid everywhere. Seth and Mark were burned until only white bones remained. He stood behind a tree, looking at the monster. It's all over. He observed coldly. What Seth said wasn't wrong, however. This slime eats items, making it stronger and reducing its cooldown time. Its size and cooldown speed far exceed its rank. Now I understand why the previous groups failed. Watching the monster move away, leaving a trail of corrosive acid. It's not something a first circle adventurer can handle. Surely no items are left. The mission is a failure. Remembering Abyss's challenge? Prove it. He flashed a confident smile. The monster continued to move. It narrowed its eyes, looking around. Spark struck it right in the face. Slime splattered everywhere, corroding everything. It shrieked in pain. He stood on a branch. Its magic resistance is really high. I aimed directly at the core and it's still not bad. Looking at its wound, he calculated. I need at least 5 more precise shots. He drew his short sword. Well, it doesn't really matter. He smiled. I'll show you. The monster spat a series of acid attacks at him. One strike hit where he stood, but he quickly dodged. The monster continued its relentless assault. He dodged continuously with agility. He gritted his teeth in concentration. The ring emitted a brilliant green energy. Energy enveloped the short sword. He swung the rope to pin the sword to the ground. I must hit the target. I can't be off by a single millimeter. It spat acid, and he dodged again. I'm no mediocre mage. I was the master of telekinetic control in my past life. He used his staff to fire a rocket. The fire arrow shot straight into the monster's face. It still tried to attack. For more shots. He swung on the rope to escape. He gained momentum and quickly climbed the tree. Then he jumped away to avoid a lethal strike. Rocket! He continued to channel energy. He fired another shot. 3 more times. He flexibly dodged the monster's subsequent attacks. He fired another arrow. 2. He kept firing rockets, but the monster dodged the strike. He jumped and kicked off the tree trunk. It's quite fast for its size. He used his ring-clad hand to control the fire arrow. Rocket arrow changed direction and lunged straight at the monster's face. The monster's face exploded. The red sphere gradually became clearly visible. He lunged down from above to attack. This is the final shot. He jumped straight toward its weak point. The monster reached out with its giant arm to grab him. When its hand drew near, he glanced over, and the ring on his hand glowed brilliantly, resonating energy with the short sword. He swung and pinned it firmly to the ground. Holding the rope, he swung elsewhere to dodge the monster's hand. His feet pressed hard against the ground to break. Then he gathered energy into his staff. Rocket! The fire arrow tore through space, and the monster hurried to cover its face with its hand. He flashed a triumphant smile, steering the arrow off course to aim straight at its belly. Caught off guard, it couldn't dodge and took a painful hit. Monster's red sphere began to crack, and its entire body seemed about to explode. His body swelled up, then burst into 100 pieces, with slime spilling everywhere. He jumped away to avoid the flow of corrosive slime. One hand held the staff, the other the rope-bound short sword. He threw the short sword into the distance, and the rope wrapped tightly around a branch. He jumped onto a high branch, watching the acid slime flow like a flood. He turned his head, very satisfied with this result. Wherever the slime flowed, the surrounding trees withered and died. A while later, when everything was quiet, he jumped down to the ground, took a look around. He looked up, pointing his ring-clad hand toward the red gem. The red gem slowly floated up. Enveloped in green energy, it rested in his hand. The red gem emitted a sparkling light, and a glowing red energy radiated out, forming a protective shield. In the office, he sat across from Abyss. "I've returned." He looked at him in silence, and only after a long while said, "You don't like talking much, do you? But you returned alone? And I don't see the requested items," he said calmly. "The people you put in the group were all amateurs. They even tried to rob me. While I was hiding, they provoked the boss, so they're likely all dead." He frowned. "What monster?" he said. "It was a golden slime." He was startled. "What? If you encountered that, then in there," he replied. "That's right. Everything melted away." He bit his cigarette, his face grim as he thought of the destroyed rental gear. What a waste. He looked at him. "The issue is that this guy still returned alive. There are several gate rules. The number of participants is limited. A red gem engraved with 5 means only 5 can enter. Then the gate closes until everyone inside is eliminated. Colors represent difficulty, from scarlet to purple gates. Those with a circle level higher than the gate's difficulty cannot enter. Third, there is only one raid opportunity. If a survivor exits, the gate is permanently destroyed. Thus, adventurers never get a second chance. He thought, the mission is a failure. A golden slime is too hard for the first circle. He said, "I understand. You were lucky to survive, but since the items all melted, it's a failure. Regardless of the reason, the fact is you failed." He listened to him in silence. "Be patient. I haven't finished explaining." He was confused. "What?" He pulled out a string. "That golden slime." His eyes widened in shock. "No." 2 green circles appeared on his hand, and he smiled. "I ate it." He panicked. "The second circle? You've already absorbed the golden slime's mana stone," he said confidently. "I think this is enough to prove my strength. Now, give me E rank as promised." He exclaimed. "D rank." He was stunned. "What?" He leaned in close. "I'm giving you D rank. If you cooperate, I'll treat you like a C rank." He signed the official document. Looking at El Pami, he thought, assigning C rank tasks to someone who hasn't reached the 3rd circle is a massive favor. Rankings depend on circles. A and B ranks are veterans. C and D are beginners. E and F are trainees. Circles represent power and status. But this guy is extraordinary. You can't just level up your circle just by having mana stones. Did he just say it was thanks to survival instinct? He grinned. He truly has incredible talent. He reached the 2nd circle so soon after the 1st. I've never seen anyone move that fast. He was ecstatic. "I need him." He looked at the man's greedy expression and sighed. "I'm being promoted faster than expected. It seems he's getting impatient. There's nothing left anyway." The first 100-person gate raid, a red gate, a major event watched by the guilds and alliances of Lith Harbor, was about to begin. Putting down the pen. "No mistakes. I'm in a hurry too. I should reconsider the plan." "Abyss, I have a request." He replied nonchalantly. "Huh? Go ahead. Speak freely." He raised his hand. Without hesitation. "Lend me some money." The man's smile stiffened. He cursed inwardly. "This bastard." A purple screen appeared with a narration. Some say that the Great Gates opened a new era for adventurers, but the narrator's voice faltered. It was all a trap by the Black Mage. Many adventurers perished, killing off the future potential of Maple World. And the final day eventually arrived. Monsters swarmed through the gates, and we failed. In exactly 3 years, the fate of Maple World will be decided. In a building, a one-eyed man smoked while looking at the scene outside. Below, the crowds passing by looked incredibly busy. El Pami touched his bag and thought, time is short, but there's still enough. Ignoring the laughter around him, he mused, this 100-person red gate is only for those with at most 2 circles. He recalled the association's symbol. Gaffer usually only picks high-level hunters. They're investing in me because they're eyeing that gate. He walked on, mocking himself. It's foolish to spend all the money I earned on gear, but items at the right level are just too expensive. He slowly approached his goal. I must buy something truly useful with this money. Above was a golden sign. This was his first stop, the Lith slave market. The sign was so old the words were barely legible. He stood there, staring intently at the sign for a long time. A merchant greeted him warmly. Welcome, adventurer, to the Lith slave market. Let me guide you. Around them, adventurers were bidding on people in iron cages. The merchant continued, Are you looking for a companion, bait, or a warrior? His flowery words were merely a facade. El Pami shook his head coldly. I know who I'm looking for. Lead the way. The merchant paused, his face blank, not quite understanding him. In a tunnel, he explained. This is the punishment area for troublemakers. The person you're looking for is this way. Immediately after, his footsteps stopped. He pointed toward an iron cage, hesitating. Over here. Inside was someone tightly bound in chains. The merchant swallowed hard in fear. He turned to ask him, "Are you sure you want this one?" He interrupted firmly. "I know." El Palmy approached the cage, looking at the person inside with resolve. "He's the one I'm looking for." As soon as he finished speaking, Debo glared at him sharply. "Before I returned, an incident accelerated the doom of Maple World, and that was the death of the spear master, Aaron. A white-haired girl carrying a giant axe had been murdered. Currently, Debo was struggling to break free from his chains. He thought, Aaron's only disciple, the one who triggers the beginning of the end. Looking at the blood-soaked man in the cage, he was certain. The swarm slayer, Debo. It's him. Debo spoke warily. "Did you come for me?" He looked at him coldly. "I don't know you. Get lost." The merchant trembled. "I'm sorry, customer." His mind is a bit unstable. Looking at Debo like a wild wolf, he remained silent. Even if he's just a slave now, this attitude toward an adventurer is quite rude. Merchant lamented. "There's no other mad dog like him." He smirked. Not just his personality, but his skills are special too. He recalled his past life. The two were often compared because they were from the same area, awakened at the same time, and had similar skills. The torch flared up, making his thoughts more ethereal. But the thing that's most similar is, when Debo was released, he asked, "How much are you worth?" He sneered. "You look like a young master. Can you even afford my price?" He challenged. 1,000,000 mesos. How's that? Does that work for you, young master? He remained calm. The truth is, both he and I desperately need money. Remembering Debo's sister with the black blood illness, he understood why he was so miserable. Seeing his silence, he grew annoyed. "If you don't have the money, get lost. Don't act superior here." Without waiting for him to finish, he pulled out a stack of bills. Debo's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the stack of money in his hand, he screamed in terror. 1,000,000 mesos. Debo was suspicious. Is that real money? Not a fake. The merchant was also terrified. Are you serious? After a moment of horror, Debo began to ponder. He spoke up. Listen, a 1-year contract, a 70 to 30 profit split. I have priority rights to items from the gates. The merchant was astonished. He wants to sign a contract as a party member instead of a slave? El Palmy handed over the paper. Here's the contract. Take a look. Debo snatched the paper and shouted, "Don't you dare regret this." He violently bit his finger until it bled, and stamped the paper. He thought, did he accept immediately for his sister's life? Whatever the reason, he smiled because the job was done. He told Debo, "The contract is signed. Let's head straight to the gate." He was excited. "Leave it to me." His gaze was cold. "You need to prove your worth, Debo." He laughed excitedly. "I'll work harder than anyone you've ever seen." Time passed quickly, and they arrived at a lush green forest. He walked ahead, while Debo, carrying a large spear, called out hesitantly, "Boss!" He flustered. "Thanks for buying the new weapon, but I'm used to longswords. Should we go back and swap it?" He glanced back. "From now on, you'll use a spear when working with me. If you don't like it, cancel the contract." Debo clicked his tongue and asked, "Is this the gate you're going to use to test me?" He looked at the mark on the tree. A red gate with 1/8-person limit. This location is suitable. Debo looked around. Where's the rest of the group? With your budget. Surely there are some skilled members. He babbled about needing a healer. Seeing him staring silently, he was bewildered. "Why are you staring at me like that?" He suddenly realized something, his voice trembling. "Boss, don't tell me." He replied, "Don't worry about other members. We have enough people." He sighed in relief. "Phew, you scared me. I thought." Right then, he slowly raised his arm. His finger pointed directly at Debo. Right here. He was so stunned he froze. A moment of silence filled the air. Immediately after, Debo screamed, "What? No, wait." He coldly kicked him. "Don't waste time. Get in there." Kicked unexpectedly, he cried out in fear. In a strange wasteland, a red object fell. It was Debo, landing face down with his rear in the air. When he regained his senses, he roared in anger. "Are you crazy? 2 people entering an 8-person gate? You're insane. And I have to use a weapon." Seeing his dark face, he lowered his voice. "That I'm not used to." Suddenly, rapid sounds came from behind them. A swarm of wooden monsters rushed forward. Debo panicked. "They're stumps." At this moment, he gripped the spear, calculating.
I'm exhausted.
That was my scream. They're famous for hard shells that swords and spears can't pierce, and there are so many of them. Just then, he stepped forward, shielded him, pulled Debo back, and said, "Move." Watching El Pami approach the monster step by step, he shouted anxiously, "Wait!" He didn't say much, only 2 words, "Rocket." A flame clung to the monster's body, wounding it. Debo was so surprised his jaw dropped. Next, a flame pierced right through the tree trunk. Just like that, each monster was destroyed by El Pami's fire arrows. With just one technique, he could take them down one by one. And the last one was no exception, burning to death. Standing with his back to Debo, he spoke irritably. "Acting like that right after entering the gate is truly disappointing." Amidst the smoke and fire, El Pami warned, "Don't make a mistake like that again." Question popped into his head. Who is this monster? Night at the tall building. The moon was round and bright, but its light couldn't reach the gloomy interior. A voice rang out. "The merchants have fallen into the trap." Baiju knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Though we're still arranging the timing for the plan, we've already chosen the nominees." In front was someone swirling a glass of wine. As he admired the beautiful moon, Baiju added, "Do we have permission to proceed?" The white-haired man hidden in the shadows replied, "Yes." Upon hearing the order, she bowed deeply. Immediately after, Baiju turned and walked away, her footsteps fading. Ivok could no longer hear Baiju's footsteps. He raised his glass and declared, "Everything will be done according to that person's will." Aiming the dark red wine glass at the full moon, Ivok seemed to be plotting something. Freedom from Abogwa. The stump monsters lay on the ground with traces of fire magic. Debo approached with a cloth bag to report. 27 in total. I've gathered all the mana stones. El Pami didn't even look, turning to walk away. Then let's go. He quickly replied from behind. Got it. 2 figures walked across the scorching wasteland under the burning sun. Debo followed, looking at him differently. I thought he was crazy, but he's untouchable. Is that telekinetic control? I've never seen anyone use rockets like that. Debo smiled, thinking, traveling with someone this talented will surely earn a lot of money. With a 7:3 split, I'll save a fortune on living expenses. Suddenly, El Pami interrupted. Found it. He looked on excitedly. There was another swarm of monsters here, but they seemed to be sleeping. Debo stood near a large rock to scout. Another group of stumps, about 9 of them. Hearing the number, he said, That's a perfect number. Debo asked blankly, What? A perfect number? Turning back, he found El Pami had been staring at him, which made him a bit scared. A moment later, out of nowhere, a small stone was thrown at the monsters. While they were still looking around in confusion, Debo, holding his spear, prepared to leap down and strike from above. One strike took one down, leaving the monsters staring in shock. He swept a sharp gaze toward them, looking cool, but in reality, Debo was quite panicked. Damn it! Do I have to fight these things alone? I've never used this weapon before, so it feels so awkward. Seeing the monsters start to approach, he thought irritably. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Seemingly unsatisfied, Debo screamed in anger. You crazy bastard! El Pami stood watching his every move and technique. He said he only knows how to use a sword. His movements are very clumsy. He watched Debo and mused, but he'll soon realize that the spear is what will make him the strongest. Calling distant memories, El Pami was certain. There's no need to doubt his talent, for he is the only disciple chosen by the spear hero Eren. Back in the present, the monster's firm and agile roots were attacking. In response, Debo struck mercilessly, while sensing something. The spear! Debo gripped the spear and slashed at the monsters. The reach and power are incredible, and it's more comfortable than a sword. Once the tension is gone, it's much lighter. If I swing it more gently. Having thought that, he raised the spear high. A strike that looked violent but was actually very gentle left the monster dead with its eyes open. Just like that, strike after strike wiped out the monsters. El Pami stood with his arms crossed, observing and evaluating. He's adapting quickly, to be this good without even awakening a circle yet. While Debo was in the heat of battle, something suddenly happened. Feeling the tremors, he was stunned. An earthquake! The massive rock suddenly cracked and shattered. Small rock fragments quickly flew toward Debo. Seeing the terrifying scene before him, he froze in horror. Immediately after, a strange object stabbed down, knocking Debo over. He looked at the moving figure before him and asked in fear, What is that? A giant tree trunk appeared. It was likely the boss here. Debo screamed in terror. A giant stump! It attacked him repeatedly, but fortunately, El Pami jumped in just in time to pull him away. Then he tossed Debo aside. His staff flared with fire as El Palmi looked at the giant monster. Size has nothing to do with how dangerous it is. He said a few more words and then fired a fire arrow. If it's this big, it'll just be an easier target. Debo lay struggling on the ground but was still excited. That's it, magic works. Something strange happened. The monster blocked the fire with its branches. Shocking him. It blocked it. El Palmi assessed the situation while firing more fire arrows. Faster than I thought. How about this? Immediately after, he fired an arrow. Activate telekinetic control. The fire arrow swirled around the giant monster. Seeing it was about to hit, he thought, just this one shot. But contrary to his expectations, the monster easily crushed El Palmi's arrow. His eyes widened in surprise. It blocked that shot too? Debo also panicked, running while screaming at the top of his lungs. Magic is useless. Why are you still standing there? Run if you don't want to die. El Palmi continued to observe the monster and guessed. It's not useless. If it didn't block it, things would be different. At that moment, he realized something and confirmed the problem lay with those branches. As soon as the monster attacked, both of them were faster and managed to dodge. Its branches were becoming increasingly flexible. As he turned his face, an expression of fear became clear. A surge of blue power manifested from El Palmi's finger and was fired forward. That surge of power immediately struck the monster's branch. Following that, he stood on a rock and moved it to dodge. After escaping the giant monster's reach, Debo shouted in admiration, "That's amazing, boss!" He coughed violently and said, "I thought I was dead, thanks." Before he could finish, El Palmi called out, "Debo!" Before him now was a swarm of minions. El Palmi quickly organized, "You handle the small fry. I'll deal with that monster." Only then did Debo look up in horror. Since when? Before he could understand, El Palmi rushed toward the giant, leaving Debo behind to call out, "What? Wait, why are you so fast?" El Palmi's face was incredibly serious as he charged forward with his fire staff. Another fire arrow was launched. Debo watched his every move and thought to himself, "No, we can't beat it without a plan. We have to run." El Palmi's battle was now incredibly intense. It seemed he was right, as he thought excitedly, "See? Just as I thought." The giant monster seemed slightly stunned by the attack. A beam of yellow magic pierced through the monster's body. Debo looked at the scene in shock. Did he just pierce right through it? With determined eyes, El Palmi's golden magic staff glowed brightly. Another arrow was fired while he calculated. Its branches are moving much faster than I predicted. Another explosion rang out, and it seemed to be wounded. El Palmi calculated. I can't use telekinetic control to dodge and attack through the gaps at the same time. After escaping the branches, a fire arrow pierced through and flew toward the monster. He declared, "Since I'm now at the second circle, I can manifest my magic twice." Immediately after, the fire arrow hit the monster, causing it to scream in agony. Although Debo was fending off the minions, he didn't forget to watch El Palmi's battle and remarked, "Unbelievable." Seeing the arrow pierce the monster, he realized the trick of hiding one rocket behind another. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't block two consecutive strikes like that. Watching the two fight, Debo thought as he saw the monster's helplessness. This man is a monster even more terrifying than I imagined. Suddenly, he saw something so terrifying his face went pale, and he cried out internally, "Oh God!" It turned out he saw a swarm of minions rushing toward El Palmi. Debo shouted in extreme worry, "No!" His face showed pure terror as he screamed, "Behind you! Watch your back!" He cursed himself. Damn it! There were so many I missed a few. And of course, one of El Palmi's rockets pierced through the giant monster and the minions as well. Glanced toward Debo and asked in confusion, "Debo, they're this small and you still can't handle them?" The monster's eyes couldn't help but bulge in shock. Immediately after, a massive explosion rang out. The giant was attacking him, but it wouldn't be that easy. El Palmi dodged with great agility and kept calculating. If I leave an opening for even a second, it's all over. He then leaped up as a branch brushed past his eyes. Debo immediately rushed over and grabbed his shoulder. Then, he pushed El Palmi back to protect him. He jumped up and sliced through the branches rushing toward them. El Palmi's feet landed softly on the ground. Debo looked at El Palmi with an annoyed expression. "I just saved your life, so take back those accusations you made earlier." Hearing that, he only gave a slight smile. El Palmi planted his staff into the ground as magic circles formed rockets. His face darkened slightly. "Fine, you're finally starting to look useful." Hearing this, Debo spoke up. "Then let's go." Debo was extremely annoyed, glancing back. "I just saved your life, so take back that accusation from earlier." El Palmi planted his staff into the ground as magic circles formed rockets. His face darkened. Fine, you're finally useful. Immediately after, he fired those rockets and shouted loudly, "Then let's go!" The rockets flew straight toward the target as fast as lightning. One explosion after another rang out violently. The monster's yellow pupil gradually filled with terror along with a sky-shattering scream. The rockets showed no signs of stopping. Beside him, Debo was fighting with all his might. One of his slashes killed another monster. Wherever a rocket pierced, the monster screamed in agonizing pain. Suddenly, El Palmi saw something that surprised him slightly. It turned out the giant monster had split into two branches to attack. This made him slow down a beat. Attacking from both sides? El Palmi quickly channeled power into his staff and called out, "Debo, I'll take the right." Hearing that, he raised his spear and shouted, "Then I'll take the left." Debo delivered a fierce slash, while a new rocket was fired from El Palmi's position. The relentless attacks forced him to increase his speed even further. He utilized an incredible new level of speed. Debo leaped in a long arc through the air. With his agility, he completely severed the branches above. While in the heat of battle, something suddenly struck his stomach with great force. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from Debo's mouth. While the giant monster rejoiced he was about to fall, the rock the two had been standing on earlier was flying toward them rapidly. With precise accuracy, the rock managed to catch him in time. It wasn't easy. The monster attacked again, shattering the rock and sending Debo falling. El Palmi was slightly exhausted from fighting while watching over him. This is starting to get troublesome. Following that, he moved other rocks to provide support. Debo seemed to have regained consciousness and stood firmly on a large rock, preparing for battle. A monster was chasing him from behind, which concerned him. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, Debo shouted, "Damn it! I can't outrun it." Just like that, the monster dealt a powerful blow toward him. Fortunately, he managed to escape that strike in time. El Palmi's rockets were still operating at full capacity to entangle this black giant. He saw Debo's figure appear behind the monster and said, "Finish this, Debo." Immediately, he delivered a powerful, fatal slash toward the monster. The target he aimed for was the monster's yellow pupil. Struck by such a painful blow, it was forced to retreat in agony. Due to the sheer force, Debo accidentally let go of his spear. Immediately after, he fell toward the ground below. Perhaps because he had been fighting for so long, Debo was able to land safely. He didn't want to lose the chance and quickly rushed toward the monster again. "It's not over yet, you plague." El Palmi's hand clenched tight, and a brilliant blue power manifested. The spear also glowed as if it sensed something. He quickly made a powerful sweeping motion with his hand. The spear immediately flew back upward. The spear fell into Debo's hand as he prepared a new attack. He gripped the weapon. "Keep your eyes wide open and watch." His gaze turned serious, and with a blood-stained mouth, he gritted his teeth. Time for dessert. What followed was a scene of absolute carnage from Debo's position. Every slash tore the monster's body, leaving it bleeding profusely. Suddenly, the monster spun around, causing him to lose his footing and fall. Debo quickly tumbled a few times before managing to stand firm again. The monster's massive mouth pointed downward as if to swallow him whole. Immediately, blazing rockets appeared behind Debo, and the target of those rockets was the giant monster's mouth. It swallowed the rockets whole, causing it to explode from the inside. The monster's entire body was now engulfed in flames. Debo panted heavily at the sight. El Palmi walked up from behind. "Well done." He approached, glancing down slightly with his other hand on his hip. His face was now covered in blood. Debo looked at him hesitantly before saying, "You too." That giant monster was burning fiercely right in front of the two of them. Evening in a peaceful town somewhere. In a house where the lights were still on, Dinev said happily at the large dining table, "It's late. Let's eat and go to sleep." She folded her hands as if offering a word of thanks. "Thank you for the food." Just as she was about to eat, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Dinev quickly walked over to open the door and asked, "Who is it?" Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in surprise at the person before her. It turned out Debo had returned. As soon as Dinev saw him, she called out in shock, "Brother!" Seeing her trembling with emotion, Debo said, "I'm home." Her emotions surged, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Dinev immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "Welcome home," at the same time but in a completely different location. El Palmi carried his magic staff as he walked toward a small, simple shack. He entered in a battered state after the recent battle. The pitch-black space, only a faint light allowed a view of the room, most notably a small photo on the table. On the bed lay the thin, skeletal arm of someone resting there. El Palmi's eyes held a strange look as he gazed at that person. He quickly twirled the magic staff in his hand. A fire quickly erupted within that small shack. The one who started the fire simply walked away in silent contemplation. Abyss looked over the documents on his desk and scratched his head. We have a problem here. The 100-person gate raid is approaching. But who should be on the team? Lord Rockin will be in charge of this. If I disappoint him, this situation put him in a difficult spot. This raid was a major event that all 10 merchant associations were watching, especially since that great gate might contain legendary grade items. Abyss extinguished his cigarette. Things can't go on like this. Currently, there are many people with exceptional strength. Abyss immediately thought of 3 women. The Natasha sisters of the Goldraki Alliance had overwhelming skills, far beyond what one would imagine for a second circle adventurer. Compared to them, calling the adventurers at the Gaffer Association a bunch of failures wouldn't be an exaggeration. The members from the other 10 groups are all formidable. We Gaffer merchants have the worst reputation. This doesn't feel good at all, but suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Abyss looked up and asked, "Huh? Who dares barge in without knocking?" As soon as their eyes met, he briefly showed a look of great surprise. He hurriedly stood up and spoke loudly. Lord Rockin." Rockin came to check on the situation. "How is the team formation progressing?" He stammered. "Forgive me, it's still..." Rockin interrupted. "I see the progress is a bit slow. What about that guy you mentioned to me before?" He explained. "Regarding El Palmy, I'm still hesitant because his old group was completely wiped out, and there are no witnesses to confirm it. Even if he has talent, this matter is very important." Rockin heard this but still wanted to recruit talented people. "Then why don't you just verify it yourself? Doing it once is enough." "Oh, that's right, why don't you form a team consisting of all the candidates? This time, there will be no shortage of witnesses." Abyss organized a selection trial to choose the best person, which was also for El Palmy to prove his strength. A few days later, all candidates gathered at a single point to enter the other dimension. Debo was excited. "Oh, looks like many are coming along this time as it should be." Someone came to ask El Palmy, "You guys are Team 5, right?" It was Aburu's team. He said quite grumpily, "2 former slaves, huh?" He didn't care and simply observed his surroundings in silence. It seemed they weren't very welcoming. They likely thought slaves were just obstacles, which is common for experienced types to think. Looking at the marks on their hands, El Palmy guessed they were around circle 1 or 2, unlike Jap's group. Those guys were true beasts. They didn't need to bring any bait. A moment later, Abyss arrived and spoke. "Is everyone here?" He looked quite surprised. He personally announced the rules. "I'll be brief. The trial starts now. I'm giving an opportunity to those who want to prove their worth." The Bureau didn't understand. "An opportunity?" He continued. "That's right. An opportunity to conquer the 100-person gate." Hearing that, everyone was astonished. "The 100-person gate?" Abyss continued. "You will all have this privilege." El Palmy realized his intent. So he's planning to play this game. The countdown reached the 40-second mark. Do your best. Once the time was up, an entrance to another dimension expanded. The group entered without hesitation. The scenery looked like a forest. A jungle again? Iburu proposed a plan. "Regroup once we find the boss." Everyone agree. Dolan stood behind and nodded. "Then split up. Return here when you see the signal." The group then scattered in different directions. Now only Debo and El Palmy remained. Dolan led a group of people into the forest. He emphasized, "We don't have much time. Kill everything you see." "Yes, Lord Dolan." Suddenly, there was a strange rustling in the distance. A small one-eyed mushroom monster crawled out of the grass. "Huh, just one." Dolan grumbled as he attacked. "What a waste of time." He used the skill lightning strike. He thought to himself, "How boring. I'll just pick up the mana stone and move on." But things didn't seem as easy as he thought. The mushroom monster from before was still intact, without a scratch. "What? It's still alive." Dolan was stunned. "Is its shell so hard my magic can't pierce it? This is bad. Retreat," he ordered the team. At the same time, the surrounding bushes began to shake violently. He shouted a warning. "Hey, everyone be careful." Immediately, a swarm of mushroom monsters surrounded the team. "Damn it! We're surrounded." The emergency, everyone used their full abilities. After a while, they managed to destroy the swarm. But everyone was completely exhausted. "It's over." Someone panicked. "Lord Dolan, these monsters are abnormally strong. What should we do?" He also found it hard to think clearly. "I don't think winning by numbers will work. We'll just exhaust ourselves at this rate. Since it's come to this, even if it's risky, we'll split from the other groups and hunt the boss ourselves." That was the intention of most teams here. As expected, El Palmy's prediction was correct. Debo panted. That sounds reasonable, but forget that. Why are you just talking and not helping me? He replied indifferently. There are only 3. Handle it yourself. Debo took a breath and continued. Anyway, you said we have no time to waste. Let's go. Between hunting the boss and clearing monsters, the two began to have different purposes. Debo watched in confusion. You said we'd hunt the boss, but your goal is bigger. While others think that we'll wipe out every small monster here. Feeding the boss isn't the only factor. Points are also given for killing small monsters. Besides, with so many competitors, the battle will be dangerous. Hearing those arguments, Debo could only shut his mouth in frustration. El Pami said, I smell danger from this gate. Back with Dolan's group after they had split off. Someone pointed in one direction. Lord Dolan, look quickly. An exit gate. Dolan said, I didn't expect to find it so soon, but whatever. Mark the path. Yes, sir.
Suddenly, at yung matabur stowed laughing. Ah!
What's wrong with you? Hey Owen, be quiet. Dolan reminded him, but the other person laughed even louder. Dolan threatened angrily. Didn't you hear me? At this rate, if the monsters start to gather. What? The guy turned around, his smile looking as if it were being controlled by someone, appearing terrifying and insane. Many others had similar symptoms. Dolan immediately realized the dire situation. He covered his mouth and nose. It's poison. This is bad. I need to get out of here quickly. Then he abandoned his teammates and ran straight toward the gate to escape. But as soon as he got close, a giant mushroom-like monster appeared to block him. It released even more toxic gas into the surrounding air. He gasped, This is bad. I have to get out of here quickly. But it was already too late. His mouth had stretched wide, all the way to his ears. And then, he broke into a frantic smile by the river. Debo and El Pami were on a boat. Debo grumbled while rowing. This guy, he hasn't fought once since I. Suddenly, he noticed something strange in the sky. Both looked up. Hey boss, that's a signal flare. Two went toward the flare. Debo was excited. I knew we had to fire a flare if we saw the boss. But I'm surprised they actually did it. El Pami carefully observed the number of people remaining. Dolan was not among them. The bureau looked urgent. Since everyone is here, I'll start explaining. Zebair asked. Has Mage Dolan's group not arrived yet? He didn't care. It doesn't matter. No need to wait anymore. We found the boss. It turned out he had witnessed the scene with Dolan's group, and that giant mushroom monster was the boss. But at the same time, we witnessed Dolan's group being completely wiped out by the boss here. The poison mad mushroom. Hearing that name, Zebair couldn't help but panic. What? The poison mad mushroom? Everyone was in an uproar. We're in trouble. Party can't face a boss like that. We have to find the exit. Debo asked innocently. Is it that dangerous? El Pami wasn't listening but was calculating how to deal with it. So that's the boss. Meeting that kind of boss at this level is bad. Beside him, a voice nagged. Hey, are you listening to me? Because of the spores, it's hard to approach, meaning we can't use numbers to take it down. We must use long-range attacks, but weak ones won't do anything because it's hard and fast. Debo was still pestering him. You're ignoring me on purpose, aren't you?
Hey, El Pami.
Bureau crossed his arms in concern. Unfortunately, the boss is blocking the exit. We can't get out without fighting it. Contrary to that attitude, Debo confidently patted his chest. Humph, are you scared? This boss is nothing against our boss's rocket. Before he could finish, El Pami cut him off. Debo, shut up, he said irritably. You bastard. El Pami spoke plainly. We'll die if we rush in without a plan. My rocket won't even scratch its skin. This surprised even his teammates. Huh? Why? Even the ordinary monsters in this gate are very tough, so the boss definitely is too. Although Iburu hated him, he couldn't deny it. Stating the obvious, aren't you? Someone beside him reminded. Iburu, this isn't the time for that. We need a plan.
50,000 mesos.
What? Thanks for watching the video. Iburu didn't understand. It turned out El Pami was charging 50,000 mesos per person. With 30 people, that was 1.5 million mesos. He wanted to trade money for him and Debo to act as shields. If you pay that much, we will be your bait. Both sides were stunned and couldn't react. Only then did Debo snap. Damn it, what is he saying? Iburu also didn't want to give money to someone he hated. Don't you dare be so arrogant. You might be used to common slave tactics, but don't think it's the same every time. This isn't an easy pig to lure. Even if we agree, if you fail and provoke that monster, we'll all die. He kept insulting their past. Slaves only get in the way. What can a two-circle user and a slave even do? Before he could provoke the monster, he directly provoked Debo. The way they talk is starting to annoy me, always with that mocking tone. Not letting anger cloud his judgment, El Pami calmly asked, "Then what do you want to do? Have a better plan." He was foolish and didn't know how to solve it, only stammering. El Pami played on their psychology. "You don't have one, do you? If you had a way to deal with the boss, you wouldn't have fired the flare. Besides, let me be clear, our team consists of a 2-circle user and first circle user." As he spoke, a new circle appeared on Debo's arm, surprising even him. "Since when?" Then he laughed triumphantly. "What? I can do this?"
Ah, irreali aema ajanius.
El Pami didn't lift a finger, letting Debo kill all the monsters. He continued to press. "Doesn't your team only have 1 or 2 second circle users?" He was speechless. Unlike Ibiru's hesitation, Zebair wanted to settle immediately. "Wait! If you really act as bait, I'm willing to pay. But we didn't bring that much money with us." El Pami accepted the debt. "No problem. We'll collect the money after we escape. If we don't, we're just sacrifices. However," he set a condition. "Everyone here must agree." He urged them, "Decide now." The gate. The poison-mad mushroom was still tearing apart the remaining unfortunate souls. Suddenly, something rushed out from the bushes. A fire arrow aimed straight at it. The arrow hit the monster's head. That was El Pami's attack. He and Debo covered their mouths and noses, preparing for battle. "Debo, move as soon as the boss notices us." The teammates were still doubtful. "Is this really necessary?" Just as they spoke, the monster spotted the two of them. "It's charging." Both immediately ran. Its speed was no less than theirs, terrifying Debo. "Why is it so fast?" The two had lured the monster quite far from the gate. Taking advantage of that moment, the others quickly ran to escape. "Everyone, before the bait dies, activate the gate now." Zebair took command. Very quickly, they managed to activate all the gates. Everyone hurried to escape. "Hurry up! Back with the bait." The monster was still hot on their heels. Not only that, several small monsters were also waiting to pounce. Debo cursed in anger. "Damn it! Do you think I'm an easy target?" At the same time, he raised his fire axe. "Die!" One strike tore through all the small monsters. A giant behind him was opening its mouth to swallow him whole. Rockets and arrows pierced through, knocking it back. El Pami provided cover for him, without stopping. One more time, but the boss was no pushover. Dodged his arrows. Despite firing many arrows, it remained very agile, and nimbly evaded them. In an instant, it caught up. "Ah! It's about to catch us." The two ran straight toward a crevice in the forest. "Jump!" Both jumped straight down. The monster didn't want to let them go. It swiped its hands several times. "Hey, you piece of trash! Take this!" Debo shouted confidently. Right behind him was El Pami, waiting for that moment to aim a lethal arrow at it. Immediately, a massive explosion occurred. Both managed to jump into the river just in time to avoid its toxic gas. Debo cursed in anger. "That damn poison mushroom almost killed me." His whole body collapsed in exhaustion on the riverbank. With mucus constantly oozing around him, Debo exclaimed, "How is it so strong?" El Pami calmly wrung the water from his clothes. "Didn't you hear? It's a boss. To kill it, we need better preparation." These words left Debo stunned. He blurted out, "You say that as if we can actually kill it. Did I hear you right?" El Pami remained perfectly calm. "You heard correctly." Debo screamed, "Are you kidding me?" He reminded his teammate. "What's wrong with you? Didn't we come here to hunt the boss from the start?" Debo replied, "Because I didn't know it was the poison-mad mushroom. Don't you know any retreat tactics? Once the gate is exited, it can't be used a second time." El Pami was indifferent. "I know." The sight of the poison mushroom still terrified Debo. "Shouldn't we escape since we finished our duty as bait? If the rocket couldn't kill it, what else can?" El Pami persuaded him. "The situation has changed. With the competition gone, this is a free meal and a bonus. Isn't it perfect? What's wrong? Are you planning to breach the contract?" His question left Debo speechless. He flatly denied it. "I wasn't planning to, but you have to give me an extra bonus." El Pami agreed without hesitation. "Of course." Debo asked for the plan. "Boss, if both melee and ranged attacks are useless, how do we kill it?" "I'm not going to sacrifice my life for something impossible." He wondered if there was any way to kill it. A glowing red gate appeared. A group of exhausted people ran out, making those outside suspicious. "They're out already?" Still a 40-person gate. That was fast. Abyss asked the newcomers, "Zebair, what's the situation? It seems a few people are missing." Zebair was helpless. "We failed. Dolan's team was wiped out. Elpami is still inside. We only escaped because they acted as bait. As for the boss of this gate, we were completely powerless against it. Abyss was surprised and let out a sound. He sneered. So you couldn't do anything except run away? Zebair explained. The boss is the notorious poison mad mushroom. We had no choice. After grasping the situation, Abyss turned and ordered the group. Move out! Zebair was stunned. Abyss, wait! Elpami's team hasn't come out yet. The gate is still active, so they might still be alive. He said coldly. They won't survive. It's only a matter of time. You said yourself the boss is the poison mad mushroom. If you want to wait, go ahead. I don't have time. Abyss cursed inwardly. Useless fools. It's just their own bad luck. A two-circle user taking down the poison mad mushroom is impossible, that's for sure. But average adventurers are too useless to me. The kind of person I want is someone who can overcome things like this. Someone who can turn the impossible into the possible. Inside the gate, Elpami proceeded with his plan. Let the hunt begin. He drew a massive fire bow, standing tall on the mountain peak. A flash of light sparked, and the arrow shot from the string, piercing through space. Elpami knew this boss was faster and tougher than before, and it used poison. It was best to keep his distance and overwhelm it with long-range attacks. But my current fire rockets aren't strong enough. However, using telekinetic control to spin the arrow at high speed will increase its penetration. This is something only I can use in Maple World, discovered after thinking of the left rotation spear. A skill that turns the impossible into the possible. The arrow was about to hit the mad mushroom's head, but it noticed, its hideous mouth letting out a furious roar. The arrow surged forward with terrifying power. But it missed the target, only grazing the abdomen. The mad mushroom shrieked in pain, its massive body staggering. Before it could counterattack, the arrow's momentum hadn't stopped. The surging thrust forced it to keep retreating. Elpami narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield. He noticed a part of the monster's body was pierced, revealing a hole with lingering sparks. It was only wounded in the arm, not a fatal blow. I wanted to pierce the head containing its core in one shot, but I seem to have missed slightly. This is starting to get troublesome. The mad mushroom was thoroughly enraged, poison gas billowing from its body. It moved extremely fast toward Elpami, who was far away. Once again an arrow was fired, but it still didn't hit. Elpami thought, using the left rotation spear while it's moving is difficult. I must finish this before it climbs up here. The boss kept rushing toward him, leaving behind the fire arrows that couldn't touch it. Opened its hideous mouth, bristling with sharp teeth. Elpami ordered Debo, who was lying in ambush nearby. Do it! He received the order and pulled the rope tight. Debo covered his nose, continuously pulling the trap set beforehand. The rope gradually tightened. The boss tripped and fell face-first onto the ground. The fall was so heavy that mud and dirt erupted violently. Its entire body slowly rose from the muddy swamp. Elpami stood like a god atop the mountain, looking down at its pathetic state. He gripped the bow tightly in his hand. The boss roared in a mad frenzy. A cold voice rang out. Hey, you filthy, stupid mushroom. A blade slashed directly into its central brain. Debo had joined forces with him to attack that mad mushroom. He held the hilt of the blade firmly in his hand, looking at the boss covered in wounds. He gloated. Finally, I can breathe. The air is so fresh. Shall we play around for a bit? Debo held the blade, preparing for close combat with the boss. Elpami thought, that's enough conditions met. The goal was to lure it to the swamp to neutralize its power. This will ensure the prey's strongest weapon is neutralized. Below, Debo kept taunting. What's wrong? Are you annoyed because the holes on your face are clogged? Immediately, Debo swung his blade at the poison mushroom. The blade tore through the air with a brilliant flame. My condolences! Poured all his strength into this attack. The tip of the blade stabbed deep into its body, causing the poison inside to surge outward. Debo attacked continuously without rest. Cold, sharp slash cut through the mad mushroom's body. The mad mushroom was knocked down. Luring it here wasn't just to block its vents. A sticky swamp is the worst place for agile monsters like this. At that moment, Elpami's left rotation spear shot forward, carrying a fatal strike. Spearhead flew like a lightning bolt, spiraling directly into the boss's body. Pierced through the tough outer shell, continuously drilling deep inside. A large explosion erupted in the middle of the swamp, throwing up mud and a thick cloud of dust. Debo looked through the thick smoke, his voice full of doubt. Is it dead yet? But as the smoke cleared, he realized, damn it, it's too tough. Elpami quickly shouted, aim for the core, it's right near the head. Without hesitation, Debo immediately swung the blade tied to a rope and threw it at the boss. I got it! The blade tip cut through the air, landing precisely in the middle of the monster's head. But that exact moment, its giant arm reached up and grabbed the blade tightly. Debo stared in shock at the scene before him. It gently but powerfully yanked the rope, pulling him backward toward the front. But right then, El Pami acted in time. He raised his hand, concentrating his power. He controlled a massive log, sending it flying toward the boss. Debo quickly grabbed the wood, using the momentum from the branch to turn the tide. The boss was pushed back, losing its balance at the crucial moment. Debo didn't miss the chance. He twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick. That kick was aimed straight at the boss's head. The heavy impact made it stagger, its entire body swaying as if about to collapse. Taking the opportunity, he retrieved the spear and landed cleanly on a giant tree trunk. The entire swamp seemed to tremble at this coordinated attack. The boss approached step by step again. El Pami acted once more, swung his hand with great power. The force descending from above made even the boss wary. Right when it was in a state of confusion, Debo raised his blade, preparing to send it to the afterlife with one strike. But the boss wasn't easy to handle. It quickly detected the attack. His hand with sharp claws swung out in defense. Reached out desperately in one direction. Debo took the chance to swing his blade and sever its arm. His eyes flashed with fearless determination. An arrow tore through the wind, and its head was blasted off. El Pami acted once more. He swung his hand out. Force descending from above made even the boss wary. Right when it was in a state of confusion, Debo raised his blade, preparing to send it to the afterlife with one strike. But the boss wasn't easy to handle. It quickly detected it. Hand with sharp claws swung out. It reached out desperately in one direction. Debo took the chance to swing his blade and sever its arm. His eyes flashed with fearless determination. An arrow tore through, and its head was blasted off. Boss wailed piteously as its heavy head fell into the swamp. Its body became motionless because it had lost its head. Debo breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up to his teammate. El Pami's face was filled with relief and satisfaction, but his eyes widened in disbelief. Despite losing its head, the mushroom was still preparing to attack Debo from behind. His teammate was suddenly punched aside by it. His entire body sank into the mud. The boss stood arrogantly in the swamp, challenging him. El Pami raised his spear again. He thought, how is this possible? I already blew its head off. The left rotation spear fired once more. Smoke rose from the swamp. The boss still stood tall, spitting poison toward El Pami. He dealt with it while wondering what he had missed. Its headless body leaped up. With lightning speed, the mad mushroom crawled quickly along the cliffside. Soon it had crawled close to where El Pami was standing. He thought he only had one fire rocket left and couldn't afford to waste it. Seeing how persistent it was, Debo gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! He surged up from the swamp and said furiously, You've really pissed me off now. The blade swung once more, chasing after that thing that was as persistent as a leech. Just as the mad mushroom was about to reach its goal, Debo's blade pinned it firmly to the cliff. Its parts were sliced off, falling into the swamp. Debo thought he had defeated it and gloated, Take this! He gasped in shock as he saw the boss still advancing with only half a body. What? His shout echoed through the forest. Boss, it's dangerous. El Pami fired a fire rocket, but it managed to dodge. At this moment, its true head emerged from the cut below its neck. Its glowing red eyes stared intently at him. Staring into its blood-red eye, El Pami held his weapon and asked coldly, Is this your real head? Below. Debo was stunned. A signal flare? Was that just a feint earlier? Now he truly raised his spear. Left rotation spear fired a direct hit into the boss's true head. Only then was it truly blasted down into the swamp. The left rotation spear drilled deep into its head and pierced straight through the boss's body. El Pami stood on the mountain peak, looking down majestically at the exploded mad mushroom. Debo was stunned by the grand spectacle right before his eyes. He cheered, It's finally over. When finished, El Pami pulled him back up to the mountain peak. Landing safely, he sighed, I thought I was a goner. Both stood in silence, looking at the swamp below covered in purple poison smoke. Debo asked to be sure, Is it all over? He replied, Yeah. He encouraged his teammate, You did well, Debo. We'll collect the mana stones once the poison dissipates. But he still looked warily in one direction. This boss was really tough. Its upper half suddenly lunged above their heads. Something glowing red shone inside its perforated body. Poison smoke billowed out along with it. Surrounded by purple smoke, Debo suddenly let out a strange laugh. Outside, Abyss had returned to the office. Rockin laughed loudly. You just left like that? Your temper hasn't changed at all. He replied, I'm very sorry. We should have let the Cygnus Knights. Knock sounded from outside, and Abyss said irritably, I told you not to disturb us. Go away. Person outside didn't care and opened the door. I'm coming in. Abyss was furious. What? Who dares? The person who just entered made him freeze. El Pami announced, I have returned. Seeing him, Rockin smiled with great interest. He muttered while looking at El Pami. How interesting. Rockin asked mockingly. Hey Abyss, what's this? Did someone rise from the grave? He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, I am Rockin. You're El Pami, right? Your survival skills are just as the rumors say. You are exactly who Gaffer needs. He replied modestly. You flatter me, sir. This attitude pleased Rockin. Very good. I like your polite manner. I'll only ask one question. Can you demonstrate that ability at the 100-person gate? El Pami pondered upon hearing this proposal. He replied softly. That would be difficult. That indifferent attitude displeased Rockin. Abyss barked. How dare you speak to him like that? Do you think I gave you the adventurer title, so you could pick and choose missions? Don't forget that you're still heavily in debt. Rockin asked again with interest. Even so, it's not impossible, is it? I don't like beating around the bush. I'll change the question. He asked directly. What do you want? At the tavern, after hearing him out, Debo choked and spat out all the beer he had just drunk. Exclaimed. What? 5 million meso per person? That's 10 million meso for two. That's too much. Seeing his cold expression, he said awkwardly, Sorry, but isn't that too greedy? They'll refuse. This is the first big mission in a long time. El Pami said indifferently. That's not my concern. They will be the ones to decide. Bo worried. Making such a mess and then acting so nonchalant. If we fail, Abyss will blacklist us. Someone stepped up from behind. You seem quite calm. Unlike us who feel like we're about to die. Hearing Iburu, Debo slammed the table. What? Is this how you repay us for saving your lives? Come with me. Forget the ranks. Let's settle this. The whole group suddenly bowed, sincerely apologizing to the two. Iburu repented. For doubting your skills as an adventurer, I feel deeply ashamed. I'm truly sorry to both of you. He handed a bag of money to Debo. Here is the 1.5 million meso promised for the 30 people. Debo was stunned. Huh? Thanks, but we don't need it. El Pami said calmly. Our agreement was for 1.5 million meso. I only do work worth the pay. You don't need to thank me. I'm saying this so you don't misunderstand. Seeing his aloofness, both Iburu and Zebair were stunned. Debo muttered. Humph. What a letdown. Now I guess I'll just sit and count the money. El Pami took notice of him. Hey, you pirate. Your name is Iburu, right? What about you? Can you get the job done? Abyss in Rockin's room hurriedly exclaimed. No way. 10 million meso is the pay for a rank 3 or 4 adventurer. Even if he's the best, accepting this would set a bad precedent. He might just be testing the waters. It's best to call him back to renegotiate the pay. Rockin asked coldly. Do you really think so? Well, even if he asked for double, it wouldn't be excessive. Abyss was shocked. What? Rockin handed a paper to Abyss. Read this. He took it suspiciously. This is. It stated that only El Pami's group would represent the Gaffer Association. He thought, what can just 2 people do? The more he read, the more unbelievable it became. Is this for real? Rockin said nonchalantly. If it weren't real, I'd be in big trouble. I spent a fortune to get this information. Abyss panicked. Demon King Damien? If this is true. Rockin put his pen down and said slowly, Don't be mistaken, Abyss. War has begun. The sky remains peaceful and blue, regardless of the state of the world. Groups of adventurers set up tents right at the foot of the gate. They gathered together around makeshift campfires. A conversation echoed. I didn't expect them to actually accept those terms. It was Debo's voice. El Pami stopped him. Don't get overexcited. Stay focused. He replied, Don't worry. I'm a seasoned adventurer now. The badge gleamed on El Pami's chest. The others all cast wary glances at them. Everyone showed clear signs of hostility in their eyes. Bo also noticed the atmosphere. Oh, there are some new faces. An adventurer took the initiative to greet them. You're from the Gaffer Association, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Sulian, E-rank from the Janus Association.
Pelaitli replied, Se rank adventure, El Pami.
Sulian was surprised. What? C-rank? I thought only first and second circles were allowed due to restrictions. How could a C-rank possibly? Before he could finish being shocked, A voice rang out, "Hey, make some room." Kiri arrogantly ordered Sulian. "I have business with that guy." He clicked his tongue and asked, "Are they going with those people?" Elpami also coldly observed his opponent. Flashing back to the past, in Abyss's office, he asked, "Why do I have to do this?" He replied, "Just follow the request. Don't ask so many questions. Gaffer Merchant Association will cooperate with the Cygnus Knights in this great gate. Follow Empress Cygnus. The Cygnus Knights, symbols of strength, are starting to take an interest in this gate." Abyss explained that other associations had filled the spots, so they were partnering with them. Even if they're just trainees, the success rate will be higher. Although they have other motives for joining the Great Gate, the offer isn't bad, so both sides will cooperate. He sighed. "Understood. If it's just cooperation, it's not hard." Abyss reminded him, "Don't think this will be easy. I feel like there's something off about them." Back in the present, the girl introduced herself. "I am Kiri, leader of the Cygnus trainees. Don't think we're on the same level just because of some pleasantries. I don't want trouble, so just follow orders." Debo was annoyed. "What's with her attitude?" She frowned and asked, "Are you two the only ones from the Gaffer Association?" He replied, "Seems so." Kiri suddenly looked disappointed. "Has Gaffer given up?" Their footsteps were approaching. First was the Dick Merchant Association, Nakas's team. Next was the group from the Media Association, Kibos's team. Debo grew tense seeing the elites from the merchant associations. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Another team arrived just in time. It was the Goldraki Merchant Association with the three Natasha sisters. The badges on their chests emitted a shimmering light. Kiri glanced sideways. "Keep acting smug." Longu spoke up. "Everyone is here. Welcome, we are the guards for this raid. We will provide support when you exit the Great Gate. Though you've likely heard this from your associations, I will repeat it once more. Any legendary items found will belong to the merchant associations. Not you. You will be paid as agreed. At least be glad you get to keep the mana stones." He continued to warn, "If you are caught red-handed trying to hide an item, you will have to face our B-rank adventurer team." On his muscular arms, circles of power were tightly wound. Debo keenly counted 5 circles. "All of them? Really that strong?" Longu declared. "Announcement over. Everyone may enter now." Kiri volunteered. "Follow me. I'll take the lead. We will definitely succeed." Seeing her aggressive stance, Debo was surprised. "What's wrong with her? Do we really have to work with someone like that?" El Pami remained deep in thought. "Finally! All my efforts have been for this great gate, a place I never experienced in my past life. I must succeed, because everything starts here." He stepped into the gate. "Let's go." Debo grumbled and followed. "Don't come crying to me later. I'm not backing out." A dazzling red door appeared, transporting them into a new space. The sunset glow covered a vast field of reeds. The guide ordered, "Everyone, follow me." Debo looked at the grass taller than his head and exclaimed, "Oh, why is the grass so tall?" Kiri reminded him, "Do you think we're on a tour? Don't fall behind." The attitude annoyed him. "Boss, are we really letting them treat us like this? Those bastards." El Pami suddenly knelt down, listening to sounds from the ground. Debo asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Vibrations echoed from the ground in the distance. Debo looked warily at the dust clouds at the end of the field. "I think I hear something." A massive herd of wild boars was charging aggressively toward them. "Ribbon pigs?" Someone panicked. "There must be thousands of them here." Kiri quickly shouted, "What are you doing? Scatter now. Other groups haven't finished entering yet. It's an unwritten rule not to lure monsters toward the gate." Crowds scattered because of the herd. El Nido Association. "This way." "No, we're going this way." They split into 2 directions just before the herd of boars arrived. Boars saw them as delicious prey and pursued them relentlessly. Kiri ordered, "Good. Lure them to an obstacle and then take them down." But a subordinate warned, "Lady Kiri, there's a problem. The Gaffer Association people have disappeared." Kiri screamed, "What?" Contrary to that chaos, Debo's side was very relaxed. "It's quite breezy here. I think we can relax now. But how did you guess the ribbon pigs would charge?" He replied, "In my experience, herds of beasts often pass through grasslands like this. Ribbon pigs average 2 meters in length and are violent monsters. They usually travel in herds of hundreds or even thousands. Though tough, they aren't impossible to hunt. The other associations are the same. They just want to avoid fighting to save their strength. Because no one knows what monsters we'll face next. Things won't end with just a few ribbon pigs. Before I returned, the Sleepywood raid at the 100-person gate failed, and all adventurers perished." Debo saw El Pami lost in thought and asked, What are you thinking about so deeply? His foot accidentally tripped over a preset rope. His eyes flashed with surprise. Luckily, El Palmi saved him just before the spike trap collapsed. What was that? Looking at the spike trap ahead, El Palmi said calmly, "It's a trap." He asked in disbelief. Who would create something like this? Accidentally, a second trap was triggered. A giant wooden spike suddenly lunged at an adventurer. But he swung his blade, and a flash of light erupted. The trap was sliced in half in a single strike. He said coldly, "Childish." Another member reported, "I've cleared it. This should be the last one." Nakas reminded the Mechanic Association members, "Don't let your guard down, you small fry." Carefully observed everything in the forest. Even a small trap can be lethal. They mimic human hunting methods, proving they aren't ordinary monsters. If they're this smart, they must be goblins. They're much tougher, on par with bosses in Sigmund. One can imagine the difficulty of this great gate is very high. Everyone would die a miserable death without a high-caliber adventurer like me. Nakas decided, "Take advantage of this situation, follow me." He ordered the crowd, "Hey, don't miss a single thing." Just as he turned around, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a head fall to the ground. Countless others were attacked by hidden weapons, their heads falling. Nakas himself could only gasp, "What?" and lost his life instantly. His headless body slumped heavily to the ground. A mysterious figure said, "Keep running your mouth thinking you're so great." Elsewhere, someone realized the plot. Using ribbon pigs to distract those entering the Great Gate. I don't know whose idea it was, but it benefits us. A perfect opportunity to begin. That was William sitting behind the bushes. He exclaimed, "What a pain! It's unavoidable since time is tight. Shall we begin?" Members of the other associations all stood frozen. They tried to move, but their strength failed them. William reminded them, "You can't move. This is magic." For at least the next 30 minutes. The girl asked with difficulty, "Why are you doing this?" He exclaimed with interest, "Impressive, you can still speak while enchanted? Truly a Natasha." He decisively stabbed her in the stomach, sending her to her death. "Since you seem dangerous, I'll eliminate you immediately." The others in the Three Sister Association trembled in fear at the sight. William looked at the corpse and wondered, "Why am I doing this?" That's a hard question to answer. His eyes flashed with danger. The magic-infused spear pointed at the remaining two girls. "Let's put it this way so it's easy to understand." He laughed hideously. "Everything is for the black mage." A bright red rocket reflected in the victim's eyes. Both survivors were blasted into fragments. The entire space was submerged in a blur of flesh and blood. William mused, "It just keeps dragging on. I really just wanted to be a bit lazy." In the past, Evoke, William's master, had summoned him. William knelt. "Yes, I am here." Evoke's voice was gloomy. "We have been silently waiting for this moment, hiding and building our strength all this time. Finally, it's time to reap the rewards of our efforts." William was loyal. "I will not disappoint you." Evoke handed him a feather attached to a hidden weapon. "Take this. It's a gift that person gave me. I do not accept failure. Having received that, I can't work half-heartedly anymore." William left to find new prey. "No other way. I have to get serious." Night fell at the camp inside the gate. The gatekeeper monsters were all focused on performing their duties. Each took a patrol position to protect the camp from intruders. El Palmi and Debo were hiding in a secluded spot to observe them. Debo stared wide-eyed at the monsters. "What the hell are they?" asked. "Are those all bosses?" He replied, "I already explained. There's only one boss among them. Not just the numbers, even the small monsters are very strong with high HP. Seeing them loot the dead, a confrontation will be very troublesome. Because some of them can use items to activate skills." Debo was terrified after hearing that. "What? That's a whole group. You want the two of us to kill them all?" El Palmi said nonchalantly. "That's right." Debo trembled. "What are you saying? We can't do it. Let's go back and join Kiri's group." He countered. "Didn't you want to split from the group?" Debo regretted. "I didn't know these monsters were here then. I'm telling you, I'm not fighting with just two people." The monsters were patrolling the forest, so they immediately went silent. A monster warily observed its surroundings. Suddenly sensing danger from behind, it immediately turned its head to look. Debo swung his blade in a strike, but quickly managed to dodge. He shouted, "Seriously, did he do that on purpose? I don't want to go solo." The monster threw a powerful punch toward Debo. He dodged and forcefully slammed the hilt of his blade deep into the ground. Then he used the momentum to flip backward. Thanks for watching the video. Debo gripped the hilt tightly and landed nimbly on the ground. Next was a sequence of chasing and attacking. He tried to evade, but there was no escape. Debo was still hit by one of the monster's punches. He angrily swung his blade to strike it. "Shut up, you idiot!" The next blow came, and Debo took the initiative in the fierce battle. The giant monster fell heavily to the ground. Debo swung his blade, concentrating power into the edge. He leaped high into the air, delivering a downward strike to the monster's back. But the strike missed and hit the ground. The monster had nimbly dodged. It swung its fist to retaliate against the one who dared to ambush it. A punch swung forward, and Debo was sent flying back. He gritted his teeth and resisted. "Seriously, won't this ever end?" The monster bared its fangs and continued to swing its fists. Luckily, Debo managed to dodge to the side in time. His footsteps gradually shifted direction. But that direction was no different from walking into a trap. His head was gripped tightly by the monster, and Debo's entire body was slammed onto the ground. The torture wasn't over. The monster still grabbed his head and lifted him up. To escape the critical situation, Debo used the tip of his blade to strike hard against its jaw. In pain, it was forced to let go. Seizing the opportunity, Debo retreated from the melee range. Refusing to let himself rest, he lunged forward like the wind. Facing Debo's descending attack, the monster roared and raised its fist toward him. The quiet forest suddenly became chaotic. The monster returned to Mother Earth. It turned out El Palmy had saved Debo in time, but he was still grumpy. "I didn't expect you to jump in and help me," he replied. "It seems you didn't need help. You're more confident now." Debo was still angry. "What confidence? I'm just questioning my life more. If this place is full of monsters then." At that point he stopped and looked ahead. His voice hesitated. What is this?" Corpses were scattered ahead. Weren't they all from the Cygnus Knights? How could this be? One who was still alive let out a faint groan. Debo reminded him, "Boss, there's still a survivor over there." Palmy stepped forward and asked, "What happened? Were you defeated by goblins?" Pitten, a member of the Cygnus Knights, gritted his teeth. "No, it was a trap." Abyss, back in his room, was also stunned by this information. He exclaimed, "No way!" Pitten continued, "There are people attacking adventurers inside the Great Gate, because no one knows what happens inside. This place is perfect for committing a crime, because when the gate disappears, the evidence goes with it. But this is a competition where no one wins. The few survivors must conquer a difficult gate while exhausted. Even if they succeed, they won't escape outside suspicion." Abyss thought to himself, to eliminate key members of other guilds? Not convincing, as getting caught would start a war. The guilds wouldn't risk that. There must be a mastermind behind this. Inside the gate, Debo also found it hard to believe. "No way, boss." El Palmy spoke of Kiri. "I don't see that woman anywhere." He punched the ground in regret. "Damn it! It's my fault. How could I let an enemy hide in our ranks? Why would Lady Kiri do such a thing?" El Palmy wondered. "I don't understand. Isn't she a member of the Cygnus Knights?" He was dazed. "I find it hard to believe too, but thinking back, I now understand the reasons for the orders she gave at the entrance." Before it all ended, Lady Kiri herself said, "Lady Kiri, she is a follower of the Black Mage." Debo was shocked. The Black Mage? Black Mage is one of the Transcendents. The Black Mage and his subordinates once threatened Maple World 800 years ago. 6 heroes rose up in resistance, and the situation changed when the Black Mage and the heroes were sealed. The Allied forces counterattacked, causing the followers to fall into a panic, leading to their complete disappearance. Anyone in Maple World remembers that event. Debo still couldn't believe it. A follower of the Black Mage? No way. El Palmy reminded him. "This isn't the time for hunting. We have to go find her. Are you coming with us? Prepare yourself for a confrontation when we find Kiri." Pitten's eyes flashed with determination. "That's exactly what I want." In the silent night, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Kiri nimbly moved forward. Her eyes lit up when she saw William. He took the initiative to greet her. "I've been waiting for you." Beside him was his full group of accomplices. He spoke. "Lady Kiri, it seems you've fought those ribbon pigs. Your separation made the plan easier, and now we've reached the final stage. By the way, what do you think of the gift we gave you?" Kiri pointed her sword at them and asked, "Who are you people?" From Debo's side, a concerned voice asked, "If it hurts too much, we can slow down. The boss has already gone ahead." "Thanks, I'm fine." Debo comforted him. "Don't worry, the boss is great at tracking. We'll meet again soon." His face flashed with treachery. "I understand." A dangerous aura radiated. "That's great then." Contrary to the peaceful glow of the sunset, Kiri powerfully charged to attack the Black Mage's henchman. The sound of clashing blades turned the scene into chaos. William praised her. Impressive? Or is this just business as usual for a Cygnus captain? But let's see how long you can hold out. Kiri did not back down either. She performed a formation called the Rising Sun. Her opponent didn't think much of it, shouting, "Stop showing off!" A skillful sword strike knocked that arrogant girl back. Before collapsing, she only, "Please subscribe to the channel to support." Thanks for watching the video. Kiri let out an exhausted breath. He coldly threatened, "If you don't want to die here, reveal your purpose immediately." One man ordered, "So noisy, what are you all doing? Kill her." The subordinates rushed in to gang up on her. They shouted in unison, "Die!" Something blurred through the field of reeds. The subordinates were all torn apart by a mysterious power. The leader's jaw dropped in disbelief. Kiri escaped danger and frowned at the other person. "You!" Debo's figure appeared, imposing and majestic. Back to before, when Debo encouraged Pitten. "Don't worry, the boss is great at tracking. We'll meet again soon." "I understand." Pitten immediately made his move as he exclaimed, "That's great then." Gleefully gripped his opponent's neck, gloating, "Give her my regards when you meet her." But this brat was no match for an experienced man like him. He was slammed aside by Debo. El Palmi coldly watched him scream, "My God! My hand! My hand!" Debo still didn't understand. "Boss, what's going on?" He only said to him, "You've disappointed me. Is this what you do after I gave you a chance?" Pitten's eyes looked at him with terror. "I'm sorry, but..." Before finishing him, El Palmi only said one thing, "I never trusted you from the start." Returning to the present, William stepped forward and said, "How strange, an uninvited guest has arrived." A subordinate reported, "Lord William. He's from the Gaffer Association. If he's alive, it means..." William interrupted, "I know. That coward who didn't even dare to commit suicide couldn't even handle this. I gave him a chance to atone for letting Kiri escape. How troublesome, since you two look quite strong. So our most elite warriors have all charged forward." Seeing Debo ready for battle, Kiri worried, "Watch out, those bastards are..." He replied, "I know." Debo's face was full of confidence. "They're perverts, right?" Kiri frowned helplessly. "Are you?" William ordered. "Let's settle this quickly." Debo asked Kiri, "Can you handle one? I'll take care of the rest." She warned, "Don't underestimate them." A cyclone slash was unleashed, making the others wary. Long Ko struggled to kneel to one side. Debo gloated, "Strong, aren't I? That's one down." Before he finished, his opponent counterattacked, "Penetration!" Debo nimbly dodged to the side before the flaming arrow rushed in. Seeing him dodge it, she felt very annoyed. Coordinating with her was a man sneak attacking Debo from behind. How cowardly. Debo's eyes froze. A sensation of pain gradually spread. His back had been struck by a blade. Seeing Debo's back drenched in blood, the man regretted, "It only grazed him?" He swung his sword again. "I'll send you to heaven soon." He leaped high, his sword tip locking onto the target below. Kiri stopped him just in time, shouting, "Blockhead, what are you doing?" While he wasn't paying attention, Debo was already right behind him. His eyes reflected a bright red light. A single blade strike came down, finishing him off for good. The next one rushed forward. "What else? I'm just playing along with the game." Debo flexibly dodged each sharp wave of power cutting through. He swung his blade, and the next man was sent flying into a corner. Debo stomped his foot, creating a slight tremor in the ground. The other man struggled to hold his ground. What kind of power is this?" Another comrade was sent flying, slamming hard into his back. William sighed. "How disappointing." Kiri also took down each man beautifully. She sneered, "William, you..." Jero was humiliated and speechless. "You," William said coldly. "I can't let this farce continue any longer. Enough. We've wasted enough time." Seeing him pull out a spear like El Palmi's, Debo realized in shock. Rocket? When it launched, Debo couldn't dodge in time. It was even faster than the boss's rocket.
A massive explosion érupted.
William arrogant. "Distracted because you recognize this? My rocket is on a different level. You can't dodge it. Over. Now let's continue conquering the gate." But he suddenly fell silent, unable to say another word. As the fire faded, El Palmi's proud figure appeared. Debo stood beside him, completely unharmed. El Palmi's eyes flashed with sharpness. He asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" El Palmi pointed into the distance. He announced, "You have more visitors." Giant frost boars rushed out from the grass right next to them. They gasped when they saw the visitors he mentioned. Countless boars appeared with a rumble. A frost boar opened its jagged mouth and charged. But its massive body collapsed right in front of William. He was furious. "You're bold, throwing these at us and running away?" ordered Jarrow. He hurried. "I'm sorry, Master William." His side was also littered with frost boar corpses. "I just finished this side," William said in a low voice. "No time to regroup. Chase him immediately." The subordinates replied in unison, "Yes." He thought to himself, "If they escape the gate. Oh God. This situation is starting to give me a headache. He's really annoying. Something strange about him." A subordinate reported, "Master William, there are footprints here." William ordered Jarrow, "If you see the cloaked one, hold him, I'll handle it myself." Jarrow wondered, "Is that necessary? I know I shouldn't speak, but he's not ordinary." He said coldly, "Do you know who you're worrying about? In this gate, no one can be stronger than me." Elpami's group moved to a lush green forest. Debo laughed. "Did you see their faces? I wonder how they survived those boars." Elpami wasn't happy. "They don't die that easily. Watch your step. There are traps here." Debo curious. "I'm being careful, but why didn't you finish them off? You hit their weak spot." Elpami replied, "Because he's stronger than me." The answer surprised Debo. "What?" He thought to himself, "That rocket." The scene from earlier replayed in his mind. His rocket, in terms of speed and power, was much stronger than his own. When he fired a rocket to counter, his rocket was torn apart by his opponents. His eyes were filled with disbelief at that moment. His projectile had never missed its trajectory, yet it did nothing to him. Debo forced a smile. "Oh, come on. How could he be stronger than you? Stop joking." Elpami was honest. "Joking? Why would I do that?" Debo panicked. "So we're actually running away?" He pulled his sleeve down slightly. The circle on his hand appeared. It seemed to have expanded to its limit. Depending on the expansion level, the same magic would have a power difference. At the peak of the second circle, I should be as strong as him. However, his power is beyond my understanding. I'm sure he also has 2 circles and found a way to enhance his skills. To be fair, he's the strongest adventurer in the gate right now. Debo couldn't believe it. "No way." Debo worried. "So what do we do?" "Try the elf tactic." Elpami replied. "No, elves are different from frost boars. They'll notice and fight back." Kiri interrupted. "Wait, what are you saying? Do you even grasp the current situation? The important thing is that black mage devotees are hiding in the Cygnus group. This is information that decides the fate of Maple World. We must escape quickly. We should give up on conquering this gate." Elpami replied, making her frown. "That's meaningless." Debo still didn't understand. "Huh." Kiri angry. "As expected, I know you were a slave, but don't tell me you're still chasing that meager reward?" He questioned. "So what if we expose them? You think that's the best way? Don't underestimate them. These devotees have been hiding for hundreds of years. Exposing them is just trimming the branches. We need to dig up the roots. If they hide, no one will find them and they will erode this world." This truth made Kiri feel extremely furious. He shouted, "This won't do, that won't work. What the hell do you want to do? If you're not helping, don't talk nonsense. We're being hunted, we must leave here immediately." He interrupted. "We must find them as quickly as possible. Let's see who the real hunter is." The forest was filled with peace. But that scene didn't last long when rapid footsteps sounded. Sulian and his gang were searching for the 2. He ordered, "Find them now. If they escape the gate, our heads will." Before he finished, Debo ambushed him.
E proactiveli grata Sulean. E.
He staggered and knelt, ducking to dodge Debo's blade. The minions surrounded Debo. "You fools, are you seeking death? This time I'll definitely kill you." As soon as he finished, the rope wrapped around the giant tree snapped. It was the trap Debo's group set. It slammed hard into one of them. It was Kiri who cut that rope. Debo didn't give them a chance to counterattack. He swung his blade. "You think you're relaxed enough to look elsewhere?" Before the blade fell, Sulian rushed forward. "Die!" Debo tilted his head. The blade grazed him by a hair's breadth. He gasped in shock. "What?" Debo didn't let him speak further, delivering an uppercut that sent him falling backward. He dropped the blade. Empty-handed, Debo punched him like a punching bag. He even gifted him a few kicks. A straight punch to the face made Sulian bleed fresh blood. Another woman took advantage of Debo's opening to prepare an assassination arrow. But her dream was shattered when Kiri was already behind her. She only managed to say, "What is?" A kick made her collapse to the ground. Greeting her next was the opponent's sharp blade. Kiri swung her blade with full force. She could only swing her sword to block and hold on. Kiri closed in. You shouldn't look away like that. Trash. I'm very annoyed right now. Light filtered through the canopy, shining on the ground. William limped along with his spear, guessing. Looks like they've started. I'm also curious. Both spears are ablaze. Well, shall we begin? William quickly creates his fire rocket. Both spears are ablaze. Well, shall we begin? William quickly creates his fire rocket. Pommy does the same. William's fire rocket flies straight at him. Facing the intense firepower, he dodges to the side just in time. His eyes shine with determination. Pommy also launches a fire rocket toward his opponent. Man is so excited his pupils look like they might fall out. Wonderful!
A violente explosion érupte.
He raises his hand to block the heat from the blast. Thick black smoke rises. Before Pommy can adjust, the black smoke rushes straight at him. As the sharp point nears his face, he realizes, stones. William takes advantage of his lowered guard, his voice echoing from behind. Is that all? He fires a rocket, and the entire space lights up in a blazing fire. The flames sweep through a corner of the forest. But Pommy's silhouette gradually emerges from the raging fire. He appears completely unharmed. Opposite him, William is thrilled. You just dodged that? Surprising, though I was sure you didn't have the strength to block it. How did you do it? It seems you're not the talkative type. Fine, we can't really chat while fighting anyway. Then I'll force you to open your mouth. Despite the man's rambling, he remains very brief. The rotation spear confronts him head-on. This technique shocks him. Is he using telekinetic control to redirect the arrow? It's like a drill piercing through my magic. I've never seen anything like this. His move clearly overwhelms the opponent. William finds it hard to believe. Unbelievable, you're enhancing skills with telekinetic control. I see you're the one they call a genius, right? That's the type of person I hate most. So, shall we do something more interesting? Show me what you can do. To satisfy him, his powerful fist swings forward. Gathers rocks and earth to block the opponent's fire rocket. But it is still pierced right through by the rocket. The man gloats. What are you doing? Only know how to play hide and seek. The hand continues to reach out. William bends low to dodge the rocket, stunned. Since when? Pommy remains silent, focusing his strength into his palm. The fire rocket grazes the opponent's face once more. He struggles to dodge each rocket that seems to have eyes as they rush in. Sweat pours down profusely. Counterattacks. Firing a rocket? Enough games! Pommy remains calm as the rocket rushes toward him. The left rotation spear is launched again like a drill. Two massive sources of power collide, creating a large explosion. William is smug, thinking his plan succeeded. You've finally used up both shots, haven't you? From his ring, green poisonous gas spreads in all directions. The toxic vapor clings to Pommy's face. The entire area is submerged in thick poisonous smoke. As the smoke gradually clears, the scene begins to appear blurry. He starts dancing again. The poison is useful, but it leaves you vulnerable when casting. He sneers in response. I can block your attacks if I force the rockets into a cooldown state. Now you won't be able to do anything for the next 10 minutes. My arrows are also on cooldown, so I'll finish you off with this dagger. Now comes my favorite part. I can't wait any longer. Eager to see the look of despair on your face. Will you tremble or cry? While William is lost in his delusions, Pommy throws a punch. He still hasn't realized the danger is imminent. By the time it's beyond saving, his eyes bulge in shock. His punch lands, caving in William's face. His expression becomes incredibly cold, and William is sent flying backward. Iburu once asked Debo, how did you do it? That day at the tavern, Iburu was anxious to know how to overcome the mad mushroom's poison. Debo replied nonchalantly, even if I used it, it would be useless, because it's not something you can just use. He calls it room, right? A skill using telekinesis to compress air. Iburu thought he misheard. Debo laughed. My boss is a genius at deception. Thus, William was badly fooled, leaving him no time to react. It could only serve as a punching bag for him to strike at will. Even with teeth falling out, he still tried to ask about the poison. Pommy gave him no chance to speak further, silencing him with another punch. He puts all his strength into his fist. William is in excruciating pain as he endures a rain of consecutive punches. He knocks him into a distant tree. The spear has been summoned. He grips his spear tightly. A stream of fire rockets is fired just as William manages to gasp out a breath. His body feels like it's about to shatter, golden flames reflecting in his eyes as the rocket pierces through him. Only the arm of that talkative man remains on the ground. Despite losing an arm, William still screams frantically with all his might. His poison spreads out again, covering the entire space. He reaches his hand forward. Blue light envelopes him, and the room skill is activated to trap the poison. He glances at him. He's pretending to be insane, but it's useless. Poison isn't working, so he's trying to get his staff back. Go ahead, I'll finish you now. Just then, a fireball flies in from behind him. His terrifying power blows away all obstacles. As the firepower closes in, El Pami realizes he's been ambushed. William had created a giant magic circle, using its power to fire a rocket at him. He screams, "You bastard! I'll tear you to pieces." A deep, long furrow is carved into the ground. El Pami coughs up a mouthful of blood in pain, secretly blaming himself for being too careless. I didn't expect him to have a fireball as a trump card. I wouldn't have made such a mistake before. More fireballs rush in, making him realize his performance has declined. The flare of fire is so bright that Debo in another area can sense it. Grabs Sudan's collar, calling out anxiously, "Boss!" Kiri's sword is also sweeping through all enemies. One has just been decapitated by her. She reminds Debo, "Finish it quickly. The enemy is too strong. He can't hold out alone." As soon as she finishes, an arrow pierces straight into Sudan's head. The sound of heavy, powerful footsteps echoes. Aggressive green goblins rush toward them. The leader is even equipped with a crossbow. Debo curses, "No wonder they haven't appeared until now." Kiri warns, "Focus, settle this quickly." Just then, a palanquin appears, carried submissively by other goblins. Debo continues as he sees the boss sitting majestically on the palanquin. And that strange guy too. The boss bares its fangs, looking at them with delight. On the other side, William sighs in the smoke. He's finally dead. Suddenly, he vomits a large amount of blood. He retches violently onto the ground. Strange blood veins spread across his face. William has been poisoned. He wants to know his opponent's name before dying. The name El Pami rings out as an answer to his request. Hearing this sound, he panics. Impossible! He steps out from the flames, coldly repeating, "Remember it well, because it's the last name you'll hear before you die." William laughs loudly. "You insect, your boasting is useless." El Pami interrupts. "I've given up. 2 circles aren't enough to catch you." He takes out a glowing orange stone. William is suspicious. "A mana stone? Are you crazy? You plan to rank up your circles with a mana stone? You need enlightenment through combat." A powerful aura surrounds El Pami as he admits, "Yes, experience and enlightenment." William gasps in shock, as another ring of thorns gradually appears on his hand. Total of 3 circles. "I have everything I need now." William attacks. "You're just a loudmouth die." 2 fire rockets are launched, and he just coldly observes everything. El Pami raises his spear high. Fire rocket. His move with ultimate power is unleashed. William uses a fireball to defend, but El Pami's hand reaches out again. A blazing drill appears, and William's eyes widen in terror at the sight of this move. The giant arrow rushes straight into his head. William only has time to let out a single scream before everything ends. The fire rocket carries his body and flies far away. Fire erupts violently throughout the forest, and El Pami coldly watches William's end. From the deep trench he created, a faint sound echoes. His body is burned to ashes. El Pami tells himself, "Ah, I forgot to ask his name." The giant footsteps of the green goblins crush the ground. They scatter and search throughout the forest. Kiri helps Debo hide behind a tree trunk. She thinks tensely, the situation is too bad. Recalling just now, Debo swung his axe and shouted, 16! 17! He counted each goblin that fell. Kiri, while resisting, thinks, how does he take down these monsters so easily? Debo laughs smugly. Easy as pie. I can read all you trash. A green goblin roars, throwing a massive punch. Debo takes a leap and jumps high into the air. From behind, he strikes down with his blade and counts 18. Before the blade can touch the monster's skin, a massive attack strikes. An entire area is submerged in an explosion. The goblin looks at him smugly. Kiri frowns, realizing, that is a fire rocket trajectory. She is startled to see a goblin mage holding a magic staff. Why does it have such a strong move? It even knows how to use items. This is too dangerous. I must hide until El Pami returns. I hope he's okay. Just then, a goblin's claws strike from behind. Fortunately, Kiri notices in time and grabs Debo to jump out of danger. The goblins relentlessly pursue the two of them. Kiri is blocked by one. It swings its blade up. She grips Debo's hand tightly, then throws him into the air. Taking advantage of that, she swings her sword and cuts the goblin in half. She catches Debo as he falls, muttering, "Annoying pests, if I fight them one by one, I can manage." Kiri alertly realizes danger is imminent. Another fireball is launched. Looking at the boss, she secretly wishes, if only that monster wasn't here. Another fireball is launched once more. Struggles to carry him and dodge to another spot. The entire space is lit up by the firepower. The boss growls softly with delight. In the thick smoke, a person's silhouette gradually appears. Debo has returned, standing tall to face the boss. Kiri collapses beside him and exclaims, "Bushy hair, you!" His face is filled with gloom. Without a word, Debo swings his blade and rushes forward. He faces off directly against countless aggressive goblins. Each one is sliced through by his blade as easily as mud. A cunning goblin ambushes Debo from behind. He slightly shifts his body to avoid the blow, leaving it stunned as if frozen. The boss launches another fireball, making everything explode in an instant. Kiri watches and exclaims, "No way!" Seeing Debo dive down from above the boss's head, she finds it hard to believe. Is he really first circle? Debo's eyes flash with fire as his blade swings down powerfully. When the blade is only centimeters from the boss's face, another fireball is launched. Kiri rushes to catch Debo as he is blown away. Fresh blood also pours from the boss's mouth. It growls angrily and repeatedly. Its eyes flash with lethality. The boss raises its spear high, creating a fire even more violent than before. Kiri swings her sword to shield Debo. "Get back! Let me handle this!" The fireball is launched by the boss toward them. However, a fire rocket flies in from somewhere. Strikes the goblin's technique directly. Cries out in confusion. Its body is enveloped in bright red flames. The violent power of the fire rocket tears the boss's body apart. Kiri's jaw drops, unable to explain this situation. It's Elpami who has appeared just in time. He is just as battered as they are, but still comforts them. "It seems I made it in time." Lonko waits outside for so long he starts yawning. He's bored because 4 days have passed without seeing them. He swears never to take a defense mission again. Suddenly, many people gather at the gate, surprising him. The gate's mouth glows red like a giant beast. Then it begins to shatter. Lonko jumps up and screams, "What?" The gate crumbles right in front of him. On the other side, Kiri gasps, "Go call a bishop quickly." Lonko runs over to ask about the situation. Lonko is stunned by the sight before him. Have they returned? He asks as he sees the 3 heavily injured people. Elpami startles awake from his unconsciousness. Lonko is already waiting and asks, "You're awake?" Elpami wonders where this place is. Lonko says coldly, "Only the 3 of you from the Gaffer Merchant Association returned alive." "What happened?" Elpami is shocked. "Only the 3 of us?" He clutches his wound. "I guessed as much. It seems everyone else is dead." Lonko threatens him. Elpami provides shocking information. "There was a demon." He is startled. "A demon?" He asks, "Lend me a pen and paper. I'll draw it for you to see." Lonko's face is full of disbelief after seeing the drawing. He narrows his eyes in thought. Scream echoes from the tent. "That's impossible." They argued because 100 aces failed in a red gate. No one believed they were defeated by monsters. Toriel, representative of the Sky Merchant Association, was indignant. "My cousin was also there." Lonko showed the drawing. "He's not lying. This is the boss of the 100-person gate." They exclaimed, "Green goblins?" I heard that green goblins were very intelligent, and fighting them was like fighting a real army. A gentleman stroking his golden beard said indignantly, "This is unacceptable." Franco from the Goldraki Merchant Association said, "Our Natasha would never lose to that thing." Lonko frowned and asked, and he replied, "Humph. It's obvious if you think about it. Someone must have stabbed them in the back for things to end up like this. Truth is that the 3 survivors all belong to the same group, so there must be a hidden story." Ab spoke up, "Are you saying Gaffer betrayed you? It's just that someone on our side reached the 3rd circle and survived." Franco retorted, "Are you saying our people aren't as good as Gaffer's?" Abyss admitted it was the truth. Franco sneered, "Ridiculous. If you were that good, Gaffer wouldn't be at the bottom of the rankings." Lonko thought irritably, "Are you people done talking yet?" Franco continued to ask, "You've been talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence?" Abyss replied, "We didn't bring any items out, and we have no motive. Do you understand?" The debate ended, and Lonko saw off Elpami's group. He thanked him for the hospitality. The guard behind him was wary. "Lonko, is it okay to let them go like that?" He said coldly, "Haven't we already reached a conclusion?" Green forest looked so peaceful. Elpami spotted a snail observing them from a distance. Kiri reminded him, "Look, it's really following us." The harmless snail with a small flower on its shell slowly crawled over. Calling the battle, Kiri once asked, "Why are you still hesitating?" They had defeated the dark mage and the green goblins, now they just needed to discard the items and leave. Elpami looked at her meaningfully. On his belt was the phoenix feather taken from William. He thought, kill the boss and discard the items, but this piece is different. The phoenix feather, just holding it increases fire magic by 30%, and the effects can even stack. This is why they were wiped out. I must bring this surprise gift outside at all costs. Kiri was worried. If we bring something unregistered outside, we'll be considered traitors. Don't be greedy, just follow the plan to find the exit gate. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared. The two turned to look in surprise. A snail? It has no attack power but can collect items. This is a creature from his past life. Elpami placed the snail on his shoulder. From inside its shell, the snail took out a golden feather. So, the two phoenix feathers now belong to Elpami. Kiri wondered, "How did you know its use?" He replied, "Just testing my luck." She asked further, "Now what?" "I've already done as you wished." Since they had infiltrated the Cygnus Knights, they had to carefully gather information. Elpami said casually, "They should have returned by now, let's just wait and see." In a dark corner, Ivok was furious upon hearing that all the aces had been eliminated. Beidou reported, "They said the boss destroyed everyone. Only 3 from Gaffer survived." Beidou continued, "Although we failed, we haven't been exposed yet. I will prepare for the next mission." The palace was as gloomy as Ivok's mood. He growled, "Weren't they captured?" Beidou replied tensely. Ivok analyzed, "They should all be dead. Elpami must have seen William but hid it. He might have realized we are the ones behind the return of the Black Mage Apostles." Beidou was stunned. "If so, it's dangerous. We must eliminate all the undercover members." Ivok laughed loudly. "An invitation? Interesting, I accept. It's best to choose a different stage. That way, they will become the 101st guests." It was truly hell. Monsters appeared in a chaotic scene. Debo thought gloomily about a life of poverty, where normalcy was a luxury. He had to watch his sister suffer from the black blood illness every day, not even being able to be there when his only relative passed away. This place truly was hell. And sneered. "And yet there are still people living here?" She squatted down to look at Debo. "You look pathetic. Do you need my help?" He replied, "Get lost." That was the first time I met Aaron. A monster with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth roared. Debo shouted excitedly, "All right, I came in first." Aaron's teammate laughed. "Only if you were 30 seconds faster." Miria reminded Debo not to show off. Aaron beamed. "It's done, let's go." Debo watched Aaron standing heroically on high. "I admired her like a hero. My goal was to help her." A teammate laughed. "Having to wash dishes all the way from the dead mine to the Cave of Trials. How interesting." Debo got angry. "I wasn't using my full strength just now. Stop laughing. Someone claiming to be Aaron's disciple must try harder." Aaron asked Shannon about the way. The atmosphere had changed. "I didn't expect such a place to exist under Elnath Mountain." Inside the wooden house, a voice rang out, "Please!" Shannon begged Aaron to help find her brother because the dead mine was too dangerous. Aaron refused because she didn't take personal requests and Shannon was too weak. "Furthermore, it's not certain your brother is still alive. Please find another adventurer." Shannon burst into tears. Debo intervened. "Aaron, we are her last hope." He asserted, "I will take responsibility for her. Can you reconsider?" Scene of brutal war appeared before their eyes. "What?" "Thanks for watching the video." A corpse left them in shock. Shannon denied it was her brother. He had been dead for a week, and this wound was not caused by a monster. Suddenly, an object crashed down, creating a large crater in the ground. A shocking explosion rang out. Debo held Shannon, stunned. "What's going on? Could it be?" "Damn it, it's Zakam." A stone monster attacked them. Debo blocked Shannon, ordering, "Hide behind me." Blue flash streaked across. It was Aaron's powerful attack. Aaron shouted, "Debo, we will attack from the left." Debo understood. "Let's finish it quickly." Miria rushed forward to attack as fast as lightning. The three combined perfectly, launching their attacks simultaneously. Shannon stood stunned witnessing the battle beside the giant crater. A large hole appeared not far away. Debo panted, "It's as stubborn as the rumors say." Miria shouted, "Where is Shannon? Has anyone seen her?" Only a hairpin remained on the ground. Shannon had disappeared. He looked into the cave. "Don't tell me she went in there alone on her own?" Aaron warned. Stay alert. I sense a very strong energy inside. They were curious. Is there still something inside? She replied. A very dangerous entity. Debo was decisive. I will bring her back. He lowered his head. I must take responsibility for her. You two stay here. I'll go with you. A voice rang out, surprising him. Aaron asserted. That entity is a threat to the Maple world. I must stop it. Clear? Let's go. Inside the cave was flowing lava and sharp rocks. The boiling lava was scorching hot. Under a giant tree, Shannon was sitting motionless. Aaron's team caught up. Shannon is over there. Beside her was a muscular corpse. They were surprised. A corpse? She replied. Yes, this is my brother. Then stroked the corpse's face. Aaron frowned, her sharp eyes observing the surroundings. Debo was frustrated. Damn it! He shouted. Shannon, stay there. I'm coming to save you. She smiled slightly, tears streaming down her face. Shannon said sadly, Debo, I knew you would come because you're a good person, but I can't go back. She continued, do you know what Zakam means? It's the demon tree. You still haven't fought the real entity. Debo couldn't believe his ears. Aaron blocked Debo. Thank you for telling us. Shannon, I will cut down that demon tree. Better leave. This place is about to collapse. Or do you still have unfinished business? Such as using your brother as a sacrifice? She sternly exposed her. Shannon reached out, holding a red sphere. Don't you understand yet? She looked at the sphere, tears falling. It started as soon as you stepped in here. Zakam is a possessive entity. It's not just limited to statues. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark shadow stabbed a sword into Debo's stomach from behind. Aaron couldn't react in time as that person rushed toward her. A massive surge of power erupted from the ground. Debo struggled to get up, shocked. Miria? Why is this happening? He was stunned by the scene before his eyes. Miria, with glowing red eyes, shouted, You killed my friend. The white-haired one shouted, It's useless. To them, you were just a target for revenge. Lava splashed everywhere as a giant monster rose up. Because the performance must end at its highest climax. All for the black mage. Shannon appeared with white hair and red eyes. Consecutive explosions occurred. Debo held his wound in pain. Is she possessed by Zakam? Aaron shouted. Debo, end this. She is no longer Miria. Miria was sneering at this moment. Debo replied. I know. Damn it. Aaron used all her strength, activating adrenaline. The magic was so strong that it shattered large boulders. Could even break sharp rocks. Damn it. Debo grit his teeth. Damn it. Magic continuously smashed the ground. Debo blamed himself for leading everyone here. Aaron began coughing up blood. Debo shouted, holding his axe and rushing into battle. It's all my fault. The axe blade slashed straight at Miria. A bitter apology rang out. I'm sorry, Miria. Suddenly, Miria reached up and touched his face. Her eyes were still bleeding. That hand gently stroked his face. Miria's face returned to normal, and she said, Thank you. Please take care of Aaron. That made Debo feel even more remorseful. Aaron was still fighting the monster fiercely. So this is your true form? One of her slashes shattered a large rock. But the monster was still very strong, which annoyed her. Aaron put all her remaining strength into this attack. She swung the axe straight at the target. A cheering voice. Aaron, tear this thing apart. Both Aaron and Debo put their strength into the axe blade. They swung an extremely powerful slash at the monster. The monster was knocked down. Debo cursed angrily. This damn thing! Shannon gathered her strength. I dedicate my life to the Great One. She pointed the knife straight at him. Aaron didn't hesitate to finish Shannon. The girl collapsed. Now only the statue remains. Debo's eyes widened. Perhaps it won't let us destroy it easily. Suddenly, he had a severe headache. Aaron realized something. Debo shouted, Aaron, kill me quickly. Hurry. Before I do something I'll regret. Aaron gripped her weapon. Choking up. Damn it. Forgive me, Debo. A smile still lingered on his lips. He thought, this might be better. This is the punishment for my stupidity. Aaron, hurry. Debo opened his eyes wide. Before him was a woman's face. He was stunned. Dinah? Why are you here? Who brought you? Do you do this? Aaron's image appeared blurred. How dare you? Aaron reassured. Don't worry. I'll end this quickly. Debo was furious. How dare you drag my sister into this? I won't forgive you. A massive surge of power emitted from Debo. He changed completely, rushing to attack Aaron like Miria. Kiri still couldn't figure out what was happening at this moment. Direct blow to her face. Aaron blocked the blow. His senses are too sharp. Tense battle broke out, but her attack was so fierce that the monster was slashed. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Debo's back. He had just turned his head when Aaron's decisive attack arrived. The axe flew far away. Flashes of lightning streaked across the ground. She jumped up and delivered another blow to the monster. Let's end this. The final finishing blow. Before she could complete the move, Debo jumped onto the monster's head, rushing toward her like a flash. Aaron cursed inwardly. Debo, you idiot! This is the only chance. I can't stop. She decided to strike. I'm sorry, Debo. The blow was so strong that the monster was shattered into 100 pieces. After the battle, Debo returned to normal. He asked with a headache, what happened? Aaron was happy. You've finally woken up. She collapsed in exhaustion. That's good. I thought I wouldn't have time to say goodbye. Debo called out in panic. Aaron! His hands trembled. No, Aaron. I told you to kill me. Why? She explained. Debo, I couldn't. You have a talent that I can't match. Debo choked up. No, I can't be as strong as you. Aaron smiled brightly. Debo, I entrust the Maple World to you. I know you will surely be able to do it, because you are my only disciple. That was how Aaron passed away. Debo's lonely back left. Without Aaron, I am nothing. That place was hell. I couldn't protect the one I loved or fulfill her last wish. Debo drove the axe into the ground. Before his eyes was the glowing red light of fire. A large explosion occurred at this place. Debo opened his eyes and woke up. He lay tiredly on the bed after a long sleep. Dinev brightly brought things in. Are you awake? You were talking in your sleep, making me so worried. Debo rubbed his head. A dream? I don't remember anything. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Dinev said, someone is looking for you. Debo was surprised. Looking for me? A muscular figure stepped out to meet the guest. The black-haired youth urged, Debo, the plan has been moved up. Get ready quickly. The boss said indifferently, you've rested enough. Debo asked to borrow money but was refused. Abyss asked, 97 people died. Yet you survived because you awakened a circle? Abyss thought tensely, what is this bastard plotting? He asked, anything else? You need money badly, don't you? El Pami said calmly, it seems I miscalculated. In that case, El Pami slammed a stack of money on the table. Let me pay off my debt. These 2 million mesos are enough. Abyss broke into a sweat. How does he have so much money? He must have earned it in secret. Does he intend to use information to demand money? He sighed. Congratulations, you are free now. How much do you want for a new contract?
El Palmi Raplia, 50 million mesos.
He shouted. 50 million? Ridiculous. No C-rank adventurer gets paid that much. He placed his hand on the table. Then we have nothing more to discuss. He turned away decisively, leaving the man stunned and rushing to stop him. Debo frowned and asked, how did it go? He replied. He refused the 50 million. Debo was shocked. What? 50 million? Are you crazy? Debo grumbled because El Pami hadn't consulted him beforehand. But why come to this wretched slum? El Pami asked Debo if he knew the place. Debo replied, of course I do. I've tried everything to escape this place. The place used to be vibrant, but now it's just a den for thieves. This might be the worst place on Victoria Island. Suddenly, a man fell from above. He fell right in front of them. Debo was surprised. Huh! Others holding knives surrounded them. The man muttered, damn it! I thought things were going smoothly. Debo sighed. Looks like a fight. Let's just go around. Suddenly, the man shouted, boss! Why are you guys so late? They framed me for stealing and beat me. Save me! He cried out to Debo for help. Debo scolded. You lunatic! Who's your boss? Boss seems about right. Debo was furious. Are you kidding me? A green-bearded man threatened with a knife. Pay 3 million mesos for him and I'll let you go. The man behind Debo flatly denied it. When did you see me steal? Get lost. The bald man roared. You bastard, do you want to die? Suddenly, 3 stacks of money hit the man's face. Here's 3 million mesos. El Pami said coldly. Take the money and get out. Debo didn't understand why he did it. He didn't care, only glancing at the man behind them. He called out, Raf, follow me. The man was stunned. You know me? Raf asked. Do you want to recruit me? What about the pay? Raf asked. Which group do you belong to? He replied. I don't have that either. He got angry. Are you joking? Why should I join? Debo demanded the 3 million mesos back. He sneered. I never asked you to pay my debt. The two were surprised. Raf set a price. If you want me to join, you must pay 3 million mesos in wages. This bastard. Suddenly, someone approached from a distance and intervened. Excuse me, I am Baizu from the Cana Merchant Association. You are El Pami, right? He looked at the seductive woman in front of him. The Cana Merchant Association? He smiled. That's me. Nice to meet you. We highly value your conquest of the 100-person gate. We want to recruit you. If you pass the test, you'll receive a 50 million contract fee. Debo was shocked. What? She asked. Would you like to join us? A slight smile appeared on his lips. Baizu left after scheduling the start for 3 days later. Debo was excited about the windfall. 3 more thick stacks of money were thrown out. Take them. Rafa's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, and he hurriedly counted every bill. Pami said, That's the money you wanted. If we succeed, I'll pay another 70 million. Debo was confused as to why he spent so much on the man, but El Pami ignored him. Suddenly, Debo froze for a few seconds, because he saw Kiri, who was incredibly beautiful and radiant. He grumbled, Why is this lady here? She replied, I've come to fulfill a promise. Amidst the pouring rain, footsteps were approaching. El Pami's group appeared. Debo exclaimed, A fine day to go gate hunting. A total of 5 groups, 50 people. This should be enough, right? Raf grumbled. Will bringing this useless guy reduce my reward? Baizu introduced herself. Hello everyone. I am Baizu. This great gate is orange. With 50 people, I believe clearing the great gate will be no problem. El Pami thought, I was waiting for Cana to contact me. I didn't expect them to use this place. Although the timing is different from my past life, this is a place I've cleared before. Baizu reminded them, Fire a signal flare if you find the second gate. Debo looked bewildered. Kiri explained, A second gate means there's another dungeon inside the portal. Since this is an orange gate, we must conquer the dungeon within it as well. Raf was disappointed by how green Debo was. Debo snapped, Shut up. Raf said, Even with a contract, I'm the best here. I should be the leader. Sneered. So you're just greedy. Then let's decide based on contribution. He secretly rejoiced at tricking the rookie, certain he would become the leader. It will be interesting. Good luck to everyone. Kiri said. It's finally starting. Debo was excited about the 50 million mesos. Raf teased. Do you think this is a picnic? I probably won't be seeing this rookie much longer. Debo was furious. Let's just fight right now. Raf casually picked his ear. Debo cursed. Why did the boss recruit that bastard into the team? When he turned his head, he witnessed a horrific sight. A swarm of monsters attacked, screams echoing. Help me. Hold the line. Run. It's the evil eyes. Suddenly, a monster pounced on Debo, pinned his face down. Debo cried out in pain. What the hell is this? The monster raised its claws, preparing to shred his face. Raf quickly rushed in and kicked the monster away. The monster was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Raf sighed in relief, reminding him, Stay calm. Kiri panicked slightly. No way. The gate entrance is right in the middle of the swarm. A horde of monsters was charging straight at everyone. Suddenly, a red orb appeared. Pami used magic to take down the demons. He was puzzled. No, I didn't see these evil eyes when I entered the gate before. Their attack patterns are different too. Suddenly, he jumped up to deliver a finishing blow, but unexpectedly, it dodged. Kiri assisted. It dodged. One more time. Kiri was confused. What kind of movement is this? I can't predict it. While she was lost in thought, the demons landed a blow to her stomach. Several more rushed in, leaving her no time to react. Suddenly, something appeared from behind. An object sped toward Debo, who was struggling with a monster. How annoying! A heavy blow struck the monster. It was Raf. He unleashed a barrage of strikes on the monster. Debo watched and thought, so 2 rookies are out. Only 1 left. After finishing the monster, he turned and said, Persistent, aren't you? No need to thank me. Just keep fighting so I can shine. Kiri was stunned by the sight. So that's his true power. Though I hate to admit it, a third circle user really is different. The monster continued its charge to attack. Another punch made it explode. Its movements were irregular, but that was all. Now that the 2 rookies are finished, the only one left is El Pami with his rocket and telekinetic control. He must be skilled to catch Cana's eye. His kill speed is even faster than mine. Then that guy. A monster soared toward Rafa's back. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a powerful blow. She confirmed to herself, Raf really is good. A 50 million meso contract isn't just luck. Judging by the merchant's attitude, they might pay him even more later. Rafa's eyes gleamed as he thought, I see it. I can see myself swimming in mesos after I take over this team. Kiri kept watching Raph while fighting. She wondered, is he actually enjoying facing these monsters? Raph shouted excitedly as he prepared for a finishing move. How exhilarating! He leaped high, ready to blow the demon away. Suddenly, El Pami rushed in and kicked Raph squarely. Raph was stunned. What is this? Sent flying, he asked in confusion. What was that backstab for? You want to fight me? He replied calmly. No need to thank me. Raph still didn't understand. What the hell? The monsters charging from afar were suddenly pierced by blue lights and exploded. Raph still asked in a daze, what exactly just happened? From another perspective overlooking the entire area where everyone stood. Someone was drawing a bow, preparing to attack. A cloaked figure had fired those blue light arrows. El Pami recognized where the person was hiding. Over there! Rushed forward to fight the monsters. At the same time, more arrows continued to fly in. They aimed straight at the demons to attack. Figure's eyes widened in surprise. El Pami observed seriously. He's opened fire. The figure froze upon seeing the scene before him. A red arrow was aimed directly at him. A massive explosion occurred right there. Raph was amazed. He used the evil eyes to block the attack and counterattacked instantly. So fast! From a distance, Debo shouted, Boss, watch out! He glanced back slightly. What is this? Thousands of arrows were aimed straight at him from behind. The spot where he stood exploded. Debo screamed, Boss! A wound grazed his arm. He couldn't believe it. What happened? My attack didn't hit, and I was ambushed from behind.
Hector, El Pami.
It's too dangerous here. We must retreat immediately. Raph looked up at the sky and muttered, Run? Where would we even go? Everyone broke into a cold sweat seeing countless blue arrows lighting up the sky, aimed at them. They quickly fled. Damn it! Run! Someone was hit by an arrow just as they finished speaking. Then 2-3 more people collapsed one after another. Kiri immediately cast a spell. Light burst. A strike shattered the arrows to protect a girl. She barked irritably. What are you just standing there for? If you want to live, run into the forest. Others replied. We'd go if we could. How can we get past that many? In the deep forest, countless red-eyed monsters awaited them. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. A section of the forest was cleared. El Pami shouted from afar. All right, the path is open. Raph quickly rushed forward. I'll take the lead, Kiri shouted, urging them. Hurry up! The sound of frantic footsteps hurried away. Arrows continued to pour down like rain. Debo panicked. Boss, at this rate, we're dead for sure. El Pami remained focused on intercepting the blue arrows. He shouted instructions. Debo, listen carefully. He thought. He located me too quickly. It seems Lord Yuvok's caution was never in vain. The figure dove down in pursuit. Nia quickly drew his bow and fired at the two. He chased El Pami, telling himself, El Pami, sorry, but I have to send you off here. The arrows weaved through the trees, hurtling toward their target. Nia grumbled. Damn it. How can a mage be this fast? He caught up with the group. Wait, there are 6 people. The spearman is missing. Suddenly, a brilliant red light emanated from behind. He turned his head to look back.
Shocking explosion erupted.
El Pami appeared amidst a sea of fire. This time, I saw him get hit with my own eyes. Debo stepped back and exclaimed. Great, the clothes-swapping plan worked. It's all thanks to the great Debo. While stalling for time, before he could finish his sentence, he was stabbed from behind, coughing up blood. Kiri cried out in panic. Debo! El Pami was also stunned by the sight. From the left, an arrow was hurtling straight toward him. A volley of arrows poured down. No way! Help! One by one, they were hit by arrows and screamed in pain. Kiri dodged arrows while supporting Debo. Damn it, run! An arrow pierced her leg. Both of them tumbled to the ground. The arrows showed no sign of stopping. Kiri was in despair, not knowing what to do. Focus! Thanks for watching the video. Raph rushed over, grabbed both of them, and ran. He grumbled. Not even married and I'm already carrying 2 kids. How annoying. Both were surprised. Raph! Nia pursued relentlessly. Running is useless. You won't escape. He fired arrows continuously while giving chase. Suddenly spotting something, he guessed, that's... Among the 3, a voice asked, Is this way okay? Debo replied, I don't know. Just shut up and follow the boss's orders. Raph scolded. You're about to die and your mouth is still this obnoxious. The 3 of them sprinted through the forest canopy. They all stopped when they saw something ahead. The second gate. No way. Did El Pami actually know its location? Raph rejoiced. He saved us. The enemy is 100 meters away. We'll definitely reach the gate first. He was about to run to the gate when Debo stopped him. Wait, are you going to abandon the boss? Raph replied. Wasn't that his intention when he led us here? He shouted. Stop dawdling. We're going in first and waiting for that bastard later. He didn't notice several arrows flying toward him. Boom! Another explosion occurred. Debo groaned in pain as he was blown back. Raph was stunned. Huh? What's happening? Why is the attack coming from the front? Did he overtake us that fast? Another arrow aimed straight for his heart. Suddenly, a mana-infused sword flew in and blocked all the arrows. Axe blade grazed his face. Raph immediately recognized it. That's... Debo realized. It's the spear the boss took. I knew it. Raph said in disappointment. Damn it! He shouted out in frustration. Suddenly, logs were tossed into the air. A brilliant light flashed. From another perspective, Nia was confused. What is this madman trying to do? A dark shadow glided like the wind beneath the trees. Instantly, Nia's arrow pierced through it, making it scream in agony. Then it was sent flying. He speculated. Another evil eye? Why isn't it moving? Is he hiding to buy time to find me? Nia hid behind a tree, thinking, how foolish. Fine. I'll play with you and see how long you can struggle. He reminisced. In the 13th year, Lord Yvok adopted me. During the selection of 5 survivors out of 300 assassins, Nia stood in the rain, holding a knife and a corpse's hair. Wounded after 7 days of slaughter, no one found him. Lord Yvok granted him the title The Ghost. His blue eyes suddenly widened. Like a flash, an arrow from above pierced the evil eye, wounding it severely but not killing it. Nia frowned in annoyance. Missed again! Suddenly, a golden arrow tore through the air and pierced the tree right next to him. The arrow continued its pursuit. Nia nimbly dodged and thought, impressive! Nia landed on a sturdy branch. He turned back and drew his bow. With that shot, you've revealed your position. But the arrow only pierced an empty tree trunk, leaving Nia astonished. Suddenly, the golden arrow found Nia's location. Charged and exploded, but Nia jumped down to dodge the fatal blow. He used telekinetic control to trick me? Cheap tricks. Nia landed on the ground and immediately bolted away. The golden arrows relentlessly pursued him to the end. He fired 3 arrows in response. The 2 volleys collided and exploded, sending dirt and rocks flying. Affected by the explosion, Nia had to shield his eyes. I can't see anything. A golden arrow curved around the tree. Nia cursed in panic. Damn it! And fired an arrow to block it. Another terrifying explosion occurred. The blast was too close. He couldn't dodge in time and was thrown to the ground in pain. Suppressing his pain and resentment, he hissed, El Palmy, you bastard. He tremblingly propped himself up on the ground. He thought to himself, you're good. His eyes rolled back, and his body was covered in wounds. The forest suddenly became eerily silent after the intense pursuit. El Palmy hid somewhere, thinking, it's too quiet. He watched from behind a tree. Where is he hiding? How annoying. I didn't expect him to hide so well. El Palmy thought. No one was this skilled in my past life. He must be a Cana assassin. Did the future change because I failed the 100-person gate? Suddenly, Nia's voice rang out. Show yourself, El Palmy. Looked around anxiously. From the other side? Nia challenged. You already know, so stop wasting time. Hiding like a rat won't do you any good. El Palmy recognized him. It's him. Nia laughed. Rumor has it you like direct combat? Or do you want to hide like a mouse now? El Palmy pinpointed the location and rushed over. How did he get there? I didn't feel a thing. Could it be teleportation? He hid near Nia, calculating. It could also be blink. Very quickly, Nia spotted El Palmy. Found you. Immediately after, a barrage of green arrows from Nia's position flew straight at him, giving him no time to react. In a place where blizzards blanketed the mountains in white, golden light suddenly flashed. The gate appeared, and 3 people were thrown out along with panic screams. Debo gritted his teeth. Damn it. We left the boss behind. Raph sneered. No one forced you, so why the attitude? Debo trembled and complained. Why did he take it all on himself? Raph replied. I think he has a plan. Suddenly, Debo panicked. Huh. His hand had just touched a skeleton on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scattered human bones. What is this? It's just a 3-mark gate, so why are there so many bones? There must be at least 100 people. Kiri immediately realized. Those damn Cania. I get it now, we've been tricked. She explained. First traps on the first floor, now this pile of bones. Don't you get it? Cana are followers of the Black Mage. Debo repeated. Cana? Kiri continued. They lure adventurers in here to block the path. El Pami was right. This is just bait. Raf interrupted. Save the cult talk for later. Sorry to disturb your interesting conversation. He announced. It seems the host here is getting angry. All three looked up in horror at the giant creature before them. The creature stood as tall and imposing as a giant. It bared its fangs, its eyes glowing threateningly. Raf wondered, is this the final boss? He held his necklace and smiled. Time to pay the rent. You two better start praying. The pendant glowed. Raf said confidently. Not everyone gets to see this move. If Raf had to be described in one sentence, it would be, the Buru's image appeared. I can't stand him. Another blonde person replied. He's such an eyesore. Even Zebair remarked. A slave to money with a trashy personality. But when it comes to Raf the adventurer, a bald guy with green hair remarked. He's very efficient. His skills are top tier, no doubt about it. The peak of the third circle as a healing bishop. Raf smiled confidently and immediately deployed his ability. Instantly, Kiri and Debo's wounds began to heal. Kiri was amazed. The wounds are healing. She stared at Raf in shock. This guy isn't a melee fighter, but a healer? Kiri recalled. So that means, even without using skills, he's still. Raf spoke up. If you're better, get to work. You have to earn the money I'm being paid. The giant monster was absolutely furious. He continued. Because that guy won't wait any longer. Immediately, the monster lunged at Raf. He ran for his life. Let's see what you two can do. Debo shouted. Hey! The monster punched down, creating a large crater. Debo suddenly screamed. He cursed in frustration. This bastard! The monster opened its massive maw to snap at Debo and Kiri. But both were quick enough to dodge. Its bite shattered the rock where they had just been standing. Debo quickly grabbed onto its fang. He immediately swung his axe hard at its eye. Where are you looking? It roared in pain. Kiri added another slash. When it tried, Raf was ready to unleash his move. He swung a slash across its face. The furry monster wasn't weak either. It threw a powerful punch. But he dodged it spectacularly. Kiri was hit. Raf grumbled. How annoying! But immediately healed her. Debo surprised. He doesn't just heal. He also supports attacks. Moreover, he only casts spells when we're in danger. Raf took out a book. Oh right, the first time was free. An angel appeared from the book. He said, From now on, I'm charging. A golden light covered Kiri. She was surprised. This energy, I feel power surging. Raf smiled brightly. 100,000 mesos each. Both shouted in anger. You madman! After a fierce battle, the monster's arm was severed and it collapsed. The three took a break. One broke the atmosphere. Finally done. Kiri panted and blamed. That bastard. Raf smiled. It's fine. Can I collect the fee now? Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and roared violently. Debo covered his nose, looking disgusted. What's that smell? Shut up. I'll send you away. It used ice to reconnect its arm and began to recover quickly. The roar made the whole cave shake violently. Debo frowned tensely. Could it be? The monster's eyes also began to freeze over. The eye Debo stabbed blind had regrown. It had fully recovered its injured parts. Back to El Pami, he was panting from being closely pursued. Countless arrows from Nia rained down on him. El Pami thought, something's wrong. I can't find his location. A 3-circle archer can use blink to teleport. He calculated, but blink only takes the user to a fixed point. He can't move flexibly like that. Nia laughed arrogantly. I told you those tricks are useless. Too slow. I'm almost falling asleep. El Pami launched a strike behind him. The attack missed, making Nia excited. Where are you aiming? If you keep wasting skills like that, he shouted, you'll suffer mana shock. Immediately, El Pami vomited blood. Nia chased with wind-like speed. El Pami kept attacking but none hit the target. Nia thought, you must want to distract me to run to the second gate, right? He mocked. No chance. El Pami worried as his strength drained. Damn it, if I can't locate him, I'll die before doing anything. Before he could finish the thought, he was hit and collapsed. He quickly took out a blue potion. No time to think. Nia continued to fire arrows rapidly. El Pami drank the potion. Have to bet on this. A fireball was launched to block the incoming arrows. Nia was fearless, scolding, how stupid. He dodged and landed on a nearby tree to observe. Nia's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. El Pami's fireballs became huge and numerous. Nia panicked. What? 6 at once. Elpami attacked aggressively despite his injuries. Nia was amazed. He's using high-level skills while suffering mana shock? Want to die? Elpami was trying with all his might. Nia's ring glowed. He thought, if I guess your secret right, I'll drag you to death with me. Elpami attacked crazily without knowing Nia's position. Nia worriedly cursed. He hit even without seeing me. This madman has lost his mind. A giant fireball was launched by Elpami. Nia glided like lightning to dodge. He kept jumping through trees to avoid attacks. He frowned with determination. Not yet. I'm not done. 3 massive explosions occurred simultaneously, shaking the forest. Despite constantly vomiting blood, Elpami told himself, must stand firm, don't collapse. Nia glanced while running. Stupid, you think that hit me? You'll definitely die from mana shock. Feel the pain as your body disintegrates. Elpami reached his limit, he spat out a large pool of blood. Suddenly, the whole forest was covered in a fiery red. Tremblingly unleashed the decisive attack for survival. The destructive power of this attack was extremely terrifying. Elpami's face was covered in black veins, but his eyes remained determined. A giant fireball engulfed a large area. Everything around was burning fiercely. Nia's eyes widened in surprise. Fire spread throughout the forest, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Nia couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? He shielded himself from the flames, frustrated. The whole area is burning. Did that bastard do it on purpose? I'll be burned alive like this. A gap without fire appeared. Nia intended to rush there. An empty field. I must get there. But he suddenly doubted. Wait. An empty field right here? Too suspicious. A shadow flashed by. Screamed. No. That person shouted. Turn back. It's a trap. Nia was about to rush to the field. Hearing the call, he recognized it immediately. Brother, your hand swung with extreme force. Punch landed straight on Nia, causing him pain. Before he could understand, a large rock flew towards him. He screamed in fear. Brother! The brother standing on the tree immediately drew his bow, swearing, Damn it! Arrow shattered the rock, saving Nia's life, but caused him to lose balance and fall. Fast as lightning, a black shadow emerged from the sea of fire. It was Elpami. He swung his staff, coldly. Found you. Nia quickly retreated. He used his bow to brace against the ground, then leaped into the air, escaping Elpami's stab. He frowned, focusing all his spirit. Elpami continued to attack with his staff, but Nia dodged. He threw a roundhouse kick at Elpami's face, forcing him to lean back to dodge. He told himself, can't hold on any longer, must finish this quickly. Elpami quickly assessed the situation. He swung his staff, striking Nia's bow hard, making it fall to the ground. Nia lost balance and fell. Elpami immediately kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his weapon, ready to finish Nia. He was in pain from the hit, so he couldn't resist. Just then, Nia's brother from above drew his bow. The arrow shot between the two, forcing Elpami to startle and step back. The brother jumped down, shouting, Get up, Nia! He's out of mana to attack. Finish him. The brother aimed his bow at Elpami, but he was faster. A sword flew from behind toward the brother, forcing him to stop his attack to dodge. The brother was startled. A sword? Is he using telekinetic control to save mana? He began weaving to distract his opponent. A figure flickered in the smoke. It was Nia. He drew a dagger and lunged at Elpami. Reacted quickly, using his staff to block before backing away. Simultaneously, Elpami controlled the sword to strike. But it was knocked away by the brother's bow. Cheap tricks. He angrily drew his bow and fired at Elpami. Elpami immediately sent stones flying at the brother, making him scream in pain. Gaining the upper hand, Elpami closed in on Nia. He swung his staff with overwhelming force. Nia worried. What kind of mage is this good at close combat? Taking advantage of an opening, Elpami kneed him in the stomach, making him cough up blood. He reminded himself to stay focused on the fight. Elpami continued to control the sword, sending it into the air. It lunged forward, attacking the brother fiercely. Meanwhile, Nia had the dagger knocked out of his hand by Elpami. He raised his staff high, not missing the chance to finish Nia. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere and pierced his arm. Nia smirked. Nice shot, brother. Then he took the opportunity to kick Elpami away. His staff fell to the ground. Nia picked up his dagger. He swung the blade, preparing to attack the wounded Elpami. Seeing him struggle, Nia mocked. What can you do with only one hand? That very arrogance cost him dearly. Elpami lunged and used his remaining hand to strike Nia's dagger-holding arm. He panicked. Damn it! Nia managed to catch the knife, but El Pami grabbed his hand. Nia was terrified. No way! El Pami snapped Nia's wrist, making him howl in pain. Nia threatened. Let go, you bastard. Do you want to eat a few more arrows? El Pami didn't care. The ring on his hand began to glow. A massive fireball appeared. Nia fled in terror. You bastard, wait! The brother screamed desperately from afar. No! Nia! A horrific explosion occurred, and Nia was blown away. Due to the shockwave, he slammed into a tree trunk and wailed. He collapsed to the ground. Out of breath, he thought to himself, I can't breathe. If this keeps up. The brother's eyes widened in surprise. What? A blue barrier covered the area of the explosion. Nia anxiously looked for his brother. Where is my brother? He used his shirt to cover his nose and rushed into the raging fire. El Pami dropped from the tree like a beast, startling him. He held an arrow in his hand, ready to strike. Nia whipped his shirt to block his vision, screaming, You son of a bitch! He charged in despite the obscured vision. Nia was also ready to risk it all. Die! Blood splattered, signaling that someone had fallen. It's broken, the brother cried out as the barrier vanished. He immediately rushed inside, his heart full of worry. What's happening? The brother was stunned by the sight before him. He screamed, Nia! As he saw his brother collapsed. He hurried to help him up. Get up, Nia! The younger brother with his face covered said, The fight's been too long. We must take the phoenix feather. The brother interrupted. Not now. Suddenly, he noticed the arm of the corpse beside him. He screamed, Nia! He realized too late that the person lying there was his brother. El Pami didn't hesitate, swinging his knife to deliver a fatal blow to the brother. Blood splattered again, determining the final victor. He threw the knife to the ground. Panting with exhaustion, he thought, I'm sick of these bow users. El Pami also collapsed to the ground, spent. Snowstorms still blanketed the mountains. Inside a stone cave, a fierce battle was cracking the cliff walls. The giant monster attacked Debo, knocking him hard to the ground. Before he could resist, it created a large block of ice. Then it slammed it down directly onto Debo. Nimbly rolled backward to dodge. Debo trembled, struggling for breath. The giant monster continued its assault, while Debo was still unable to stand up and fight. Prepared to punch down and roared loudly. Then, Raph appeared behind it in time. By reflex, the monster turned and punched backward. Raph dodged the punch in a flash. He didn't forget to mock it for being too slow. Raph aimed straight for its eye to attack. It immediately froze its eye for protection. He was frustrated. Why is this thing so hard? It swung its arm, swatting Raph like a fly and making him scream in pain. Raph tried to resist, cursing, Damn it! In the moment of life and death, Kiri appeared and used burst light to slice the monster's arm in half, saving him from the clutches of death. She shouted, My debt is paid! Then reached out for Raph to grab. Both successfully escaped the monster. Despite being wounded, it was still very strong, quickly regenerating its arm and punching down at them. The monster frantically chased after them. Took a leap, raising both arms high. Its mouth opened wide, roaring fiercely. It slammed down, cracking the ground. Amidst the smoke, Raph activated his healing ability for the group. With wounds healed, Debo led the three of them in a charge. Asked Raph, Thought of a way to kill it yet? At this rate. A voice cut him off. Behind you! Behind what? At that moment, a giant hand lunged toward him. Luckily, Debo was alert and dodged in time. It's huge, be specific. Raph instructed. Talk less. Just focus on distracting it. I'll aim for the weak point. There's a sword stuck in its body. Debo took the lead, gripping his weapon to block its punch. He trembled as he held it back, signaling, Hurry up! Kiri and Raph immediately rushed in to attack at top speed. But the monster roared, swatting both of them aside. Debo ran along its arm to support. It knows? I thought it was just a brainless giant. It swung its arms repeatedly, making the group dizzy. In a moment of distraction, Debo was punched down onto the ice. Before he could get up, it prepared its next move. Kiri shouted, Raph, heal me quickly. Too late. The monster slammed down where Debo was, sending dust and stones flying. Kiri screamed, Debo! Raph was still dazed and couldn't heal in time. The monster had set its sights on the two of them. Raph reminded, I only have 4 heals left. You'd better dodge. He ordered, Split up, as he saw it lunging. It continuously created ice to attack both of them. The monster roared violently. Kiri was hit, screaming as she was thrown far away. Seeing her injured, Raph scolded, Damn it! I told you to dodge! But he still healed her. Raph thought, she's unconscious, what a waste of a skill. The monster frantically chased after Raph. Debo was severely injured and had passed out. His body was covered in blood and wounds. In his unconscious state, Debo remembered his conversation with El Palmy about increasing circles. You have enough experience to reach the second circle. Debo doubted. Just like that. El Palmy replied. It depends on your enlightenment. Debo asked, what is enlightenment? Teach me. He sipped his tea. Everyone is different. Even if I shared it, you wouldn't be able to follow. He said sadly. Then what should I do? El Palmy replied. Find a word that fits you, something related to your understanding of mana. Or an unforgettable memory. Debo's heart suddenly beat more powerfully. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, catching the monster's attention. It turned to look in that direction. Debo's eyes shone like his intense desire to live. Not missing the chance, Debo grabbed his weapon and lunged at the monster. It also reacted, preparing to strike back. Successfully severed its solid arm. Raph was amazed. He cut through that thing? No way. The 2 circles on Debo's wrist glowed brilliantly. Raph exclaimed, that guy reached the second circle. Empowered, Debo lunged forward with murderous eyes. He quickly slashed one of the monster's eyes blind. Then he headed straight for the sword stuck in its body. A powerful blow drove the sword deeper, striking its control center. It roared in ear-splitting pain. In its agony, it swung its arm and threw Debo away. Due to a lapse in focus, he took the full hit and fell hard to the ground. Well done, Raph praised. Then taking advantage of the opening, he lunged forward to provide support from behind. He activated healing for Debo and urged, hurry up! Debo regained his strength and immediately shattered the ice on its hand to escape. It also let out a savage roar. He gripped his weapon and lunged to attack again. But before he could get close, the monster threw a punch, causing Debo's head to bleed. He gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the blow. Raph continued to heal him so he would have the strength to resist. However, it seemed it had realized Raph was the healer. Reached out and squeezed Raph tightly, making him cry out in pain. You idiot! You have time to attack me? Raph gripped his necklace, activating his healing power. While it was busy dealing with Raph, Debo raised his axe high, aiming straight for the sword in its body. The monster screamed in panic. Debo's eyes burned with the fire of determination. He poured his strength into the axe blade, delivering a thunderous blow to the sword. The sword pierced through the control center, shattering it into pieces. Debo swung his axe high. He slammed it down. The axe strike completely destroyed its energy heart. It lost control, thrashing around and causing Debo to lose his balance before throwing him into the mountain behind. The heavy impact made a large hole in the mountain, with dust and smoke everywhere. Debo woke up, his eyes wide as he panted for breath. Not understanding what happened, he tried to struggle out of the snow pit. What is this? He looked over and saw Raph lying motionless. Raph, what's wrong? The monster began to panic and fled instinctively. The ice blocks on its body cracked and fell off in pieces. Seeing its own arms falling off, cried out in panicked pain. Then came the ice scales and even its feet. With nothing left to support it, it fell into the snow and gradually turned into a block of ice. It was completely helpless. It let out one last cry before vanishing into the snowstorm before Debo's eyes. Kiri woke up in pain inside a large cave. The fire crackled warmly. Debo asked, "You're awake?" Kiri struggled up. "You're still alive? Where's the monster?" Debo was confused. "Well, look at what you're covered with," he said cheerfully. "I was going to eat its meat, but it's hard as rock." Kiri was speechless. "You really have a strong stomach. Were you waiting for us to wake up?" Debo replied, "Well, I didn't see an exit anyway." Raph breathed heavily. Debo said, "The weather is too bad, we should rest a bit. I'll go scout when the storm clears. You just rest. I'll go take a look." Having said that, Debo stepped out of the cave. He scouted alone in the snowstorm, the freezing wind unable to stop his steps. He went further, looking at the mountain peak ahead and wondering. "It's been a day. I wonder how the boss is doing." Loud noise behind caught his attention. Debo turned to look, and it turned out to be a one-eyed monster. It opened its mouth, baring its fangs and roaring to show its dominance. Debo blamed himself. "Damn it! Why did I get startled?" The pack of monsters lunged, and Debo drew his axe, complaining, "I don't know why you're swarming me." The snowstorm gradually cleared, and rays of sunlight began to appear. Kiri woke up and saw Debo had returned, so she asked, "You're back? Did you find the exit?" Seeing Debo covered in blood with torn clothes, Kiri was alarmed. "What happened to you?" Debo scratched his head. "You're awake?" "It's nothing." Kiri stammered. "Are there still monsters?" It's too dangerous, we must. Debo sat down tiredly. Someone has to protect this old man. After all, we're teammates now. Kiri was firm. I'll go this time. I can't let you suffer alone. Debo interrupted. Forget it. One person is enough. Don't waste your strength anymore. Just rest. Kiri watched helplessly. You idiot. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll. The previous battle had exhausted Debo. He eliminated each monster surrounding him one by one. They pushed Debo right up against the cliff wall. Gradually falling into a disadvantage, he gripped his weapon. Panting, I'm freezing to death. A monster lunged straight at him, pushed him, sending him tumbling down the cliff. The fall left him exhausted. He tried to get up, remarking, that was a close one. He looked warily at the figure opposite him. Someone was there, but it was only a cold corpse. Debo sighed in relief. It's just a dead body. He stepped closer and pulled a piece of paper from the corpse's hand. Looks like they just died. What's this, a will? He looked at the letter, complaining, too many words. The content read, to the stranger, calling this a reward might be too much. But I give you these gloves. If you are a warrior, they will help you. We fell into Cania's trap. My teammates have all perished. If there is any consolation, it's that I found the exit. Reading this, Debo was extremely surprised. But unfortunately, this gate only opens when the boss is defeated. The map is on the back. I hope you're strong enough to do it. Please deliver this letter for me. Debo folded the letter and put it in his pocket. He buried the body and planted the person's weapon in the ground as a memorial. He stepped over the corpses of the monsters. Debo tapped firmly on the large gate. Kiri stood waiting by the gate, waiting for Debo to help Raf as they walked out together. They stepped out of the gate, returning to the real world. Debo asked, what now? Kiri replied, we need to recover first, given our current state. A strange voice interrupted. Oh my, I had my doubts too. A group of people in black ambushed them. The leader asked, has the ghost really been defeated? Debo panicked. Don't tell me these guys are from Cania? Damn it. How can we fight them like this? The leader ordered the attack, stating calmly, don't worry, we'll kill you in the blink of an eye. Kiri rushed forward to block the blow, shouting, get back now. They threw daggers that pinned straight into her legs. She screamed in pain. Debo called out, Kiri. Another man took the chance to lunge at them. Debo couldn't react in time. From the gate, a spear flew out and pierced through the Cania members. Before they could realize what happened, they were stabbed to death on the spot. Kiri and Debo both looked toward the gate. El Pami appeared, smiling confidently. Are you all right without me? Debo sighed in relief happily. Doing okay, I guess. But you're a bit late, you know? The two walked back together happily. Evoke's beast caught a scent. It bared its fangs and growled threateningly. He patted its head, thinking, a talented person suddenly appearing out of nowhere, and no one knows who's behind him. He frowned. It seems the people will be buzzing soon. Beiju emerged from the black smoke, kneeling. El Pami has returned. What should we do about the contract? Evoke's face darkened. His eyes filled with killing intent. Kill him! Beiju was startled. What? But... Evoke didn't hesitate. We don't have time to worry about public opinion. He's too unpredictable. Do you think he can do anything? Just make up an excuse later. Beiju replied. But he's not alone. He was annoyed. What? Beiju replied. He's with others. In the hallway, El Pami and the group headed toward Evoke. Raf, his face covered in wounds, complained while eating. The food is terrible. Debo slammed the table. Don't you dare criticize my sister's cooking. Eat it all. Raf chewed. It needs more salt. Dinef smiled. Let me know if you want more. Kiri replied. Thank you. Debo gritted his teeth. This is exactly why I didn't want to bring you guys here. Kiri countered. Cania definitely knows. Splitting up is dangerous. This is the safest place for your sister. Debo agreed. Yeah, even if we hide, we'll eventually be caught. Suddenly the door opened, and Debo glanced at it suspiciously. El Pami appeared. He asked, how is everyone? Raf called out from inside, where did you go? El Pami replied, just some business. He was suspicious. What? Raf leaned back and said seriously, perfect timing, I want to discuss the reward split. Let's postpone deciding the leader, since our shares are similar. When do you plan to give us the 7 million mesos? Debo shouted in frustration. Are you crazy? You really want to go to Cania for money now? He pointed at Raf and yelled. Furthermore, you said I defeated the Snow Yeti alone. Although I don't remember, while you were sleeping with your eyes wide open, I was the one who found the exit. Kiri agreed with Debo. She said, I heard El Palmy also fought a pair of twin assassins. Raph looked at everyone shamelessly and asked, but did anyone witness it? Debo roared, you bastard. Kiri turned to El Palmy and asked, so what do you plan to do now? He calmly replied, Cana won't sit still. And until then, the unfinished story was interrupted. A large hand slammed hard against the wall. An angry voice spoke. Hey, how much longer are you going to keep me waiting out here? Dinev looked at his massive frame. Overwhelmed by his size, she stammered. Mister? Who are you? Debo and Kiri's eyes widened. Surprised. That is. Abyss was standing outside the door. His massive body blocked the view outside. He growled. Can you tell that bastard who just went in to hurry up? Flashback, Abyss sat in his office. His face was pensive, cursing angrily to himself. Damn it. He held his head. Thoughts kept racing. Things aren't going my way. I didn't expect the Cana Merchant Alliance to contact El Palmy. They started the gate raid before I could do anything. Should I have stopped them? Abyss was stressed. This is going to be the death of me. Knock on the door pulled him from his messy thoughts. El Palmy walked in. Sitting in front of him, he asked, negotiations with Cana didn't go well? El Palmy denied it. I was offered 50 million mesos if successful. Since the gate raid is over, the contract is the only link left. Abyss broke into a sweat hearing that. He scoffed. So you came here to brag? You're as troublesome as ever. If you have nothing to say, you can leave. Abyss was backed into a corner. He finally accepted defeat. Reaching into his coat pocket, he said, fine, you win. He produced a contract, shouting angrily 60 million mesos. Sign it, this is more than you asked for. So stop complaining. Having achieved his goal, El Palmy smiled. He quickly signed his name on the contract. Abyss saw this and said, now that we're officially partners, share the information. El Palmy said calmly, the Cana Guild is the mastermind. Abyss shouted in surprise, what, you're being that blunt? He still replied calmly that gate was a trap. They tricked us, saying the gate only had 3 marks even though at least 100 people died there. Not only that, they sent assassins after us. Abyss glared. He seemed unable to believe it. Damn it. Then they contacted us to try and wipe out the evidence. He laughed like a madman, thinking angrily, I won't let you get away with this. El Palmy saw him like that and said no more. He asked, are you satisfied? Abyss was suspicious. What? He closed his eyes and said calmly, my testimony is the only evidence, so they can deny it. He sighed and thought, that's certainly true, but I can manipulate public opinion. Other merchant alliances need someone to blame for the gate raid's failure if Cana is weakened by public opinion. El Palmy calmly interrupted his thoughts, saying proudly, however, we can destroy Cana. Instead of just belittling them, we can wipe them out of Maple World. Abyss suddenly shouted angrily, you know something else? I thought we were being honest with each other. He calmly continued, don't announce the trap yet. A full-force punch will be more effective. Abyss agreed, all right. El Palmy's face darkened. He said seriously, the Black Mage's followers have already made their move. In the reception room of the Cana merchant group, Beiju sat opposite the two. She asked with a smile, long time no see, Mr. Abyss. But why are you here? Abyss replied, I came to apologize. She's confused. Apologize? Abyss continued, there was a slight misunderstanding between El Palmy and my merchant association. I thought he came here to retaliate against me. I apologize for that. He stated firmly. To be clear, El Palmy is an official business partner of Gaffer. It seems I've snatched him from you. Beiju was surprised. I see. I can't pay the fee promised in the contract if that's the case. Is that okay with you? El Palmy agreed without hesitation. Fine. Abyss sitting opposite pondered. This is a personal matter. But I've realized the value of human life through this incident. I've decided I should treat people according to their true worth. Beiju wondered. What do you mean? He sneered and continued. I will have skilled bodyguards ready to protect them 24 hours a day so that nothing bad can happen. Oh, of course, that applies to all members of El Palmy's group. Images of bodyguards stationed at every corner around Debo's house appeared. Beiju froze upon hearing that. She was terrified. Abyss's voice grew more serious. I've realized their group is very capable. He laughed loudly. Beiju looked challenged. If anyone wants to harm El Palmy or his team members, they will have to face the entire Gaffer Merchant Association. Beiju was pensive, speechless. In a certain room, Debo asked El Palmy in a loud, panicked voice, 60 million? Good grief, did you perform a magic trick? Kiri looked at the bodyguard outside the door and asked suspiciously, they even sent bodyguards for us. Is it really the Gaffer Merchant Association? Raph suddenly jumped out from somewhere, cheering excitedly. Well done, El Palmy, you're great at business. El Palmy's face remained unchanged. Too much, this group is more interesting than I thought. All that's left is to get rid of the useless ones. Raph was proud but didn't forget to add some taunts. Debo gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard. Raf pointed at himself and laughed brightly. I guarantee there's no bishop like me in Lith Harbor. No. In the entire Maple world. Debo couldn't stand Raf's attitude. He gave him a look of pure contempt. Raf kept rambling. Someone who can not only heal but also protect and lead. I'm perfect in every way. Yeah, you're number one. And kid, Raf pointed at Debo. Debo angrily rolled up his sleeves. Ready to fight. Kid, Raf continued. You really are a monster. Debo was confused and stunned. Huh? Raf asked with sly curiosity. I thought you fainted. But you woke up and defeated the boss alone. There's something about you that can't be explained in words. Kiri didn't understand either. Thinking back, when he fought the Hobbs, he was still acting crazy while unconscious. Debo frowned, trying to recall fragmented memories. Even if I try to remember, I can't recall anything. The only thing in my head is some kind of dream. And in it, a strange woman appeared. Although we bickered, we seemed very close. Every time I wake up, I forget her face. All I can remember is that she used a long-handled weapon. Alpami's face changed instantly, panicked as if realizing something. What? A long-handled weapon. A dream. Everyone knew that before the regression, Debo and Aaron were together, a mystical power, and if that woman really was Aaron, then did a part of his power from before the regression return while he was unconscious? What's happening? Could something have gone wrong when I changed the past by regressing? Alpami was deep in thought. Raf shook his head and sighed in disappointment. The problem is he's a bit stupid. Debo snapped back. You think you're so smart? Raf immediately shifted targets. You too, Alpami. You leveled up incredibly fast. And I can't believe you have so little experience considering your perception and judgment skills. I see why Gaffer wants you so badly. Raf said with a slightly mocking and sly expression. He didn't forget to mention Kiri. On the other hand, that girl over there. She was a bit angry being mentioned while just sitting there. Raf didn't stop talking. You have a good foundation and are quite smart as expected of a Cygnus training captain. Not bad for a two-circle. But there's nothing that makes you stand out from the rest, he said with contempt, taking pleasure in belittling others. Gaffer aren't fools, we were used as bait and they paid the price. From now on, our job is to walk into the trap Cana set to find those henchmen. Raf said without hesitation, I'm willing to do anything as long as I'm paid, but I don't like sharing rewards with someone who's a burden. It would be better if you could go back to Cygnus right now. That made Kiri tremble with rage, gritting her teeth but unable to say anything. These insults reminded her of her days in the Cygnus Nights, where she also had to hear such mockery. I heard you've had a pretty tough job lately. Kiri remained silent. That man continued, I thought you had died in that great gate. She stammered, Lord Kasim. He continued, are you on your way to see the master? Yes. Although Kiri wanted to leave quickly, the man didn't stop talking. I also heard you joined some adventurer group. You're lowering yourself, but that's the perfect place for you. Giving up is the best thing you can do for the knights and the master. Go, the master is in the office. He said as he left, leaving Kiri standing there alone with her head bowed. Reaching the master's office, she still didn't dare look up. So, you want to give up? What's wrong, Kiri? She was helpless, not daring to look directly at her master. Sorry, but I can't explain. Someday. The master who was writing had to stop looking displeased. I will report that your participation in an adventurer group is part of a secret mission. Report to me once every 3 weeks. Kiri was a bit surprised by those words, but she just remained silent. Don't forget, Kiri, you are still my disciple, and forever a knight of the Cygnus Knights. Pulling back her thoughts, Kiri said to everyone, I know this is an unreasonable request, but as long as one of their henchmen is still in the Knight Order, I can't return to my master. She shouted with a look of determination. I don't need money. I'll get stronger if you just give me time. So please. Seeing that, El Pami couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Raf maintained his arrogant attitude. How naive. Is it that hard to understand we want you to leave? El Pami suddenly spoke up. Are you sure? Everyone was surprised by the question, turning their eyes toward him. Raf looked visibly annoyed. Hey, what are you saying? El Pami said with a cold gaze. If she goes looking for that henchman alone, no one benefits given her personality. And Raf, you said she lacks skill, so let me add this. You seem quite confident in your skills, but you're not the only one disappointed in the team member's skills. The reason I sent you to the second floor first was because I believed you could easily pass through that place, but without Debo you'd all be dead. Raf felt a mix of anger and shame. That wasn't an ordinary opponent. You have no right to speak. Is a snow yeti not an ordinary opponent? Bami replied calmly. I have hunted a snow yeti alone before. On the contrary, everyone's reaction was intense. They all looked incredulous. Nonsense. Huh? Are you serious? El Pami fell into thought. That was before my regression. But I should have been the one fighting it if everything went according to plan. But that assassin messed everything up. He had higher skills than I anticipated. My team members and I weren't as good as we are now. Raf, unconvinced, shouted angrily at El Pami. Nonsense? How is that possible? You were just a slave back then. El Pami leaned against the wall with crossed arms, looking at Raf with contempt. You don't believe me, so do you want me to prove it? El Pami threatened Raf with a gaze that seemed ready to devour him whole. That made him hesitate in fear. Kog, nunij. El Pami sighed and smiled slightly. Simple. You all just need to become stronger than you are now. I think there's about a month left until the next round for situations like this. Violence is the best solution, El Pami said with a mysterious and slightly dangerous vibe. Elsewhere, Baiju was kneeling and reporting the situation. Seems things didn't go as planned. If we clash with Gaffer, public attention will be focused on us. Folk said, how much do they know? Was the negotiation just a farce? Baiju replied, I don't know. Even the spies haven't given us that information. There might be info only high-level leaders know. Ivok sat with his legs crossed, his eyes full of danger. Gaffer, how'd they be a problem for us? Eliminating them will be easy once that day comes. Our only enemies are the Maple Association just like 8 centuries ago. With Empress Cygnus at the head, the Cygnus Knights, the Adventurer Association, and the Nova Tribe have formed an alliance. After the 6 heroes were sealed, they are our only threat. If it's just a conflict between merchant alliances, we don't need help from above. But I have a bad feeling. Did he do all that with only Gaffer's support? Ivok frowned in thought. Seeing this, Baiju remained silent. Then Ivok spoke. Get more information on Gaffer. Yes, sir. Ivok said with a sinister expression. El Pami. Hope you prove yourself to be a worthy enemy. In a forest rustling with falling leaves, golden sunlight pierced through the green canopy onto the ground. Raf had been blown away and was crawling on the ground. He cursed angrily. Damn it, what the hell, what kind of mage uses? Kiri couldn't stand firm either and was pushed back. Surrounded by dust and smoke. How? El Pami walked forward majestically, weapon in hand. Why haven't you landed a single hit on us? He rushed toward them. Just one hit and you guys can rest. Stay away from me, Raf cried out. 3 of them practiced on one side, in a quiet corner. Debo sat alone on a rock. He roared angrily. Why are you guys so noisy? I really want to go over there and punch something. Why do I have to do this? He remembered his conversation with El Pami. You need to try and voluntarily use the power that appears whenever you lose consciousness. I don't know if it will work. If you can do it, it will be amazing. El Pami looked at Debo with trusting eyes. Hit me gently. Raf kept complaining. Ha! Will doing this really help me get stronger? Debo sighed in frustration but continued practicing. Night fell, and darkness enveloped the area. In a brightly lit room, the sound of laughter and talking still bustled. El Pami. Raf struggled with a face bruised and battered beyond recognition, with only one eye intact, questioning. Is this really a practice match? Debo couldn't help but burst out laughing.
El Pami replied coldly.
I hit you according to your number of circles. Raf was resentful. I don't believe it. While Debo was still grinning. That face could win over any girl. Debo enjoyed seeing Raf in this state. Then he turned and asked, Is it okay to leave this girl alone? Dinev replied, There are guards here already. I'll be fine. Debo suddenly thought of something. There's something I want to tell you. El Pami glanced at Debo. What? Debo handed a letter back to El Pami. The special thing was the ring attached to it. He said, It's something I found at the Great Gate last time. Thanks to this, we were able to escape. I didn't want to keep it without knowing where to return it. He asked, Do you know what this is? El Pami noticed the ring. He was a bit surprised, realizing something and whispering to himself. The cross ring and the image of a girl appeared in his mind. Debo was dazed. What is it? He reached out to take the letter. I'll keep this, you go rest. You have to train with us tomorrow morning too. El Pami said as he tucked it away. Hearing that, Debo broke into a cold sweat and cried out in fear, while Raf let out a delighted smile. While the teammates were resting, in the familiar forest, the sound of a sword rang out from repeated slashes against a tree. It was Kiri still training frantically. She gradually became exhausted and gasped for breath. The voice of her former teammate Kasim still echoed in her ears, calling her incompetent. She gritted her teeth and gripped her sword tightly. Sparks flew, and then she poured all her strength into a slash as if to vent all her anger. At night, while everyone was deep in sleep, El Pami walked quietly on the deserted road, stood in front of a door, and reached out to knock. However, the door slowly opened, not the one he knocked on, but the one opposite behind him. A person with sharp, wary eyes asked, "Who are you?" El Palmy held the letter in his hand and glanced at him. A mailman. After answering, he remembered the incident of the Great Gate destruction. It happened when the Great Gate entrance was destroyed. A linked merchant alliance came to investigate but found no culprit. Actually, there was no reason to find them anymore. Yet, the Great Gate reappeared near its original position. And after that, no more Great Gates were destroyed. He pondered. Later, I realized who was behind this. And the reason suddenly, someone opened the door in front of him, interrupting his train of thought. That person was somewhat threatening. How did you find this place? Explain yourself, you have 5 seconds.
El Palmy stepped inside.
Alone, facing a group of people, the Cross Hunters. A secret organization that knew the Great Gate was a trap set by the cultists. They were the ones who destroyed the Great Gate. A noble sacrifice that would go unrecognized. But this time, they saw that El Palmy said nothing. They raised their weapons at him, but he used a skill to hand them the letter. He said calmly, "I've come to return what you lost. Don't you want to receive it?" They didn't say much. They began the 5-second countdown. 5. I want to show you a shortcut. 4. It doesn't benefit me if you keep running around. 3. I can't tell you how I know this place. But if you kill me. 2. Basement of the Edelstein Guild. When he said this, they finally reacted. El Palmy took the opportunity. The residence of your guild master will be exposed. Seeing this, a blonde woman approached El Palmy. She looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked, "Who are you?" El Palmy smiled friendly. "Nice to meet you, Cheryl." She was a bit wary and defensive when he knew her name. Looking at her reminded him of an old memory. He recalled, "No, should I have said it's been a long time? Because we were friends in our past life." Cheryl joined the resistance after the Cross Hunters disbanded. She and I fought together in countless battles. El Palmy searched for memories of the past. Back then, she called out to him with a bright smile. "El Palmy, go. I'll catch up with you. When you sacrifice yourself, I'll repay that debt." Returning to the present, El Palmy exchanged coldly, "I'll be blunt. Withdraw the branch at the base. That branch has been discovered by the cultists." Cheryl was startled upon hearing that. He took out a wooden box and continued, "And I just picked up an item. The Cana Merchant Association has something very interesting." Then he opened it. Inside was a hand covered in indigo marks. Cheryl asked in confusion, "What is this? If you dare to act up, I won't forgive you." "Look closely." El Palmy used mana to reveal a red mark on the hand. Cheryl couldn't hide her panic. That's a cultist tattoo." The others also recognized the tattoo. "Yes, that's definitely it. Is it really from Cana?" Cheryl's jaw dropped in disbelief as she pondered. That tattoo truly belongs to the cultists. It's very hard to find because it won't appear unless mana is infused into the skin. Currently, not many people know about the existence of the cultists. Cheryl raised her voice angrily. "What do you want? If you talk nonsense, I'll shoot you immediately." He replied, "What I want." He paused for a moment. "Is information. I need information," El Palmy said firmly. Thud. The door was closed. Inside, people were whispering. "Cheryl, do you believe him?" "Of course not. He's too suspicious," she speculated. "And especially since he appeared right at this moment. It's definitely a trap. In that case, I'll pretend to go along with it." El Palmy left with a train of thought. "I didn't expect to get this item and information." The ring attached to the letter had been hidden by El Palmy. "Anya, they're moving too fast. Could it be that, because the future changed, they changed their plans too? In this case, she will." It's clear now, the next location is Nautilus. In the blue sky, countless seagulls were spreading their wings and flying with their characteristic cries. Ebo, with a red axe on his back, looked toward the people boarding the ship. "Oh!" All four, El Palmy, Kiri, Raf, and Debo, looked in one direction with confidence. Debo said, "It's been a month, hasn't it? My body is already itching for action." El Palmy remembered the scene of him sitting opposite Abyss in the room. The guy said, "Choose." On the table were 2 pieces of paper. He said confidently, "The 60-person gate at Sixpath Crossway, or the 77-person gate at Alinea. I've selected gates that Cana might have their eyes on. Why not start? It's been a month." El Palmy looked down with a cold expression, thinking. Then he said, "I wonder." Abyss interrupted angrily. "Hey you bastard. Don't tell me you're scared now." El Palmy closed his eyes and crossed his arms with an expressionless face. "I've already chosen where to go. Eagle Eye's tomb." Hearing that, Abyss was panicked. "What? Do you know what kind of place that is?" Then, an image of a female pirate with long golden hair appeared beside a whale-shaped pirate ship. His prow was fitted with a large skull. That was Kirin, the captain of Nautilus, who commanded countless pirates. An image of a blood-stained gun lying on the ground. She had a first disciple named Eagle Eye, and the Eagle Eye Gate was where her disciple died. Now it has become a tomb to remember her. Biss looked at El Palmi, who was seriously questioning. You mean the place with a bounty of 9,990,000 mesos? Countless adventurers have failed to conquer that place, so it's rumored to be impossible to conquer. Don't tell me the Cana Merchant Guild is aiming for it. First of all, where did you get that information? Suddenly, the room door opened. Rockin walked in with a cheerful face. What's so interesting? Abyss spoke up in surprise. Lord Rockin, he asked. What brings you here, sir? Rockin walked toward the two and spoke. I was thinking of giving you a gift. Abyss didn't understand. A gift? Here. Rockin smiled, holding two glowing orange feathers. He held them toward El Palmi, who spoke up in surprise. These are items specially prepared by the captain. Phoenix feathers. And there are two of them. Smiled sinisterly. I have high expectations for you. Remembering that moment. El Palmi pandered. That means I have to do as much as I've been given. With these, I have 4 phoenix feathers now. Quite an unexpected harvest. Debo interrupted. But why isn't the boss going inside? El Palmi looked toward where a foot had just stepped down and reminded him. Someone is still coming. Debo asked back. Who? Then his eyes widened after hearing a call. Oh, it's Saidya. Ibiru, holding a large bundle tied tightly, greeted them. Long time no see. Debo was happy. Oh, Ibiru. What's that in your hand? Kiri and Raf were a bit surprised when Ibiru replied. The goods your boss ordered. Seriously, making me the delivery man. Try putting them on. They quickly changed clothes. Debo let out a happy oh. Raf smiled and said, Is this free? Awesome. And Kiri was also impressed. It's much lighter than I thought. As if I'm wearing nothing at all. They asked. What is it made of? Ibiru replied. Snow Yeti skin. Your boss threw it at me and told me to make this. Remember. Debo remembered the scene of El Palmi holding a piece of snow-white fur. I'll take this. Making him unable to stop it, only able to think dejectedly. Back then. Ibiru asked. You guys have been eating well lately, haven't you? Well, of course, since you have the skills to clear a 100-person gate. Hearing that, Debo quickly reminded him. Hey, keep it down. Wait, how do you know about that? Ibiru, holding a piece of fur, said. How could I not know? I received such a hard-to-find item. Only I know, so don't worry. Oh, and some more equipment. This is...
El Palmi interrupted.
That's yours. Ibiru asked back.
Ha, mine?
Why, thanks, but I don't think it'll be useful. El Palmi interrupted again. I said it's yours. Ibiru was stunned. You mean? Before he could finish, El Palmi spoke up. There's not much time left. Hurry up. Ibiru was still in shock. What? In another scene, Pirate yawned and complained. So boring. This was a small island covered in green. Pirate ship was anchored here. The silhouette of a woman was walking toward the ship. Seeing her, the ship guard shouted. Ah, she's here. With her signature red hair, Minor appeared with a dusty group who were expressing their gratitude. Miss Minor, thank you so much. Minor spoke up cheerfully. The sea breeze is wonderful. Voice shouted out in joy. Miss Minor did it. Inside the ship, countless people were shouting and talking. She cleared a 200-person orange-grade gate. Miss Minor is back. This changes the entire momentum of the gate conquest. From the captain's quarters, a voice of refusal rang out.
No.
Minor looked toward a woman with a reproachful tone. Captain, why? I even cleared a 200-person gate. 74 people will definitely. She said firmly. I'm much stronger than the previous Eagle Eye. There's no reason for you to stop me. Kirin turned her head sharply. Are you talking back to your captain? Do you intend to disobey me? Minor clenched her fists, her whole body trembling as she replied pitifully. Then how am I supposed to avenge Sister Leah? You know how hard I've worked. Kirin's eyes were sharp and cold as she gave a serious warning. I am ordering you once more as your captain. Go back. A while later, at a tavern, Minor slumped over the table while drinking beer. She let out a sad sigh. She confided in her teammates. She won't allow us. Should we just ignore her and take the bounty? Zio smiled and added, that's just how Kirin dotes on you. But Minor didn't feel any better and replied, she's too protective. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps ran in. He threw the door open, looked at the two of them, and announced hurriedly, Minor, we have a problem. Get outside quickly. Just a moment ago, Those guys took the bounty for Eagle Eye's tomb. Hearing that, Minor jumped up. She exclaimed in shock. What? Kevin was also surprised and guessed. Who are they? Land rats. Another female member spoke up angrily. Those brats took the bounty. On the other side, El Pami's group walked in amidst a flurry of chatter. Debo looked around tensely. What's with this atmosphere? It feels so strange. Kiri closed her eyes and replied. This is their home turf, so keep your mouth shut. We ignored their unspoken rules. It wouldn't be strange if a bullet flew our way right now. Debo asked. Rules. In front of them, a bounty board filled with missions appeared. Nautilus's laws are simple. The one who takes the bounty has priority in conquering the gate. Someone has taken the bounty, they must be allowed in, those are the two laws. But most groups have an unspoken understanding not to take a bounty that someone else is targeting. And the bounty we got is. Suddenly, someone running toward them interrupted. That person ran over and shouted loudly, Hey, who are you people? Making the whole group surprised. Minor shouted with an angry face. Who do you think you are to dare take that? That belongs to me. You know that. Pami spoke up in response. Then shouldn't you have taken the bounty first? Minor countered. I was waiting because I hadn't been given permission yet. The commotion drew the attention of everyone around. El Pami continued. Permission? I've never heard of such a thing. Minor pointed at El Pami's group. It's mandatory, because Captain Kieran is my mentor. Minor winked and held up a finger, acting superior. That's not how it works. It seems you don't know the rules, but Nautilus's bounties only exist for pirates. El Pami remained cold, while Debo looked like he was trying to hold back his laughter at her words. Those who aren't pirates can't take them. Not a single gate is under the ownership of Nautilus. Debo couldn't hold it in anymore and snorted. He laughed loudly. I finally get it now, boss. Minor looked at him with dissatisfaction and ordered, Stop laughing. He opened his mouth playfully. I don't want to. Then he put his arm around El Pami's shoulder and pointed at the teammates behind them. Let me introduce us. We are the Iburu pirates. Hearing that, Iburu nervously gripped the scroll. He broke into a sweat while trying to play along with them. Feeling toyed with, Minor grew angry. You can't call yourselves pirates when you aren't pirates. Not everyone who wants to can just become a pirate. There's a process to. Before she could finish, Debo interrupted. Are you saying we're fakes? How sad. We really are pirates. He continued to make things up. Don't you know Captain Iburu of the Iburu region pirates? Hearing that, Iburu didn't know what to say and could only let out a forced laugh. Debo looked at the slightly confused Minor and smirked provocatively. Iburu right here is a real pirate. As I said, you should have realized that from the fact that we're here. If a group's leader is a pirate, then it's a pirate group, right? A voice rang out. Aren't you forcing it a bit too much? El Pami turned to see a muscular man walking toward them. That means the rest of you aren't pirates. This made Debo fume. Who dares to object? Seeing him as a savior, Minor called out excitedly, Sir, you've arrived. She called, Sir Marat. He spoke up. What's all this noise about? El Pami glanced at him and thought while speaking, Marat, I've never heard of him before. We haven't broken any rules. Marat replied immediately, I didn't know Kieran was the one who set those rules, so let her judge this. Where are the rest of you? I assume there are more. El Pami added, There are only 5 of us. Hearing that, he felt surprised. Huh, you guys are crazy. Do you realize this is a gate meant for 74 people? At the same time, Debo thought in shock. Can he see through us? Now everyone around was paying attention to the conversation. Marat asked, That's a bit suspicious. What's your name? Eriplaid, El Pami. Hearing that name, Kevin started and repeated, El Pami. That's. Making the female pirate next to him ask, What? Do you know him? He looked at El Pami and replied, I've heard of him. I remember he's the survivor of the red grade 100-person gate. Chatter began to buzz. That famous 100-person gate. I thought most of the people who went in there died. Someone else replied, Then they aren't ordinary people. Hearing those words, Debo rested his chin on his hand proudly. That's right. But then he felt angry when someone said, So what? That female pirate vented her anger at Kevin. They failed the raid anyway and barely managed to survive. So they're no different from cowards. He flusteredly raised his hands to block her. Why are you shouting at me? The person continued. Captain Minor cleared a 200-person orange-grade gate. Doesn't that mean she's better? This made Minor blush with embarrassment. You guys are overdoing it, though you aren't wrong. Marat's expression darkened as he said, I see, so you are them. He looked at El Pami's group and made an offer. All right, why don't we compromise? Since you took the wanted poster first, you can have the advantage. So why not give up the remaining 69 slots to another group? Debo was smug, just like that, but was interrupted by El Palmy. Fine. This left Debo stunned. Ha! El Palmy spoke up. 100,000 mesos per person. Maximum of 10 people. Later, in Miner's room, there was the sound of conversation. Hey, are you serious? They're going to die anyway. We can just wait until that happens and go in afterward. Miner sat on a chair counting money, ignoring the worried Zio as she replied, I'm preparing for the worst-case scenario. It will be over if they exit the gate and try to survive. Zio asked further, what about Kieran? Miner didn't care much. I don't have time. I'll do this and apologize later. Her gaze was sharp and determined. We can't let anyone else take that gate, no matter what. In another development, Raph was angry. Why did you say that? Only opening 10 out of 69 slots? You just lost 690,000 mesos. Go tell them we've changed our minds. Debo sighed. You're so greedy. Kiri spoke up to explain. There would be too many people if we did that. Did you forget about the followers? Raph wouldn't listen and argued back. Who cares? Just wipe them out. El Palmy was deep in thought. I can't change my mind. Their goal right now. An image of a scratched metal plate with the number 74 in the center appeared. Their goal is to assassinate Captain Kieran's second disciple, Miner, at Eagle Eye, where her first disciple also died. On the hull of the skull-headed whale pirate ship, many cracks were surfacing. Kieran went into shock after losing her second disciple at that same gate and isolated herself. The followers took that opportunity to completely destroy the Nautilus pirates. This was supposed to happen 2 years later, but now everything has changed. El Palmy continued to ponder. News just arrived that Cana has transferred funds to Nautilus. That means they are carrying out their plan earlier. I must stay ahead of them and limit the number of people entering to ensure her safety. I also need to minimize energy consumption. I can't repeat my old mistakes. Currently, the atmosphere in the room was tense due to the argument. Someone shouted, Shut up. I'm sure he has a plan. Another person moaned, Oh my God. All that money. This made Iburu feel very helpless. What am I even doing here? The night arrived with bright moonlight. The pirate ship was moving across the sea. Someone knocking on El Palmy's door caught his attention. He was alert, gathering a surge of blue energy in his fist. El Palmy opened the door and asked, Who is it? And his blue eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, This is unexpected. Come. Outside stood 2 people who could be considered important figures on the ship. He called both their names, Captain Kieran and Marat. Under the yellow light, El Palmy asked, What brings you here so late? A voice replied, There's something I need to check. You'd better not lie to me. Kieran opened her mouth with sharp, cold eyes. El Palmy. Are you a follower of the Black Mage? He thought in a panic. How does Kieran know about the followers? Has the future changed again? Or did she know all along? Then why did the events before I regressed? Marat spoke up seriously. You seem quite shocked. Do you have any connection to them? El Palmy cursed inwardly. Damn it. He denied it. No, I'm not. It's just that I didn't expect to hear that word from your mouth. So you don't doubt that the followers exist. Kieran's face was grave. That makes no sense. How can I believe you aren't one of them? Do you have proof? El Palmy closed his eyes nonchalantly. Well, I don't. But I think you came to ask because you already know. Kieran listened intently. Who are the followers? And what is my relationship with them? If not, you would have shot me long ago. The shadows of the 2 were cast on the floor. Is that the Cross Hunters? I didn't know you were in contact with them. Kieran closed her eyes and admitted, Yes, the followers are the Cana Merchant Alliance, so you are their enemy. Then she opened her cold blue eyes. But that doesn't mean you are my ally. El Palmy added, I could be your ally. I assume that's why you came to see me. He asked seriously, What do you want from me? Kieran hesitated. The situation is very serious. I've learned that the followers of the Black Mage are behind Leah's death. But they have infiltrated Nautilus quite deeply as well. I can't trust anyone except Marat and a few others. El Palmy understood and guessed to himself. Damn it. Has it already gotten that bad? Things are progressing faster than I predicted. Kieran thought of Miner and added, I heard they will act again. I assume they are targeting Miner. Without Leah, she is essentially the symbol of this ship. If Miner dies, chaos will engulf Nautilus. Even I won't be able to handle that. El Palmy's gaze became dangerous at Kieran's proposal. This is a negotiation. Protect Miner in Eagle Eye's tomb. You will be rewarded with an item from Nautilus's treasure. Morning came at Gate 74. Deo's group entered the gate first, leaving Miner and her teammates behind. He said, "We'll go in first. Take your time getting there." Minor seemed to be thinking about something. Her face showed determination. Inside the gate, Debo looked around in awe. Everything looks so strange. It's actually quite creepy. Kiri spoke up to remind them, "Are you guys on a sightseeing tour? You need to be a bit more tense." Meanwhile, Raph still couldn't accept the selection and thought while gritting his teeth, "Wait, did we really only sell 10 slots?" Suddenly, the sound of a monster's footsteps hitting the ground caught everyone's attention. Debo looked at the blue dinosaur-like monster and mocked it. "Look at that stupid-looking thing." Suddenly, someone's voice interrupted Debo. "Wait, I'll take it out." Debo's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh!" A much larger monster appeared behind the small monster that was crying out. Standing in the monster's shadow, Debo nervously scratched his head. "Did you bring your mom along?" And then, a loud roar echoed. Inside the gate, a scene of stalagmites dotted across the cracked, dry ground appeared. The sound of gunshots rang out. Along with that was the growling of the monsters. Minor fired bullets at the monsters while shouting, "Keep firing! Kill them one by one!" She screamed, "Zio, the gunshots are attracting them." He reassured her, "Don't panic." The monster opened its large mouth with sharp teeth and lunged to attack above their heads. Zio continued to encourage them. "Just trash. We even cleared a 200-person gate before." He raised his gun and fired directly at the monster. The bullet pierced through, making it scream in pain. Flesh and blood from the monster splattered everywhere. Collapsed with a thud. Minor's voice rang out, "That's right, just like you said. Get back into formation." With a gun in each hand, she boldly declared, "Let me handle this." On the other side, a monster opened its mouth and roared as it lunged toward El Palmi's group. Debo was dissatisfied. "Another one. Where are they coming from?" Raph ran forward. "Go on ahead. I have something to take care of." Debo ran until he was out of breath, gritting his teeth in frustration. Where is that bastard going? While running, he suddenly realized there was a rock blocking the path. Crap! Debo quickly dodged, while the monster's momentum carried it straight into the rock. The rock crumbled into small pieces from the impact. Taking advantage of the monster's recovery state, he charged with his axe to strike its neck and finish it. "Let's go." After witnessing everything, El Palmi had clearly noted that their fighting style was a mess. If they kept fighting haphazardly, it wouldn't be effective. He ordered that from now on they would fight as a team. From this moment they were family. Hearing this, the three couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "What?" He signed the roles. "Debo will lead the way. He will take the front line and create space. No need for immediate kills, just focus on wounding them. The goal is to keep moving forward. No matter what happens, ignore any attacks from behind, your father will protect you." And that father was Raph. He raised his fist in support, not forgetting to taunt, "My dear son, trust your father." Hearing these cheesy words, Debo screamed, "Shut up!" El Palmi continued assigning tasks to Raph. He crossed his arms, his voice clear. "Raph, you are Debo's shield. Forget your individual combat techniques." His face was cold. El Palmi's voice both advice and instruction. "From now on, fight for him. Protect him at all costs. That is an order." The two stood back to back, coordinating against the monsters charging aggressively. Raph stomped the ground eagerly. "Let's give it a try." He moved extremely fast, attacking the monsters with immense power. Suddenly, he spotted a monster rushing from behind to whip its tail at Debo. He was surprised. Too soon. However, Raph managed to run over and grab the monster's tail. Feeling exhilarated, he used enhancement and healing magic on himself, his expression somewhat crazed. "Damn, is this the power of a father's love? How exciting!" Debo, unable to take it, roared, "I told you to shut up." El Palmi continued explaining the role of the only girl in the team. "And Kiri, your role is the most important. Your skill prevents enemies from recovering after being burned. Use it to finish off all enemies with low health." Kiri's image was reflected in the monster's eyes. She immediately used her flaming sword to unleash a radiant light strike.
El Palmi commented,
"You're the one who improved the most this past month, Kiri." Sure enough, with just one move, she quickly took down the monster. Kiri cheered excitedly. "Much easier than I thought. This is great. Let's keep it up." Meanwhile, something was happening outside the gate. The two gatekeepers were surprised to see the people appearing before them. They spoke hesitantly. "Castro, why are you here?" "The members who promised." But he seemed very anxious. His angry voice cut them off. "Move aside, that's not important now. This is more urgent. I need to report to Minor immediately." Also inside the gate, but on Minor's side, A monster had been defeated. Zio laughed heartily in praise. Well done, Miner. She was modest. It's nothing, let's keep going. Standing on the monster's head, a brown-haired girl waved. Miner, this thing is huge. Look at this massive mana stone. She was excited. If we sell this, we'll make at least. Before she could finish, an arrow shot from nowhere pierced her stomach. Miner couldn't believe her eyes. The brown-haired girl was utterly stunned. Blood gushed from her mouth. What? Someone's hand was manipulating the arrow's movement. Before they could react, another arrow flew toward Miner. She shouted a warning while running. Everyone, watch out! Zio also yelled in concern. Miner! He quickly pulled his teammate down to avoid the arrow. I know! She fired a bullet in response, the bullet shattering the arrow. However, a red light appeared behind Miner. Sensing it, she spun around in shock. Her intuition was right. A volley of projectiles was fired toward her team, caused dirt and rocks to fly everywhere. Amidst the dust, a strange item flickered. The dust on her face only fueled her rage. You bastard! Explain yourself. The culprit revealed himself. It was El Pami, holding a bow in one hand and adjusting his glasses with the other. I'm just cleaning up. A bright red fire vortex appeared. Numerous arrows were fired simultaneously at Miner's team as his voice echoed. Stay still, I'll make this quick. Iburu lowered his head in despair, muttering. Everyone forgot. Then he clutched his head and screamed. Everyone forgot about me. He remembered when the monsters chased them and everyone ran in different directions. He was furious. That bastard Debo. How could he abandon me after telling me to trust him? If he was going to do that, why bring me here? Luckily I found this ant cave or I'd be dead. He was worried, but he couldn't hide forever. If everyone else escaped, he would truly be calculated and finally decided to find a way out. Damn it, I'm a second circle adventurer too. Let's see. Outside, the monsters were still lingering. He gritted his teeth and told himself, I won't die easily in this place. After a period of battling the monsters, Iburu stood before the second great gate. What should I do? If I just wait here? While he was confused, a sound reached his ears. He fell back in panic and screamed. When he calmed down, he saw a silly-looking snail making an adorable sound. Iburu was bewildered. Are you
Alpalmis?
He breathed a sigh of relief, not noticing his hand had touched the gate. When did you get here? I thought my heart was going to jump out. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Iburu's ears. He tensed up. A crack of light appeared from the gate. The snail crawled near the gate, but Iburu had already vanished. It looked down, let out a soft cry, and sighed. Then it crawled into the gate at a speed unimaginable for a snail. Elsewhere, El Pami ordered, Stay still. Countless arrows were aimed at Miner's group. I'll end this quickly. She pointed her gun at him and shouted, Explain yourself. Didn't you hear me? A bullet flew toward him. El Pami quickly dodged it. The bullet exploded on the ground, giving everyone a scare. What? Castro and two others stepped forward, holding a large, smoking gun. Good. It seems we're not too late. Miner was shocked. Castro, how is that possible? Taking that chance, El Pami quickly ran off. Seeing this, Castro commanded, He's still alive after him. Fast. He guessed El Pami had done the same at the inner gate. His face darkened. Kirin sent us here after discovering his identity. Miner hesitated. Kirin did? While running, El Pami fired arrows back at those people. The arrows hit 3 of them. The red-haired man roared in anger. Damn it! What are you doing? He repeatedly unleashed fire attacks at the opponent, flames erupting along with a loud shout. He's all alone. After a volley of shots, he muttered to himself, All right, but unexpectedly, the firepower he just unleashed was reflected back at them. The 3 were terrified, their screams echoing. The explosion caused stone fragments to fly everywhere. El Pami worried as he ran. That's 3 already, and more are coming. Have they found out? He was startled to find someone blocking his path with a gun. 2 red bullets. The gun in Miner's hand was still glowing red. She was angry. You think I'd lose track of you? She fired continuously at him. However, not only did he dodge everything, but soon he approached the gate. Just then, Castro held a bomb and shouted, Everyone get down. Zio panicked. What? El Pami observed everything through his sensitive insight lens. He raised his ring-bearing hand to deploy magic. A massive boulder instantly appeared, blocking the path between him and Miner's group. The bomb Castro had just thrown struck the boulder. A terrifying explosion rang out. Debris from the boulder rained down. They piled up, separating the teammates from El Pami and Miner. Everyone called out Miner's name, but the pile of rocks had formed a large wall before them. Shouts rang out. Everyone, come here. Hurry up. Damn it. Dust filled the air, leaving Minor confused. She coughed while wondering what was happening. Before she could recover, light radiated from the staff pointed at her. The familiar light made her realize immediately what it was. She instantly raised her gun toward him. In the narrow space, the two faced each other. She growled, Bastard, what the hell are you doing? Tell me your plan right now. She pressed the gun against his face. He slowly opened his mouth. Are you ready to face the consequences? Minor's finger on the trigger trembled. Outside, Zio grabbed Castro's shirt and shouted, Do something, Minor is trapped in there. He hesitated. I'm just... Suddenly, an explosion rang out from the pile of rocks. Zio looked anxiously into the dust cloud and shouted, Minor, are you still alive? A fire arrow flew out. The two quickly dodged, panicked. What the hell is that? Not only that, the familiar gun was raised again. Castro's expression turned fearful. The person wielding that gun fired a barrage of bullets through him. He collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. He stared. Why? Castro fell. The culprit standing before him was none other than Minor. Zio couldn't believe his eyes. He roared, Minor, what are you doing? Elpami stepped up from behind. She asked, So, what's the result? He replied coldly, I just wasted mana because of your useless stubbornness. Just as I thought. They are all new members. Minor's expression darkened. She called out to Zio, Take the others and run. She emphasized, That is Kirin's order. Kirin's necklace around her neck suddenly made a sound. Elsewhere, a glowing crack appeared at the second gate. Both the Buru and the snail had entered. He bent over, panting. I accidentally came in here, now I have to wait for the others. He saw the silence inside, the ground full of bone fragments. He muttered, Is the second gate a cave too? Are they here? He suddenly saw a human-like figure and exclaimed, A person! Iburu immediately ran toward it, ignoring the snail at his feet that shrieked with wide eyes. Like a drowning man grabbing a straw, he shouted, I'm separated from my party, can I join you? The snail rolled once and launched itself at his leg, making him lose his balance. He cursed angrily, What the hell are you doing? Do you want me to roast you while Elpami isn't here? Iburu scrambled to his feet, explaining to the person, Ah, this snail isn't a monster. But, before he could finish, the figure became clearly visible before his eyes. It was a hideous monster. It let out a roar. Behind it, more monsters began to approach. He screamed in terror. A wounded Minor shouted orders to Zio. Zio, get everyone out of here now. That is Kirin's order. Zio seemed unable to believe Minor's words, thinking, What? Something seemed to blow across the necklace around Minor's neck. She pointed her weapon at Elpami and questioned, What the hell are you doing? Elpami showed no reaction of fear whatsoever. Do you know anything about Leah's death? Elpami's question made Minor freeze. She opened her eyes wide, stammering, What are you saying? Elpami replied, Behind that pile of rocks are the dark mage cultists hiding among your friends, the ones behind Eagle Eye's death. Minor screamed, Shut up! Elpami continued, Kirin already knows everything, which is why I'm here. They tried to isolate you from Kirin because their next target is her second disciple. Which is you, Minor? Minor seemed stunned, eyes wide, unable to speak. Minor's expression revealed clear fear. Huh? What is he saying? Are there dark mage cultists in the Nautilus group? Did teammates kill Leah? Cutting through those thoughts, Elpami held out the necklace. Kirin wanted me to give this to you. Minor was astonished. That's Kirin's necklace. The skull pendant was Kirin's symbol. Minor couldn't believe it. No way she would give this to a stranger. So Kirin knew everything and was protecting me. Minor slowly lowered her weapon and questioned Elpami. Then the ones you killed. He understood what she meant and replied, That's right. Minor still couldn't accept it. She asked further, But how did you distinguish them? Returning to earlier, a man was discussing with Cheryl. Cheryl, I don't think this is right. They know too much about us, we can't trust him. Cheryl didn't care. She thought about the insight lens. It helped see mana flow to distinguish dark mage cultists, but it consumed an extreme amount of mana. She frowned and explained, After Chorus died, no one could use it anymore. Don't you know it only works when the element aligns with the user? The silhouette of Elpami with sharp eyes appeared. Cheryl continued, Although I don't know why he can use it, I still don't trust him. He definitely has his own agenda. So, the other person interrupted, It could be a trap. We don't know who is behind this. Cheryl was calm. I already lent it, trust me. Her gaze became decisive. If he doesn't have enough mana, he'll die before he can use it. Let's wait and see. To see what answer he brings. At this moment, countless people were gathering around Miner's group. El Palmy stood behind Miner and said, "Except for the three in front, all of them are dark mage cultists." Hearing that, Miner frowned and remained silent. Pedro shouted angrily, "Dark mage cultists? Ridiculous. Miner, don't trust him. He has no proof." El Palmy replied coldly, "Prof, do you want to see it?" Having said that, he raised the insight lens to his eye. He thought to himself, dealing with dark mage cultists is truly troublesome. Their tattoos only appear when mana is present and can be anywhere. Then he stepped forward. A transparent figure bound by threads appeared. Just because it is invisible to the naked eye doesn't mean it doesn't exist. A red sphere of thread manifested. Hands surged with mana as he grabbed Castro. "Well, I tried to show you some respect. But don't you think you're crossing the line?" he said, grabbing Castro's hair, revealing the tattoo on his forehead. Kevin and Zio saw the tattoo and shouted in shock. "That's the black mage's symbol. No way." Pedro gnashed his teeth in rage, tears streaming down his cheeks. Then they began to raise their guns. One of them screamed, "Damn it, kill them all." Zio was surprised by the attack, but managed to fire back. What the hell is going on? The assault began to intensify. Miner also raised her weapon to return fire. One of them was critically hit and screamed in agony. El Palmy looked at Miner. "I've spent too much mana tracking them. We'll be at a disadvantage if this continues. There is a second great gate nearby. We should take cover inside first." Miner ignored El Palmy and shouted, "Shut up! I'll kill every last one of them myself." With that, she continued firing forward. Pedro raised his weapon. "Get back now! It's time to hunt." He clutched a purple skull and rushed toward Miner. His hands flew out from the sphere, distracting Zio and Miner. Miner quickly realized and covered her face. "What? It's just an illusion. I can't see anything." She was surrounded by thick black and purple smoke. A flash of light flickered, piercing Miner before she could counter. The purple-haired man smirked. "Not bad. You can't see, right? You'd better brace yourself." Zio and Kevin cursed in pain. "Miner, I can't see a thing. Damn it, what is this?" Taking advantage of Miner's blindness, the purple-haired man aimed his gun. "Hey Miner, I'll send you to meet Eagle Eye right now." With that, he immediately fired at her. The bullet nearly struck her. Fortunately, El Palmy rushed in and pulled her away, dodging the bullet. The smug purple-haired man suddenly flew into a rage. "What? How can you see?" He ordered his subordinates. "Shoot him. He's too unpredictable." They unleashed a barrage of bullets at El Palmy. He reached out his hand to create a defensive barrier. The bullets hitting it were instantly reflected. They bounced back toward them as flaming arrows. They screamed in agony. One of them still refused to give up. He launched a powerful strike at the two. "You think that's enough?" But his attack was also quickly reflected. A flaming arrow pierced his neck. "What? Impossible." The purple-haired man couldn't believe his eyes. "What kind of power is this? It's just a fire rocket." He ordered his men to keep attacking El Palmy and Miner. "Stop him now." El Palmy was no pushover either. Quickly used Hexashot to create a powerful whirlwind, tearing through all of their attacks. The purple-haired man with the skull was stunned. He changed the direction of the fire arrows, cutting through his thoughts. El Palmy lunged forward, severed the arm holding the skull, and stabbed him in the stomach. He crushed the skull with one hand. Black smoke vanished, and Miner's vision returned. "I can see again." Even on the brink of death, he refused to yield. "You bastard!" He mustered all his strength into glowing golden spheres, all for the black mage. Those spheres shot toward Miner's group. Then they exploded. They were blown backward. El Palmy managed to get everyone onto a rock. El Palmy was exhausted. "I've reached my limit. I must get to the Great Gate before I run out of mana." Pedro suddenly lunged out of nowhere to attack Miner. Miner was knocked off the rock by him. Zio couldn't save her in time and could only cry out her name. El Palmy tried to grab Miner. "Damn it!" Pedro quickly hurled an iron ball at him. "Don't even think about it." He didn't have time to counter. The ball quickly blew the great gate's entrance apart. Miner woke up in pain. Looking at the ruins, she was stunned. The Great Gate's entrance had been blown to pieces. The Great Gate gasped in shock. "Oh God, the second Great Gate is, damn it, did we lose El Palmy and the others?" Another reassured them, "It's okay. The Great Gate will be restored soon. Anyway, our goal is..." Pedro was hunting Miner down and ordered his men, "Kill that bitch." He launched a spiral attack, but Miner raised her gun and shot him in the wrist. He activated the Admiral's Wings skill for defense. That move won't work on me. Miner frowned, thinking, my move had no effect? Is he hiding his true skills? She kept firing at Pedro, but still couldn't wound him. Before his punch could land, Miner managed to somersault high into the air. She landed on his head and pressed both guns against her opponent's skull. Bullets were fired repeatedly. The first target was the feet of Pedro. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Pedro's subordinates arrived and simultaneously aimed their guns at Miner. At the same time, Pedro tried to break free from her grip. Miner quickly braced her hands against the ground. His whole body curled up like a shrimp, becoming the perfect shield for her. His back was now riddled with wounds. Meanwhile, Miner landed safely. She quickly opened fire on the group. Her finger never stopped pulling the trigger. Pedro couldn't contain his rage. Motherfucker! As he tried to attack, Miner gave him no chance, pressing her gun to his stomach and firing. She shoved the other gun directly into Pedro's mouth. The scene became a bloodbath. The others were absolutely stunned to see his miserable state. Pedro, Miner, commanded, we don't have much time left. Everyone, charge in together. On the other side, Dibbo stared blankly at the rows of portals. What the hell is this? So many great gates. Kieran also reported. There are more here. Could they all be the second great gate? Raph guessed. They're probably the special great gates I've heard of. They connect to other areas in the second region. Once enough people pass through, the great gate closes, and they're forced to use another one. Dibbo doubted. Wait, if we don't know where we're going, how will we find the boss? Raph sighed. What other choice is there? We just have to rely on luck. Just go in. Thank goodness, 3 people are enough to pass through the gate. Pay attention to your surroundings. El Pami will probably take another route. We must join forces with him soon. Dibbo looked into the distance. What is that? It looks like it's heading toward us. Could it be the boss? It was a Gour. Seeing them, he teared up. Everyone, hurry and save me. Dibbo didn't dare acknowledge the acquaintance because behind him was a horde of monsters. What are you talking about? Don't come here. Iburu deliberately misunderstood. I knew it. We pirates of Iburu live and die together. Dibbo replied. No, stay away. Boss, where are you? El Pami was wearing the lens, so he saw everything clearly. He thought to himself, no way. He saw the monster roar as if it wanted to swallow everything. Many people had already perished here. Raph screamed in panic. These things aren't normal monsters, they are wearing our pirate gear. Were they human? Damn it. Damn it. This isn't the time to wonder. These things won't die. Even with their heads exploded they still move, and I'm almost out of ammo. El Pami thought tensely. Damn it. I've never heard of anything like this. Do these monsters lack cores? Are they human corpses turned into zombies? Since they have no weak points, no matter where I aim, they won't go down. What the hell is going on? Everything is so different from my past life. I have to find it at all costs. Wait, the mana threads connecting to them. This is... How far do they connect? There must be something on the other side of the wall. Has everyone already entered the second gate? He clutched his head helplessly. I've reached my limit. I have no mana left. Zio at the front line reminded him. El Pami? What's wrong? Pull yourself together. Gate was still emitting a blinding light. Zio didn't understand what was happening behind him. What the hell? Miner jumped down from above. Seeing her, Zio was very surprised. He shouted. Miner! She fired countless shots downward, meaning a series of monsters were wiped out. Her appearance made Zio breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Are you hurt anywhere? Miner coldly ordered. Kevin, if you don't want to die, back off now. He was stunned. Huh? A bizarre monster appeared right after that. Miner immediately opened fire on them. El Pami was exhausted by now. Miner stood amidst the thick smoke. Kevin sighed in relief. Miner, I almost died. SK, why are there still so many? What should we do? We're running out of ammo. But Miner was still full of energy. I can shoot again, use all my mana to... El Pami stopped her. Wait. She asked suspiciously. El Pami? He replied. Wait a bit longer, we'll need that skill. She was surprised. What are you saying? You look like you're about to die. Don't you see them? There's no time. He thought to himself. Another kilometer to reach Debo. There's no time left. El Pami said to Miner. 5 minutes, no, give me 3 minutes. She replied. Huh? What are you going to do? Channeled mana. Resolutely exclaiming. Clear the gate. At Debo's location he was also struggling to fight the zombies. Damn it. He cursed. What the hell is going on? These damn zombies, they might be human corpses, But even if you cut off their heads, they won't go down. Debo was so tired he couldn't help but scream. Whole group was struggling against the zombies. He asked Raf, "Is there any way to kill them?" Raf angrily replied, "Stop whining. If you have time to think, take down another one." Beside him, Iburu was also using a gun to shoot them down one by one. Die. Suddenly, a change made Iburu surprised. Huh? A rocket shot straight toward the monster. Immediately, it was taken down. Everyone thought it was Iburu and praised him. "Nice shot," he arrogantly replied. "It's nothing." A small hole cracked open from the ground. Dirt and rocks were pushed up high by the monster. The whole ground seemed to explode. Debo cursed angrily. "Damn it, are you crazy? Why wake that thing up?" Iburu's face darkened. "Damn. And they just said, 'Nice shot,' a moment ago." In front of the team was a massive monster roaring for blood. Everyone was fighting with all their might, with Minor and Zio firing their guns frantically. El Pami grit his teeth through the pain, thinking, "Damn it. My heart is about to explode. I don't want to push myself, but I have no choice." His vision blurred as he made a decision. "It's too early to reach the next circle. It'll hold me back. There's only one way left." El Pami recalled the previous raid. "Monsters are getting stronger, and my mana and attack power can't keep up. The sixth circle was the limit. I must find another way." Looking at the cracking stone, El Pami knew this was a gamble. An idea struck him. Mana stones are the concentrated life of monsters. I can absorb its core to convert it into mana. Returning to reality, he thought, theoretically, it will restore the mana I've used, and the rest will be a burst of mana waves. El Pami told himself, "Let it flow through my veins to my heart. If my body can withstand it." At the same time, Minor jumped up to struggle with the monster. Her eyes widened, not daring to blink due to the tension. A voice called out from afar, "Well done, Minor." She was pouring her strength into killing the beast amidst the sea of fire. The vortex of power had trapped the monster, making it roar incessantly. Looking at the hand reaching out in front of her, Minor asked, "El Pami, you?" He ordered, "Prepare that thing from earlier." Minor was stunned. "What?" She was shocked to see a completely different El Pami after his transformation. "What on earth is this?" Elsewhere, Kieran was also facing off against two medium-sized demons. Beast's tentacles knocked down a teammate. Raf discovered something new. "What? Mushrooms?" With weapon in hand, he decided to deal with it. "Damn it. Is this the secret of the zombie mushroom?" And so, Raf stepped forcefully onto the zombie tree trunk. As the recovery ability activated, Raf warned, "Watch out for those tentacles." He shouted, "It's going to turn us into hideous zombie mushrooms." Raf grit his teeth. "Is that monster the one behind all of this?" Kieran was exhausted, as were the others. They moved more slowly and sluggishly. Raf worried, "At this rate, we're all going to die." He rushed forward and shouted, "Leave it to me. Everyone, get back now." The others were shocked. "What?" As he stepped forward, he thought, "If I don't do this." Raf bravely faced the beast's tentacles alone. He tried his best to avoid its long, grasping tongue. But the tentacles managed to seize Raf. He was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth in pain. The monster's long tongue knocked Raf away once more. In that critical situation, he was unexpectedly shielded from the blow. Kieran had thrown herself in to help, but she was already wounded in the abdomen. Inside the swamp, they were still discussing their strategy step by step. Minor reminded them, "Everyone focus on maintaining your skills. I'll handle the aiming." The area was littered with corpses and blood. She continued, "This wall is what we must destroy." They looked toward the monster with determination. "We only have one chance." Minor and El Pami, one after the other, activated their powers. He spoke, "Begin." The first technique was unleashed, shattering the rocks and earth into fragments. Piercing bullets exploded as Minor's divine gun swept through with terrifying destructive power. Resonating with El Pami's energy, nothing could withstand this level of damage. He tried to speed up the pace. Faster, even faster, move forward. As the sixfold rapid fire was unleashed, would victory be theirs? El Pami felt it wasn't enough and urged Minor, "Hang in there, keep going." An upgraded rocket skill appeared, fire surging forward like an arrow. Energy surged, rushing forward relentlessly. But unfortunately, the monster remained unharmed. "How unlucky. Damn it, I'm out of ammo." A loud shout came from behind. "Get out of the way." A person was trying to call Raf. "Hey!" He was currently struggling to stay conscious. A monster without a core, judgment hindered by puppets, mana threads leading somewhere, and the true nature of the immortals. It is controlled by the core's master elsewhere. looking at the intense battle with the tentacle monster. It still hadn't been defeated. El Palmy realized something, raised his fist and said, "It's you!" In an instant, the monster was devastated by a frenzied power. At the same time, a strange dimension opened up. A small golden object emerged from the black hole. The golden coating gradually dissolved. The strange object, looking like a flower, flew toward the man. His comrades were stunned, not knowing how to react. Raph was the same. What shocked him was that Miner and El Palmy were surrounded by monsters behind them. One was even grabbing her hair, when suddenly they were easily struck down by someone. Iburu had successfully shot them dead. Iburu was moved to tears, proudly saying, "I did it." Those horrible beasts lay shredded on the ground. Miner exclaimed, "The gate!" A smile finally appeared on El Palmy's lips. They've been wiped out. She remembered her childhood, abandoned by her parents. They were terrible people. Little Miner trembled before someone's help. And Lia was the one who protected her. She would never forget this kindness. She stepped up and became my hero. Miner and Lia sat chatting by the sea. Miner confided, "It's been 10 years since Master took us in. Time flies so fast. It feels like everything just happened." She said gloomily, "You're a genius recognized by Kirin, you must be happy. Compared to you, Lia understood immediately. "Were you scolded again?" Miner continued, "But I feel everything is too rushed. The gap between us is growing wider." Kirin, before she could finish, Lia flicked her forehead, making Miner cry out in pain. Lia lectured, "Don't be like that. Confidence is your strength." Miner snapped, "I told you not to hit me like that." Lia joked, "Come on, this is my privilege." The three of them were discussing. "Kirin, are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine, thanks to this new device." Raph shouted, "It's thanks to my healing. Luckily I had enough mana, or you'd be done for." The man beside him thought, "Yeah, of course it's thanks to you." Zio noticed something strange. "Hey, what's that?" A group of people approached the rock. Everyone was surprised. "Huh?" A blonde girl now looked haggard and wretched. Her hand still gripped her gun tightly, as a heart-wrenching cry rang out, "Lia." Meanwhile, Miner was unconscious. Kirin and Raph wondered, "Ropes? Did she tie herself up before turning into a mushroom corpse?" There was a letter tucked in her pocket. "Master, the Dark Mage's followers have returned. They have infiltrated deep into Nautilus. I wanted to return to help you, but I cannot. Please take care and—" Miner. The comrades listened. They prepared very carefully. Brina and Catherick had been by my side for a long time. Half the group are Dark Mage followers. I don't know how many more there are. So don't trust anyone. Perhaps this is my end. Miner was drenched in tears at Eagle Eye's message. I couldn't keep my promise. "I'm sorry, my dear sister." The sun began to shine, the stench of corpses growing stronger in the air. The fake reapers on their mission grumbled. "They're late. Could it be?" One spoke up. Castro took the fragment. "Even if it's Miner's team, if they're controlled by that thing." Before he could finish, one was shot dead on the spot. Seeing bullets aimed at them, the crowd panicked. "Ambush! Who is it?" One stared at the attacker. I thought you were at the conference?" Kirin held her gun threateningly. "How does it feel to be ambushed, you parasites?" Bodies slumped to the ground. A voice rang out. 46 eliminated. "Hold your positions." Marat reassured Kirin. "Don't worry, we sent him along for a reason." Kirin felt guilty. "If Miner doesn't return, I won't forgive myself." He felt sorry for her. Kirin. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone down. A woman stepped in front of the two of them, carrying Leah's body. Miner brought Leah's body back, calling out with eyes full of tears. Kirin's eyes also welled up with tears. Marat was stunned. Miner lowered her head. "I've brought sister back." Kirin nodded. They approached each other and wept together. Both of them have returned. Torch was lit. Fleets of boats tried to dock in the darkness. Kirin and her comrades talked. "So many people, did all of Nautilus come here? What on earth?" The cremation ritual was taking place during Eagle Eye's funeral. Miner looked into the distance. The question echoed. "Where is the boss?" Fleets began to set sail, racing against the sun. On this side, a man was sipping bottle after bottle. He remembered something and wondered. "A proposal?" It was a secret trade. "It sounds demanding, but it's necessary." Kirin said sharply. "So many mana potions. Do you know how precious they are since the recipe was lost?" He replied. "I know, that's why I'm asking you. This should be easy for you, considering Nautilus's finances." Tommy explained. "The deal is over. Why are you still helping me? I know we still have much to do." She replied, "I'm glad you protected Miner, but that doesn't mean I trust you. Consider it a new deal." give me 2 items. She set a condition. In return, I will find all the dark mage followers in Nautilus. Elpami grumbled. Damn it, the second life isn't easy either. Minor was lost in thought. Zio asked, why are you spacing out? She said indifferently, it's nothing, leave me alone. He suggested, Minor, you should join Elpami. She startled. Huh? Zio continued, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I know Elpami invited you. Minor panicked. No, that was just... Zio persuaded. Thanks to him, everything is fine, but Leah's killer is still out there. You want revenge, and so do I. By going with Elpami, you'll get to fight them head-on. I find him trustworthy, so you should go. Zio reassured. I'll protect this place, you know how I am, right? Minor stared at him. Zio. He smiled slightly at his kindness, but didn't forget to tease him. I can't trust you because you're too weak. He snapped. Don't ruin the mood. She continued. It'll be fine since Kieran is here. Zio was helpless. Honestly. In middle of the quiet forest. Oars cut through the water. Elpami paddled the wooden boat downstream. His face was full of vigilance. The boat stopped before a massive, towering gate. Above, countless cannon barrels were pointed down. Power from Kieran's staff glowed brightly. She waited patiently for the gate to open. The sound of gears turning. The internal engines were running. The massive gate slowly opened. Elpami looked at the scene inside in shock. This place. Inside were mountains of gold stretching out. He realized this was Kieran's treasure. Reaching the main hall, Elpami requested. Can you explain these items? Kieran said coldly. Pirates don't state the value of treasure. Judge for yourself. I only promised you 2 items. He wondered. Is she being cold because of the offer I made to Minor? Anyway, it's more than expected. The onyx staff and the ruler's necklace. Elpami held a ring, thinking. Is it the angel ring, Dawn's protection? I must choose the most powerful one. Suddenly, something surprised him. Huh? Seeing Elpami go in another direction, Kieran was curious. Has he decided? He touched an object. I'm sure now this is... After the final day when the followers stood on the front lines, one person massacred numerous team members, the traitor to humanity named Kiki. He sneaked into the highest position and betrayed them at a critical moment, causing great loss. This is the terrifying symbol he once used. I lost so many people because of him. Did he take it from here? Put it on his hand. I'll take this as the first item. Kieran acknowledged. He has an eye for things, but that item doesn't match his element. Elpami continued searching for the second item. He saw a glittering object in the distance. It was a ring. I've never seen it before, but I can't feel anything. A normal ring? How suspicious. There's no way a normal ring would be here. When he reached out his hand, it suddenly flew up. Elpami froze. Eh? Kieran was alert. What's that? He asked her. What happened? When I reached out my hand, it suddenly... Kieran recognized the ring. I'm sorry, that ring doesn't belong to me. I can't give it to you. Choose something else. Elpami hesitated. I understand. His broken words made Kieran suspicious. But, thanks for watching the video. His hand trembled. I can't take it off. Elsewhere, Beijou reported. The Goldraki matter is settled. Avoke replied. Alright, very good. What about Elpami? Perhaps it's time. Beijou knelt down trembling. I'm sorry, it was a failure. Evoke went mad upon hearing that. Failure? Are you joking? You used the shadow fragment and only achieved that much? One last chance. If you fail again, you will pay with your life. In contrast, in another room, a backpack was fully prepared for the trip. Minor left the room without hesitation, carrying a gun. Let's go. At the pier, Zio said regretfully. You guys are leaving? Debo laughed. We'll come back when we can. The wine here is really good. Raph advised. Next time, remember to improve your skills before returning. Have fun. Recalling the past, Zio turned pale. That crazy gambler. Debo turned to Elpami. Then let's go. He replied, yeah. Suddenly, something rushed toward them. It was Minor. She rushed to the pier only to see their boat had just left. Debo was surprised. Huh, you? He turned back to look at Elpami suspiciously. Wait a minute, Minor asked excitedly. Where's my spot? Gutron's group was in danger. The intense pursuit left them breathless. The chaotic scene made them shout to remind each other. Damn it. Run fast. Gutran reminded his comrades. Don't look back. Just keep running. Panic-stricken screams echoed through the hallway. No, at this rate we'll... Please save us. They finally saw an exit. There it is. They urged each other. Hurry, we'll activate it. The door latch dropped, and Gutran said smugly. You bastards, I won't die that easily. Suddenly, a giant blade rushed forward and cut him in half. El Palmy saw this and shouted. Gut ran. You. He fell, dust flying everywhere. The smoke gradually cleared. Gutran's figure appeared. Iburu said in pain. Gut ran. Damn it, Gutran urged. You idiot. Go quickly. His voice grew weak. You must survive. El Palmy had returned to headquarters. He reported. I'm back. Abyss scolded. How dare you be so confident when returning empty-handed? He replied. It was an emergency. Surviving was a miracle. He said coldly. I'm not saying this will make up for it, but we will create more opportunities. Abyss questioned. What do you plan to do? What have you done? He presented. Minor, their target has joined our group. They certainly won't leave it at that. We will use bait to lure them. He said uncomfortably. What? How long must I endure your farce? El Palmy thought. I can't reveal it yet. If war breaks out just because he wants to take down Cana, things will never be settled peacefully. That way, the root of the followers will never be found. He's also about to lose his patience. Must hurry, El Palmy said to Abyss. It won't take long. Raf grumbled. You brought in another person without discussing it with me. Now I'm spending more money. Debo questioned. Isn't it good to have more skilled people? Raf objected. Team leader? Who said that? We're competing. Kieran suggested. He needs more training. El Palmy said coldly. Temporary? It doesn't matter. If you're dissatisfied, show it with your skills. I'm always ready to compete. El Palmy's challenge made Raf wary. He left angrily. Damn it, my money. Debo evaluated. He's really greedy. Seeing El Palmy about to leave, he asked. Where are you going? He reported. I have business. No training today. Watching Raf go alone, a gloomy person in the corner said. They've all gone their separate ways. The masked man wondered. Damn it. Do they think they have many lives? Why do they always act on their own like that? Let's split up. I'll follow that guy. It passed. El Palmy reported he couldn't remove the ring. Kieran was suspicious. Can't remove it? An item that chooses its owner? He hesitated. Actually, Kieran broke into a cold sweat. This isn't good. The owner of that ring is... Kieran had to accept. Whatever, you have to ask its owner for permission. El Palmy entered the room to meet Cheryl. She spoke. You're still alive? El Palmy inquired. Are you the owner of the ring? Cheryl was surprised. The ring? He continued. I've come to ask for your permission. Cheryl was confused. Permission? He raised his hand to show her. I can't remove this ring, so I wanted to ask if you could. Hearing his explanation, she was quite shocked. What? He can't take it off? Cheryl gestured slightly to the subordinate beside her. She said to El Palmy, I can't give it to you because the true owner isn't here. He suggested. Then can you call them here? I don't know how to use this ring, so I need an explanation. Cheryl agreed. All right. He was startled. Her expression turned serious. El Palmy, this is a request from the ring's owner. Please save the hero tracker for me. On the final day, humanity was backed into a corner. A group of people appeared, including Freed's successor, Evan, the rival of Destiny, Luminous, the thief Phantom and the elf king, Mercedes. Along with them were the weapon hero Aaron and Unwool. It was the return of the 6 heroes. They joined forces together. Monsters were continuously struck down. We witnessed it. An unbelievable sight appeared before their eyes. A completely overwhelming power. A miracle they created. We regained hope and believed they would save the world again. However, no one knew that the power of the 6 newly awakened heroes was still unstable. 800 years ago, during the battle with the Black Mage, the heroes' items were lost in the Rift of Time. For some reason, they are now appearing at different great gates. The association couldn't buy enough time for the heroes to recover their strength. This time, things must be different. We need to give them sturdy shields to stand against the enemy. We will become the bait to lure the devotees. The various forces of Maple World will unite, forming a powerful alliance, and changing history together. Thanks to that, El Palmy's group had a new mission. The scene before them made Debo exclaim, So beautiful! Stone pillars appeared amidst the floating clouds. El Palmy warily observed the surroundings. Is it around here? He handed him a stack of strange papers. Stick this on yourself. This made him curious. Huh? What is it? Debo followed suit, sticking it on his chest. The pattern on the paper glowed, and spiritual power radiated strongly. Strange blue vapors continuously gushed out. What is this? It's getting more and more. An unbelievable voice rang out. Impossible. Thanks for watching the video. The gate opening before his eyes stunned Debo. A great gate? Good grief, it wasn't here just now. Kiri also had to ask, is it magic? Without this, we'd never find it. He recalled that the hero tracker, Pyru, had found a way to track the hero's items. Looking at the ring on his hand, he thought, so this is a hero's item? Alright, we will save you. The scene inside was a sturdy fortress. The light of the gate flashed, sucking them inside. Debo's face became full of excitement. We cleared the first great gate in just 3 hours. Isn't this a new record? It's so easy. Those fire pigs were nothing. Kiri casually exposed him. Wipe the sweat off your face before you talk. Mar wondered. Didn't you just reach the first circle recently? Debo replied. I'm a genius, second only to the boss. At this rate, I'll reach the 3rd or 4th circle sooner or later. These words irritated Raph nearby. You're quite enthusiastic. Debo remained smug. What's wrong, are you scared? El Pami spoke up to explain. Don't be too hasty. It's not like everyone thinks. They asked why, and he replied. Increasing circles quickly isn't always good. Increasing circles quickly means stats change abruptly. The body will endure great pressure. You need to balance learning and endurance. Going up too fast can hinder growth. Bo started getting tense. But you also just went up 2 circles, so that's fast too. El Pami said. Back then I had no other choice. It would have been better to space them 2 months apart. Hearing that, Minor thought to herself. He talks as if you can just go up a circle whenever you want. El Pami knew that before returning to this time, he couldn't surpass the 7th circle. Dangerous situations forced him to increase circles, but that very thing prevented him from going further. Now that I know the future, I can't stop at the 6th circle anymore. I need to increase circles at the best times to reach the 7th or 8th circle. Kiri voiced an opinion. But aren't we going too fast? The goal is to find someone, not clear great gates. What if we miss someone at the first gate? El Pami reassured them. Don't worry, we didn't miss anyone. I already checked. Seeing him put on the blindfold made Debo even more curious. That strange blindfold too, you keep putting it on and taking it off. Can you really find people with it? El Pami only replied. As long as they aren't dead. Suddenly the blindfold glowed, and he looked surprised. Huh! His voice became panicked. Hundreds, no thousands. We have guests. In the distance, something was rumbling toward them. Debo was still waiting for him to say more. Huh! At this moment, sensing danger, he looked back. Countless strange monsters were rushing over. What on earth? What are those things? The whole group became panicked. There are too many, everyone run. Minor realized what they were. They're skeletons. Bullets won't work on them. Damn it. Kiri also started getting angry. First zombies, now skeletons? Is this what we have to face from now on? Raph was the first to accept fate. There's no other way. Someone hurriedly shouted. Everyone, get down. It turned out there was a secret mechanism ahead filled with hidden weapons. A barrage of arrows shot out, taking down many skeletons. The lever was pulled down once more. Those skeletons kept lunging forward. The door slammed shut, making them crash into it. The pile of dry bones tumbled through the air. The whole group was safely inside the room. Someone behind asked suspiciously, Hellhunter's X-ray glasses? What relief, that was a close call. The one asking was Pyru. She pleaded with them, hurry, get me something to eat. After saying this, she fainted from extreme hunger. Pyru recounted, I became familiar with this place while trapped. I know the skeleton's movements and the devices here. I'm also quite confident in my infiltration skills. The problem is I ran out of food 5 days ago. There are no monsters to hunt here. Debo was surprised. This talisman? Magic, how cool. Pyru continued. I almost starved to death. El Pami remembered. I have a favor to ask. Seeing Pyru devouring the bread, he didn't have the heart. Never mind, just finish eating first. Minor also said happily, anyway, it's so lucky, because they found the exit gate. We just need to leave without defeating the boss. Pyru struggled to swallow the dry piece of bread and hurriedly said, wait, not yet. I have a favor to ask. Minor was stunned. Huh. Pyru made a request. Just 3 days. Please be my bodyguards for 3 days. There's an item I'm looking for. If we leave like this, my friend will have sacrificed himself in vain. I want to explore more, but I'm not good at fighting, so going alone is very difficult. I need your help. I'll definitely find it within 3 days and will reward you handsomely. El Pami didn't believe it. If you haven't seen it in a month, how can you find it in 3 days? I don't have time to waste here. Pyru still tried to persuade him. It's different. I've never searched the dangerous areas. There's a place where I feel it is. Evoke watched their actions and thought, has it started? This time you won't escape, El Pami. A gloomy voice rang out. Are you sure? He warily turned back to look. Who's there? His pupils reflected the fiery red figure opposite him. Win said in a low voice, I'm truly disappointed, Evoke. I thought you were quite useful. Yet you can't even handle a rookie adventurer. How much more do you plan to embarrass yourself? Evoke quickly knelt down. Lord Win, I have no excuse and will accept any punishment. But the plan to kill him is ready. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Win looked quite interested. Oh, so you'll take responsibility? In that case. The killing intent in the room grew thicker. Win's gloomy voice echoed. Tell me, what is your plan? On El Pami's team's side, dry skeletons were still wandering through the corridors. One suddenly came to a halt. A beam of light pierced through, severing its head. From the wall, a great source of power was released. The dry skeletons nimbly brought out shields to defend themselves. Taking advantage of the chaos, the whole group slipped out. The dry skeletons panicked and chased after the source of the noise. The lever was pulled down, and the door slammed shut right behind them. The whole bunch was locked inside. Debo held the talisman in his hand and cheered happily. Great! The path is blocked. This will be easier. Pyru became even more impatient. There's no more time. These devices aren't perfect. When one path closes, another opens. They'll surely realize it soon. El Pami's footsteps stopped. Then we need to find the item you're looking for before they find us. He looked with interest at the thing ahead. Let's see. Here is the great hero's item you're looking for. Debo looked at the giant statue and asked Pyru, I don't see any item. Are you sure this is the right place? El Pami also noticed the difference. Debo wondered again. I wonder who built this place? He only replied, who knows, it won't move, right? Everyone, come over here. I can't read this. Meanwhile, Miner looked suspiciously at the statue. It won't move, will it? Kiri made an important discovery. She looked at the characters on the stone tablet. I can't read it, but I feel it's very important. Pyru looked at it thoughtfully. A riddle in an ancient language, a hint about the item's location. Let me translate. Behind the dark curtain, there's a brilliant actor always watching us. Miner pointed at the door and asked, so you think this is important too? There are some drawings here. Debo and Raf also reported. More here and here too. Pyru guessed. This is the key to the puzzle. Each drawing represents something. Some are clear, but some are very confusing. The riddle tells us to follow the light. So, Debo pressed his hand into the center of the door, trying to channel mana into the sun symbol. Like this. Indeed, the door opened. Inside was a giant sphere. Debo stared blankly at it. What? Is it that simple? A stream of lava gushed out, catching them off guard. Inside was a giant sphere. Debo stared blankly at it. What? Is it that simple? A stream of lava gushed out, catching them off guard. Made Raf burst out laughing. He's been roasted crisp. Pyru guessed. Looks like it wasn't the sun. Her eyes lit up. That's it. Behind the deep dark curtain is the night. So the answer is the moon. This time for sure. Raf praised. Sounds reasonable. A professional is indeed different. He who laughs last laughs best. Raf was crushed by a giant clod of earth rolling out from the door. Facing the anger of the two victims, Pyru tried to plead. This time I'll definitely solve it correctly. They gathered in the middle of the hall to consult. Kiri discovered a pattern. It seemed each wrong symbol would trigger a trap. Debo said shyly. I get it, but I don't know how to solve this riddle. Pyru spoke up. I think that stone means something. I don't know what that X symbol is. Maybe lightning is also related to light. Raf asked coldly. Why don't you try picking it? Debo also snapped. But I'm not sure. El Pami expressed his view. Perhaps we're misunderstanding the symbols. Let's try solving the riddle first, then find the matching thing later. I think your understanding isn't wrong. The dark curtain is the night sky, and the musician could be the sound of crickets. The thing always watching could be the moon, stars, or clouds. But since it says to follow the light, Pyru immediately guessed, it must be the stars. They look down on us all night. The moon changes in cycles, while the stars move but don't disappear. Pyru concluded. So the symbol is... She slowly touched a gate. This one, Miner realized, turns out it's a star, not an X symbol. Light from the mechanism flared up. Pyru silently prayed. Please be right. The door opened. Inside was pitch black. Seeing it was empty inside, Pyru breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Looks like we did it right. Ebo and Raf also breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at them happily. Great. Let's move on. I think we just need to follow this path. Before she could finish, a strange disturbance suddenly occurred inside. Pyru heard someone ask, Are you sure? It turned out Baizu had been lying in wait inside for a long time. She swung her sword forward. Then we'll handle the rest. Her spear tip lunged forward as if to take her opponent's life. Elpami blocked it just in time. Pyru screamed, "What?" He channeled power into the weapon in his hand, continuously forcing Baizu to retreat. She let out a grunt. Elpami was angry. He concentrated a rocket and fired it at his opponent. A dangerous purple light was reflected in his eyes. The rocket tip streaked past. Elpami couldn't believe it. "I've been." Something rose up behind him and he realized, that's a teleportation skill. Person before him shocked him. "Baizu!" In the distance, something was rumbling toward them. Seeing this, Debo cursed, "Damn it!" The army appeared out of nowhere. Who are they? Elpami's entire group was completely surrounded. The gun barrel pointed at them. A cold voice spoke up. "What should I do? Should we wait a bit longer? We need the hero's item to compensate for past mistakes." "Well, I guess everything will be fine, one way or another." Their appearance shocked Pyru. How is that possible? The illusion charm should have stopped them from finding the gate. She kept provoking them. "Didn't you think this would happen? Why not ask the person over there?" His words stunned Elpami. What? He had just turned his head to look, when he was immediately attacked. The surprise attack was so strong he collapsed to the ground, dust rising everywhere. Elpami heavily spat out a mouthful of blood. Debo hadn't even processed it yet. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Rafa's fist lunged forward. "Can't you tell? I'm making money." That day, Raf was followed by the masked man until he got home. He entered the house. The first thing he did was check his treasure pile. "Here is my treasure. I live for you guys." Suddenly, a knock sounded outside. Raf didn't think twice and unlatched the door. The door slowly opened. He looked at the people outside, asking suspiciously, "People at this hour? Huh. You guys again? Aren't you supposed to be on night watch?" The guy coldly reminded him, "Watch your mouth. We aren't your secretaries. Someone wants to see you." Raf sighed and replied, "Not interested. Tell them to get lost. Who are they to tell me to meet them?" As soon as he finished, a third person appeared. "I'm already here." Rafa's eyes widened when he saw that person. "What the hell?"
Cana Merchant Alliance.
Baizu spoke first. "Let's talk." That was the reason for his statement. "I'm making money." Kiri angrily cursed. "Raf, you're a real bastard." He was just indifferent. "That's scary. Don't look at me with those eyes." Debo's eyes showed clear killing intent. "Traitor, you sold us out for a few pennies?" This made Raf laugh loudly. "Pennies? Who do you think I am? A Gaffer guard moving to Cana is promised triple the salary." "Elpami, do you know how much your head is worth?" 100 million mesos. This price surprised even the person himself. Raf happily said, "How could I refuse?" Minor couldn't stand these offensive words, so she fired, but he dodged it. Raf didn't say more. He ordered, "That's enough for a farewell. Take them all out." She lunged to attack Kiri, pretending to be merciful. "Sorry." Kiri angrily questioned, "Damn it, do you think everything will work out in your favor?" She pressed forward step by step, triumphantly replying, "Of course, Kiri. You learned dual swords at Cygnus, but you always have the habit of using your right hand to strike harder. If I can read an opponent's attack pattern, dodging is not difficult at all. Debo is good at dueling, but his weakness is exposed when facing multiple enemies. I know every one of your techniques. Accept it, you're going to die here." Minor attacked with her gun. "Go to hell, you cultists." Some cultists dodged, but some were hit by her shots. Behind Minor, Baizu's voice rang out. As expected of Green's disciple, she quickly reached behind to fire a shot, but her neck was suddenly wrapped tightly by a chain. The chain links tightened around Minor's neck. Baizu coldly said, "But you chose the wrong opponent." She couldn't help but scream in pain. Elpami timely shot the chain to save his teammate from danger. He advised Raf, "Wake up," but he remained stubborn. "You think fighting him is easy? He won't last long, because I broke his ribs during the ambush." Elpami uncomfortably touched his wound. The situation on Pyru's side was more dire. She was stabbed from behind by a cultist. Debo shouted worriedly, "Pyru!" Kiri also angrily cursed, "Damn it!" The power from the charm spread. His eyes showed disbelief. What? What the sword pierced through was just a charm, not Pyru. He realized, a fake. Pyru stood by the gate in the distance and shouted, "Over here, you idiot!" She touched the door and asked, "Don't you want to know what this is?" "Because I do." The door slowly activated. Light from the seal flared up brilliantly. The cultists stopped. The gears in the mechanism began to move. Baizu was also stunned. Huh. She also felt it. "I have a very bad feeling about this." As soon as she finished, All the cultists were sucked into the air by something. Violent winds made the whole group hover. A cultist who didn't understand what was happening. The suction force became stronger, they were pulled straight up. Kiri hurriedly reminded her teammate. Debo, over there. He was still bewildered. What? Square niches appeared on the wall. That is. Kiri reached out and reminded. Minor, hold on tight. Kiri also grabbed onto Debo's shirt. He swung his sword up, reminding everyone, hold on tight. The sword tip pinned into the wall, friction created sparks. He tried to hold the sword handle tight as the suction force kept pulling them up. He shouted loudly, go now! Minor's feet were hovering in front of a niche. The sword tip was gradually slipping from the wall. Minor used all her strength to pull the group into the wall niche to avoid the suction. Finally, the group was temporarily safe, they panted exhaustedly. Minor looked out at Debo, who was lying on the outermost side. The sound of gears rang out again. The door on the ceiling slowly closed. They had safely left that place. Kiri realized, this place is like a maze, with turns everywhere. Perhaps this area connects to other places. There are many entrances on the cliff. They might connect to each other. Minor was tense. If we're lucky, we'll meet El Palmi. Otherwise, we'll run into the cultists. Just then, someone's footsteps triggered a mechanism. The iron bars above quickly slammed down. Kiri was accidentally separated from her teammates next to her. They asked themselves, we're dead for sure, right? Kiri was shaking with anger. Damn it! What is this? Debo, you idiot! Debo denied. It wasn't me! Again the familiar sound, the sound of gears turning. The wall was shifting. Debo panicked. The wall is closing. Kiri swung her sword at the iron bars, but seeing it had no effect, she cursed. Damn it! Debo also tried, but it was useless. Damn it! These iron bars are protected by strange energy. It was Minor's turn. She used her cannon. Damn it! Get out of the way! A giant heat projectile was fired. The iron bars bent but still blocked Minor's projectile. Even though the heat projectile was very strong, the iron bars weren't damaged at all. The heat made it hard for her to observe the result. How about that? I should have done that sooner. But when the smoke cleared, everything was still perfectly intact. Why is it completely unharmed? Minor wearily leaned against the wall behind her. Damn it! The wall has completely closed. The walls continued to move at a constant speed. Kiri was helpless to the point of trembling. Damn it! Debo also tried to stop its movement. He was so tired he was panting. Watching the wall getting narrower, Kiri painfully cried out, Debo! At this moment he was squeezed by the wall to just an arm's length. We can't die like this. He struggled. Kiri, do something. Minor's side wasn't any better as she had to hunch over to push the wall. I don't want to meet Leah yet. Seeing her teammates constantly calling her name, Kiri was confused. I know, but what should we do now? Debo suddenly exclaimed. God! This isn't good. What? He trembled. I never forgot the time you tried to die for me. I don't like owing anyone, so I thought if you were in danger I would save you. But... Kiri was surprised. You still remember? The voice was weak. Forget it. I give up. I leave this to you. Can you save me one more time? Kiri was the only one not being squeezed, angrily scolded. You crazy! How can you still joke at a time like this? She gripped her sword. Finally, her teammates' expectations gave her strength. All right, everyone, wait a second. This machine runs on mana. The bars are protected by an energy flow. There must be a mana supply device nearby. Hold on until I destroy it. Don't die before paying me back. Where the cultists were sucked up, they still didn't stop chasing El Palmi's group. They carried Pyru, flexibly dodging their dark attacks. Pyru looked back, fearfully exclaiming, Damn it! These guys are truly killing machines. But when rushing up, the ceiling shocked Pyru. A dead end. What kind of hellish place is this? With no other choice, she had to turn back to negotiate with the cultists. Wait! Take a break! El Palmi also gripped the spear in his hand. His fire rocket fired, tearing the cultists to pieces. El Palmi was exhausted by now. He panted heavily. Raf angrily reminded the group. I told you, never let your guard down. Baizu was still complacent. They're as good as done. Even if they run, they won't escape. She didn't know that El Palmi's fire rocket was chasing right behind. The fire rocket struck, causing the ground to explode. Seeing Baizu struggling, Raf gloated. Great. Maybe you'll die before you can pay me back. A cultist launched a dark projectile. Pyru's charm tried to stop it. The ring on his hand flashed a strange purple light. Thanks to that, the dark projectile seemed to be empowered. Before it was too late, a pair of hands pulled her collar back. Thanks to that, Pyru narrowly escaped death, almost getting blown up. Being grabbed by the collar made her uncomfortably shout, "Ouch, my neck!" Her head even hit the wall. Cultists were still chasing closely. Elpami's face showed extreme tension. He fired fire rockets again, causing a few to be incinerated. But their dark projectiles were launched in volleys. Elpami had to struggle to dodge. He created a fireball again, determined to blow them to pieces. The cultists were as numerous as ants, surrounding Elpami. He swung his spear, a move that took the lives of many opponents. The sheer number made him start to overexert. In front of him, there were still many cultists lurking and waiting. But they also had to fear him like a monster. Kiri had by now escaped the narrow place to reach the main hall. Looking at the energy source in front of her, she wondered, have we found it? If this isn't what I need, then there's nothing else I can do now. This is the mana source for the entire building, right? Energy here was incredibly powerful. The concentrated mana is huge, it's definitely it. If I can destroy it, I can save Debo and Miner. But someone was already waiting for her here. It's her again, interesting. Hearing this voice, Kiri became very alert. She suddenly swung her blade down. The flash soul-severing move caused Kiri to be seriously injured. She collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She gloated, "My luck. I can kill those two just by killing you, right? Plus, you're the weakest among them. Everything is going in the right direction." Kiri stiffly replied, "You damn lackey. Get lost. I don't have time to play with you." But she was indifferent. "Too bad. I can't do that. I have a name too. You know what? Why don't we chat for a bit?" Kiri refused. She used the Sun Spear move, coldly ordering, "Please, just start. I'm busy." She flipped the switch on her weapon, sighing, "You're really stubborn." Countless killing intent streams were fired. "Then I'll kill you as you wish." Kiri swung her sword, struggling to slash each one. "What? Where did these swords come from? Are there fake swords among them?" Many blood-red swords rushed forward. They stabbed into the wall behind, causing the bricks to shatter. She could only dodge each one. "This is bad. I can't distinguish between real and fake swords." A sword from behind was about to strike Kiri. She flexibly swung her sword to counterattack, but couldn't help being surprised. A sword from behind? Path of the swords became tricky. Kiri guessed, "She's changing the trajectory. Could it be remote control? Damn it." Suddenly 2 intersecting X-shaped rays of light appeared. That? The next sword was thrown. Kiri couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by it. She silently looked forward. Kiri was hit by a sword attached to a red string. Looking at the swords connected by strings, she finally understood. Not remote control. She's using invisible strings to control the weapons. She grabbed the string in her hand. "In other words, I can throw them back at her." The opponent laughed. "Wait, do you think I'll just let that happen?" The controlled swords cut through Kiri's skin, making her kneel to the ground. Power surged down. A sword swirling with killing intent slashed towards the target. Kiri couldn't resist. She screamed in pain. The whole hall exploded because of their fight. She jumped onto the string to observe the situation. The gloating voice rang out again. "I knew you weren't that strong. It's not too late. Why not try running away?" Kiri was pinned to the mechanism block. The name appeared above her head. "Kurt Frost." She said again. "You were born into a prestigious family. Surely you were spoiled. Yet they sent their precious daughter into this dangerous place." Kiri interrupted Kurt Frost. "Don't act like you know everything about me." She smiled. "Sorry. Don't be angry. It'll give you wrinkles on that pretty face. Do you know that in Maple World, opportunity isn't for those with favorable circumstances? It's unfair that some people enjoy privileges just because of the family they were born into. You don't even have a shred of talent." These words reminded Kiri of the past when she was defeated by an opponent. That person held a sword to her neck. "Take a look at yourself. You're only here because of favoritism." Kurt Frost's voice echoed from above. "Your group is full of talented people. I noticed that, except for one person. You don't have experience like Raf, combat ability like Miner, talent like Debo, or mystery like Elpami. You're just..." Kiri interrupted. "So what?" Kurt Frost thought she misheard. "What was that?" She stepped forward, voice firm. "So what? Yes. I'm weak. Not good enough to meet the master's expectations. Or my parents or my teammates. But that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. Come on. I already said I don't have time." Kurt Frost radiated intense killing intent. "Trash like you needs to know your place." She waved her hand again, controlling the swords via invisible threads. The swords were summoned again and vied to attack Kiri. A cold light flashed in her eyes. A series of ice spikes she created shot rapidly toward her opponent. Kurt Frost was stunned. What skill is that? I have no data on it." Her threads were severed by the ice spikes. My threads! She gripped her sword and lunged. Using dirty tricks again? She unleashed peak swordsmanship techniques. But facing that, Kiri remained very calm. As a child, her master once taught her, "Do you really think that night is just because of their family? Is that what you want to tell me? All right. There are people who don't realize the value of treasures. Other people's standards don't determine a person's true value. When you realize the meaning of these words and believe in yourself, you will be stronger than everyone else in the world." By now, Kurt Frost still hadn't regained her composure. How? How could she keep up with my speed? Kiri's sword swept past, forcing her to struggle to defend. Her hair shimmered in the silvery light. Kurt Frost unleashed the flash soul-severing strike. Angry. How dare you? Seeing she was still fine, Kiri was quite surprised, dodged it. The master's words were etched into Kiri's subconscious. Your power doesn't just burn the opponent. It's as vast as the universe out there. Kurt Frost's pupils reflected the brilliant colors of ice and fire. A giant orb appeared before her. The destructive power left her stunned. Kiri focused all her strength into her sword techniques. A massive energy beam slashed horizontally, incinerating Kurt Frost. Countless ice shards floated in the space. Kiri seemed to want to convey, "Master, I think I understand what you meant. I realized the person I want to become isn't someone who limits themselves. But perhaps I realized that too late. But regardless, I will believe in my teammates. And believe in myself too." The chase on El Pami's side was still fierce. The leader ordered, "Those little rats, find them for me right now." The talisman stuck on the wall had helped them temporarily hide. Pyru was impatient. "Damn it. How long can I stall with this cheap trick? More importantly, El Pami, are you sure you'll be okay?" Outside, the opponent's voice rang out. "Those bastards have nowhere to hide. Catch them." El Pami's rocket blew away quite a few cultists. Pyru's side was also tensely defending against hidden weapons. "What the hell are you all doing? Hurry up and deal with them. That guy fights poorly. Can't stand the contempt." She was angry. What? What did you just say about me?" She threw a talisman containing intense killing intent at them. "Don't look down on me." But the talisman couldn't touch the opponent. She was so frustrated she was about to cry. "Never look down on me." Just then, El Pami's rocket saved her once again. He held his spear, panting heavily from exhaustion. Baizu appeared from nowhere, mocking, "Oh my, you look so exhausted." El Pami realized the danger was imminent, but it was too late. He had been struck by her. Pyru could only scream helplessly, "El Pami!" But outstretched hand, as if blocked by an invisible shield, stopped Baizu, surprising her. "Huh!" A fireball gradually accumulated. This blow of his caused a corner to explode. Baizu hummed softly, "You're just on your last breath." But at this moment, her eyes showed disbelief. El Pami was no longer there. Where did he disappear to? Raf, standing nearby, looked down on her. "You're driving me crazy." She replied, "It's fine. I already cut him." El Pami spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Pyru asked anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" She saw the puddle of blood he just spat out emitting a vague purple smoke. "What is that?" "Poison," Baizu revealed while pursuing. "At most 40 minutes. El Pami doesn't have much time left. This venom is a deadly poison. Just one stab is enough to take the target's life in extreme pain. He won't be able to go far. Let's split up. Make sure to find him." El Pami was also in critical condition. Pyru saw this and felt uneasy. "Damn it. I didn't think things would get this complicated. Shouldn't have asked for your help." She choked up, "I'm sorry." But El Pami reassured her, "Don't worry. It's not your fault. If I can't make it, I would have died soon anyway. This shift is real, not a trick like last time. I'll handle Baizu. And you, do your job." Pyru was suspicious. "My job?" She looked up. "This is." Above them was the ceiling. In front of them was a stone tablet. "This is the ceiling opening device. If I can solve this, mana will flow here and activate the device. Wait a moment. I'll solve it as fast as I can." Pyru pressed the keys on the tablet. El Pami sat exhausted nearby but reminded, "Take your time." He took off his lens to look. "I also have work to do." Nooks and crannies appeared in El Pami's vision. The cultists were rushing like the wind. Raf ordered, "No one is to do anything if you find him. I will be the one to kill him." The other guy asked back, "Why should we listen to you?" Raf didn't care. "If you have an opinion, go tell your boss." A blinding light appeared before them. The scorching light hit Raf's face. He screamed, "What the hell is that?" It was El Pami's rocket coming from all sides. Raf was stunned. "No way. I don't see anything. What the hell is this? He thought to himself. Is it from the see-through lens? Is he sniping this entire place? Facing the incoming rocket, he was helpless. It's over. But they vanished right before touching his face. At El Palmi's spot, Pyru shouted, I did it! Mana flowed through. The symbol on the stone tablet glowed. She had assembled a complete answer, turned to tell El Palmi. Now just wait a little longer. Mana flowed through each pipe, but seeing him not answer, she panicked. El Palmi, wake up! El Palmi slumped to one side, and Pyru was startled. What happened to this thing? Mana was destroyed into fragments. She looked at the transmission line, regretfully. Mana has been cut off. Rafa's hand reached out. He said triumphantly, Found you! The mana streams continued to shatter. Cracks appeared on the wall. Water poured out from inside. Debo asked vigilantly, Do you hear anything behind us? Kiri hadn't realized yet. Hear what? In front of them was a turn. Water rushed out from there, making them scramble. What is this? All three were quickly swept away by the water. Debo screamed. What the hell is happening? Immediately he was hit by the water. His whole body submerged in the sea of water. Baizu hit against the wall. She also heard strange sounds. So annoying. What is that sound? Must hurry. Where's Raf? His voice rang out. Oh my, you're complaining so loudly. He appeared carrying El Palmi and Pyru. That sound is water flooding everywhere. This place is about to be submerged too. Baizu frowned. You're that confident? I thought you had run away. Looks like you have enough guts to talk big. He replied. Actually, I've had to suffer a lot. Baizu asked further. What about the people I gave you? All dead. Anyway, they were useful in their own way, so it wasn't too wasteful. The answer stunned her. All of them? Don't you feel attached to them at all? Raf ordered Baizu. I've completed the mission. Finished the job. Now hand El Palmi over to me. A money bag was brought out. She asked, He's still alive, right? Raf replied. Of course. But what if I kill him and you double-cross me? He threw the money bag at Raf. Even though you're annoying, that attitude makes me trust you. Here, 100 million mesos as promised. He took the money and threw the two of them over. Take him away. Baizu took out her weapon. She looked at El Palmi on the ground, mocking. A rather dull ending for you, traitor to Cana. It's all for the dark mage. Saying this, she paused, her face becoming arrogant. For my master, Lord of Oak. Her blade slashed down, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. Finally! But the smile vanished when the talisman faded. Appearing before Baizu's eyes was the corpse of a cultist. What? Raf suddenly lunged. Surprised. Baizu realized then. Raf, you bastard. I shouldn't have trusted someone like you. Simultaneously, El Palmi's rocket also flew in from behind. She struggled to escape, secretly angry. So he was working with El Palmi? How dare he toy with Cana like that? Enough time for the poison to spread throughout the body. Now just need to confirm his corpse. Seeing the fire drill appear, she chased after its source. Over there. Thanks for crawling out yourself to save me the trouble when you're half dead. The talisman light faded. Baizu was deceived again. El Palmi was actually behind. He pulled his spear taut. His eyes were filled with determination. Baizu was startled. How is he still okay? The rocket projectile left his hand, flying rapidly toward her spot. Everything exploded. Smoke and dust made Raf have to cover his nose. Oh my! El Palmi still didn't let his guard down. Baizu's figure gradually appeared. She said coldly, You're really stubborn. Why did you do that? I thought you were someone who would do anything for money. Raf said nonchalantly, That's right, money. If you guys win, the world will be destroyed. When that happens, the money I worked hard to earn will become waste paper. Why should I help you? My joining your side was in El Palmi's and my plan from the start. El Palmi knew Cana, pushed to a corner, would seek an assassin. The moment you set your eyes on me, the result was clear. Baizu was still puzzled. So El Palmi's wound at the beginning was to deceive me? He just hummed. Wound? Who do you think I am? I'm the best recovery mage in the Maple world. That was just a light wound for this Raf. If I really attacked, even El Palmi couldn't handle it. Now I've got the 100 million, and you're all alone. Baizu became angrier the more she heard, gloomily saying, That decision will make you regret it. On Kiri's side, she was submerged underwater. Water seeping into her wound made her wake up in pain. Finally she surfaced. Debo asked blankly, Are you still alive? Mar also surfaced. What on earth just happened? Deb replied. Anyway, this situation isn't good at all. Water is flooding in from all sides. In less than 30 minutes this place will be completely submerged. Kiri repeated, stunned. 30 minutes? He continued. There's no way out unless the ceiling is opened. But because I destroyed the energy source, there's no way to open the exit anymore. Miner looked at the moving statue and was astonished. The stone sword landed right next to her. Debo rubbed his eyes thinking he saw wrong. What is happening? His eyes widened when he saw the thing in front of him clearly. Huh! The statue's hand is moving. Light flashed. It was the statue's eye. Is that thing moving? Baizu panted amidst the fierce fire. Under the blood-soaked blade was a corpse that was no longer intact. Flames consumed the nearby wooden houses. Baizu said coldly, "Go to hell!" A man approached. "No, someone like him doesn't even deserve hell. This is the price for his sins." Baizu glanced at the person who just spoke. The fate of those with blood on their hands can't be better than hell. The surrounding scene was extremely chaotic with burned-down houses and scattered corpses. Your revenge is complete. A tall figure with long white hair approached. As promised, Baizu. She turned her head to look at the figure behind. Oak stood right behind her, voice commanding, "Now your life belongs to me." Two shadows flashed by quickly. Raf and El Pami panicked. The attack happened in a flash. Parts of Raf were slashed away. Baizu worried. Damn it! She wielded the chain-connected blade, lunging into the middle of Raf's clones. Clone technique again. It's always these dirty tricks. She swung the blade forward, but most were just illusions created by talismans, not much of a threat. Suddenly El Pami slashed down with his blade, forcing Baizu to defend in a hurry. The problem is that reality and illusions are blending together. While Baizu and he were clashing, Pyru's group lost patience and charged in to attack. Damn it! End this quickly. I can't take any more of this. It'll save me the trouble when you're already half dead. The light from the spell gradually faded. Baizu had been deceived once again. El Pami was actually behind her, drawing his spear taut. With eyes full of determination, Baizu was stunned to see him. How is he still fine? The rocket projectile left his hand, streaking toward her. Everything there seemed to explode violently. The dust and smoke forced Raf to cover his nose. Good grief! El Pami did not let his guard down for a single second. Baiju's figure gradually appeared, and she said coldly, "You're really stubborn. Why are you doing this? I thought you were the type to do anything for money." Raf nonchalantly agreed. That's right, money. If you win, the world will be destroyed. At that point, the money I worked hard to earn will become toilet paper. Why should I help you? My joining your side was part of El Pami's and my plan from the start. El Pami knew Cana, when cornered, would seek out an assassin. It was simple. The moment you set your eyes on me, this outcome was already clear. Baizu was still puzzled. So El Pami's initial injury was to deceive me? He just snorted. Injury? Who do you think I am? I am the best recovery mage in Maple World. It was just a minor scratch for this Raf. Of course, if I attacked for real, El Pami couldn't take it. I'll end my explanation here. I've already taken the 100 million, and now you're all alone. The more Baizu heard, the more furious she became. She said gloomily, "That decision. I will make you regret it." On Kiri's side, she was slowly sinking underwater. Water seeping into the wound on her hand caused her immense pain. That pain jolted her back to consciousness. She finally surfaced, and Debo asked blankly, "Are you still alive?" Mar also surfaced. "What on earth just happened?" Debo replied, "Regardless, this situation is not good at all. Water is pouring in from every direction. It won't take 30 minutes for this place to be completely flooded." Kiri repeated, stunned. 30 minutes? He continued, "As I thought, there is no way out unless the blockade is opened. But since I destroyed the energy source, there is no way to open the exit anymore." Miner looked at the moving statue and let out a gasp of astonishment. The stone sword landed right next to Miner. Debo rubbed his eyes, thinking he was mistaken. What is happening here? His eyes widened when he saw clearly what was in front of him. The statue's hand was actually moving. Wait, a beam of light flashed. It was the statue's eye. Is that thing moving? Baizu panted heavily amidst the raging fire. Beneath the blood-stained blade lay a mangled corpse. Flames surrounded and incinerated the nearby wooden houses. Baizu said coldly, "Go to hell." A man approached and said, "No, someone like him doesn't even deserve hell. This is the price for his sins." Baizu glanced at the speaker. The fate of those with blood on their hands cannot be better than hell. The surrounding scene was chaotic, with houses completely burned down. Corpses lay scattered around. Your vendetta is complete. Tall figure with long white hair drew closer. As promised Baizu, she turned her head to look at the tall figure behind her. Avoke stood right behind her, his voice commanding, Now your life belongs to me. Two dark shadows flashed quickly through the air. Raf and Elpami were both panicked by the situation. The attack happened in a flash, and parts of Rafa's body were slashed away. Baiju worried. Damn it! She wielded her chain blade and charged into the middle of Rafa's clones. Cloning technique again. All dirty tricks. She held one end of the iron chain and swung the blade forward. Most were just illusions created by spells. Suddenly, Elpami swung his blade down, forcing Baiju to defend hastily. Reality and illusion were blending together. While Baiju and he were clashing, Pyru's group also lost patience and charged. Damn it! End this quickly. Elpami swung his blade, but Baiju nimbly dodged successfully. He turned around to look, red light flashing through the glasses he was wearing. Red arrows flew rapidly toward Baiju. A large explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying. Pyru hurriedly covered her face with her hands. While she was struggling against the shockwave, a figure appeared behind her. She panicked and hurriedly raised her sword to defend. Damn it, we've been ambushed. Suddenly Pyru turned and unleashed a move, catching Elpami off guard and hitting him. Pyru gloated. Is that what you're thinking? The attack injured him so badly he coughed up blood. Pyru stepped back, holding a talisman. All right, let's go. How about that? You'll never be able to tell the difference. Elsewhere, Raf took the initiative and attacked Baiju repeatedly. He laughed mockingly. What's wrong? You were so confident just a moment ago. She tried to dodge his punches while continuously throwing daggers. Raf nimbly stepped aside, his face still wearing a look of contempt. A second later, her hand caught the chain connected to the blade. Raf was startled to realize he had been wrapped by the chain. What? He swung his fist into the surrounding purple-blue aura. As if I'd fall so easily. Baiju used all her strength to throw him backward, making him feel breathless. A strange purple light flashed on the chain wrapped around Rafa's neck. Elpami and Baiju fought fiercely. Elpami swung his blade, severing the chain in her hand. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Elpami and kicked hard, catching him off guard. An angry voice rang out. Damn bastards! Baiju wielded her short blade and rushed toward Pyru in front, making her scream in fear. Ah no! At the same time, Elpami continuously performed magical techniques. Baiju held the rope and swung it continuously to block the opponent's attacks. She moved forward step by step. Pyru stood outside, panting. Damn it! These people! The two of them flew back and forth in the room, making Pyru exclaim. They're no different from monsters. In another corner, Raf continuously attacked his opponent. Others also attacked continuously, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Raf elbowed backward, drawing blood from Baiju, while Elpami closed in right behind her neck. Baiju braced herself and drove her blade straight into the ground. A source of purple dark energy erupted with Baiju at the center. The shockwave from that energy source blasted everyone else backward. Short blade fell to the ground along with streams of bright red blood. Baiju angrily hunched over, clutching her injured left arm. Damn it, you bastards! I will kill you all, not sparing anyone. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently. Her pupils contracted in astonishment. An underground stream suddenly erupted. The room was suddenly completely submerged by the water. While Elpami quickly regained his balance, Pyru screamed as she struggled in the water. On a pillar, Raf used his knife as an anchor to hold on. Damn it, looks like it's time. In the water now, Baiju was slowly sinking deep. Suddenly she opened her eyes, her gaze now filled only with a brilliant purple light. She dashed out of the water at an incredible speed. She attacked Raf, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Baiju stopped on the pillar, while Raf rolled his eyes back from the attack. His body was slashed, causing blood to flow ceaselessly. In Baiju's eyes now, there was only killing intent. I will kill you all. Raf just regained his composure and turned back to look. Before he could react, she lunged and stabbed a knife into his waist. Rafa's body was full of wounds, and the fatal stab made him spew blood in agony. Upon attacking, both fell into the water at the same time. Elpami, having just caught Pyru, only had time to shout, Raf! The tide crashed directly into Baiju. Red blood mixed into the water. Baiju was still attacking extremely fiercely. The battle between her and Raf became increasingly tense. Raf accidentally grabbed a black substance, quickly infiltrated and spread into Rafa's body. He realized in a panic, poison. Raf glared backward, full of vigilance. He reached out to block Baiju's powerful attack. Raf was in so much pain he coughed up blood. Holding a cross in one hand, he smiled provocatively. It emitted an extremely brilliant light. Baiju squinted in surprise. This is, she exclaimed in amazement. What? How is that possible? Raph held the cross to detoxify, surprising Baiju. Impossible. A healing spell acting as an antidote. Does this bastard have El Pami too? The poison gradually dissipated from Raph's body. Baiju froze, observing him cautiously. Raph created a holy magic shield to protect himself. A solid barrier. A hand suddenly appeared right in front of her. She reacted in time and dodged Raph's punch. His hand was holding a strange weapon. She grimaced in annoyance. From his hand, poison emitted and flew straight toward her. The potent poison infected Baiju's body, and she cursed. That hand movement? This bastard. Raph's face was covered in sweat, but he didn't forget to tease. Sorry. It's hard to ignore all your bragging. Baiju gritted her teeth and ordered, teleportation item. Raph rushed forward, shouting, now let's end this. He punched so hard the pillar broke in two. Baiju luckily dodged. She panicked at that formidable attack. Raph didn't hold back, changing direction to chase her. Don't you realize that it's useless? Then he poured all his strength into this final punch. Don't you understand? He punched Baiju, sending her flying away. She was in so much pain she coughed up blood. He continued, you always appear behind me whenever you disappear. Do you think I'm that stupid? He shouted in extreme excitement. This is so much fun. Baiju was furious, radiating a brilliant purple light. Don't even think about it. A massive magical explosion occurred right after. Raph was blown away by that magic. Baiju lunged to stab his face. It really is fun. Suddenly, a familiar red light blocked her attack. She didn't expect it and hurriedly turned her eyes to look. The water kept flowing incessantly. The one who blocked it was El Pami. Raph took advantage of her distraction and punched her. Where are you looking? By the time she turned her head back, it was too late to resist. A powerful punch sent her crashing into the wall. She let out a choked cry of pain. The animal-shaped jewelry always by her side was also shattered. Baiju fell into a state of panic. No, I have lost to the darkness. If this continues, I won't be able to carry out Evoke's orders. No, I must make it happen. Thinking that, she remained determined to destroy those people. At all costs. In front of her, El Pami was holding a bow, preparing to shoot. His power was terrifying, but she ignored everything to continue fighting. Purple and red magic simultaneously clashed intensely. Baiju was determined. I cannot let them leave here. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will kill them all. She took her sword to shield herself to block some of his terrifying power. A flaming arrow was fired again. She clenched the sword in her mouth to hold her ground. For Evoke. El Pami saw that scene and exclaimed slightly, oh, still have one more move. One final arrow. He raised his bow to aim. The arrow was fired, pointed straight at her. Baiju no longer had the strength to resist this attack. She opened her eyes wide in helplessness. She remembered the image of her master, Evoke. The image of him praising her. Well done. She seemed to see a hallucination, a satisfied smile blooming on her lips. Baiju saw a hand supporting her before her eyes. Evoke. Her eyes welled up with tears. Please forgive me. Waves crashed hard against the rocky shore. Now only Baiju's sword remained lying there. The water level surged high. A stone golem appeared amidst the rushing water. Miner cast a spell. Explosive bomb. She couldn't believe her eyes. Damn it, how can something that big float? She cast a spell that hit the stone golem's body. A large explosion shook the vast expanse of water. Miner rejoiced. All right, I hit him. Suddenly, it swung its weapon down at her. Just as the attack was about to land, wave suddenly crashed up hard. A familiar arm and axe appeared just in time. Debo came to save the beautiful miner, and she said, thank you. The shattered rocks fell into the deep sea. A blue light flashed inside a large rock. The sword aimed straight at the target. Kiri stepped out from the magic circle. The stone golem began to notice her. Kiri shouted, defeating him is not the most important thing. We need a new energy source to open the ceiling. The best chance right now is, Miner understood. All right, I get it. She rushed to attack the stone golem. The stone golem was attacked but remained unscathed. Debo flew up to continue the attack. We need its mana stone, he shouted excitedly. Don't destroy it. Break the outer armor first if you can locate it. The blue light from the golem's eyes shone brightly. The floor beneath Debo's feet crumbled. He shouted, it's regenerating. Damn it. My foot is stuck. The golem stared fixedly at him. His hand reached out to grab him. Facing Debo, he panicked. No way. How can it hold me this tight? Kiri warned. Watch out, Debo. Just as he looked back in surprise. Right as the hand was about to catch him, a magic shield appeared around him. Debo was stunned. You are. A voice spoke up. Long time no see, son. Magic circle shattered. Raph grabbed Debo and ran to safety. You noticed but didn't react in time. Debo was furious. You, traitor. Raph teased. Oh my, you shouldn't talk to your father like that. Stop talking nonsense. A whirlwind surrounded the golem. A wooden staff imbued with fire attacked. A large whirlwind aimed straight at the golem. Two girls jumped from behind and cast a spell. Rocket. Two people flew in from above. I knew you were still alive. Boss, it's El Pami and Pyru. Debo shouted. Don't destroy the mana stone. A red stone shone brightly on El Pami's eye. From that stone, the mana stone could be seen right on the golem's chest. That stone was glowing brilliantly. He said, Got it, hold on tight, Debo. The axe was completely taken over by magic. Debo was pulled up by the axe. He panicked and cried for help. The weapon is moving on its own. What the hell is this? We're going to crash into the boss. Miner saw it and knew what to do. I understand. Great. Debo didn't know and asked back. What? Both girls scolded him together. Go, you idiot. By now he understood, and joked. Am I the protagonist this time? And you dare call me an idiot? Debo gripped the axe tightly. The magic became stronger. All right. Leave it to me. The axe swung hard at the target. His face showed extreme excitement. After breaking a piece of the golem, the stone was revealed. Debo was excited. Found it. He flew straight toward that stone. There was a trail of water right at the stone's location. The golem seemed to be completely immobilized. Raph laughed and said, How's my son? If you've digested it already, spit it out now. Then he punched hard. The immense power caused the stone to have a large hole. The rocks started to crack. Gradually, he used his strength to continue hitting the crack spot. Raph got inside. Debo continued to rush toward the stone. He grabbed the stone and happily said, One down. Then he landed safely. Behind him was a mess the golem had lost. His heart, so it also lost its power. It slowly fell. A heavy crash shook the whole place. The golem had been defeated. The water level had risen to their necks. Kiri tried to surface. She said to Miner, It's bad. The water is rising too fast. Miner replied, We're about to hit the ceiling. Debo reassured, Don't worry anymore. Just hold on a little longer. He will come. The murky water continued to rise high. A figure suddenly flashed by. El Pami held the stone and swam to save everyone. He hoped, Less than 3 minutes left. Hope I'm not too late. Finished setting up the mechanism, just need to give it energy and it will open. No time to think anymore. The stone in his eye glowed again. Must find the way and get there at all costs. He continued swimming into the deep darkness. Raph was a bit panicked. Damn. The water is almost full. Someone reminded. Everyone hold your breath. Miner took the lead. Ready 1, 2, 3. Everyone held their breath and dove down. The room was full of water. El Pami was trying to swim as fast as possible. If I go this way, I'll be late. At least 5 more minutes. There's only one way. He stood next to the stone wall. I have to break through. At the bottom of the sea there was a pillar. El Pami's hands were covered in wounds. He cast a spell to create a water ball. Only one chance. The ball grew larger. He channeled fire into the ball. A fireball with flickering flames burning brightly. That place was blown to pieces. Rocks were scattered everywhere. After destroying it, a bright place was revealed inside. He took a stance, preparing to throw the mana stone into the bright spot. The stone flew in a straight line to its destination. Inside was a sharp iron rod. He threw it so accurately that the stone flew straight into that iron spot. The stone hit the sharp rod and gradually cracked. The light inside the stone radiated brilliantly. The protective layer broke as if it were about to explode. El Pami stood outside observing the situation. The stone made the sharp rod glow brightly. The light began to spread on the wall. It looked like a lightning bolt. That lightning led to the mechanism board. Each gear began to rotate, signaling it was working. The others were still holding their breath waiting. The ceiling was opening. Everyone quickly swam up to that spot. When they were about to suffocate, they surfaced from the water. Swimming to the shore, everyone panted. Debo complained. Oh, I thought I was dead. What an annoying place, honestly. Miner looked at the iron statue and asked, Can this also operate? Pyru replied, Yeah, probably can't have another machine like that. Tho spoke up, Boss. Then, the water current began to shift. El Pami gritted his teeth and swam fast. The water current was affected, bubbles rising. Ahead was the light of the exit. He used all his strength to swim there. Suddenly he ran out of breath. Just a little more and I'm out. His hands tried to cling to the last bit of hope. He faded, his eyes glazed over and couldn't open. Then he fell straight down. Miner swam to save him in time. He held his face, gave him CPR to help him wake up. A voice rang out. "Are you carrying everything on your own again?" El Palmy was woken by the voice. He opened his eyes wide. Everyone stood around. He asked vaguely, "Where is this?" Beautiful, elite faces appeared before him, one by one: Alexis, Jaden, and Philip. Jaden reminded, "If you're tired, you can rest." Alexis continued, "No need to push yourself too hard. You've done very well." El Palmy realized, "This is a memory from my past." He smiled. "Even then," he answered happily, "I'm fine, I promised." Back to reality. He woke up from a long dream. Miner was full of worry. He asked, "What happened? Did you save me?" Debo was happy. "What a relief. I was so worried because you hadn't woken up." He looked at his hands and realized, "My body seems fine." Raph said proudly, "That's all thanks to my healing spell." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let's go." He glanced at Miner, a bit confused. "Is something wrong? Did something happen?" She didn't know why she was blushing. She was flustered. "No, nothing at all." After overcoming the danger, El Palmy had woken up. Everything was clear. The group had just walked through the maze. On Rafa's shoulder was the body of Baiju, who had just been discussing. "Huh. So all of this was a plan?" Debo was surprised and Raf replied, "Well, the second half was all improvisation." He was very frustrated because he was tricked, complaining, "At least you should have told me beforehand. You scared me." Raf manipulated him. "Don't you know that to trick the enemy you must first trick your allies? Thanks to that, even you were fooled." However, El Palmy, the most clear-headed one, exposed him immediately. "Acting? So was I wrong to think your first attack was too emotional?" Raf broke into a sweat, coughed and changed the subject. "Come on. Now is not the time to talk. We must hurry." Seeing Raf still carrying that girl, someone in the group asked, "But why are we carrying that woman's body?" He replied, "She's still useful. I have to keep my promise to Gaffer." Suddenly, Pyru discovered something. She ran off, making Debo reach out in confusion and shout, "What?" Turned out they had walked into a very large room. In the middle was a high pedestal to place something. Pyru stammered, "I found it." The object emitted a golden aura. Pyru had a somewhat crazy look on her face when seeing the treasure. Kiri next to her questioned, "Is this the hero's item from the rumors?" It was a necklace. The golden pendant in the middle was set with a purple gem that was radiating bright light. Someone in the group doubted, "Are you sure this is real?" "Looking at it, I can't tell." Pyru confirmed, "Definitely. It's exactly like the description. This is the key to Phantom's secret vault." She described this person, "Phantom, the world's best thief, Mabel. Before coming back, I heard that his secret vault contained all kinds of amazing treasures." Explaining this, she thought to herself, "So this necklace is the key to opening that vault." Pyru reached out to take the necklace. She looked at the members and smiled. "Thank you guys, if not for you." From somewhere a small stone fell on Pyru's head, making her startle and cry out, "Ah!" Next was a series of stones from large to small falling from the ceiling. Raf warned in a panic, "Wait!" Debo took a high alert stance. More stones fell with signs of collapsing because Pyru took the necklace without permission. But she shouted loudly, "What are you all doing? Run!" Kiri next to her ran hard, not forgetting to glare. "Damn it! Why did you grab it without thinking? Haven't you learned any lessons yet?" Pyru said quickly, "Sorry." Running for their lives, a tall tower appeared in front. Pyru shouted instructions. "We need to enter that tower. There's an exit, it must have opened." Debo needed to confirm, so he asked, "Are you sure?" But the silent sky answered him. He was furious. "What? You're not even sure?" Suddenly, a group of skeletons wearing armor and holding weapons appeared in front, heading towards them. Debo couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! I forgot these bastards." Raf charged forward. "My turn, you dry bones." Saying that, he cast the Angel Tower skill. A holy shield shot at the skeletons, causing them to vanish completely. Seeing the move was effective, Pyru complained, "What? Why didn't you use this sooner?" Raf replied angrily, "Because it consumes a terrifying amount of mana. I charge 500 mesos each." In such a dire situation, he still had the energy to take advantage. Pyru condemned, "You only ever think about money." Out of the frying pan into the fire. Just finished the skeletons. Another giant undead knight on horseback appeared, raising its sword and chasing them. The monster's power was too great. One slash blew away the whole wall. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. Pyru was shocked and yelled, "What now? Raf, do that move again." Of course Raf couldn't. so he advised, "Shut up and run. That was the only time I could use that move." Debo was helpless. "You're so useless." The group argued while the monster was still riding the horse chasing behind. In front, someone's foot tripped over a stone and it was Minor. She was startled. Ah! Ahead was a waterfall and under their feet was a cliff. The whole group was about to fall. Someone cursed loudly. "Damn it!" In the tension, Raph summoned a talisman. He grabbed his companions and jumped onto the waterfall, surfing to cut off the monster. He cheered, "Great! This is also my last talisman. I don't have any left." Joy didn't last long. The undead monster on horseback had swimming skills it decided to chase. The whole group wanted to fall over. "Wait! That thing! Damn it, it knows how to swim?" At this point, El Pami called, "Kiri." She understood. "I know." She deployed a powerful move called Moonfall, Crescent Moon. The water surface within the radius from the team to the monster froze completely. Someone praised, "Good, that will hold it back." The monster was affected without exception. It roared in threat. Following Kiri, Minor was about to add another move. She said fiercely, "Shut up." Then a huge source of power carrying heat from her was released. Shot directly at the monster. So intense it blew up a whole area. The group took the opportunity to slip away. Surfing on the water for a while, they met a dead end which was a wall. Pyru noticed and called, "El Pami, in front of us." Without waiting for her to finish, he was already behind and replied, "I know." He unleashed a sword slash to break the wall. The wall exploded. The group rode the talisman and rushed through. Pyru didn't forget to remind, "Careful. If the tower collapses then." Before she finished, it happened immediately. The tower took enough shock so it showed signs of cracking. Running a bit more, Minor and Debo discovered something ahead. "Found it. That's the teleportation point in the maze." The tower was in a state of wanting to collapse. Pyru led the group. "No time to stop. Keep running. Jump on my signal. 1, 2, jump." As soon as she finished, the whole group jumped into the teleportation point. Everyone's faces were extremely panicked while the tower collapsed completely. Elsewhere, the Spider Queen sensed and said, "I can no longer feel Baiju's energy. Perhaps this is another failure." Evoke knelt before it and honestly admitted his fault. "I have no more excuses." He gritted his teeth. "I will take responsibility for this with my own life."
El Pamiscoft, HMPH, responsibility.
"I could take your life at any moment. But before that." He paused for a moment and continued, "Let me show you this. The larger the audience, the better the show." Seeing something, Evoke was astonished. "They are." Followers of the Dark Mage appeared, one of them being Mudria. El Pami said smugly, "It's time to change the players." Elsewhere, Marco bowed his head. "There is still hope." He was speaking to Goldrick, the head of the Merchant Association. "The young master must still be alive. Since the gate is still active, he is surely waiting for a rescue team." He continued, "Fortunately, they weren't a full team, so there are still 6 spots left to enter the gate. I will form a rescue team with the best people." But hearing the thing he least wanted to hear, the Merchant Association head interrupted, repeating, "Goldrick!" He clenched his fists until he trembled, his expression tense and somewhat angry. At dawn, in the town, someone wondered, What is that?" Sounds came from a warehouse-like room, where Cheryl was talking to a man with his head covered in a scarf, who clicked his tongue. So many personal protective items, as expected from the son of the world's richest person, Mabel. There's no way they'd only be at the orange rank. Cheryl looked somewhat tense, frowning as she thought, "So it's the whole family? I didn't expect them to dare to act against the association. Aren't they afraid of retaliation?" Suddenly, there were footsteps and someone's voice approaching the room. "It's suspicious. We should contact Goldrick first." This movement interrupted Cheryl's train of thought. She was alert. Damn it, the only person who could come at this time must be a troublemaker. Then the voice of that intruder rang out again. "No!" That person had walked to the room, opened the door with his hand, and continued noisily, "Damn it, you don't even know what it is. Regardless, I cannot let this slide." The sound of that person at close range made Cheryl widen her eyes, and the hooded man seemed to realize something. This voice, isn't it? Outside the door, El Pami and Pyru were still arguing carelessly. She said to him, slightly sulking, "Wait, you still haven't said why you insist on not giving me that ring." He replied bluntly, "I refuse because I truly cannot give it to you. How many more times do I have to say it?" Hearing El Pami's voice, Cheryl finally recognized it. She thought, "Oh, I recognize this voice. Must be Pyru." She smiled, her face happy to the point of tears. However, Before she could call out or run over to greet her acquaintance, Pyru shouted, making her lose all emotion. "Shut up!" Pyru grabbed El Pami's cloak, fiercely accusing, "No way! Give me back the ring, you thief!" He remained a cold, handsome guy, ignoring her self-pity, and added a heartbreaking remark. "That fool has arrived, just as I promised." Hearing that, how could Pyru stay calm? She roared, not forgetting to demand her item. "Who is the fool? Give it back to me." The witness, Cheryl, was now very helpless and could only say, sure." In another corner of the town, newspapers were scattered all over the sky, accompanied by someone's voice. "News for everyone here." Around them, people were discussing the name mentioned on the front page of the newspaper. Goldrick. Someone asked, "Is it true that Goldrick is trapped in the gate?" A reply came, "Ridiculous. That group is a third circle team, the strongest group of all. But that's not the issue here. Goldrick will send a rescue team. Whoever succeeds will receive 150 million. Everyone was surprised. 150 million? Wow, they really have a lot of money. Everyone will surely go crazy over this. With that much money, I want it too. A voice immediately shattered the dream. But don't dream too much. They only have 7 spots left. There's no way they'd accept a nobody like you. The news was so hot that Debo, who was walking around town with Raph, also took a newspaper, read it, and clicked his tongue. Wow, it's really become a hot topic in the city. However, unlike the crowd, Raph didn't care much and was currently acting miserable, clenching his fists and adding 2 tears as he asked, "But where did El Pami go at a time like this? My fire for saving people as a healer is burning." As if used to it, Debo indifferently chimed in. "Right, as if you want to save people more than earning a pile of money." Moving away from the hot topic, Debo returned to the issue that brought them both out this time. He asked, "But hey, why are we coming to the slums? There are plenty of shops in the market too. Didn't the boss want to go to a shop?" Raph replied, "I have my own plan." The 2 stopped in front of a wooden door. Raph acted mysterious. "Just wait, you'll understand," pushing the door open. Inside, someone's feet were propped up on the table in a boss-like posture. Both entered. This place looked like a shop that bought items but seemed old. Debo asked to confirm, "It's so dusty. Is this really the place?" Raph didn't answer him but smiled and greeted the person sitting inside with arms crossed. "Long time no see, right?" Raph called the guy. "Hey Gary, there's a customer. How long do you intend to sleep?" The person mentioned sighed. Gary called back to confirm. "Raph." He smiled and replied, "Long time no see." Seeing this greeting, Debo thought to himself, "Is he his friend? There must be a discount." Gary stood up and said, "Hey, it's been too long. I thought you had died somewhere." After saying that, a very warm welcome came from Gary. He walked over, holding a dagger directly to Raph's throat. With a fierce face, he brought up the past. "This is the first time I've seen you since you scammed me. Old friends are just like that." Raph was on the defensive, sweating, and denied, "Did I do that?" This statement was like a trigger. Gary lost his cool and raised his voice. "Are you serious? You bastard. Do you want me to chop you up as pig feed?" Raph reassured. "Wait, calm down." The scene unfolded too quickly, leaving Debo confused. "What on earth did you do to him?" Raph, while putting his hand in his pocket to take something out, explained, "I had my own reasons back then. Today I have other business." He brought out a bag full of green money. Sweating, he still tried to entice him. "Look here, I brought a whole bunch of stuff." Debo recognized the money and thought, "The boss's money." However, it seemed the enticement didn't work. Gary's face was still very angry as he held the dagger and cursed, "You bastard!" People have many emotions, and flipping one's face is an important skill everyone should have. A moment ago, Gary was fiercely threatening, but the next moment, seeing the money, he hugged Raph, moved, and said, "I missed you so much, brother." Raph was stunned. "Huh? Me too." Debo, seeing this scene, exclaimed, "These two are truly a match made in heaven." After making up, Gary excitedly offered his goods and asked, "So what are you looking for?" "Just say the word. I have everything except what I don't have." Raph replied immediately, "An enhancement scroll. Don't tell me you don't have one." Of course he had it. Gary smiled confidently. "Got it." He yanked the white cloth covering a crate, revealing a pile of scrolls. Seeing those scrolls, Debo was surprised. "Huh? What are these?" "They're all just normal scrolls." Gary was dissatisfied. "This guy? What kind of eyes do you have?" Raph, as if he knew beforehand, "That's why I came with him." Making Debo angry. "I've never used this in my life. How could I distinguish them?" Gary grabbed a scroll and confidently explained to the young man. "Well, to put it simply, They are items capable of enhancing equipment with a certain success rate. In dangerous gates, there's nothing more reliable than this. This one has a 100% success rate. Old friends are hard to scam. Raph interrupted the introduction. Trash! He smiled with a dark face, patted Gary's shoulder, and exposed him. Are you starting to scam us? Move. Let me see what's behind you. Making Gary grit his teeth and sigh. Debo, who still didn't understand he was being led by the nose, asked again. Wait, hold on. Why, isn't 100% good? Raph patiently educated him. Good my foot. The quality of an enhancement scroll doesn't depend on the success rate being high or low. The lower the rate, the greater the benefit. If you aren't using many at once, you need a scroll with the lowest possible rate to maximize the enhancement power. Hearing this, Debo realized the problem, looked at the shop owner, and thought angrily, You bastard scammer, while Gary calmly defended himself. If I didn't do that, how would I make a living? I can't sell what I don't have. The situation has changed. High-level scrolls are now considered military equipment and are banned from sale. Hearing that, Raph pretended to turn away. What a pity. So coming here was useless. Damn it, I really need them. What should I do now? He gave a sly smile. I was planning to buy some if by any chance they were still available. I even thought the price would go up to $1 million. As if hitting a critical point, Gary grabbed Raph's shoulder to stop him. He also gave a sly smile. Hey, at least let me finish my sentence before deciding. The two old friends were truly a pair of schemers. Back to the room where Pyru, Elpami met Cheryl again. They were talking about a great figure from the past, the great mage Fried, the dragon mage. He had many titles, but the most special one was the master of time magic. But he did not appear on the final day 800. Years ago, before the dark mage was banished. He cursed the 6 heroes, and the time of all those cursed stopped at that very moment. But Fried, through the sacrifice of his contract dragon Afrin, was not affected. As the only remaining hero, Fried wandered the world searching for a way to free his comrades. However, he could not find the solution and disappeared like a passing breeze. Pyru finished telling the story and said, That's all I know. She continued, Some ancient documents record that his traces still exist, and the thing that remains is the ring of the hero Fried. Elpami looked in surprise at the object he was wearing on his left hand. Silence passed, the three people stood still in the room. Pyru's words left him bewildered. It can't be the answer to my question. He recalled the events he had experienced, wondering why he had regressed. It might lie with him if he could manipulate time. But how could someone from 800 years ago do that? If he was still alive, why didn't he appear with us on the final day? Breaking the silence, Cheryl spoke up. I don't doubt you because you were chosen by Fried. However, I want to know one thing. Why are you fighting the followers? Her question made him clench his fists until his veins popped. He answered her. I have my own reasons for not revealing my exact motives. But, pausing for a moment, he said bluntly, I want to save them. At all costs. The images of his comrades appeared in his mind. Elsewhere, there was the sound of someone training. It was Kiri, she was practicing sword swings. It seemed she had been practicing for quite a while. Suddenly, Debo walked up from behind and asked, Don't you get bored doing that every day? Kiri turned her head and called him, Debo. He said, I looked for you earlier but couldn't find you. I went to see the master. I need to tell her something. She questioned, So what is it? He stammered. Huh? I need to ask you for a favor. Kiri wiped her sweat and repeated his words. A favor? Debo blushed, his eyes looking away shyly, scratching his head as he invited her. Can you go with me somewhere tomorrow? In the afternoon at the square. Debo checked his watch, waiting for his appointment with Kiri. He seemed expectant, thinking to himself, Hasn't she arrived yet? Did I come too early? The person he was waiting for arrived. She walked from a distance and said to Debo, Sorry, have you been waiting long? He replied, You're here? I just arrived too. Before he could finish his sentence, Debo fell silent, his eyes seeing something that made him blush. Kiri explained somewhat shyly, Miner kept me for too long, so I'm late. I said I didn't like this style, but she still. Kiri had her hair down today and was wearing a dress, very different from usual. She was a bit unnatural. What's with that look? Does it not suit me? Debo countered. No, it looks beautiful. Really. The compliment surprised her slightly. That's good then, let's go now. He agreed. Yeah. Behind them, I suddenly flashed, watching. Someone's voice said, The target is moving. Get ready. Then a sigh. So annoying. And that was the trio Elpami, Raph, and Miner. All three were following Debo. Raph voiced his dissatisfaction. Why do I care about that kid's date? Minor snapped. Shut up. Maintaining the mental health of all team members is very important. Understand? And their subjects, Debo and Kiri, were happily going out. Back to the time before the event leading to the stalking. It seems Kiri told Minor about being invited by Debo, which made Minor choke and spray water. Minor said loudly, Debo did what? Kiri dodged the water. Yeah. She recounted the process. He said this week is his younger sister's birthday. He probably hasn't bought a gift before because of money issues. He wants me to help choose a gift. Minor, face full of interest, didn't believe it. That's just an excuse. So what? This is really interesting. Kiri invited. I'm not good at choosing gifts either. If you came along, it would be great. Minor suddenly raised her voice. What? Are you serious? Why do I have to go with you too? Kiri found it very normal and replied, Huh? Didn't you hear? I said we want you to help choose a gift. This expression left Minor speechless, thinking to herself, she's really stupid. Minor was helpless. You're truly hopeless. Kiri innocently asked. What? Where? Making Minor furious. Shut up. Returning to the present, Debo picked up a spiked knuckle duster and asked Kiri for her opinion. How about this? He beamed. It looks quite useful. I think Dinev could protect herself quite well with this. Kiri advised. Then how about that sword? It looks more suitable for a beginner. The two went to many places, exchanging thoughts. How about this one? Not bad, this one is also beautiful. Should I buy them all? After walking for a while, Kiri expressed her feelings. I feel so nervous because I've never done this before, but it's smoother than I thought. Debo asked. Really? She explained. I started training as a knight when I was young, so I barely had any time off. I'm not used to strolling around like this. Debo listened in silence. He changed the subject. Shall we go check out the explosive stalls? She replied. Sure. Meanwhile, the trio tailing them was still enthusiastically following. Minor was frustrated. Damn it. These idiots. She scolded in a low voice. What the hell are they doing? They're not accomplishing anything. So clueless. You guys should think about the audience for a second. Someone replied. But they don't even know we're following them. Minor continued. It's obvious they like each other, but there's no progress at all. One of them doesn't even realize it. At this rate, they'll be lonely for the rest of their lives, right? Suddenly, Debo's sister Dinev appeared beside them and answered Minor. That's why everyone calls him an idiot? I'm so worried about him. The trio was shocked. Raph asked, sweating. You are? How did you know we were here? He thought tensely. I couldn't sense her presence at all. Dinev replied. I was the one who complained about the gift. But let's leave the gifts for later. I just hope he doesn't sneak home tonight, she said with a bright smile, making Minor, who had been criticizing them, think to herself, hey, that's too fast. Looking at the couple chatting in front, Minor remarked, they actually look like a good match. Raph admitted, yeah, they really do. He closed his eyes and imagined a scene of himself hugging a girl, thinking, did we look like that too, her and me? Minor couldn't stand it, waved her hand to brush away his delusion, and said, I don't care about your past. He shouted in dissatisfaction. I was right from the start. Then El Pami, who had been silent because he was forced to tag along, spoke up. What a waste of time. Minor understood. You don't care about this? Before she could finish, he interrupted. I do. Leaving her stunned. Huh. El Pami said something shocking with an indifferent gaze. I'm just very busy, but I have dated once or twice before. Minor was very intrigued. She turned and asked, can you tell me what happened? Her attitude hurt Raph, who thought reproachfully. This is discrimination. El Pami closed his eyes with a cold attitude. It's old news. She's not even alive anymore. Just after saying that, he contradicted himself. No, maybe she's still alive. But it doesn't matter anymore. He abruptly stopped the conversation, making Minor angry. It does matter. Tell me the details. Meanwhile, Dinev was still enthusiastically watching her brother. They're getting closer and closer. Only Raph sighed helplessly. I'm so lonely. As evening fell, thanks for today, Kiri. Debo appreciated it. I think Dinev will like this gift. She smiled gently. I'm very happy I could help. Saying that, she started walking. Well, I'm off. Debo stopped her. Wait. Hold on. He blushed and stammered. Oh, it's nothing, just thanks. See you tomorrow at training. Hearing that, Kiri felt happy. She gave a beautiful smile and said, if you need help with this again in the future, just let me know. I'm home. He returned home, and Dinev called her brother's name, Debo. Inside the house, the tailing trio was also present, with Minor and Raph slumped over the table, panting from having to run back before Debo. Seeing everyone there, He wondered, what are you guys doing here? Dinev, his younger sister, had a beaming face, and he was confused. So, nothing happened? Elsewhere, the scene was chaotic with corpses and weapons scattered everywhere, along with cries of pain. Help me! A mage was trying to stop something. Stop, you monster! I won't let you pass. As soon as he finished speaking, an attack shaped like an evil eye flew toward him, and he disappeared completely. The caster was an old man with white hair and a snake-like creature. He was a follower of the Black Mage. Walking into a room, in the center was a high pedestal holding something. Seeing it, he was somewhat triumphant. Finally! Sealing stone of the hero freed, containing the power of time. I have obtained it. With this power, he cast a spell to make the stone fly toward him. The Black Mage's plan. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. The stone in his hand felt like an ordinary rock, leaving him shocked. Why can't I feel anything from it? Don't tell me. He realized it and flew into a rage, unleashing his power. He roared, Who? Who dared to do this? His power seemed to spiral out of control, destroying the room. He realized, someone reversed time before me. I must find him. He had a murderous look on his face, gripping the stone and crushing it into pieces. At Goldrick, the Merchant Alliance, many people were gathered. In front of the building, someone announced to everyone who had registered for the Goldrick Merchant Alliance selection. The person shouted, All candidates, stand in your designated spots. Results will be announced in 30 minutes. At this moment, a red-haired girl with a scar near her eye smiled sarcastically at the person next to her. Why don't you just give up? The difference in strength is already obvious, right? Scarred guy didn't even bother to glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Then let's decide who's stronger right here. Oh ho, fine. That's exactly what I want. Soon both started arguing. But don't think you can leave here in one piece. Marco stood to the side, stroking his beard thoughtfully. So this is the world of those in the third tier. His mustache twitched. I only have one chance. I must choose very carefully. A dragging sound of something heavy echoed from the main road. Everyone turned to look at the man dragging a very large box inside. What? What is he carrying? The guy was El Palmy with a large coffin behind him. A plump man with a mustache reaching his ears, dressed in luxurious, splendid robes, was the owner of the Goldrick Merchant Alliance. Goldrick, rumored to be the richest person in the Maple world. He even possessed wealth comparable to a nation. In the hallway of the Merchant Alliance, hurried footsteps echoed. Standing in front of the room were 2 guards on duty. The man raised his hand and opened the door. Inside was the Goldrick Guild Master, standing before a large pool of water. You! He turned back. Are you the adventurer from Gaffer who's looking for me? Are you looking down on us? As he spoke, he glanced at El Palmy, who was entering. It's an honor to meet you. I am El Palmy. He bowed to introduce himself. The reason I want to... Before he could finish, he was interrupted. That's already obvious. You want to join the rescue team, right? Listen carefully while I still have the patience to speak nicely. This is not something Gaffer should get involved in. My apologies, but I didn't come here today as a representative of Gaffer. He explained patiently, but Goldrick didn't bother to listen. Then I have nothing to say to you, an adventurer who only belongs to the third tier like you. He let go of the coffin he was carrying on his shoulder, interrupting him. It made Goldrick unhappy. Are you crazy? Get out. I'm not in a good mood right now. He bowed down. I apologize if you find me rude. He opened the coffin lid, revealing a head inside. But first, take a look at this. Seeing the person inside made Goldrick startle. This is... The face of the person inside was pale, looking at her severe injuries. Goldrick shouted, By Jew! Marco turned pale when seeing the scene before him. One of the high-ranking leaders of Cana. Do you know what you just did? El Palmy said calmly. Of course I know very well. Goldrick was astonished. Are you planning to start a war? El Palmy nadid, perhaps. However, he looked straight at him firmly. The Goldrick Merchant Alliance will also be involved in this. Goldrick broke into a cold sweat. What the hell are you talking about? Someone walked in from outside. Let me explain. This concerns you too. You! Goldrick looked at the person in front of him in shock. Returning to the time before arriving at the Goldrick Merchant Alliance? Are you sure? I can't believe it. The man wearing golden armor stood with his arms crossed, questioning. You're saying those people are still holding on? I can't believe it. The man in golden armor stood with his arms crossed, questioning. You say that person is still holding on? Palmy explained. Not just holding on, they have taken root all over the Maple world, even in Cygnus. The other person asked slowly, Can you take responsibility for your words? He thought to himself. But assuming everything you said is true, then everything I've seen that was strange before now makes sense. The other person then stated his speculation. It's not that I believe you, I simply believe in Kiri's judgment. That's why I asked Kiri to come along from the start. He asked, what do you want? Pami didn't hesitate to state his intention. I want to erase Cana from this world. An image of a flag with a horned skull burning. In 3 days. Michael explained this is no longer just an issue between merchant alliances. This will be a war against the followers. Back to the present, the person who just walked in is the Cygnus captain, Michael. El Pami, at this moment, was reaching out his hand, which was covered in green energy. He touched Baiju's forehead, revealing a crimson tattoo. What? A tattoo? He calmly explained. This is the mark of a follower. They are all tattooed with a symbol representing their leader. Goldrick was surprised. Baiju is a follower? Stammered. Then Cana is actually. Goldrick said seriously. I will make an offer you cannot refuse. At the bar, everyone was comfortably drinking together. Cheers. Drink up. Drink up. Everyone was drunk. Miner wondered, are you sure? Is partying like this okay when tomorrow is an important day? Pami said comfortably. A day of rest won't hurt anyone. We have prepared as much as we can. All necessary items have been reinforced, and training is complete. Resting before the battle is a good thing. At this moment, Goldrick's guard also sat nearby drinking beer together. We also. Laughter rang out. What are you two whispering about? Ref held a beer glass, put his arm around Pami's shoulder, and laughed. Are you two dating? Then I, an expert in romance, will. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched straight in the face. He screamed and rolled on the ground. Pami didn't change his expression. Don't get too close. Raf replied. Am I not allowed to joke a little? I was just trying to make the atmosphere more comfortable. He yelled, but Pami held his nose. You smell like sweat. Why don't you go take a bath? He was dissatisfied. Damn it. Then I won't talk anymore. He held his face and looked. Actually, I want to ask you something. Why did you decide to join Jack Rick's rescue team when you yourself said it was a trap? Miner agreed. That's right. If so, wouldn't it be more logical to join the Cana raid? At this moment, Pami glanced down. I have something I need to find. A scroll sealed with a red mark. I don't know if it's reliable, but I heard recently that Jack Rick found a map leading to Freed's legacy. At first, I didn't think it was very reliable, but the fact that the followers are approaching him means it's real. I can't let them get that map. That legacy is said to be extremely valuable. But he didn't say that thought out loud. Of course, that's if they haven't already gotten it. Let's just hope everything goes according to plan. Elsewhere, a burning skull said, El Pami, 20 years old, from Lith Harbor. In debt to Gaffer, was a slave for 3 years. Awakened the first circle about 2 months ago. It only took 2 days to reach the second circle and 2 weeks to reach the third. With this potential, it's highly likely he will continue to rise. Looking at the figure in front, he ordered, Go! A gray-haired man with silver eyes was radiating a towering purple aura. Everything is now in your hands. A long-haired, white-haired man was blocked by 2 people. He shouted, Mr. Royce, this is different from what you said. You meant that after saying everything was decided. You said you would support our group. Royce raised his hand to stop him. What do you want from me? The order to cancel the selection was suddenly handed down from above. I don't know the reason, but in the end, they want me to shoulder everything myself.
I'm tired.
Everyone was gathering in front of the large stone gate. How does this make sense? What about the money I gave you, Mr. Royce? Watch your words. You can't say things like that here. Move aside. At this moment, everyone automatically parted when they saw a group of people approaching. Pami's group included Debo, Miner, Kiri, and Marco. The guards were bewildered and automatically moved aside. Yes, Royce stammered. Mr. Marco, who are these people? Marco explained. This is already decided. I hope you understand. Royce wondered. But I don't understand what you're saying. Could it be that today's party Mr. Marco, even so, this? He looked at the murderous hero, Debo. Others spoke up indignantly. What's with these people? They weren't at the party's selection trial. Who do they think they are? However, the group didn't pay attention and proceeded inside. Before entering, Miner stuck her tongue out in provocation. Light shone through. At this moment, the pillars of the temple appeared. Broken pillars lay scattered on the floor. Enough? Looking up at the gloomy ceiling, Debo grumbled. This happens every time. Aren't you bored? Be a little more creative. Miner frowned. Wait. Where are Raf and Kiri? At this moment, they noticed the other 2 were missing. Damn it! Raf shouted. What the hell is going on? He touched the gate that was being blocked. Has the gate reached the limit of people? He turned back and asked, didn't they say they could still let 6 more people in? Did someone go in before us?
Marco froze, impossible.
We assigned guards to prevent others from entering first. Could it be? Kiri tensed up. Is this a trap? Inside the temple, a gray-haired man was leading a wounded person chained to 2 dragging chains. It's good we got in, but how do we meet up? Have you heard anything, Mudria? Either muttered. Don't call me by my real name, idiot. All right, Ms. Mudria. He changed his tone. She scolded him. You seem bored from the previous complaints. If everything goes to plan, they'll be waiting for us on the 2nd floor. In front of them was a giant 2-horned bull monster. Looks like I'll have to warm up a bit before the meeting. The monster kept drooling incessantly. Who knows if it's actually useful for anything? Mudria suddenly had an idea. No, I have a better one. I'll handle that guy. The silver-haired boy turned and frowned. Don't overdo it. At this moment, the monster roared, charged and ran toward the 2. Is it coming to greet me? She threw a green iron ball. I'll show you. The monster was stunned and couldn't dodge in time. Mudria planted her iron staff down. You seem surprised, don't you? The silver-haired boy was delighted. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Quite interesting. The iron ball rolled across the floor, leaving the monster writhing and dying. I'll leave the rest for later. This will only get more interesting. Miner tensed up. I was already suspicious. Could the rats from Cana have snuck in? Pommy put on his blindfold. Let's assume they have. Not bad. Didn't expect to run into this, but it is getting more interesting. Debo scratched his head. But isn't it a bit too quiet? I don't see any attacks aimed at us. Pommy activated the blindfold. Exactly. That's the problem. He clearly saw every structure and path in the temple. There isn't a single living creature in the first gate.
No cultists, no monsters.
What on earth happened? He frowned. What are they plotting? At the Cana merchant group, the Cygnus Knights were marching inside. The receptionist discovered their presence. A girl among them spoke up. Why are the Cygnus Knights here? Do you have an appointment with anyone? Kasim smiled brightly. Ah, sorry for arriving so suddenly. I wonder. He raised his hand. The black mage's tattoo appeared. Did you lose this? What? Before she could understand what was happening, the 2 men behind her were slashed into pieces, dying instantly. She screamed. He pointed his blood-stained blade at her throat. She trembled. Kasim laughed and said, If you resist, I will treat you as a follower of the Black Mage. For the Black Mage, screams echoed everywhere. The massacre unfolded. Many heads fell. The Cygnus Knights slaughtered everyone they saw. Stop them! Screaming and cursing erupted everywhere. Damn it, help me! Kasim was frustrated. Did you lose their trail? I apologize. A knight knelt to report. Perhaps they had prior information because when we arrived, they had already left. Kasim glanced over. Hunt them down immediately. We must find them to end this. Understood, sir. I have given you many chances. The monster spoke slowly. Do you resent me? A giant spider was punishing the person in front of it.
No.
The person said in terror. Serving the Black Mage is my greatest honor. As for this body, the spider had now completely merged into the person in front of it. Outside the camp, a voice announced, We have secured the area near the harbor. Inside the camp, Abyss and the others were discussing the terrain on the map. There's no escape left. Just a little more. Send the remaining troops to support the junction. Goldrick thought angrily. Just a little more. Just a little more. Outside, flames had now surrounded the buildings. At the foot of a staircase, inside the house, a monster roared in pain. In an instant, it was slashed in 2. The person who slashed the monster was Michael. Seeing the monster collapse, Alexis said, Those Cana bastards. They were raising these things right under Lith Harbor. Her face looked a bit fearful as she continued. Each one of them is a terrifying monster. If the Goldrick Merchant Company hadn't brought the information in time, the casualties would surely have been massive. The monsters were now lying sprawled out. Hearing Alexis say that, he just said softly, I see. They really are unusually strong monsters. But why do I have this strange feeling? Facility this huge, yet no one is managing it. Michael sighed. They didn't even give me time to think. Then other monsters appeared. Elsewhere, cursing echoed from inside. Damn it! Hell! Where did those monsters come from? If the escort team hadn't sacrificed themselves, then... Rick trembled and cried, I don't want to die. I want to live. And footsteps appeared. The one who wants to live is making enough noise for the whole world to hear. Do you know how far your voice carries? Looks like you still have plenty of energy. That voice turned out to be Pami's. Seeing him, Rick panicked, drew his sword, and shouted, "Who are you?" Then he was kicked by him, stunned. The sword flew away. Pami continued, "Looks like you still have plenty of energy. Don't be so tense, Jack Rick. We are the rescue team here to save you." Pami, Debo, and Miner smiled sinisterly. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "A rescue team?" Then he took out a rope. "This is my father's." He closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. "So, it really is. But is it just you guys?" This remark made Pami slightly unhappy. He replied coldly, "You should be grateful that this many people risked their lives to save someone like you." He cursed angrily. "Damn it. This isn't a place where 3 people can do anything." Seeing him say that, he used his eyes to observe. He muttered to himself, "No tattoo or marks. Am I worrying too much?" Miner spoke up, "All right, that's clean. The target is secured. It's time now." Suddenly Pami's eyes widened in pain. A beam of light from an unexpected attack struck. It was a group of people in black robes with scary masks. They made creepy sounds. Miner, Pami, and Debo quickly rushed to attack them. Miner said, "Hey, that's rude. I almost got hurt." Pami said, "So you've appeared, Cana." A voice rang out, "Etiquette," attracting the attention of the 3. Pami used his eyes to probe him. "What is that guy? This mana amount is terrifying." He rushed toward the 3. "Talking about etiquette, you seem quite relaxed, don't you? You're not just a small fry, right?" He used a powerful source of magic, saying coldly, "Let's see if Commander Gour's worries have any basis." He created a giant spider web, starting it. Switching to another place, a large explosion occurred, startling everyone. What's happening?" As soon as the team entered, explosions occurred one after another. A red tornado appeared, surrounding Michael. He screamed in pain. "Everyone back off. This is a trap." The red evil energy quickly swallowed him up. His legs buckled for a moment. Now he was surrounded by thick smoke. He wondered, "Where is this?" Footsteps appeared in the hazy smoke. He asked, "Who are you?" The figure gradually emerged. "Asking who I am? Must be a familiar face, right?" His face looked exactly like Michael's. Scene changed to Abyss and the others. Rockin slammed his hand on the table in a rage. "Impossible! 3 battalions wiped out completely. Even Commander Michael is missing." Abyss also gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Check again right now. What the hell is going on?" Outside the camp, there was an announcement. "Bad news. We just confirmed reinforcements from the cultists." "Damn it." Goldrick, sweat beading on his face, frowned and thought, "Impossible. They always predict my actions 1 step ahead. This means there's a mole in our ranks." Abyss shouted, "Change the plan. Switch from Team 5 to Team 6. A stranger appeared outside the camp. The guard was startled and asked, "Who are you?" "Back off." The next second, the guard was eliminated. Screams rang out. Rockin shouted in panic. "What's going on outside?" Marco said calmly. "Making such a fuss just because 1 or 2 people were taken down. Don't worry." Then a blood-stained hand reached into the curtain inside the camp. A black-robed figure with a scary mask poked his head in. He was still holding a blood-stained knife. Marco still hadn't realized the danger. He continued calmly, "It will be over soon." Everyone saw this and trembled. Goldrick turned pale. "Marco!" The image of a sickle flying at the speed of light. The next scene was a life-and-death chase. Many were overwhelmed from multiple directions. Screams echoed everywhere along with the warning, "Watch out behind you." Enemies appeared densely, creating a sense of danger surrounding them on all sides. Everyone panicked as they were cornered. Counterattacks exploded, and everyone began unleashing destructive blows to break the stalemate. Kiri shouted urgently, "Citizens, this way," while she was busy instructing, "Get on the carriage, leave the city now. Aid from Gour will arrive soon." Suddenly a figure flew toward her. A counterattack against that figure. She was startled and shocked. That figure was immediately thrown away from her. The person who saved Kiri was Raph. He was astonished. "Just when I thought it was temporarily calm, it turned out like this?" Her face became tense. "These bastards!" Looking at the fallen figure, it was a young teenager. "Do they not even spare children?" Raph's expression was just as tense. He thought to himself, "That is fanaticism, swallowed by blind belief." He recounted, "When they recruited me, they promised that if I helped unseal the Black Mage, I would achieve what I wanted, even if it meant reversing time." She was shocked. "Reversing time? If so, that's no different from a god. How foolish. Do you believe that?" He reminded her, "In this world, Nothing goes according to one's wishes like that. If he were that talented, why would he be sealed? Everyone knows that's just nonsensical myth. The two looked at the child's pain on the ground. They are just exploiting human weakness. And confessed one last thing. In this world, who doesn't have a past they want to go back and change? On this side, Jack Goldrick became angry. This bastard! In a large camp tent that could hold hundreds of troops. The three leaders saw a blood-stained hand holding something. Marco, what on earth? The person was Marco. Why did you do that? Ah, you're asking for the reason? He recounted with a sorrowful tone. My poor daughter had to leave this world too soon because of an accident. They said they would help me bring her back. I would do anything to see her again. He revealed his true self and began to betray. Serving you all this time has been my honor, Lord Goldrick. And he pointed at the three people standing over there. Abyss stepped forward to protect his master. You too! Get behind me! Rockin quickly ran out of the tent. I'm sorry, Abyss. But Jack Goldrick still stood there like a statue. Marco warned. Why are you still standing there watching? Do you intend to just let it be? His two subordinates rushed up one after another but were blocked by a purple beam of light. Abyss launched the attack that emitted that light. Where are you going? The power from his furious fist made those subordinates dizzy and fall down. He was astonished by that power, while looking in the direction of the two figures running away from the scene. Hey, you fanatics! Abyss lit a cigarette. Seems you don't think much of me. He smoked and said, It's been a long time since I've exercised. Let's try warming up a bit. In a gloomy place amidst ancient ruins, black-robed figures surrounded two characters in the center. Hearing you talk about etiquette, you seem to have plenty of time. So you're not just a small fry. A platinum-haired youth with cold eyes, his hands covered in strange purple energy. Fine. Let me see if Legion Commander Gouru's worries are correct. Tommy said arrogantly. Directly under the Legion Commander? Do you think those boastful words can scare me? Mudria said gently. Oh my. Excuse me. It seems I haven't explained clearly. Mudria jumped down from the high cliff to get closer to them. Then let me greet you again properly. Behind her was a beast chained by 3 iron balls. I am Mudria, a martyr. He was shocked. Martyr. He thought to himself. The secret army of 100 chosen ones. Their identities are always hidden in a mysterious mist. But why did they appear here? Mudria was arrogant. You've been causing too much of a ruckus lately, making even those you can't deal with start to take notice. Mudria's minions had already surrounded this ancient ruin. He was annoyed. Damn it, what are you rambling about? Then the whole group was fired up. Too much talking, charge. The iron ball chained under his feet moved gradually. Oh my, such a hot temper. Haven't you thought about why the inside of the gate is unusually devoid of monsters? This iron ball emitted blue sparks. Come, let me introduce you. The surrounding scenery shook violently. What? Suddenly a tornado appeared, gathering in one spot as if forming something. The blue light concentrated in one spot, growing larger. Debo tensed up. This? What the hell is this again? An illusion. That light formed a skull like a bodiless monster, caused a storm and swept everywhere. Miner's eyes were panicked and fearful. Wait! Look! That monster fully formed, having a boar-like face with 2 horns and a crescent moon. Tauramachus! The surrounding rocks were crumbling from the earthquake. What is this? Why are they obeying his commands? Moreover, what is this number? Tauramachus charged with the momentum of a warrior. Brainwashed, you bastards! But how? Everyone charged forward. Damn it! But the disparity in strength was too great. At this moment, Pommy spoke. Debo, don't confront them directly. These guys... What do you mean? His eyes were suddenly astonished to see lightning around him. That monster used its crescent blade to emit lightning that struck him. The sound of lightning grew louder, causing everything around to explode. Finally, his strength could not endure, and he fainted. At this moment, the team members panicked. Debo! The monster raised its crescent blade, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. His body was too weak, thinking he was about to meet his maker. Damn it! What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a golden beam struck across that monster. It was Pommy. He used his power to save Debo. Everyone get back. I'll wipe them out in one blow. The power radiated like a peacock feather fan. His power was no less than the lightning from before. He counterattacked, causing the monster to be surrounded in the beam. Afterward, it vanished right within the golden vortex. The witnesses were also terrified. What? A rocket controlled by mental power? Pommy affirmed. Exactly. That power grew larger, surrounding the entire ruined citadel. Miner worried. Careful, Pommy. The vortex reached the minions and could not be stopped. This blew away everything there. Just as rumored, how interesting. The young man breathed a sigh of relief after the battle. That power gradually shrank back into the ring he wore around his neck. But suddenly that ring flashed once more. Those light rays continued to destroy everything around. Rocks fell down. Miner panicked. How can this be?
Alpalmi's magic.
Looking at the broken pillars, everything became desolate. It didn't work? Mudria stood there, also surprised. What is that reaction? Do you think I'll just stand here and take it? Then she suddenly cast magic. Not yet. Struggle a little more. That magical power caused every rock to fly up. Pommy was astonished. Wah! What is this? That magic was beyond imagination, able to control all the bricks and stones on the ground. Mental power? Pommy said nothing, his heart full of thoughts. Mudria provoked. Come. It's time for the real battle to begin. On this side, the fire gradually spread to the buildings. Rockin and Goldrick used all their strength to run. The defensive line has collapsed. Better to retreat entirely. No. Must try to hold on a bit longer. Goldrick looked at the watch. There was a secret plan even Marco didn't know. When Pommy proposed this plan, I thought it was an exaggeration. The minute hand of the watch moved to the 2. Just need to hold on for another hour. No, just 30 more minutes. Suddenly there were footsteps running over. They had blocked 2 people. What the hell is this? Suddenly Jacka looked behind. Behind them was also an army surrounding them. Damn it. Is it the same behind us? He said irritably. Can't we execute that plan right now? If it goes on like this. No, not yet. Not yet. The minions bared their claws, preparing to attack. Damn it. If everyone dies, what's the point of that plan? A beam of light flew over, piercing straight into the minions, causing their bodies to separate. They turned their heads in shock. Who's that? A voice rang out. Oh, what a coincidence, merchants. The people who appeared were Raph and Kiri. Just in time for a discount program. So, do you need my help? Raph smiled. Who are you? Minions shouted. There are only 2 of them. Kill them. Kiri used her technique, using a glowing sword to slash the minions. Raph used his fists to defeat them. One of them launched a series of small swords, but she flew up and dodged them. Are you crazy? She was now completely immersed in the battle. I remember now. They are. Her sword could cut them in half. Pommy's people. The lightning-fast fatal blow demonstrated Kiri's speed. Light spread white around her along, with giant blue spherical energy, making the battle more intense and fierce. All of them were defeated. At this moment, the 2 smiled. Seeing the cultists gathering, I came here. Given the urgent situation, I let you use the service first, pay later. Rapha's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited about the reward he was about to receive. So now I will announce today's special discount price. Before he could finish, a massive explosion caused the ground to crack open. The buildings also began to collapse. What? Are there still survivors? A figure stepped out from the dust. Tisk. Just a bunch of useless minions. Kiri and Raph tensely faced the stranger. Minions? Saying such harsh words again. Come to think of it. Meeting the 3 noble merchants at once like this. Blood dripped down his face with a resentful voice. What a pity! Appearing was a man with long silver white hair. That was Evoke. He said, I was looking forward to tearing Pommy to pieces myself. A series of rocks flew toward them and unexpectedly hit Debo. He thought to himself, what the hell is happening? Someone controlling mental power at this level. Before the regression, I had never heard of anyone this strong. The platinum-haired young man appeared to stop the purple magic. Was it just a baseless rumor? He quickly blocked the attack of the rocks, or was it a mousetrap already set? Everyone below was surprised by something. It can't just be this. The pillars collapsed simultaneously, creating a very loud noise. Then a light flashed in the sky. They struck straight down to the ground. Figure quickly jumped onto that beam of light. All of them quickly left the dangerous spot. Goodbye, you fools. At this moment, only the platinum-haired young man and a few henchmen remained. Don't let him escape. Chase him. Damn it. Hurry up. On this side, they hurriedly escaped. Look at you guys. Now that the person who needed saving is safe, so just... Suddenly a pair of wings spread wide. Ami looked in horror at the object in front of him. It was a 2-horned beetle flying toward the group from above. The beetle's power caused an explosion on everyone's transport vehicle. Everyone fell from their seats. Wah! What is happening? Monster struck Debo's person, causing his mouth to bleed. The monster revealed sharp teeth wanting to swallow everything. Miner on this side fell from the vehicle. She screamed, Debo! Pommy struggled to fire arrows to resist. Suddenly a purple halo flew over and cut through those arrows. Two powers collided, creating an explosion that shocked him immensely. A voice spoke up, "No matter how you think about it." The platinum-haired young man landed straight in his spot. "It seems I found the answer." His gaze looked straight at him. "Pommy, are you afraid of me?" His power struck straight down into a nearby temple. A series of pillars collapsed, creating a resounding earthquake. Miner struggled to stand up in the rubble. "Cough! Damn it!" Suddenly a lightning bolt struck her, causing her immense pain. Her body slammed into a nearby pillar, and a beast's paw appeared. They said, "Don't waste time. Deal with him." Miner struggled to stand up. "Cough! These damn cultists." 3 minions jumped at her simultaneously. At this moment in another place, the air was calm before the coming storm, and a series of rocks flew straight over. They made the pillars collapse into pieces. Beast lunged to bite Debo, causing him to scream in misery. That monster was uncontrollably ferocious, roaring, making the air tense before the dangerous situation. Raph used all his strength to escape. Amidst the burning buildings, a black shadow glided as fast as the wind, caught up to his speed. The black shadow from above dropped a rope, a long whip that lashed straight down to the ground, causing the buildings to crack in two. The rocks cracked from the buildings and fell straight onto Raph's spot. He screamed loudly. "Stupid!" That whip continued to lash at him without stopping. "Damn it!" It had tightly wrapped around his arm. Power from the whip created a lightning stream that struck him. Oak stood high above, controlling the whip, threatening. "Don't mess with me," he continued. "I'll send you to rest soon." The current from the whip didn't stop, causing Raph to almost collapse. "Bastard!
I'm dying."
Just then Kiri appeared. "Why don't you leave that idiot alone?" She appeared in midair, both hands activating opposing powers. One side fire, one side ice. "Don't look at him like that, he's our recovery mage." The attack was fully released. The golden energy swirled like a giant blade tearing through space. The overwhelming destructive power caused the enemy to be completely thrown back, losing the initiative. Evoke was furious. "Damn it!" The ground began to move as if something was rising. Appearing were 3 towering rocks. They activated, creating a spherical power stream that flashed. Raph was both angry and helpless. "Bastard!" Kiri nearby was also exhausted, kneeling on the ground. I'm still okay." Her 2 opposing powers activated again. She prepared to raise her sword to prepare for the next battle. But suddenly she couldn't find something. "Where's the buff?" Without noticing, Evoke had run up from behind. He had closed in on her. At this moment she was startled and looked back. Goldrick and Rockin witnessed the entire explosion in the other direction. "Damn it! When will the plan be executed? We'll all die if it goes on like this." Goldrick tensely said. "Not yet, not yet. They will surely come soon." A footstep quietly approached. "Plan." The 2 of them knelt before the wall broken in 2. "I'm also curious what it is." Blood poured down onto the ground. Raph struggled to crawl. "Damn it!" Kiri was no better. She walked with difficulty because of her injuries. "Hey, can you still move?" "Thank you." Evoke began to unleash power. It seems the recovery mage is no longer capable. He unleashed supreme power. So this is truly the end. Destructive power was fully released. A giant purple energy stream struck the ground like a meteorite. The collision caused the ground to crack, dust and rocks flying. Kiri and Raph were completely terrified to witness this massive energy source, as if death were waiting for them. Suddenly another overwhelming power caused the energy streams to twist together, rushing away at terrifying speed. Boke was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "What?" From behind him, a young man's voice spoke. "Greeting like this on the first meeting is not good." He turned back to look. "Goodbye." The young man's power had completely suppressed him. A spherical light burst up amidst the smoke and fire, knocking back those standing there. Kiri wondered, what the hell is happening? Her eyes suddenly tensed. At this moment, Evoke's body had been torn in half. The young man smirked. "Humph, I intended to send you off gently."
Sorry.
Evoke was now in a wretched state, his mouth constantly bleeding. A loyal dog of the queen. He collapsed before the young man, becoming a corpse in a pool of blood. The young man walked up to them. "Oh, look who it is? What are you doing here? Seriously, seeing your face everywhere. What's up with that?" Kiri panted. "Oh, you've arrived." The young man's face was more mysterious. Appearing before everyone was a young man riding a horse with 2 guards. "Sir Kasim," Goldrick and Rockin exclaimed. "Cygnus Knight Captain." "Huh? Ah, almost died, Sir Kasim." The young man appeared gentle. I will protect the merchants. And you, Kiri, you don't look well, you should. I will go too. She replied. What my master once told me if something happened, I must join forces with. His gaze was firm. So I will go with you. Kasim's face became mysterious. A voice rang out, cutting through everyone's thoughts. Don't worry. All of you here will soon be coming with me. Kasim and Kiri panicked. Everyone looked back from behind. Avok wasn't dead yet. How are you still standing after that blow? He laughed defiantly. Heh heh. A dark sorcery appeared in the air, gradually turning into a blade. That sorcery had formed a dark mage who was controlling the clock as if grasping the lives of humanity. All of you, burn in hell. Kasim grabbed his sword and lunged at him. He used all his strength to defeat the dark magic, but it was completely futile due to the overwhelming disparity. He laughed arrogantly. Too late. Avok acted arrogantly as if preparing a ritual. Appear, my master. He decided to sacrifice himself. I offer this wretched body to you. Please, grant me permission. Black spiders appeared. Threads were lowered, surrounding Avok's body as if representing a part of his master's soul. You have permission. His eyes were etched with terrifying red rays. The spider threads surrounded him, creating a power that caused him immense pain and screaming. They gradually pierced into his body. Horns and strange wings began to appear on him. The figure gradually completed itself after merging with the master. Kiri and Raf panicked. What is this? Raf was horrified by what was happening. Oh my god! At this moment, Avok's entire body had been swallowed by his master's body. He had completely become a giant, ferocious spider monster. What the hell is happening? A purple flash of light flared. The terrifying weight destroyed the entire geological layer. Shattered concrete pieces splattered in all directions. Right in the center of the deep hole was Pommy. The aftershock was so strong it made him vomit a mouthful of bright red blood. He gasped for air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! I'm too tired to breathe. Watching the three red-eyed figures flashing with killing intent flying quickly toward him. He thought angrily, damn it! Ignoring the overwhelming number of enemies, he charged straight in to strike them one by one.
Continuously unleashing technique.
He summoned light arrows, aiming straight at the crystal shards he had thrown when attacking them. He shouted angrily, You think I'll fall without fighting back? The two techniques collided, creating a massive explosion reflecting two extremes. Pommy dashed quickly out of the thick smoke of the explosion. Humph! Suddenly, a sigh came from behind him. Ah, honestly. A man with a glowing ring on his neck appeared. How much longer do you intend to cause trouble? What the hell? Pommy was suddenly surrounded by surrounding rubble. Psychic power. Please, calm down a bit. The other person remained indifferent, controlling the surrounding rocks to enclose Pommy. No one is going to eat you. He approached Pommy, persuading him as he walked. I just want to talk properly. Pommy gritted his teeth and struggled, but it was useless. Damn it. I used to be called the strongest psychic. Watching his footsteps gradually approaching, only crazy thoughts remained in his head. You think I'll lose? Just as he got close enough, Pommy fiercely counterattacked. He knocked away the rocks surrounding him, sending them straight at him. Fine, let's play. Without fear, he gently used his cane to deflect the incoming rocks. Honestly, you never get tired of this nonsense, do you? Just as he finished, he startled, looking at the fire approaching him. Then try this. As he spoke, Pommy gathered firepower into his fist. His left eye flashed red, accompanied by a swirling wind punch rushing forward. Let's see if this is nonsense. His face darkened as he looked at the incoming punch. I can't just stand by anymore. Clenching his fist, a purple light flashed from his hand. The power unleashed quickly neutralized Pommy's punch, leaving him stunned. I told you, it's useless. He raised his hand, a flow of energy gradually gathering in his palm. At the same time, the sphere behind him also gathered, creating a storm. Feeling the terrifying power from his opponent, Pommy trembled in fear. He patted his shoulder in surprise. I didn't expect you to be this shocked. Could it be? Saying this, he leaned in close and whispered in his ear. In the future you saw, I wasn't there, right? Pommy was dazed. While he was still stunned, he directed his gaze, filled with killing intent, behind him. Hey, sorry, but get lost. We're discussing something important here. The people in the distance, suddenly called out, were stunned. Huh! He gave an annoyed laugh. Don't you know your place? The technique was activated. Poison Legion. What the hell is this? A wave of mysterious green liquid surged out, attacking the group behind. The people behind were startled when suddenly attacked. The ground. Lord Melchior. Why? The poison wave swept them up so fast they couldn't react. Pommy backed away in fear, shocked by the scene unfolding. What is this? Betrayed, the person being submerged tried to reach out of the poison water, eyes wide, staring at him, wanting to ask the reason. Why? Why? Standing inside the protective layer he had created, he replied nonchalantly, who knows? I wouldn't call that betrayal. Just as he said this, his right arm lost control, directly grabbing his own neck, startling him. He was slightly panicked when a voice suddenly rang out. Unexpected indeed. Gouar's voice became clearer now. You're playing a quite interesting game. You were watching? While trying to control his hand, he said tremblingly. The tattoo on his hand appeared, carrying a red light. Lord Gour, I know you're angry, but all of this is for the greater good. Pommy analyzed the situation in surprise. Gour, don't tell me Commander Gour controls the body through the tattoo? So that's why followers can't betray their commanders. Then I believe you will understand. The surrounding pressure increased sharply, his voice becoming clearer. The tattoo that had just appeared now showed cracks, leaving him astonished. The tattoo. I will end this here. Immediately after, he regained control. His left eye flashed, the tattoo on his hand gradually fading. Pommy went from one surprise to another, his eyes shaken. The tattoo. It's disappearing. It's time for me to return to my position. The tattoo on his hand disappeared, replaced by a symbol becoming increasingly bright in his iris. Scene change. A thread suddenly snapped, leaving Gour stunned. How dare you? The rage around it flared up rapidly. A pawn like you dares to. Is this a declaration of war? You'd better explain yourself properly. Saying this, a person appeared, slowly approaching Gour. Commander Arcarium. He appeared with a prominent tattoo on his forehead, leaning on a staff with a cobra coiled around it. Returning, Pommy was shocked to see another tattoo appear in his eyes. Another tattoo. He stammered. What on earth are you? In his head, he quickly recalled. 2 tattoos? I've never heard of that before, not even in my past lives. Hearing him ask, he replied nonchalantly after breaking the link with Gour. After all, we're both under the Dark Mage, right? How should I put it? Let's call it factional conflict. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Around them, smoke from the poison water rose thick. He continued, everyone shares the same goal of resurrecting the Dark Mage, but the methods and viewpoints differ. Basically, that's it. Both allies and enemies. Sounds interesting, right? The tattoo on his eye was still bright, he said, laughing at him. Hearing that, Pommy immediately drew a conclusion. Internal conflict. He recalled the forces and supreme commanders, the followers who had built their own forces beforehand. That's why they didn't appear until the very last day. Loss of control due to conflict between commanders. But he hesitated and asked him, so what do you want to ask me? The tattoo had hidden. He continued to answer, actually, I'm looking for something. The seal stone of the hero Freud. Hearing that, Pommy was startled. In the past, Freud, praised as a hero, created the seal stone to stop the Dark Mage. As he spoke, he recalled the image of the stone with overwhelming power. Elsewhere, Arcarium was also talking about that stone. It is a stone containing the essence of power from the eternal timeline. It was created to seal the Dark Mage. As he spoke, he approached Gour. But if you reverse the timeline within it, it can resurrect the dead by returning to their own time. Ironically, the seal stone is the most certain means to resurrect the Dark Mage. He thought about the power of the stone. Thinking about the days of traveling to many places, he said, I spent many years searching for the seal stone, and finally found it. But, scene change, Melchior clenched his fist and continued. The stone I found was just an empty shell. That means someone has already used it. The person who used the seal stone, finding that person is the top priority, and this is not too difficult. After all, they will stand out, he said, but the power of the protective ring did not diminish. It surrounded them, separating the two from the poison wave, recalling the dungeons they had been through like the 100-person gate. Many other gates like the Eagle Eye Tomb, even the gate hiding the hero's items. He looked straight at him and continued, I don't know if you're stupid or lack restraint, but you caused such a ruckus that it was hard not to notice. Hearing that, El Pommy's face darkened. It was you, the regressor El Pommy. Two stood inside the protective ring, neither saying a word. I had never heard of him before the regression. El Pommy's arm tightened around his staff. He imagined the technique again when it was unleashed. I should have been stronger at this point than before the regression. But it had no effect on him. His firepower was very strong, enough to blow away others, but against him it did nothing. El Pommy recalled when he first appeared, If that wasn't his full power, then currently the strongest psychic is him. Thinking of this, he stammered. You? Who are you? He didn't answer him but remarked. As expected, even you, someone from the future, don't know who I am. Sad, although I anticipated it, he said coldly, in the near future, I will die, right?
Alpalmi's pupils shook.
He laughed indifferently. I'm not saying that to be comforted. The poison smoke still rose thick from the water as they talked. I have a terminal illness. Witnessing it myself doesn't make me feel any better. But, saying this, he grabbed his cane. Enough nonsense, let's get to the point. Actually, the reason I'm still alive is thanks to you. Hearing him say that, he hesitated and asked, What do you mean? Lord Arcarium wants to persuade you. He recalled the image of Arcarium. Of win during the battle, but thanks to the chaos you caused, the Lord will focus all forces to destroy you. The two leaders didn't actually witness it, so as a subordinate of Lord Win, I will step in to reconcile the two of them. At this moment, red spider threads like Win's blood appeared on his head. At that time, my body weakened rapidly. You must have noticed, but my eyes are blind. As if to confirm his words, his eye color was cloudy and gray. He continued, To someone like me, Lord Arcarium's secret offer seems sweet. He recalled the moment he reached out to the figure wrapped by the red-eyed python. He gave me a new chance. Elpami hesitated and asked, Don't tell me he cured your illness? Hearing that, he laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, it's not a cure, but more like a temporary fix. He uses time magic to slow the progression of the disease. Hearing that, he was startled. Time magic? Didn't care. Continuing, Lord Arcarium promised me that as long as I follow him, he will stop my lifespan clock. And when the dark mage is resurrected, he will give me a new, healthy body. Elpami broke into a cold sweat. So that's why you betrayed Win? In his eyes, he now carried overwhelming power, always radiating intense killing intent. This guy is very dangerous. He uses the resurrection of the dark mage as a justification, but in reality, he will betray anyone to save his own life. At this moment, he suddenly said, Don't think too much. He asked back, bewildered. What? Poison smoke still rose steadily around the two. My role is to save you from Lord Win's plan and leave this message. At this moment, he reached out his hand towards him. Elpami, join my side. What are you fighting for? Don't tell me it's really for justice. His eyes had a mocking glint when he said this. It's hard to believe when talking about the 100-person gate. Other things, you killed too many people and let others die without doing anything. Is your justice selective justice? He recalled the times he indifferently watched others fall one by one. If that's not the case, if what you really want is something else, then rethink it. He continued to persuade him. The dark mage is greater than you think. He is someone close to a god, if you follow him. Great power, eternal life, even resurrecting someone. Do you know how the commanders from 800 years ago are still alive? The dark mage has granted his loyal followers bodies that do not age. He smiled coldly. That is just one example. Whatever you desire, the resurrection of the dark mage is the answer. At this, he suddenly raised a finger, startling him. But there is one condition. Kill everyone who knows of your existence and help me execute my plan. As he finished speaking, Elpami was startled into taking a step back. Sweating, he asked back, You want me to kill my own team members? He dismissed it as unimportant, replying casually, Consider it your beginning. Someone like you can become cold enough to achieve your goals. You will understand that the fewer people who know you, the better. Unable to guess what he was plotting, he continued to press. There is no way you need me that much. What are you scheming? He replied indifferently. Who knows? I am just following Lord Arcarium's orders. What is certain is that if you support our plan, the dark mage will be resurrected. At this, the image of an awakened figure breaking the chains of Sutshin flashed through his mind. So, what will you do? Isn't the answer already obvious? Hearing this, Elpami swallowed dryly. He did not force him to decide immediately, only extending a hand toward him. Elpami, decide. Images from previous lives appeared one after another. Comrades, enemies, justice, and venge. Even, in a ruined world, there were still people who shone. He recalled the images of his comrades. Those who carried everything yet still spoke of hope, recalling the moments they smiled proudly at each other. To me, they were worth more than this world itself. But then cruel memories flooded back. Philip's death. Blood. Philip.
Jaden's dying moments.
Damn it, stay with me. Jaden. Or that moment Alexis pushed him away and threw herself into the beast's maw. No. A tragic end. I lost everything again. Memories. Closed. Leaving only the image of him standing alone amidst the ruins. But this time, memories flooded back. A new, powerful team, but bound. Those I could replace at any time, sacrificing. to take their place. But for some reason, remembering this, his soul seemed to be shaken. He remembered Cheryl's radiant smile. Something within him awakened, causing his eyes to flash with a strange light. His footsteps were now steadier than ever. Sensing his aura change, he asked, "What do you mean?" Elpami lowered his center of gravity and attacked directly, arrows tearing through the wind toward him. Was I not clear enough? Though sweat poured down, he gritted out firmly. Justice? Revenge? I don't care. I only protect what I want. Exhaling, he accepted his answer. I understand. Then there is nothing more to be done. The baton in his hand also began to radiate terrifying power. Both of them lunged at each other to fight to the death. The conversation officially ended here. Footsteps hurried away along the deserted path. Moving so slowly, how do you expect to catch me? Debo held a large axe, breathing heavily as he ran with all his might. His face was smeared with dirt. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to escape. Two large, hairy hands pierced through. They tore through the stone wall toward Debo. The monster violently clapped its hands together. It dove to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. It slowly released its hands, with only rubble falling out. Debo, face darkened, dove forward, raising his axe high. Moving so slowly, how do you expect to catch me? He aimed powerfully at the monster's head and brought the axe down decisively. Debo's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth in surprise as a powerful golden light flashed. Axe was deflected, embedding itself deep into some nearby stones. Debo gritted his teeth in terror as he saw the monster punch toward him. This is bad. The hairy monster opened its mouth and roared fiercely. Punched him, sending him flying. Debo crashed through several stone walls and fell. Arg! He cried out in pain. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood with difficulty. Debo knelt on the ground, clenching his palm in doubt. What is that thing made of? It blocked even a spear? Debo ripped the cloth off his right hand. Damn it! I don't even know how to use this yet. He gritted his teeth, the bracelet on his wrist glowing. But now is not the time to worry about that. The orange gold gem glowed like a burning flame. Jap grimaced, shouting in astonishment. 300 million mesos? He shouted suspiciously. Are you crazy? How do you have money to buy something so expensive? Do you still have enough money? He narrowed his eyes and replied calmly. From the Gaffer Association, about 200 million. I put the debt under the team's name. You idiot! Why are you throwing money around like that? Debo gaped in astonishment as he held the jade bracelet, giving such a precious item to a rookie. Elpami bowed his head and smirked. Calm down. Do you think I invest recklessly? Don't worry, I know it well. In the past, a legendary warrior stronger than anyone else used it. Trust me. Debo pursed his lips, staring at the bracelet. Of course, it depends on you, Debo. It will be the perfect weapon. He clenched his fist, roaring as he rushed forward. All or nothing. The large, hairy monster punched, sending Debo flying backward. He tumbled and rolled several times on the ground. Debo sprang up, eyes wide with horror. What is this? It just glows and does nothing at all. He ran away in fear as the monster quickly charged. How is this supposed to be used? Debo gritted his teeth, looking back anxiously. Damn it, I was crazy to think I could fight barehanded against something that wasn't even fazed by a spear. I need a weapon. Running and dodging the monster's attacks, he suddenly noticed the corpse of a cultist in a nearby corner. That's it. Debo changed direction, running toward the motionless body. Anything will do, please. He snatched a wooden shield and squeezed his eyes shut in fear. Damn it, a shield? I said anything, but not this. Debo gritted his teeth, cowering behind the shield as the monster's claws closed in. Not this. The shield suddenly glowed brightly, and a magic circle appeared. The monster was terrified and knocked back, leaving Debo bewildered. Huh? He widened his eyes, gritting his teeth in surprise as he looked at the bracelet on his hand. What the hell? A shield symbol appeared on the bracelet. 5 gems surrounding the shield circle combined. This symbol just appeared. Could it be? The monster charged again, continuously throwing punches at him. Debo crouched low, weaving through to find a way to escape. He noticed a weapon on a nearby corpse. A sword. All right, one more time. As soon as he grabbed the sword hilt, the bracelet glowed again. A sword-shaped mark appeared on the gold gem. Debo leaped, swinging the sword to attack it head-on. That's right, just as I guessed. He leaped back and forth, attacking the demon from multiple directions. Perfect, I get it now, this is a warrior's weapon. Debo widened his eyes and smirked. The bracelet was glowing. The symbol would activate depending on the weapon used and enhance its power. A magic circle appeared around the sword-shaped gem. Not to mention, the monster's pupils showed murderous intent as it growled and lunged at him. Dibwa swung the sword, causing it to scream in pain. The sword-shaped gem glowed brightly. The number of glowing gems would increase during combat, and the more there were, the greater the power. This means he landed on the tiled roof, channeling force into his legs and crouching to gain momentum. Dibwa tightened his grip on the sword hilt and leaped forward. The monster looked fearful, quickly folding its wings to shield its body. Even your thick skin, I can pierce. Dibwa threw his whole body into the center of its chest. 5 magic circles simultaneously displayed the sword mark. The monster's body shook violently. From behind, Dibwa raised his sword and leaped into the air, turned around vigilantly, spitting out a fireball. Dibwa's pupils contracted in surprise as the sword blade was shattered by the flames. The fireball knocked him to the ground. Dibwa gritted his teeth, his face pale, eyes rolling back in pain. Damn it, I was careless. His whole body was stuck to the wall, and 3 fireballs from different directions shot toward him. But the monster flapped its wings and flew up. Someone was watching the massive explosion they had just created. It glared aggressively, opening its mouth to roar. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling it. You're one step too slow. Dibwa tightened his grip on the iron weapon, powerful magic enveloping it. The gem glowed again with the shape of an axe. Dibwa crouched low, resting the axe on his shoulder, aiming murderously at the monster. The complete form has appeared. His pupils contracted. He gritted his teeth in anger. Now it's your turn to take a hit. The monster flew toward him, opening its mouth to fire 3 fireballs. Dibwa crouched to dodge. He gracefully slipped past the attacks. His figure dashed rapidly through the smoke and fire. The monster growled, slamming its hand onto the ground. Dibwa widened his eyes, tightening his grip on the axe handle and shouting loudly. He dashed past it, leaving a long wound along its hairy arm. The axe-shaped gem sparkled with orange light. All the other stones also glowed in turn. They linked together, creating a magic circle for continuous attacks. Dibwa furrowed his brow, his eyes full of murderous intent as he raised the axe high. One is going to hurt. The dark mage's subordinate continued to fire arrows. The arrows shattered the ground, causing Jack Rick to dodge immediately. Another arrow shot straight toward him, causing him to collapse. A bullet fired from afar deflected the arrow in an instant, leaving Jack Rick stunned. The cultist exclaimed in panic. What the hell? The sound of gunfire echoed, making the atmosphere tense. The dark mage's subordinate quickly retreated to create distance under the pressure of bullets that made the ground explode. A figure suddenly blocked Jack Rick's path. Miner looked serious, glancing at the glowing red gun barrel with determination. Hey, you coward! Wake up! You have to go meet your father, right? Jack Rick ran away in a panic, leaving Miner stunned before she could finish. No, we have to go together. The mages continued to attack relentlessly, making Miner frown. Damn it, you guys too? Miner, covered in dust, sighed softly. Nothing is ever easy. In the distance, Jack Rick was running for his life. In front of him was a portal. Jack Rick exclaimed joyfully. The escape gate. Before his smile could fade, his foot tripped on a stone. That's right. I'm saved. Jack Rick fell hard to the ground, stones scattering. A yellow potion bottle fell out of Jack Rick's person. Memories immediately resurfaced of the day he received the potion from his father. This is? Jack Rick was stunned as he recognized the precious medicine. Jack Goldrick's voice was calm. Keep it. One day you will surely need it. Jack Rick had refused. I don't need this. Jack Goldrick instructed. Remember, you are the captain. You must be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Jack Goldrick's face smiled kindly. That is the responsibility of a leader. Returning to the present, Jack Rick frowned in disappointment. Father, you were wrong. Terrified memories returned. Jack Rick complained. I don't deserve to be captain. I'm so scared, I might die. He clutched his head in despair. Even with the potion, with this strength, I can't do anything, father. From afar, the dark mage's subordinates continued to attack relentlessly. Miner gritted her teeth and counterattacked angrily. These bastards are as persistent as cockroaches. Damn it! Above, a large foot with claws was watching. Suddenly from above, a figure dove down to attack, forcing Miner to dodge. A long chain wrapped around her body, emitting a chilling green aura. Idiots, you can't even handle one weak girl. Mudria increased the distance and threw the iron block connected to the chain toward Miner, causing the space to shake. Miner kept her gaze steady and retorted. What talent do you have to be so loud-mouthed? A massive explosion erupted in mid-air, striking directly at Mudria. Her shield only showed a small crack. Miner's eyes flickered with shock. The counterattack from the shield bounced back with tremendous power. Miner was hit and thrown hard backward. She spat blood, thinking in horror. What the hell is this? This moment, Mudria's blurred face spoke. Did I scare you? Minor tensed her left arm, channeling force to counterattack. Shut up. The close-range attack aimed straight at Mudria. The shield flared brightly once again. The bullet bounced back, hitting Minor's leg and causing her pain. Blood splattered, demonstrating overwhelming power. The floating weapon emitted a chilling green light. Honestly, I'm sorry, you seem quite shocked. I owe you an explanation. Mudria sneered. How does it feel to be hit by your own move? Minor gritted her teeth, full of injuries, and asked in confusion. My move? What are you talking about?
Impossible.
An image of a scale appeared in the shattered space. That's right, counterattack is the ability granted to me by him. No matter how hard you attack, all damage is reflected back. As long as I have this move, you can't do anything to me. Minor still activated the skill on her gun. Don't get cocky with such a ridiculous skill. Realizing something was wrong, Minor panicked. Damn it, of all times my mana is drained now. A heavy blow struck Minor directly, making Mudria delighted. Don't tell me you're out of tricks. How disappointing. Minor was thrown into a pile of shattered rocks. Her body collapsed amidst the rocky pit. The monsters rushed forward, shouting in unison. Finish them off! Space seemed to freeze as consecutive slashes took down the minions. Mudria froze. Huh? Jack Rick suddenly appeared, shielding Minor. What was this? Hadn't he run away and abandoned his teammates? Jack Rick trembled, but his gaze was firm. Yes, I couldn't protect my team. I admit I wasn't strong enough. A surprise blow slashed straight into Jack Rick. The enemy's eyes were full of glee. What a fool! Knowing that, you still came back just to die. Jack Rick laughed in response. Who knows? I don't even know why I did it myself. But there's one thing I'm certain of. Mudria frowned, listening. What is it? Jack Rick endured the pain, his body glowing. If I run away now, I'll live the rest of my life as a coward. The guy was startled. What? I clearly hit a vital spot. Fatal stab pierced through the minion's face, making his eyes bulge. The minions panicked. What the hell? Is he hiding his strength? Mudria shouted. You idiots! That's not it! Mudria explained quickly. Extreme Gold, a legendary potion that boosts HP and mana for 30 minutes. Jack Rick continued his fierce counterattack. Does he really have Extreme Gold? I forgot how rich the Goldrich merchant group is. But even so, Jack Rick gradually ran out of breath as he took more heavy blows. He still recklessly swung his sword to fight. A minion above suddenly realized, wait! Looking closely, Jack Rick leaned on his sword in a pool of blood. His stamina did increase, but his skills remained the same. Like pearls around a pig's neck. His hand tightened on the hilt, power surging. Yes, you're right. The dark mages continued to rush in. This item is too good for me. Jack Rick forced a determined smile. So I decided to share it with someone else. From afar, glowing attacks tore through the night. The enemies hit by the projectiles fell in droves. Minor appeared, holding a potion bottle, smiling. Now that's impressive, young master. Mana surged around Minor, creating terrifying pressure. Then let's turn the tables. Jack Rick placed his full trust in her. Yes, I'm counting on you. If it's you, you'll definitely do it. The minion panicked at Mudria's shout. She was about to die just a moment ago? Wait! Don't! The minion swung his hand, shattering the potion bottle. Glass shards scattered. Before he could understand what happened, his eyes widened in shock. A fierce vortex of fire swept away all the guards. Minor faced the glowing red gun barrel. Oh my! The young master's life is in danger. You all underestimated me too much. Rapid gunfire created a series of large explosions, pushing back hundreds of minions in despair. Rocks and dirt flew after the intense collisions, causing the battlefield to burn fiercely. Mudria witnessed it all in a rage. What a bunch of idiots! The minion trembled, begging, Please, Lady Mudria, spare my life. Mudria stomped hard on the person beneath her feet. Get your filthy hands off me! Blood splattered, signaling a tragic death. Mudria calmly looked at Minor's group. Interesting, but it won't change anything. Do you think you can do anything? Her terrifying weapon gradually took shape. You're still in the palm of my hand. Minor ripped off her outer coat. She tied up her wound, her gaze resolute. Then let's bring this to an end. I'll give you a real shock. The battlefield shook violently, the killing intent making the air suffocating. Mudria lost patience. Stop the nonsense. She used a technique to attack them. Fortunately, Jack Rick and Minor avoided that fierce attack. Mudria continuously threw her chain mace at Minor. She didn't stay idle either, retaliating with glowing red rockets. Mudria sneered. You fool! Still don't understand? Her round iron head opened, emitting a blue light. She launched her attack, the rockets flying straight toward Mudria. The rocket's trajectory suddenly veered off, stunning the opponent. Mudria stepped back, accidentally hitting a stone pillar nearby. She speculated, did she just miss? Another glowing red shot was fired. Mudria wondered, did she do that on purpose? Immediately after, the pillars behind Mudria were destroyed. The collapsing rocks surprised her. No way! Miner suddenly wore a cryptic smile. The shot suddenly fired beside Mudria, making her freeze amidst the dust. What? She coughed because of the dust. Jack Rick behind her was also curious. Is she using the rubble to hit her? How is that possible? Miner continued to fire projectiles toward Mudria. Jack Rick suddenly understood. Ah, I see. He speculated. She has the ability to reflect all direct damage. But that skill only works when attacked directly. If you destroy things around her to cause indirect damage, then she will get hurt. Rocks kept hitting Mudria, causing her pain. Successive projectiles were launched at her to cause indirect damage. Mudria roared in rage. You filthy bitch. Miner smiled triumphantly. I told you, I'd surprise you. Unable to dodge, Miner's attacks kept hitting the mark, making Mudria scream. Mudria coughed, stepping back a few paces. Damn it, using such dirty tricks? I have to stay away from the walls. She still didn't yield, shouting loudly, You are nothing. Miner tripped over a stone, letting out a soft, Oops. Miner steadied herself and continued firing. This whole place is no different from a minefield for you now. Mudria used her power, causing strange patterns to appear on the iron head. Damn it. I won't get hit this time. Miner aimed straight at the ceiling this time, causing Mudria, who was about to counterattack, to panic. The ceiling was shot through with a large hole. Cracks spread out. Then it collapsed violently. The rubble crushed straight down onto Mudria. From far, Jack Rick finally peeked up to look at the ceiling. He thought everything was over. But just as he finished, the fallen stones began to shake. Miner seemed to notice something unusual. She quickly ran toward him, shouting loudly, You idiot! Get out of the way! Just as Jack turned around to look, the stone fragments exploded and flew everywhere. Iron spheres heated to a glowing red. Mudria panted, blood flowing onto the ground. She was furious. Wasted another chunk of life force. Observing the surroundings, seeing only smoke and dust, she suspected. Did they escape? Mudria raged. Damn it! How dare you do that to me? But now I know how she attacks. Mudria decided to continue the hunt. The chain dragged on the ground, leaving deep scratches and long trails of blood. Elsewhere, Jack Rick hugged Miner with a worried look. Hey Miner, are you okay? Sorry, it's my fault. On Miner's leg was a deep red wound. Jack Rick breathed heavily. She'll catch up soon, we need to find another way. She reassured him. It's okay. Miner tightened her grip on the gun, her gaze full of determination. She struggled to suppress the pain and continued. I still have a plan. Mudria smashed the pillars, yelling, Where are you hiding? Stop scurrying like a rat. Come out. Sooner or later, I'll find you. There was no response, only the sound of her frantically destroying the pillars. And a projectile flew straight toward Mudria. This time, the projectile flew on a direct trajectory. Mudria arrogantly replied, Struggling is useless. The projectile pierced straight through her, making Mudria panic in disbelief. How is that possible? Mudria tried to stand firm. What are you people doing? I was the one who attacked first. Then she threw her weapon to attack Miner. Miner's body was covered in a pale yellow light, easily dodging, making Mudria grit her teeth. What? Not only did she miss, but it also caused Mudria further injury. Mudria was furious. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Miner spoke calmly. Still don't understand? Her hair emitted a brilliant pale yellow light. Her whole body was also covered in that light. Mudria suddenly realized. You mean, you use team summoning? Mudria calculated. Team summoning is a rare skill of Eagle Eye. How does she have it? Miner didn't say more, just aimed her gun and fired at Mudria. She calculated. Too dangerous. They look like real people but aren't living beings. I can't reflect the attack. Shot hit the unhealed wound, making Mudria click her tongue in pain. Damn it! Miner's attacks were too fast, leaving Mudria unable to counter. This is bad. Mudria thought to herself. Attacking it is useless. Mudria stopped and changed direction. I must attack the skill user. She scanned around. Where are you? The chain attacked wildly around. This skill must cost a lot of mana. She must be nearby. It must be. Mudria stepped back slightly to observe. A deduction flashed in her mind. Wait! I get it. The safest place here is... Mudria's gaze stopped at the position where the clone stood blocking the front. That's it. Mudria's mouth curled into a murderous smirk. She's hiding right behind the clone. She pulled the chain hard and lunged straight forward. Miner calmly watched the move heading toward her. Mudria rejoiced. Got you. At the very moment it seemed to hit, the attack suddenly stopped. A voice rang out. If you know the direction of the attack, even I can block it. Jack Rick had used his sword to block it. Jack smiled, shielding Miner. The gun was raised once again. The clone smiled confidently, pointing at Mudria. Miner spoke up. Got you. Mudria froze for a split second. Damn it. The gun barrel began firing consecutive projectiles. The light blasted, causing the chain to fall to the ground with a dull thud and knocking Mudria backward. The two of them and the clone stood there observing. Blood splattered everywhere. Mudria collapsed to the ground. In her final moments, she saw Jack Rick's face and exclaimed, It really is team summoning. Mudria looked at the clone that had just attacked her. It was just a mindless clone. The clone looked at Miner, speaking gently. Hope we meet again, little sister. Miner watched the figure. She smiled gently. Thank you, sister. Stone debris scattered, hitting the wall with a dry sound. It was Kasim, who had just used his sword to parry the monster's fatal attack. He gritted his teeth, calculating. Damn it, its whole body is armored. Then, Kasim swung his sword, creating a blue flame directed at the spider monster. How about this? Seemed successful, but the unexpected happened. The spider spat out a glowing red silk. It was like a violent wave crashing toward Kasim. The silk stuck tightly to the sword. No matter how hard Kasim tried, he couldn't move it. Suddenly, Kasim noticed a cold air. Countless large and small ice chunks appeared, sticking all over the silk. Kasim looked over in surprise while still trying to yank his weapon. This skill is? Just then, a pair of black boots stepped into the middle of the battle. Kiri spoke with an arrogant smile. I'm late because I was busy supporting the evacuation. This one is tricky. Let me lend a hand. As she was speaking, a fist suddenly swung. If we work together. Kiri slammed into the wall, causing a strong impact. She looked at Kasim in surprise, full of questions. Sir Kasim? Kasim gritted his teeth fiercely, glaring and warning. Don't interfere, you brat. I don't need help. Before continuing the fight, he left one sentence. Just sit there and watch closely. Through the observation screen, the dark mage follower exclaimed, Has he lost his mind? He looked at the uneven battle and muttered, It's crazy. He can't even control himself. His eyes gleamed with skepticism. And he intends to face the Cygnus Knights? Hearing that, Wynn reassured, Don't worry. I've shared a bit of my power with him. Watching Kasim straining to fight, it continued. Even though he was a Cygnus Knight, he's only at the 7th circle. Wynn concluded. Before their mutation, the two of them were equal in strength, so that's enough. But suddenly it asked back, Wait, don't you have something else to worry about? The follower smiled slightly. The mark on his body glowed. Perhaps everything ended a long time ago. Elsewhere, Michael was stunned to witness. The shield in the ego's hand was emitting a blinding red light. A series of deafening explosions lit up like fireworks. Michael was thrown far away. As he regained his balance, he thought, It's as if they anticipated my late arrival. Is it a trap? Lost in thought, Michael didn't realize the opponent was above. If so, the knights are in danger. You're not focused at all. From the magic circle, a terrifying beam of energy shot out. Spiritual power. Another explosion with terrifying destructive power. The ego attacked while mocking. Are you worried about your students? So predictable, you hypocrite. Immediately after those words, another explosion occurred. Before Michael's gaze, the ego asked, Have you forgotten Athen? That statement stunned Michael. The ego swung its sword with a decisive slash, shattering his weapon. It brought up his childhood. Your father, the one who loved you more than anyone. You received unconditional love from him. Then it denied it all. But it was all just a lie. The ego continued. Family? Love? He only wants to steal you for your light knight bloodline. He stated firmly. He killed your biological father and kidnapped you. Athen is just a demon in human skin. The ego looked at the fallen opponent. Michael, the sole heir of the light knight. Because of your noble blood, you are destined to live among filthy flies. You expect sincerity from them? How naive. Michael was heavily injured, blood staining his clothes, but he remained silent, letting his ego ramble on. Ego slowly advised, It's time for you to open your eyes. His eyes became as sharp as a true adult's. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Michael's voice rose slowly. You talk too much. Before the ego's skepticism, he said. I'm dizzy from the attack, and now your theories are giving me a headache. Michael used his hand to push off his knee and stand up. I understand now. A smile curled his lips. This is some kind of mental space, right? Are you trying to cause interference to stall for time? The ego still tried to persuade. I am the honest part you buried deep within your heart. Listen to me. Michael firmly interrupted. No, you are wrong, he said calmly. Naive? Honest? You think I act for those reasons? Ridiculous, Michael admitted frankly. Yes, I am surrounded by flies using each other. The ego growled. Are you listening to me? Michael ignored it. I don't fight losing battles and I don't sign disadvantageous contracts. In exchange for satisfying their greed, I learned. Images of comrades appeared. A way to plant courage in the hearts of the weak. A way to forgive those who once resented me. A way to mend broken relationships. And the power within him erupted violently. A way to protect those I love. Michael smirked arrogantly. That is the true way to live. Something you will never learn with money. On Kiri's side, a giant spider was frantically chasing her. Kiri dodged and swung her sword, launching sharp ice shards at the monster. It was completely unfazed, showing no signs of pain. On the contrary, the monster's counterattack sent her flying. At this moment, Kasim swung his sword again and said to Kiri, Don't you understand? The slash came down, Kasim stated firmly. I told you I could do it myself. But it was all in vain. The attack was blocked by a red circle. Kasim realized in surprise. A barrier? So this isn't its weak point. Just as he realized he had fallen into a trap, a dark orb condensed above the monster's head. Kiri shouted in shock, Sir Kasim! When he looked over, it was too late. The dark beam shot out with terrifying destructive power, pierced through countless structures. Obviously, Kasim had been struck down. He recalled his past since becoming a swordsman. He trained with all his might just to be recognized by Michael, not giving up even if he fainted. Happiness once filled Kasim's face. But, on the day Michael brought Kiri to introduce her, he had a bad feeling. Kasim's eyes became desperate, thinking he had been abandoned. Each slash was a way to vent his anger. I cannot accept that. Why? He remembered hitting Kiri during training, thinking she was a useless person with no talent. Watching her roll on the ground. He turned and walked away because what truly angered him was he resentfully realized she was more talented than him, making him tremble in fear because he couldn't compare. Back to the present. Kasim lay there under the pile of rocks, bleeding profusely. He wondered what he was to him. Then a voice rang out as the rocks were being moved. Please hold on a little longer. Kiri tried her best to push the rock and reassured him. I will pull you out of there, Sir Kasim. Kasim replied calmly. No, run away. The monster's silhouette gradually approached from the thick smoke and dust. Kasim told her to go to the master, but Kiri interrupted. I don't want to. Kasim was stunned to hear the person he hated say, You are my target. I won't let you give up. Kiri used all her strength until her hands trembled. I want to be recognized by you even more than by the master, so get up. She gritted her teeth using all her strength. Finally, the large rock was pushed away by her. Kasim was speechless. He thought, This idiot. Times before were always like this. Kasim remembered when they were both young. This idiot had always been this persistent. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Kiri intended to stall for time for him to run, but he immediately countered. Looking at the giant monster, he said, What do you think you can do? Stop talking nonsense. Then Kasim ordered, Stand behind me. Even though his body was broken, his back was still very resolute. This is an order. Kiri stared blankly at his back, until Kasim requested, Provide cover for me. Understood. Thanks for watching the video. They swung their swords and charged forward together. Each decisive slash was swung down, creating beautiful streaks of color on the battlefield. After dodging, Kasim shouted to Kiri, To the right. Following his direction, she blocked the attack. He scolded, Idiot, too slow. Below you. Kiri was struck by its claw. Kasim continued to direct, Right. Above. Kiri tried to keep up with his pace. Left. Below. The monster screamed in anger from the pain. Their attacks were like a net trapping it. Suddenly the monster widened its eyes. It successfully struck Kiri. Kasim glanced over and scolded angrily, Stupid! Once again, the dark mana was condensed. Shot straight toward Kiri. She was completely surprised and couldn't react in time. Kasim flew in to take that attack for her. Kiri shouted, Sir Kasim! Old memories returned. Kasim, you're at the top again. Kasim was confident. I will do better to be worthy of being your student. But Michael sighed. On the other hand, your teammates' results are terrible. Kasim stammered, explaining the poor results of the whole team. Michael asked seriously, have you still not understood my teachings? Kasim gritted his teeth. He was still stubborn. Back to the present. Before him was the monster's lethal shot. Compared to it, Kasim looked so small and weak. The monster roared, thinking it had won. But unexpectedly, Kasim used his sword to try to cut its power in half. As the sword came down, the blade was gradually destroyed, until the monster's power was completely stopped. His weapon also shattered into pieces. The moment the monster intended to rush in to attack again, Kiri shouted and threw her sword. Sir Kasim! Kasim quickly grabbed and gripped it tightly in his hand. Kiri gritted out, use this. Kasim smirked, his clenched hand emitting a brilliant light. A giant sword appeared and launched toward the monster. Before its stunned gaze, the sword flew as fast as fire, piercing through. Kasim gripped the sword. I don't understand your teachings. Then watch. See what I have learned. The monster only had time to let out one last scream. Then its whole body was submerged in the blinding golden light. Kiri covered her face from the dust of the explosion's aftermath. Looking at the monster lying motionless on the ground, she exclaimed, amazing! Is this Sir Kasim's true ability? Kiri clenched her hands, thinking, I knew it. I'm still so far behind him. From behind her, a figure slowly walked up. Kasim said, don't tell me you're feeling proud of yourself. Then he affirmed, I still don't think you deserve to be a knight. Kiri bowed her head slightly and replied slowly, understood. But suddenly he added, so. Kasim said, always stay close behind me just like today. His expression could not be seen at this moment. Nor could Kiri's feelings be known. Only their silhouettes walking together could be seen. Kiri's voice ringing out, yes. Abyss was pushed back by a strong force, sliding on the ground for a long time. He managed to get up and cursed, damn it. Franco approached with sarcasm. You lasted a long time. It seems Rockin has a very capable subordinate. He looked down at Abyss and signaled, well, goodbye. Franco's subordinates immediately surrounded him to finish him off. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind, followed by a punch that sent Franco's subordinate flying. Jack stood between Abyss and those people, speaking loudly, El Palmy, the team's trouble solver has arrived. While using healing abilities on him, he shouted, stop overdoing it, get up quickly. Franco saw Abyss's wounds heal quickly and was terrified. He healed a fatal wound in an instant, even more formidable than the rumors. He stood up, comfortably rubbing his joints. I feel much better, arrived just in time. Jack said seriously, you should thank Rockin. He really cares about his subordinates. He looked at the group in front of him and asked, there are about 30 of them. Is everyone ready? Abyss clenched his fist, answering confidently, yes, let's crush them. However, the next second Jack turned and ran in the opposite direction. Then, let's run. This action made him stare blankly. After reacting, Abyss quickly chased after him, scolding as he ran. You madman! And Franco's minions immediately chased after. Chase them! Gwyn shouted angrily. Useless! Looking at the image projected before him, he complained. How could he lose after receiving my power? Arcarium slowly spoke up. You talk as if you didn't foresee this. Gwyn turned away irritably. Are you trying to anger me? If it weren't for that contract, I would have. He immediately interrupted. I already said, it's not our time to act yet. To resurrect the Black Mage, we must conserve mana. Arcarium reached out, red mist surrounding his hands. But ending like this is truly a waste. Fine, this time I will help a little. On another side, gunshots rang out everywhere. Cheryl anxiously turned to ask Pyru, what's the situation? She looked at the glowing paper in her hand and reassured, not much longer, they are almost here. Immediately after, a group of people walked over leisurely. It was the special task force of the Crosshunter headquarters. Looking up, Cheryl was startled. In the air, 3 figures were floating with a clock symbol magic circle behind them. What the hell is this? The masked person stood in the middle, and the 2 faceless ones stood in front. He complained, each word exuding danger. Too messy. Red barrier suddenly appeared, isolating those inside from the outside world. Someone panicked, constantly knocking on the barrier surrounding them. Cheryl looked back anxiously. Did that guy create it? The 3 of them stood in the air, silently looking down at the town covered by the barrier. Seen from the outside, this barrier looked like a giant triangular tower so high it pierced the sky. Inside the barrier, Kirill asked blankly what was happening. Kasim hurriedly shouted, Kirill! He immediately pulled her back, avoiding a giant creature that had just landed. Wake up! Kasim glared angrily at Kirill, his eyes bloodshot. Idiot! Can't you even take care of yourself? The thing that just landed started to speak, but the voice was full of confusion. What's going on? I was clearly... He put his hand to his forehead, stunned by what had just happened. Strange, why? The creature had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a giant spider bearing its fangs. That figure was Evoke. Why are you still alive? Abyss ran and asked. What? Out of mana. Jack said irritably. Do you think I've been idle this whole time? I just had enough mana to heal you guys. He said frustratedly. Damn it, useless. He smiled slightly, acting proud. Don't be so harsh. I'm your savior. Abyss shouted. Savior my ass. Now we're running away together. Jack replied with a smile. Don't worry. It's all part of my plan. He was about to ask but was interrupted. What kind of plan? Abyss's pupils widened, warning hurriedly. Look in front of you. Jack just managed to stop, staring blankly at the barrier in front. What is this now? Abyss and Jack were forced to stop when a wall rose from the ground. Franco's minions were still relentlessly pursuing. Blocked both front and back, he started to worry. Damn it, are we really done for? Jack immediately threw something to Abyss. It's a bit soon, but I have no choice. He reflexively caught it, but still didn't understand. What? He held a stone in his hand, smiling confidently. Now, everyone has chased us all the way here. Jack continued. Well done, and good luck. Abyss was staring in surprise at the thing in his hand. One of Franco's minions raised his sword, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. This is... At that moment, the stone emitted a blinding light. That light radiated outward, completely obscuring the vision of those people. The three of them then unexpectedly swung their blades at each other. Abyss and Jack had disappeared. They looked back in surprise. What the hell? Only they were left in the space. Where did they disappear to? Somewhere, gold coins fell with a clatter. Abyss suddenly fell to the ground, crying out in pain. What is happening? Opening his eyes, he realized two familiar figures were before him. Abyss shouted with joy. Lord Rockin. He asked blankly. Where is this? A moment ago I was... Jack immediately interrupted. You made it. Then, he explained the effect of the stone from earlier. You used a teleportation stone. It is a type of stone that allows teleportation to a specific person's location within a certain range. However, those teleportation stones are very expensive because each use consumes a quantity of mesos, so many people dare not use them indiscriminately. Right after that, Jack appeared not far away. That is why I tried to buy time. He wore a smug smile. Because this is an expensive item, I had to use it at the right moment. They won't find this place for a long time. But the scene before him made Jack pause. Around where he stood, gold was piled everywhere. And many other expensive things. No way. Does a place like this actually exist? He excitedly jumped into the pile of gold nearby. Abyss awkwardly stopped him, while Rockin worriedly asked, Jack, what do we do now? Hasn't it been over 20 minutes? His tone was also a bit uncertain. It seems so, but I'm not sure either. It seems the plan has run into a problem. In a serious tone, Jack said, If you can, you should run away quickly. Jack heard this and immediately got angry. What? Tell me to abandon the pile of gold. He gripped the stone tightly. I still have a few teleportation stones to the people outside. So you guys go quickly. Rockin was still hesitant. What do you mean? If you still have stones, why not come with us? Jack smiled wryly, making an excuse. My time hasn't come yet. Thinking of those who are under the ocean. He explained. At least one person needs to stay and wait for them to return. Outside the barrier, artillery shells continuously pounded the shield. But it remained intact without a single scratch. A young man with a grave expression. Holding a red-hot cannon, he reported. No matter how strong the attack, it won't budge at all. He asked anxiously. What should we do, Lord Bastille? He crossed his arms, calculating. Only a high-level commander could create a barrier this strong. Barthel suddenly thought of Akarim, and it could very well be. He immediately ordered. Find another way. We must enter that area. They received the order. Understood. Barthel worried. Just wait a moment, Stalin. We will definitely save you. Cheryl gritted her teeth, looking at the three people standing in midair. Could he be the one who erected this strange barrier? The scene was desolate, the architecture broken. The battle was leaning heavily in their favor. If there are no reinforcements, we will be wiped out. Gripping her gun, her heart was in turmoil. Damn it. I only have 8 bullets left. What should I do? The masked man looked down at the town. Not a bad city, but are Willis's minions struggling this much? A small explosion occurred right where he was, startling the two faceless ones. He adjusted his mask, asking coldly, "Who's there?" Another bullet flew towards him. This time, the masked man dodged it, ignoring the two behind him who were grazed by the bullet. He stared at the position where the bullet originated. "Over there!" He launched an energy orb, blowing up the surrounding structure. Looking at the dust, he laughed abnormally. "How foolish!" Another bullet suddenly flew in from behind. A useless trick. He hurriedly turned back. "Damn rat!" Following that, bullets were continuously fired at him. "I don't know what you're up to." His hand gathered an energy orb again. But it's useless. The orb fell, creating a terrifyingly large explosion, shaking the entire ground, while he and the other two just stood watching leisurely. The masked man's voice rang out again, this time full of coldness. "Found you." Cheryl held her gun confidently. "You're as stubborn as you look. This battle is going to be intense." The masked man moved to observe. "Where are you hiding, you little rat?" A scope was aimed precisely at him. A sudden pull of the trigger caught him off guard, and he was hit. The masked man angrily gathered energy in his hand. He attacked the town. "Stop hiding! Come out now!" Cheryl ran with her gun. "Damn it, you're stronger than you look." Cheryl's eyes showed determination. "Now is my last chance." She cursed that loud-mouthed bastard under her breath. A bad premonition rose in her heart. Cheryl turned to aim. There's no other choice, it's do or die. But while she wasn't paying attention, the faceless one had quickly approached from behind. In the secret chamber, chaotic footsteps echoed. "Hurry! Inside that door! They must be inside!" Franco ran while saying, "Damn it! I didn't expect the teleportation stone." They quickly reached the door and easily kicked it open. He stared ahead triumphantly. "The game of tag ends here." Looking at the person on the stairs, Franco said sarcastically, "Lord Goldrick." He laughed loudly. "Just as I predicted, you're hiding in the treasure vault again. How disappointing." Jack turned to look at him. "Disappointing? You have no right to use that word. You traitor Franco." Franco continued to laugh. "All right, feel free to curse. I understand. By the way, are you alone? It seems Gabor's dogs have abandoned you." He signaled his minions to advance. "I will make good use of this treasure. So don't worry. Just rest in peace." A mocking voice rang out. "Gabor's dogs?" From the walls, a series of secret mechanisms opened. Streams of gold coins poured down like a waterfall. They shouted in astonishment. "What is this?" Seeing the pile of gold rising, they retreated. "The pile of gold is collapsing." Franco and his minions were submerged waist-deep in gold. He couldn't believe it. "No way." Rockin sneered as he flipped the switch. "Dogs? You are the one who needs to be punished for biting the master." Jack stood there calmly. "It's a bit embarrassing, but I'll leave the rest to you to teach him." Seeing the gold reach his neck, Franco began to feel extreme fear. Abyss and Jack suddenly appeared on a large gemstone. "Everything is in position," he screamed in terror. "Why are Gabor's men here?" The minions were submerged more than halfway. "My body, I can't move." He and Abyss smiled and threw punches at the same time, knocking Franco's men out of the pile of gold. "What? Don't you guys like money?" Jack laughed loudly. "This is really exciting." Suddenly Rockin shouted, "Raph, watch out!" Looking back, saw a minion rushing over with a blade in hand. Jack quickly stomped his foot down, using the stone under his feet to knock the minion back. Jack provoked, "Want to bathe in money before you die?" Just as he swung the blade, Abyss rushed over. "I will respect your decision." Franco was buried in the pile of gold. He could only stare as his men were beaten to a pulp. "I can't get out." A hand grabbed his collar tightly. "Let me help." Abyss's gaze was sinister and mocking. "Oh, little puppy, why are you suddenly tucking your tail in fear?" Quickly, Franco was tied tightly on the ground. Jack only then began the interrogation. "Speak. What is your next plan? If you cooperate, I will consider a lighter sentence." But Franco clicked his tongue in contempt. He laughed loudly. "Sentence? Ridiculous. Do you think the law will still exist after today? Wake up." A mechanical voice rang out. "Can you hear me?" The voice continued. Rockin stood nearby and asked curiously, "What is that?" In Jack's hand was a communication device. "I have reached the rendezvous point, requesting a high-level teleportation stone." He spoke into the device. "This is Goldrick, authorize immediate use." Jack asked blankly, "What high-level thing?" Jack explained it can travel across countries or to unknown places. Because it is so rare, it is priceless. "I sent one to the reinforcements via someone I trust, so I have to stay here and wait." Franco was stunned, his voice dropping. "What? Reinforcements? He tried to untie the ropes behind his wrists. No way! It's just... Franco shouted. Do you think a few reinforcements can turn the tide? You fool! But he quickly interrupted him. Franco looked at the disappearing coins in fear. Have you forgotten who is standing in front of you? Jack sneered mockingly. This is the wealth of the Goldrick Merchant Alliance. Inside the barrier, the energy beam that just swept through destroyed an entire building. Evoke looked down from above arrogantly. I will show you what true power is. He continued. You should be grateful. Kasim supported Kiri, who was groaning in pain, with one hand. He reminded, calm down, you idiot. Evoke gathered energy again. Don't try to resist. I'll deal with you quickly. The next second, a heavy drop of water dripped onto his shoulder. Evoke realized in surprise that it was raining. This is? Bang. Thanks for watching the video. Inside the secret chamber, Jack confidently declared, money? I can pay as much as I want. The gold coins continuously disappeared. I don't even need to think about it. The answer was already clear. Outside, the faceless one lay flat on the ground, covered in dust. The masked man also noticed the rain pouring down. Cheryl, covered in injuries, still smiled. Oh my, is this real? Inside the barrier, tons of water poured in massively. Evoke looked at this scene, his pupils widening in extreme horror. At the same time, Jack said something earth-shattering, and water kept flooding into the barrier. I bought the source of every crisis in this world. That is the ocean. Amidst the violent water, a ship appeared. Inside, Kieran spoke coldly as the harbor appeared. A crew member asked, Captain, what is your decision? Her gaze was cold, her intention unchanged. Concentrate all resources. Prepare to fire. On the hull, gun barrels flashed at her command. Aim. Fire. The skull-shaped submarine diving deep under the sea began to act. Inside, the operator reported, communication connected. Starting mission to enter territory. While the countdown to 3 rang out, Kieran was intently looking at a small photo. 2. The counting continued, but she was still lost in looking at the photo of her and Minor when they were young, both laughing happily. The count of 1 had just finished, which was also when the submarine arrived, using its force to head straight to the surface. The ship suddenly broke the waves from deep under the sea, creating terrifying noises. The submarine had docked. The report rang out again. The ship has arrived at Lith Harbor. Captain, awaiting orders. The harbor appeared clearly before her eyes. Kieran immediately closed the photo frame. She coldly ordered, prepare cannons. When the command aim rang out at the harbor, a blood-stained sword fell heavily to the ground. The leader of the Black Mage cultist group saw that scene and was extremely surprised and panicked. The engine preparing to unleash firepower began to operate. Huge streams of power were gathered, preparing for a powerful volley, causing the ground to shake violently. Kieran gripped the watch with the commemorative photo, majestically ordering, fire! The submarine immediately obeyed the order to unleash firepower. Red light from the gun barrels emitted intensely, destroying everything around. The ship continued to rush forward. It crashed hard into the land, causing Lith Harbor to shake and tremble. The ship's engine once again operated at full capacity, crashing deep into the ground. Lith Harbor could not withstand the pressure and gradually crumbled. The submarine was now perched on the shore. Seawater followed the momentum, flooding in massively, invading the entire land. The harbor was now submerged in water. The cultist lost his guard, looking around. What? Where is that girl? He wondered if she was dead, while Cheryl was being submerged by the water, unclear if she was alive or dead. The stubborn cultist still wanted to pursue to the end. Anyway, I have to check for sure. Before he could make a move, he was swallowed by a huge stream of red light. Firepower from the ship continuously poured towards him without stopping. On the ship, Kieran calmly witnessed it all. The report rang out. Target hit. The ground smoked. A large hole appeared, causing water to just flood in. But in the hazy dust, the cultist's shadow was still visible. He was still stubborn, not dead, and shouted angrily, You rotten bastards! The ship gathered power again. Gun barrels glowing red, preparing for another volley. Target still not dead. Prepare to fire again. Under the ocean, a red eye stared wide at the submarine. Red tentacles like spider webs wrapped tightly around the ship's engine, pulling it down hard. The crew reported to Kieran, Missed! Something is stuck under the hull. She was surprised. What? The sticky substance clung tightly to the engine. Inside the ship, there was panic. Cannon number 3, stop immediately. That sticky substance hugged the engine tightly, causing the ship to be unable to operate. The panic increased. Engine is jammed. I can't control the ship. While the crew reported something was attacking, A monster with a human head and spider body used silk to cling to the ship. That was Evoke. He let his hair down, his face full of hatred as he advanced. At the front of the bow, the cultist had finished gathering power. He aimed straight at the submarine. "I will make you pay." The ship shuddered violently from the impact. Crew members inside fell over or struggled to hold on. One side of the ship was smoking. A frantic report came in. Starboard side hit. Outer hull severely damaged. Underwater, Evoke's red threads kept attacking, piercing the hull. The cockpit reported, "The bottom of the ship is under attack too." Marat looked at Kieran with concern. "Kieran, at this rate." The cultist leader continued to channel his power. He sneered, "This toy is actually quite sturdy." He used all his magic to create a massive, destructive vortex and shouted, "Try this on for size." Seeing the situation was unstable, Kieran prepared to draw her sword. She told Marat, "I have to take action myself." "Marat, you." An arrogant voice suddenly rang out from a scarred face. "Leave it to me." Immediately after, a powerful golden light erupted from the stern of the ship. This light caught Evoke off guard, making him anxious. "What is this? What is this light?" Amidst the brilliant light, Michael, the armored captain of the Cygnus Knights, appeared and advanced toward Evoke. Scene shift to a certain land. The skull in Akram's hand suddenly cracked in two. A snake slithered over and licked the cracked part. He stared in shock as the skull dissolved. Unbelievable. They survived that blow? Gour was crawling on the blood threads, groaning, "That really hurts." Akram's gaze darkened, his demeanor becoming grim and dangerous. "He has returned." Wherever the light from Michael's sword struck, Evoke's spider threads were severed. After just a few sword strokes, no more red threads remained attached to the ship's hull. Evoke stared as his threads were slashed away. He was both shocked and furious. "Who dares do this?" Michael fought valiantly, swinging his sword without pause. Evoke's eyes narrowed in suspicion, trying to guess the opponent's identity. "That guy is..." Before he could defend himself, Michael unleashed a powerful sword beam toward him. The force of the strike was so fast and powerful, it instantly sliced Evoke in two. He couldn't believe his eyes as his body was severed. Just like that, Evoke was logged out and sent to the afterlife. Inside the ship, things had stabilized. A crew member reported, "Captain, the ship is moving again." Kieran ordered, "Speed up. Keep your distance." The cultist leader had gathered enough power into a large fireball. He boasted, "It's too late. I've charged enough energy." Kieran and Marat were worried as the ship began to shake violently under the pressure of that power. That destructive magic was drawing closer and closer to the ship. It was massive, as if it wanted to swallow and crush the ship. The cultist declared, "Now, I will erase you from this world." He prepared to wave his hand and push the vortex fireball toward the submarine, shouting, "Disappear!" Suddenly, something flashed by, severing the leader's hand so fast no one could see it clearly. As the destructive orb lost its support and fell, he realized in shock that his hand had been cut off. Before he could understand what happened, the cultist took the full brunt of his own attack and was sent flying several meters away. Severely wounded, the cultist roared in fury, "You!" Before him, Cheryl was still alive. She aimed her sniper rifle at him with a cold gaze. He screamed helplessly, "You annoying pest!" Kieran replied coldly, "I hate nothing more than being in someone's debt." The submarine's artillery barrels were activated. A crew member announced, "Trajectory calculated, engines at maximum, target locked." Firepower accumulated rapidly, the destructive power ready to be unleashed as the energy limit was lifted. Kieran waved her hand with authority and commanded, "I will make you pay for what you've done." The cultist hadn't even recovered before he had to brace for the second strike. Before being incinerated by the intense firepower, he could only let out a terrified cry. The blast of firepower sent him flying and shot straight up into the sky. The red barrier separating Lith Harbor from the outside began to crack. Then, a resounding boom. The barrier shattered completely in mid-air. Seawater from inside the barrier flooded out, creating a tsunami that surged in all 8 directions. Nearby areas were submerged. The sea churned violently, easily capsizing and sweeping away small boats. Buildings were not spared, surrounded by water as floods rose everywhere. Under the water, Kieran was unconscious, held tightly in someone's arms. It was Kasim, trying to cling to a sword embedded in a cliff crevice. He trembled, holding them both, and muttered, "This is bad at this rate." Exhausted, Kasim finally couldn't hold on and had to let go. But suddenly, a hand from above the water grabbed his, pulling them both to the surface. After escaping, Kasim coughed repeatedly from swallowing water. He looked up to see who had saved him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Michael was standing there with a stern face. Kasim choked out emotionally, "Master!" Michael smiled and praised him. "You've changed." Before the calm blue sea, Kasim knelt before Michael. Michael said, "I have always trusted you, Kasim." Scene shift to Kiran. She was speaking over the comms. "This is Kiran, captain of the Nautilus." On the other end, after hearing the situation was stable, a man replied, "Thank you for your help, Captain Kiran." Jack Goldrich smiled, his voice filled with murderous intent. "Now it's your turn." For him, Marco was bound and kneeling, trembling in fear. Jack Goldrich interrogated him calmly. "Tell me everything you know." Elsewhere, a horrific explosion occurred, sending debris flying at El Palmi. His face was full of rage, his body covered in wounds. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed behind him. El Palmi immediately spun around and fired a magic arrow, the blue light piercing straight through the shadow. The power tore apart and incinerated the illusion, causing it to vanish completely. But he realized something was wrong. An afterimage? Immediately after, the black mage cultist appeared behind him, swinging a scythe in a sneak attack. Thanks to his vigilance, El Palmi managed to turn and block the blow, but being injured, he struggled to hold his ground. The cultist praised him. "Oh, as expected. A third circle mage with such melee instincts is hard to believe. No wonder Arcarium has his eye on you." While El Palmi was straining to defend, the subordinate kept rambling. He suddenly reached out. A purple magic orb appeared, and he demanded, "That's not enough, El Palmi. Show me more." The power from the magic orb attacked suddenly, catching El Palmi off guard and worsening his wounds. Furious, El Palmi gathered his strength and threw his short sword at the cultist. Damn it! He was frustrated to see the cultist tilt his body and dodge it in time. The cultist unleashed a blast in return, hitting El Palmi squarely and causing him immense pain. Seeing him fall, the cultist mocked, "Your absorption rate is quite poor. I'm curious what you'll do when you lose an arm." He arrogantly rushed forward, intending to sever El Palmi's arm with his scythe, unaware of the magic dagger sneaking up from behind. Despite being severely wounded, El Palmi didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and used his remaining strength to control the magic dagger. The short sword suddenly stabbed at the cultist's flank, but he dodged in time. Afterward, he swung his scythe, knocking the sword away right in front of El Palmi. The cultist raised his hand to cast a spell, a bewitching purple light covering his hand. He sneered, "A blind man like me can't see clearly, so you thought you'd ambush me from behind?" He swung his death scythe, imbued with purple dark magic, attacking El Palmi and taunting, "You really lack creativity." El Palmi immediately sat up to defend, trying to channel all his blue magic power. He poured all his remaining mana into the defense. The blue light surrounded him and shot straight toward the cultist. The two magical currents collided, creating a massive sound that shook the earth like an earthquake. Cultist nimbly dodged the debris and praised, "Impressive, you still have that much mana? At least your stamina is decent." El Palmi wondered in shock. He can't see, so how can he do this? Even if I save mana, this won't work? I have to gamble. El Palmi immediately activated the heavenly mirror, a red light flashing. He saw through all the opponent's movements and analyzed. There! A high-frequency wave is emitting from his body. Then he noticed the strange necklace on the cultist's neck. What's that? The frequency from it is giving him an advantage. Seeing the magnetic waves in the space, he analyzed. The high-frequency waves from that ring are bouncing back to map the space. He uses telekinetic control to have 360-degree vision with no blind spots. Knowing how to deal with it, El Palmi gathered his strength and shouted, "If that's the case, boom!" A blue barrier trapped the cultist, causing him to lose his smug look. "You intend to control space with telekinetic control? So you used the heavenly mirror to see through my secret. Not bad." Even though restricted, he remained calm. "Good strategy. Now I can't move. But El Palmi, this barrier will also block your own attacks." Suddenly, a powerful magic blast attacked the cultist from behind. He glanced back as if he had predicted it. As expected, the cultist swung his scythe, shattering the barrier, and the dark magic escaped, rushing toward El Palmi. He was confident. "Even for a split second, my reflexes are far beyond your imagination." Seeing El Palmi's body torn apart, he gloated, "Well, a bit boring, but I've severed one of your arms." But looking closely, he realized the one he had just slashed was only an illusion of El Palmi. Another illusion of El Palmi flashed by, surprising him. "What?" El Palmi's figures now surrounded him. The cultist was stunned. "Suddenly he appears everywhere around me." He immediately swung his scythe, quickly shattering El Palmi's illusions. When the strike only broke some rocks, he was surprised. Just rocks. Realizing something, he shouted in anger. Damn it! I've been tricked! He rushed forward, slashing continuously at the illusionary rocks, and provoked. Hiding in the chaos to distract me? Then I'll slash until you run out of mana. While the cultist was frantically slashing inside the barrier. Outside, El Palmi's hand was covered in blood. His wounds were worsening, but he didn't stop casting spells. El Palmi even coughed up blood, his hand trembling because his body was completely exhausted. Hearing the noise outside, the cultist blasted the ground. I hear you in pain. Don't worry, I'll end it soon. A thunderous explosion occurred. El Palmi was caught off guard and sent flying. The explosion shattered the real barrier. The cultist suddenly appeared at his side and lunged to finish El Palmi off. He used his hand to create a purple dark magic orb, then coldly threw it straight at him. El Palmi raised his staff to block, but the dark magic was too strong, sending him flying amidst the swirling dust and debris. El Palmi lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. The cultist landed and leisurely approached. He seemed completely unharmed after the battle. El Palmi struggled to get up, leaning against a rock, gasping for air due to his severe injuries. The cultist raised his hand, creating a deadly dark magic current. Hide and seek is over, right? Looks like you've suffered mana shock. Pity, but I've had fun. Here's your final gift. He explained. This is magic power condensed to the limit using telekinetic control. It will send you to the other side. Now! But the light suddenly vanished. He was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? El Palmi suddenly cast a spell, the two currents of blue and purple light blending in his palm into an orb. He smiled smugly. Thanks for the gift. I'll take it. The purple magic was sucked dry into the orb, causing the cultist to scream. No way! What did you do? You lunatic! Even though he didn't want to, his power was drained. He cursed. Damn it! Where did this power come from? Did he steal my magic with telekinetic control? El Palmi trembled, holding the orb, and asked. Surprised! When the orb reached its limit, he looked at him with hatred. Go to the afterlife and keep it company. Then he threw the orb hard at the cultist. Blinding light carrying destructive power left the cultist frozen, unable to react. The explosion shook the heavens and earth, erasing everything it touched in an instant. El Palmi coughed up blood violently. His body had been severely affected and could no longer hold on. His tired eyes wanted to close. He muttered to himself, this really is the end. As he collapsed amidst the rubble, the ground suddenly shook violently. The earth cracked open, debris flying everywhere. In the dim light, the figure of the cultist still stood tall with his death scythe in hand. His eyes were wide with malice, his voice sounding like it came from hell. No, not yet. He had miraculously survived and advanced toward the unconscious El Palmi, snarling. Arcurium was wrong. This guy will never join our side. Must eliminate him immediately. Suddenly, a bullet from the air sped toward the cultist. He turned, causing the bullet to deflect, his eyes showing clear shock. Amidst the gun smoke, a sarcastic voice rang out. Using all your strength to kill an unconscious person, isn't that a bit shameful? The person holding the gun was a girl, beside her a boy ready to fight. She said, Now, want to play with us for a bit? High above, Mr. Goldrich's son was carrying Miner and Debo. Despite being injured, they were ready to challenge the cultist. The cultist screamed madly, You brats, how dare you? On Jack Goldrich's back, Miner pointed her gun down with contempt. Why the scary face? He raised his hand to block the bullet, cursing nonstop. A pathetic bullet. Suddenly, Debo appeared behind him. What about me? He unleashed a powerful blow, sending him flying back. Debris scattered everywhere. Debo looked back at the gasping El Palmi. Are you okay? El Palmi was losing his vitals due to the mana backlash. It's not good, if I don't get help soon. He rose from the rubble, slowly warning. You guys really don't understand what's happening, do you? Debo stood in front of El Palmi, sword ready. You guys are really tough. At this moment, the cave suddenly shook violently. He pulled an object from his pocket with an annoyed expression. I can't hold back anymore. He held the orb, ready to settle it all. No other choice, I'll tear you all apart. Seeing this, Miner fired repeatedly. What is that? A magic circle? However, the bullets couldn't touch him. He darkened. Too late now. Before he could act, a familiar voice rang out. Stop it, Mio. He froze upon hearing Akarim's voice. Mio turned back. Akarim Nim scolded in a low voice. You've only been gone a moment and you're already causing trouble. Planning to use a magic circle without permission. Mio retracted the magic. Sorry, I got carried away. Reminded him. The operation failed, Retreat quickly before the gate is surrounded. Mio wondered, huh? But El Palmi is still there. Akram coldly. Doesn't matter, if he dies here, my initial choice was wrong. Suddenly, from another corner of the cave, a voice rang out. What? Akram, Miner, and Jack Rick were all panicked, unable to believe what they were seeing. Mudria slowly stood up. So that's it. You, a subordinate of Gwyn, are conflicting with Akram? Her voice turned eerie. You dare betray Gwyn. This is starting to get interesting. She also pulled out a similar orb. Perfect. I'll just clear you all out while I'm at it. A massive energy source emanated from Mudria. She was excited. Not bad. Right? The spot where Jack, Rick, and Miner stood shook violently, throwing them both back. A massive surge of power surrounded the large pillar. The pillar slammed straight into Mudria. Jack, Rick, and Miner landed safely. Miner was stunned. He's attacking his own allies? Meanwhile, Mio muttered while attacking. Under the pillar where Mudria was pinned, ghosts slowly rose. Mio thought, am I a bit late? More and more ghosts appeared, covering the entire pillar. Mio stood watching his handiwork and realized, what a hassle. What was appearing densely was the path of the dead, waves of ghosts pouring out. Debo was bewildered. What the hell is that? Things are beyond imagination. Even for me, it's a bit much. Mio abandoned the three of them. I'm leaving, you guys handle the rest. Debo struggled to fight. Damn it, what's happening? Mio grinned. Better be careful. He reminded. Oh, if he wakes up, remember to say my offer still stands. Of course, if you guys are still alive by then. Miner didn't let him leave easily. She fired. Who said you could leave? Mio sighed mockingly. I told you not to waste your energy. With just a wave of his hand, Miner's bullet was completely controlled by him. She was shocked to realize, he used bullet break. Mio coldly replied, let me return the favor. As he spoke, the bullet reversed direction and flew toward her at terrifying speed. Luckily, she and Jack Rick managed to jump out of the attack range in time. Miner still tried to point her gun at Mio. You bastard! But before she could do anything, Debo shouted a warning. Miner, watch out! She didn't notice something huge descending from above. A heavy object slammed down right where Miner was standing, creating a powerful shockwave. Miner was safe thanks to Debo standing in front of her. She hadn't recovered yet. Debo! He was bracing himself against a hideous creature, gritting his teeth. No way! That creature was made of countless souls attacking them. Debo cursed. This guy and that guy too. From the monster, a stream of blood flowed. Blood poured endlessly from its mouth, covering its sharp teeth. It clutched its head in pain and roared violently. Debo stood before the giant monster, feeling helpless. Are they all water gods? Damn it! While Debo fought, Jack Rick tried to shake Miner awake. Hey, wake up! It's dangerous! The monster's arm suddenly swung over. Seeing his teammate in danger, Debo shouted, What are you doing? You idiot! He rushed to attack the monster frantically to protect them. Debo fought while ordering Jack Rick, Get them out of here! The monster's arm was blocked. Jack Rick hurriedly grabbed Miner and ran. Debo roared, I'll handle it here, you take everyone out now. He glanced at El Palmi and pleaded, Please! Jack Rick saw the situation was uncontrollable. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to carry both Miner and El Palmi and run. I'm sorry. When he saw everyone was safe, Debo exhaled. Finally, I can use my full strength. Now! Monster let out a terrifying roar. Debo didn't hesitate, grabbed his axe and lunged at it. Let's end this. Meanwhile, Jack Rick kept running as fast as he could. Miner gradually regained consciousness. She opened her eyes heavily. She kept asking in confusion. Huh? Where is this? What happened to that monster? And where is Debo? Not seeing Jack Rick answer, she became increasingly tense and struggled. Miner still tried to ask. Where is Debo? Did you leave him behind? No, put me down. How can I go back to Kieran if we leave him like this? She grew louder. I don't know about you, but I will never let... She looked up, Jack Rick was running while crying. His hands were still holding the two of them tight but shaking uncontrollably. Facing Mina's anger, he could only whimper. I'm sorry. This is the only thing I can do because I'm not strong enough. I don't want him to sacrifice himself in vain. Jack Rick's voice grew quieter. I'm sorry. El Palmi was unconscious. In his subconscious, a mysterious voice rang out. Seems like you're in danger, huh? He was stunned. His whole body stiffened. When he opened his eyes again, he saw himself in a strange place. El Palmi. He looked around blankly then asked, What? Where am I? Just a moment ago, I was... Fred explained. I invited you to my space for a moment. Both sat across from each other at a chessboard. Fred stared at him, welcoming him happily. Welcome, the last adventurer, El Palmy. Finally, we have a chance to talk. He explained the situation to El Palmy. Your body is dying due to mana shock. If this continues, you won't make it. As he spoke, Fred showed him the situation outside. Your friends too. The gate was beyond human reach. He explained further that the Balrog outside was extremely brutal with superior power after being resurrected. That gate was no longer a golden gate. Outside, the blue monster was still attacking crazily. Oh no, perhaps it was even more dangerous than a blue gate. The monster fired a terrifying surge of power straight at Debo. Everyone inside would be in danger. Luckily Debo dodged. Otherwise he would have been smashed to pieces. Looking at reality, Fred judged with one short word, dead. After hearing that, El Palmy was stunned for a moment. Fred continued. The war you started to save everyone is actually pushing them to death faster than in the previous life. Like this, you won't be able to stop the apocalypse. Finally, El Palmy hesitated and asked, You know I was reborn? Who are you? Before his question, Fred remained silent. El Palmy continued to press. Are you that person? Fred interrupted him. Who knows? Meanwhile, Jack Rick was trying to remember the exit. Leave from the 23rd pillar. He used all his might to run while remembering. In the middle of the 3D corridor, if I go straight and turn here. Finally he stopped, but his expression wasn't happy. This is. In front of him there was no exit, only a deep pit. Jack Rick was stunned. It should have been here. He reassured himself. Doesn't that statue point to the exit? When I came here, it was still normal. Jack Rick realized something. His eyes flared with anger. Could it be? He realized the one who caused this was Mel. That bastard destroyed it before leaving? Seeing Jack Rick lose control, Miner reassured him. Calm down. There's no time. Even if the exit is destroyed, a new one will appear around here soon. Suddenly, a horrific explosion occurred right behind the three. Miner panicked, realizing things were getting worse. Amidst the explosion, debris flew everywhere. A figure was thrown out. Miner immediately recognized Debo. He finally collapsed before the overwhelming power difference and was thrown far away by the explosion. Jack Rick hurriedly carried Miner and El Palmy and rushed over. Hey, are you okay? Calm down. Suddenly, he was horrified to see the condition of his teammate. Debo's body was indescribably tattered, blood staining him red. El Palmy suddenly clutched his head. What was that? Fred asked. Who made you reborn doesn't matter, right? Explain to El Palmy. What you see is what's happening outside. El Palmy worried. And Debo? Fred reassured. Don't worry, he's still alive, but dying. He hurriedly proposed. Then help me. Fred replied. I can't directly intervene. Fred proposed again. If you are the one who was reborn, if you do this to fight the apocalypse. He gritted his teeth. Then help me. In reality, the monster kept attacking. Fred laughed. What an arrogant attitude. He said leisurely. When you want to ask for help, do you have any ideas? Outside, everyone is facing death. When the monster prepares to deliver the finishing blow. Fred was calm. Even if I help you. El Palmy lost patience. That doesn't matter. But Fred didn't seem to care. This will be your last chance. The monster's attack was launched. If it doesn't appear in time, this will be the end for all. El Palmy shouted. I said I don't care. He angrily flipped the chessboard, ignoring what Fred had just asked. El Palmy stood up abruptly. Both fell into silence. Fred moved his lips as if wanting to say something. Finally he agreed. Fred gently snapped his fingers. All right. El Palmy was confused, not understanding what the other had just done. Time kept passing every second. Outside it became more dangerous. El Palmy looked at himself. He felt a source of power in his body. Has something changed? Fred rearranged the chessboard and explained. Don't doubt me. Even if it's just a small part. I've lent you my power. When the last piece was placed, he told El Palmy. Now it's time to wake up. He left a few final words. I hope you can endure it. My power. The monster's power created a large pillar of fire swallowing everything. Jack Rick coughed and crawled up. Am I still alive? He trembled, not daring to open his eyes to face reality. When he opened his eyes, a familiar figure appeared. He had woken up and blocked all damage. Jack Rick couldn't believe his eyes. Bami. Amidst the chaos, Miner and a tired boy collapsed. Are we still alive? In the blinding light, he stood tall. Ignoring everyone calling his name, El Palmy shouted, Back off! He rushed forward, putting himself in danger to save his teammates. I'll solve this quickly and come back. With just a few turns, El Palmy made that monster scream in agony. Truly amazing. Suddenly, Miner shouted, "No!" She didn't want him to keep rushing out like that because it was too dangerous. El Pami. Ignoring everyone's worry, he still rushed straight at the monster as if nothing happened. Even though the chessboard had fallen, there was still a pawn standing firm without wavering. Unbelievable, even if it was just a little power. The scene brightened again. Explosions echoed, but he could control it perfectly. The battle ended. He stood there exhausted. The monster was surprised. "It really is you, El Pami." The two widened their eyes in surprise, unable to believe their friend was that strong. No way. One hit took down that monster. When the match ended, everyone had time to ask about the injured. What about Debo? Beaten up, he was fine, just needed timely treatment. Luckily, he was still breathing. Hurry and take him to the village. Timely treatment will be fine. Miner asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She didn't understand what happened to make someone healthy become so weak. "When we arrived, you were in critical condition." Suddenly, he ran over and hugged Miner tightly, making her scream in panic. "El Pami? What are you doing?" "I'm not mentally prepared," he whispered. "I'm very glad you guys are safe." Even though his body wasn't okay, he always cared for others. "This time, I thought I lost all my teammates again." Clenching his fist, he said, "I'm very happy you guys are still alive." Miner saw this and cheered happily. "Thank you. Why die when you're alive? There are plenty of beautiful places to lie down." "Of course, I don't intend to die here." Her voice sounded angry. "Instead of worrying about us, why don't you worry about—" She didn't want him to sacrifice himself in vain. "Yourself first." "Ha!" As she was speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. In pain, she cried out, "El Pami, wake up." "What? Is he not okay?" She shook him repeatedly, but he was exhausted. "What are you doing? Get up, El Pami." She pouted. "I told you to wake up." Her voice echoed, but he didn't wake. Every effort was in vain. "This is driving me crazy." Someone sat in the study, struggling to write. "No matter how hard I try, there's no end. How much longer will this last?" He gritted his teeth in annoyance. It's already the third day. After the battle, things remained unstable. Although the fight against the Black Mage cultists ended, Lith Harbor was still in chaos. The news that the Cana Association were cultists shocked the entire Maple world. At a red-stained ravine, someone fell, unnoticed by anyone. Evoke, the key figure, was reported dead, but his body hadn't been found. Instead, they interrogated the traitor Franco to find the mastermind. But he had only been manipulated because he wanted to revive his daughter and knew nothing about the cultists. Two rivals were now working together. Mihail of the Cygnus Knights and Kirin of Nautilus accelerated the hunt for the Black Mage's remnants. The fact that the two most trusted figures in Maple World personally took action brought hope and peace to Lith Harbor. He sat for hours thinking. However, the possibility of hidden cultists remained, so surveillance continued. Just then, a noise arose. "Don't move, it's hard to bandage." The girl was anxious and hurt her friend. "Be gentle, do you want to tear the wound? Stop whining. Be grateful it's only this." In the room, the person in a coma couldn't rest because of those two. "Done. It's been 3 days. Are we just going to leave him like this?" Lying there for days without waking, he made everyone worried. "Healing magic isn't working. We can only wait for him to wake up on his own." While everyone was worried, Dinev happily brought food. "All right, hot food is here." Just as they were hungry, food arrived, and everyone cheered. "It's time to eat. I'm always grateful to you all, thanks." In the middle of this, the guy still tried to ask, "So, is it official now?" "Huh? What?" Girl blushed and hesitated. "What else? I mean the two of you dating." She was so angry she wanted to knock his head. "Dating? What are you talking about?" He kept grinning. "You were so intimate I thought you confessed." "That's because I was worried like a teammate." She wondered because no one seemed worried about their teammate. "I don't understand everyone's attitude. Aren't you worried at all?" A calm voice spoke up. "Why worry?" Eating while explaining. "When you're tired, you sleep. It's simple. Our boss isn't easily taken down by minor wounds like that." As if used to this. "After all that, you still don't understand?" Everyone knew the reason, but no one told her. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. That's just him. Seeing her look at him warily, he clarified. "Let's be clear. I'm not a monster." She still mumbled. "If someone collapses, shouldn't we be a little worried?" The muscular guy shouted. "I can get hurt too." Narrowing his eyes, he replied. "So what? You're not wrong." Suddenly he sat up and asked for food. "I'm so hungry. Is my portion still there?" The chair shook as if it were about to break, unable to take any more. Rockin shouted in frustration. "No matter how hard I try, it's not working. If I knew this, I wouldn't have started this mess. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Excuse me, Rockin. He was about to ask a subordinate, but stopped. Just in time. I need your help. But first, wait a moment. Someone walked in and greeted. Long time no see, Rockin. Walking lightly, the person said slowly. I recently heard something quite interesting. At this moment, Rockin was so terrified he almost fell over. Stuttering. That name is Elpami. Just waking up, he said. I don't remember anything. Everyone gathered around anxiously. Really? You don't remember anything? Hey, don't joke with me. Minor recounted the battle. Elpami, you took down the Balrog with a mysterious power. Mysterious power? Me? She looked at him skeptically. A power that strong and you don't remember? Jack Rick added. Could it be you have a hidden ability like Debo? Minor asked annoyedly. Wait, seriously, you don't remember anything? Even when you leaned on my shoulder? If it's that. He stammered. I don't know. I really don't remember anything. She shouted. Then why did you act like you knew everything? I thought you would remember something. She was so angry she wanted to tear him apart. Are you kidding me? No matter how hard I try, I can't remember. It's just. He pondered thoughtfully. I think I met someone at that time. With a serious expression. Elpami, there's one more thing you need to know. That's not all. Huh. He began to tell. It happened at midnight. With a sleepy expression. While you were sleeping, we stayed here to protect you. This bed isn't comfortable at all. Looking at the scene in front, he was surprised. And then, I saw something. Huh. Minor intended to do something to Elpami but was stopped by him. A pirate was targeting you. Just at the critical moment, a painful slap rang out. Minor suddenly cared. All right, that's enough everyone. Elpami just woke up. Let him eat something. Even though he was hit painfully, he still pressed. Huh? Where did you say we're going? Eating while saying, we are going to Orient. He smiled foolishly and praised. That's my boss. Even after fainting, he still has a plan. While excited, he paused. Wait, hold on. Realizing something was wrong. Did you say Orient? The kingdom in the Nihal Desert? That place is much more dangerous than Victoria Island. And the monsters too. Almost choking while eating, he stammered. No way. Change the plan, I don't want to go anywhere. I can't go. Suddenly Dinev peeked out. Looking confused. Who are you? From outside, a group of people slowly entered. Asking in a voice. Is this the famous Elpami group? The whole group was stunned. Debo wondered. Huh? Who are you? A god. Iap shouted. No way. Minor seemed to know something. The person who turned the Gour Merchant Association into one of the 10 strongest in just a few years. The head of Gour. Seeing the serious expression, he slammed the table and shouted. Huh? Raf? You know who he is. Quiet, watch your language. With an indifferent expression. That is the leader of Gour, Mr. Gour. What? He sat calmly in front of everyone. Speaking. Sorry for interrupting your meal. He went straight to the point. You are Elpami, right? I've heard a lot about you. I'll be blunt. He extended an invitation. Come to the kingdom of Orient. Whole group looked back at Elpami in surprise. Boss! There was a reason why the Gour Merchant Association rose so quickly. Forming alliances to find sponsors was the reason he advanced so quickly. Without support, perhaps no one would know this association. Gour was backed by Orient, which is why it made the top 10 so quickly. Gour rarely appeared because they were busy moving between Lith and Orient. Both were in the same boat, and now there was a request Gour couldn't refuse. A bloody battle for the throne was about to take place in Orient. As someone backed by Orient, Gour had to provide support. He spoke up. I heard you are very capable. Everything necessary has been prepared. Very decisively, he replied. I refuse. He was determined. Orient? I'm not interested in a dangerous place on the verge of civil war. Boss, you just said. He shouted in frustration. Refusal is not an option. This is a direct order from Mr. Gour. Consider this an honor and prepare immediately. He was blunt. An honor? Then you should provide full support for this mission, right? The risk is too great to be covered by just a few words of honor. He was annoyed. It seems I've spoiled you too much. Daring to speak like that to Mr. Gour? The rumors are right, you're good at bargaining. With no other choice, he offered a larger number. Fine, 5 times. With a triumphant look. I will give you a chance to prove that confidence. If you conquer the 5 gates I designate. I will reward you with anything within my power. How about it? Are you interested now? With a scary expression, he said, I, Gour, swear on my name that I will keep my promise. Hearing that, he smirked. As expected, you are truly on another level. He replied happily. I will take that as a compliment. Jayap was excited. Boss is great, but isn't it a bit too flashy? Finally, he was convinced. What is your desired schedule? He was somewhat relieved. Glad you got down to business so quickly. We've already lost a lot of time. We shouldn't delay any further. Everyone boarded the ship to set sail. Let's go right now. The ship rocked with the ocean waves. Someone was vomiting uncontrollably, making minor tease. Is he always this seasick? I remember he was fine on the Nautilus. It was Debo, looking strong but weak. I don't know. Maybe I drank too much yesterday. Is everyone okay? The whole group looked at him disparagingly. Only you are like that. Damn it. Leave me alone. She continued to tease. Just a few drops of alcohol and you're whining like a child. Oh, our baby, is it that hard? He still didn't stop vomiting. Hey, stop it. Seeing his pitiful brother, he also teased. Hey, your nice new outfit is about to get dirty. Intending to move closer, but it backfired. Not good. As a father, I will pat my son's back with love. As soon as he finished, he vomited all over him. You unfilial brat. Immediately, he was punched painfully by Jayap. He had to stammer an explanation to avoid misunderstanding. Don't misunderstand. This isn't abuse. It's just that my son is too tired, so I'm letting him sleep a bit. Looking at Debo lying there so pitifully. I have to clean him up. Give me a hand. Minor looked with disdain. I don't know. Do whatever you want, but don't come near me. Even though someone was vomiting, they were almost there. Luckily, we reached Ariant faster than expected. He looks really pitiful. Luckily, thanks to the cooperation with Goldraki, we have superior equipment. However, but still wondered, why do I feel like something is strange? There's definitely something going on. Only she noticed him. El Palmy, what are you thinking about that's so stressful? Nothing. That drunken look was pathetic. Your stomach is churning because of the alcohol, right? Don't hold it in. Sit down and rest. Watch your mouth. Standing there all this time without being seasick. Have we arrived? A magnificent palace appeared. Japort, an arid place with scorching sunlight. In the Nihal Desert, people choose to travel by sea because crossing the desert by land is suicide. Transportation is all done by ship, making the ports in the Nihal Desert prosperous. As soon as they stepped off, the group buzzed with discussion. Jeddah is the best port here. This place looks like Jayap's palace. This port is filled with the smell of money, as much as the desert sand. This place is no different from a kingdom. Lith Harbor cannot compare. Kiri asked with concern, but he seemed annoyed. Debo, are you feeling better? We didn't come here to play. Let's focus on the mission. While they were chatting, someone noticed them. You must be El Palmy. He was panting. Luckily, I'm not late. I'm the coordinator for the Ariant branch of the Gour Merchant Association. He seemed quite important. You can call me Siza. Very pleased to meet you. He greeted happily. Very pleased to meet you, Siza. You look really cool and handsome. You're making me shy, we just met. While shaking hands happily, he suddenly remembered. But wait, did you come here alone? It seems this place isn't very safe. The Ariant branch doesn't have many people right now. I'll take you there right away, follow me. He led them to a dilapidated house. We're here. This is the Ariant branch of the Gour Merchant Association. This place didn't look very promising. Huh? Here? It looks a bit disappointing. Hearing the criticism, he sadly lowered his head. Sorry. The branch is a bit small. Oh no, it's not because of that. Seeing that, they comforted him. It's just too hot. Come on. Let's go in quickly. This is the entrance, right? Just as the bamboo curtain opened, a tall, muscular person stepped out. Debo was stunned. Yeah. He asked annoyedly. Who are you kids? The head of the Ariant branch of Gour Merchants, Salawan. Siza hurriedly explained. Then El Palmy stepped forward. Mr. Salawan, they are the El Palmy team from Victoria Island. Very pleased to meet you. He introduced himself while being sarcastic. I am Salawan. You look really weak. The rumors say that. Siza interrupted. But they were personally chosen by Mr. Gour. You should show some respect. Without a word, he knocked him away. Siza, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Debo shouted. Hey, what are you doing? Damn it, it seems Mr. Gour doesn't know the situation here. Why send these rookies? He didn't yield. Even if recommended by Mr. Gour, I still won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. What do you intend to do in Ariant with that little experience from Victoria Island? You rookies. This statement provoked Debo. You damn guy, want to see how strong we are? Fearing a conflict, El Palmy stepped in. So what do you want to say? Get straight to the point. He laid down the rules. I need to test your skills. Listen, a gold rank gate, maximum 28 people. Only one person needs to win for it to be a success. Go in there and one person must complete it. Hearing this, even the veterans here were panicked. What? Sir Salawan? Even El Pami's team would struggle to clear that alone. He shouted, shut up. If they can't even do that, they'll just be a burden to others. El Pami spoke up to defend his team. Completing it alone? Is that the only condition? Salawan was also surprised. What? He repeated. I asked, is completing it alone the only condition? Oh, confident, aren't you? Then one more thing. Complete it in 1 week. Miner was angry. You suddenly make us compete, and with a 1-week limit, that's unreasonable, old man. He said triumphantly. Unreasonable? Sounds like you're admitting you're not capable enough. Scared? Now it's my turn. El Pami wouldn't work for free. 10 million mesos will be the reward for this. Deal? The gentleman was hot-headed. You crazy guy, do you have a problem? Where do you think you are to dare to bargain? They only worked for the reward. Don't misunderstand. Even though we came to Orient on Gabor's orders, we don't care about the situation here. We only work for money. He stated, if you don't like it, we'll cancel the mission and head back right now. If your actions damage the relationship with Gabor, who will bear the consequences? It seems the internal situation here is as complicated as the rumors say. The humble expression, I will note this. How interesting. He lost his cool. You dare threaten me? You've got guts. Truly insolent and arrogant. He found it interesting. Fine. I like that. Let's add some incentives. Made an attractive offer. I'll pay an extra 5 million mesos for every day completed early. If finished in 1 day, you'll receive 30 million, triple the initial offer. He smiled sinisterly. How about it? Rookie. Sounds attractive, right? Hearing what he wanted, he smiled. Lead the way. The sky was scorching. Sunlight burning everyone, making movement difficult. It's so hot. I can't take it anymore. Why is the gate in the middle of the desert? We're almost there. Stop complaining. You're truly cold-blooded? Don't you feel the heat? Everyone was tired. Only he had the strength to ask, Hey Kiri, are you okay? Huh. He noticed her outfit. You're wearing steel armor in this heat? Just looking at it makes me feel suffocated. I'm fine. He was surprised. What? No way. That armor should be scorching hot by now, right? I'm really okay. Touched her. Unbelievable. Wearing armor in the desert. Are all Cygnus knights as extraordinary as you? But he was surprised because touching her wasn't hot at all, but cool like ice. So cool. No, it's freezing, just like ice. She revealed. This armor has an integrated temperature control system. It's an honorary gift from the royal family exclusively for us Cygnus knights. Miner and Jayap felt it was unfair. What? So you've been cool and comfortable this whole time? That's not fair. You should share good things. She gave a wry smile. Well, sorry, maybe next time. Suddenly, he hugged her. Huh. She was terrified. Debo, what are you doing? Put me down right now. Whispering, Kiri. Sit still, let me enjoy it a bit. Why are you hogging that cool thing all to yourself? You crazy guy, shut up. Just let me cling on a bit. Don't get close to me. Let go. Don't be like that. I thought we were close. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing them hugging, she was also embarrassed. Are you jealous? Do you want to hug El Pami too? Getting hit for hitting the nail on the head was only natural. Annoyed, she reminded. Cut it out. Remember there's a time limit. Let's find the gate quickly. After all the noise. Finally, they saw it. There's the gate. She was surprised. It's been here the whole time. I told you we were close. She urged everyone. Let's go. We're in a hurry. Before they could move, suddenly, a monster emerged from the ground. What? As anticipated, he quickly stepped forward to block the attack for her. I knew it. Nothing is ever easy. A group of monsters climbed out of the ground to block the gate. Don't seem like they intend to let us in. Everyone gather. Get ready. We're starting the hunt. The scene returns to the magnificent palace. Salawan stood there timidly. Yes, Your Highness. What happened to El Pami and his group? This person worried. It's been 2 hours. They should have found the gate by now, right? Are the Freds lurking around the gate? Yes, Your Highness. Both discussed. They are third circle adventurers. They should be able to handle it. I want to know if they can clear the gate within a week. Salawan. What do you think? He was still skeptical. It's too early to trust them. The rumors about saving Jack Rick and hunting the Balrog might have been exaggerated. I don't think we can trust them just based on Gabor's message. Let's observe more. If they are still struggling with this gate, then it's meaningless. A hopeful voice, El Pami, please. He used all his strength to strike forward. Don't disappoint me. Everyone focus on taking down these monsters. I thought the monsters in this desert were very strong. Yet it's a piece of cake. Everyone really exaggerates, we haven't even started yet. El Pami extinguished his teammates' confidence. This is just entering the gate. Jayap cheered. Hurry up. Finish in 1 day to get 30 million mesos. We'll complete it in 12 hours. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? 12 hours? For real? You're really ambitious. I like it. So will we be paid extra? This needs to be clear. Still trying to bargain at the gate. Stop being so greedy for money. But boss, the gold gate has 3 floors. How can we finish in 12 hours? A golden light flashed. Then don't take the money at all. What the hell is that? Suddenly a subordinate ran in. Sir Salawan. He was annoyed. What?
I'm Buse.
It's... The thing is... Before he could catch his breath, he was grabbed by the collar. I said I was in a hurry. El Pami walked in. El Pami. He teased. What? You guys are even worse than I thought. He spoke continuously. I guess you guys haven't even entered the gate yet. Looking at your faces, I know you've given up, right? Seeing no answer, he was annoyed. Damn it, did you run away from the Freds? Suddenly, he threw something next to him. What the hell is this? A joke? Seeing the item. Is this the red item from the gold gate? I knew it, you guys are scammers. He assumed it was fake. Bastards, you dare bring a fake to scam me? It's only been half a day since you entered the gate, he shouted. If you want to lie, at least try harder. You dare look down on me this much, he asserted. This is real. If it's fake, I'll give you 100 million mesos. If not, you pay me 100 million. Looking straight into his eyes. How about it? Dare to bet? He was hot-tempered. What? 100 million. Scammer. You. Wait a minute. Siza picked up the medal. This isn't a red item. This eagle symbol is clearly the honorary medal of the Royal Knights. Confirming it's real. I remember now, this is awarded to knights participating in gate sweeps from which no one returned. If El Pami brought it back, it means... Look towards Siza. I see you recognize this item, Siza. With a gaze as if he saw through everything. Or should I call you? Revealing identity. Your Highness. Seeing that submissive look, he said, it seems you are very familiar with this kingdom's items. Sir Siza, or should I call you? True identity is the 3rd prince of the Orient Kingdom. Thanks to El Pami, Gour's secret sponsor was revealed. Prince Kazan. He was uncomfortable. What nonsense are you spouting again? Grabbing him and shouting. Damn you! First the nonsense about the bet, now Prince Kazan. Just because he knows about the medal he's called a prince? Then I'm the king. Ridiculous. He's right. What? I'm a prince. He still hid it. I've been to many places and done many jobs, so I just happen to know. Thanks to hard work, I got to work here. Such praise makes me shy. He hardened his face. Just information you happen to know while doing odd jobs? Grabbing his hand tightly. Is that what you want? He brazenly suppressed him. Do you know the biggest taboo when deceiving others? What kind of mage is this strong? He was angry. Your hands. Not wanting to hear more, he said, sorry. He realized something. Hands reflect a person's life. Just by looking at the calluses and muscles, I can imagine their life. Suspicious. But these hands are as clean as a servant's. I found it strange since I first arrived here. Looking at the person in front. You, who claim to be the branch manager. A person who seems carefree, but those hands are not of a merchant counting money all day. They look more like the hands of a soldier who has held a sword for decades. He went crazy and tried to punch him. This place is full of outlaws. They don't care who you are. He was indifferent. Well, that's true, so I can't be sure just by the hands. But what makes me certain is, just need the important person. He. Looking towards them, he asserted. At that time, both of you acted very naturally. Looking at how they treated each other. A rude superior and an oppressed employee. I've seen this scene many times. The key point is, if he were just a normal soldier, he wouldn't dare to be rough with you. Someone inexperienced would find it very hard to hide their loyalty. Still defended. Ridiculous. Why would a prince have to act? Is that so? I think there are many reasons, for example. Personally selecting those who will participate in the war for the throne. Immediately, a sword pointed at him. Hey! What the hell are you talking about? Enough! Laughter rang out. Interesting. I understand why Gour recommended you. I've been looking forward to it after hearing the rumors about you. The prince revealed himself. But you far exceeded my expectations. No longer hiding. That's right. He took off his hat. I am Prince Kazan. He asked cautiously, since when did you know? I suspected when Gour personally sent us to Orient. I guessed he must have a sponsor here. From the beginning, I suspected that Gour's sponsor was the famous Prince Kazan of Orient. This is the real test. You not only have ability but also excellent situational awareness. I need people like you. The prince made an offer. Gold grade gate, maximum 99 people. Your team will enter the gate with the adventurers I have selected. Coordinate to retrieve the will inside the gate. You have 1 week. If successful, the reward is 60 million mesos. He replied decisively, I refuse. He remained calm. What's the reason? Initially, you just wanted to test us. I thought this was just a mission. I didn't expect it to be a pawn in the war for the throne. I intended to accept if the reward was attractive enough. Although money is important, I can't risk my life. What do you want now? This mission looks like the previous test, but in reality, it's completely different. Even if we successfully clear the gate, we could still be eliminated without a trace. Because this mission wasn't issued by the Gour branch, but by you, Prince Kazan. Accepting this mission means we are on the same boat as you. He immediately grasped the intention. So you mean you want to be paid more risk money? He sat down. The person you support is Gour, not us. We have no reason to risk our lives to help you for such a high price. Unless the reward is commensurate with that risk. What kind of reward do you want? I will decide after hearing your offer. The gentleman shouted. You insolent brat. How about this? If you clear the gate, I will grant each member an attractive reward, a unique grade piece of equipment. Equipment is divided by grade. Rare, epic, unique, and legendary. The power difference between them is unimaginable. He wavered slightly. The items the prince promised were strong enough to break the boundaries between magic circles. The fact that he promised unique equipment for all members proves he sees us as the main force. But that wasn't enough for him to risk his life. He wanted more for his teammates. We need a legendary grade item. Salawan couldn't stand it. Are you guys crazy? A unique item is already too much, and you're asking for a legendary one? Fine, I will prepare a legendary item. Even if I lose something precious, it's worth it. But in return, I'll make this clear. A hopeful expression. You must bring back what I want at all costs. You have 1 week. If you fail, I will take your lives. Salawan still didn't fully trust them. Can he trust that person? Despite the high cost, he decided, the die has been cast. Everything is no longer up to him. Even if I do nothing, Kazan will eventually have to walk the path of other princes. If I don't act first, I will be eliminated. Someone is being held by that woman. That person smiled happily. This is going to be interesting. Perhaps this is the one who set up the whole game, but you are already in your mother's hands, Kazan. I don't know what you are preparing. She seems like a good mother, but raising children is a mother's duty. No more leniency on this occasion. I will teach him carefully. Minor was shocked. What, Prince Kazan? Even she didn't expect the person they just met to be so noble. Turns out he's the 3rd prince of the Orient Kingdom. Is he just acting? Is he really Gavy's patron? Are you serious? Don't joke, this is a secret. The name Dibwa sounds strange. Is it okay for you to tell us? Since we're the ones fighting, you should know because we'll be seeing him often. While Kiri was thinking that Moneygrubber was still trying to squeeze out a bit more. Gavy's patron is a prince? This is bigger than I thought. Does that mean a prince only paid us 30 million for the last mission? How stingy. Only now did he announce the negotiation results to the team. The reward this time is a unique item for all of us. The more important thing is a legendary grade item. This reward was enough to silence Zap. Great, he really is the perfect candidate to lead the country. Looks like he really is a prince. Setting his beer glass on the table, he said, that's why I want to make you an offer. The thing I want to take is what I risked my life to win. I'll take the legendary item. Minor couldn't sit still anymore and slammed the table as she stood up. God, you talk as if we're already done. Boss, that's not a deal, that's more like an order. Strangely, a money lover like Zap didn't care about that at all. I can sell you my share of the unique item if you want. You really are. Even though he'd take that precious item, he'd try to compensate his teammates, determined not to let them lose out. I'll make up for that amount for you all. This is quite attractive, I'll help you all rank up. Beer bottles rolled around, accompanied by a drunkard's words. So, have you brought what I asked for? He was so drunk he couldn't even hold the wine bottle in his hand. That was Abdullah VIII, king of the Orient Kingdom. He answered confidently, of course, your majesty, presenting a pink stone before him. This is the dragon heart, you can achieve immortality with this. They were father and son, but their address seemed a bit distant. I'm very proud of you, you are truly my son. So can I ask you for a favor? Drinking wine, he replied. Go ahead and ask. The opening was already a difficult question. The dragon heart is a symbol of eternal life. Why don't we hold a festival for a week? Please allow this festival to take place. Lying on the beauty's lap, he muttered, a festival? He thought his calculations would succeed. The king and queen would have to manage all events when the festival took place. That would be the chance to advance to the gate. Instead of deciding for himself, he handed that power to his wife. What do you think? But she replied calmly. I don't know either. Perhaps the answer was something everyone could guess. Bringing back the item you requested was a duty. I feel responding with a festival is a bit much. She was determined not to give them a chance. Is it really necessary to spoil him like that? That was Arita, queen of the Orient kingdom. So he decided to listen to his wife. You have a point, Arita. Realizing everything had changed because of the queen. The king had changed since Arita arrived. He relied on her for everything and was no longer wise. To overthrow Arita, he had to take the risk. I need to conquer that gate. Trying to persuade one last time. But your majesty, Orient has always held festivals to celebrate major events. Furthermore, this festival is to celebrate your longevity. Hoping to receive approval from the king. Do you really believe that is not worth celebrating? At this moment, Arita spoke up to reassure. Cassin, I'm just giving my opinion. You're being too emotional. Trying to show him she had no ill intent. Besides, you could become king in the future. Look at you, complaining just because of a festival. Continuing the psychological attack. Do you think the people will respect you if you act like that? Speaking up to hear, seeing him in a difficult spot. She suddenly agreed. All right, I will allow it. Had to agree because his majesty was still here. Even though you are acting like a child, I know you are very loyal to the king. That I do not deny. Immediately she intended to make it grand according to his wish. I will organize a big festival for a week as you want. After a long time of contact, he didn't expect her to agree so easily. She changed her mind. What exactly is she plotting? Smirking calculatingly. Very interesting, Cassin. This time I will play along with you. Try your best. You think you control everything in this game? It's all in the plan. In the end, you will still be in the palm of my hand. While trying to destroy monsters, suddenly they remembered they had to join forces with another group. Are we supposed to attack this gate with others? I don't see any other adventurers. Their group was the last one assigned by Cassin. We are the last ones to enter. 94 others have already gone in. Then hurry and chase after them. We need to clear this gate within a week. Ranking you all up is my top priority right now. It won't be too late. Hearing this, Miner was furious. God, rank up in a week and clear the gate? Are you sure you can do it? Wait, do we have to share the reward with the others? At this moment, instead of moving on, they stopped to calculate. I hope they all die. That's not something a healer should say. Only our group is promised a generous reward. Great, well done, boss. She was already very angry. Put that aside. How are we supposed to rank up? There are only weak monsters here. Hope was a bit fragile. Yeah, and you're only rank 3. You always... Oh right, I forgot to mention. The secret was only revealed now. I've already ranked up. Dibwa was quite surprised. Rank 4? Since when? It turned out to be from that moment right after the battle with the cultist. Miner spoke up dejectedly. Because you're you, but I'm stuck. No matter what I do, I can't pass rank 3. He stepped forward powerfully. Stuck. He would help them break that limit. Boss, don't worry. I will force you to break that limit. Everyone was stunned. You will fight me. Attack as if you intend to kill me. As if everyone was facing off against each other. Otherwise, you'll be the ones to die. Immediately, thanks for watching the video. He lunged at Zap. He laughed as if he'd gone mad. If I die in the middle of the field, what's the point of raising the circle? The leader made a demand. I'll give you 100 million mesos if you can last 10 minutes against me. Everyone charged together. Charge. Thanks for watching the video. Even Kiri joined the fight. I must break my limit to become stronger. I will try my best. Miner didn't give up either. I agree. I can't go back to Nautilus in this state. Ibwa shouted emotionally. Guys, forget it. Everyone was determined to support him. If I don't raise my circle, I'll charge interest on that 100 million mesos. The battle broke out with El Pami's respectful assurance. Don't worry. I'll take responsibility. From being close teammates, now they no longer held back, but fought with all their might. What kind of mage is this fast? Was he a thief in his past life? Even that monster only has one body. Everyone joined forces to attack him. Everyone else poured all their strength toward him. Press him. He stood there towering alone, taking them all on by himself. Is that enough? A stream of fire poured toward Dibwa. Hot. Water. A loud shout echoed. Miner lunged forward to confront him. Everyone get out of the way. I will use all my strength to unleash a big move to take him down. Thinking she had won, she hurriedly teased her opponent. How's that, even you can't handle it? But unexpectedly, is that all? Spanning the whole sky, he stepped out confidently. Is this the full strength of your team? Standing arrogantly there without an opponent. How disappointing. Miner was furious and screamed. 4 days and still the same stupid sentence. What should we do when nothing works? If we get close, we get burned by hellfire, and long-range skills can't penetrate. How are we supposed to fight this unreasonable power? Kier couldn't hold on and fell down. He calmly pointed out the mistake of everyone else. The reason you can't find a way is because you're wasting your strength. If your team only knew how to split roles before, now you must combine scattered power into one block. Zap couldn't continue. Then explain it clearly to us. That was the anger that erupted from him. If you still don't understand, I can't help you. You can only keep getting beaten until you understand. Taking advantage of the moment before he acted. Damn it. Hopeless. Abandon the formation. Run first. Diwa tried to inform the others. This way. Everyone. He quickly ran forward. The exit ahead. The third gate. Pointing at the gate. Hurry in. She looked at him frustratedly. This is also our last attempt, El Palmi. Even now, still not understanding what he had planned. Finally, they realized. Muttering to himself while everyone else had passed through the gate. Even though he had kindly brought them all here from the start. Standing before the huge hole, but that was reason enough for me to be late. Space suddenly became silent. All right, turning around to leave, not knowing what else was hidden. Time to start cleaning up. The whole team finally made it to that gate. Gasping for air. Saved. Hurry and discuss strategy before El Palmi arrives. He won't be able to chase us for a while because the gate has collapsed. Already sprayed with syrup and still mentioning money. If we count the 10 minutes of holding out here, we've earned 100 million mesos. What a money grubber. Passed 3 trials but still couldn't escape this hellish place. But even the third gate is a desert? I'm going crazy from the heat. What's that sound? With a bang, a scorpion. Crawled out from somewhere. This is crazy. Continuously attacked everyone. Damn it. But it wasn't affected at all by their attacks. It didn't move a bit. It even knows how to breathe fire. Too hot. No. Who can get within 10 steps that damn fire again? If this keeps up, we'll be roasted alive today. Too hot, can't get close. At this moment she spoke up. Don't worry, that damn spirit of Miner again. A fool like you has no right to be here. If I can't fight from a distance, I'll close in. But it doesn't seem any better than before. Damn it, we barely escaped, and the situation is still the same. No matter how strong, it still can't compare to El Palmi. The fire can't be touched, the defense is hard. But that's nothing compared to the boss. Saw this as a trial to overcome. You are the perfect prey to practice on. Even in difficult times, she still tried to suppress the pain to praise him. Still, a bit more human than El Palmi. Fighting with all strength. Alright. Miner spoke up. Admit it. Thought you would keep bragging. Unexpectedly, you recognized the ability. Even this scorpion, like El Palmi, I still don't have enough power to penetrate. Pointing the gun forward. So, apply the old formula. Pour all your strength into it. Even though we fought very enthusiastically, are you still alive? But Dibwa didn't give it a chance. You can't die yet. Determined to use it for training, we need a punching bag to practice, don't we? After fighting for so long, finally managed to take down this tough monster. Stubborn as a leech, finally took it down. Too hot, I almost got roasted. Miner couldn't hold on any longer if this monster didn't die. Hey, drink some water to cool down. Thanks. Seeing her complain like that, Dibwa was kind. No need to thank me. Whoever can help should help. The 2 girls saw that and couldn't help but be jealous. What's wrong with him? Don't know. He's been like that for a while. He was proud of himself, seemingly muttering something about maintaining the dignity of a third circle adventurer. Unable to hold back, Zap chimed in mockingly. Just because you just promoted to the third circle, you're making such a fuss? A fuss. Just that, and you're bragging to the sky. Yes, a fuss. Everyone is already at the 4th circle except for that one newbie. Looking down on everyone. No matter how hard you try, the gap won't narrow. Maybe the adventurer profession doesn't suit you. After arguing for a while, the 2 started fighting. But no one noticed the captain. Then let's have a match, you bastard. Ready? Let me teach you some manners. Thinking back, El Palmi is late. Yeah, the gate time is over. It should have reappeared. Don't see any other adventurers. Did he meet El Palmi at the 2nd gate? What the hell are they doing? Shaking the wine glass. What are you thinking about that's so tense? In the bustling atmosphere, he seemed quite pensive. Forget it all now, enjoy yourself. The festival isn't over yet. Something isn't right. Still suspecting Arita, but in the end, nothing happened. I thought the queen must have had some plot when agreeing to hold the festival. Isn't that good? Still a bit naive. Staring at the wine glass. But why is there such an uneasy feeling? Suddenly, a woman's voice spoke up. What are you doing here? The queen had arrived? She spoke with sarcasm. A festival held in your honor. Yet the guest of honor isn't enjoying it at all, your highness? Seeing her, the two stood up abruptly. What brings you here, your highness? Does a mother need a reason to visit her son? I just wanted to congratulate you on this big day. With a hint of mockery, I thought I would pour you a glass myself. Her tone made it sound as if they were very close. Oh my, don't be so tense. You're breaking my heart. Others might think I poisoned that wine. Suddenly, she became serious after her own joke. Oh right, I heard an interesting rumor. Knowing full well about your negotiations with the captain's group, the prince has made friends with an adventurer, hasn't he? Everything seemed to be in her calculations. Getting lost in a sandstorm is dangerous. How worrying. I heard they are from elsewhere. So I sent people to pick them up beforehand. Deviating far from their plan, both were stunned. Impossible, the queen knew everything. She didn't just sit still. She acted first. Where did the information leak from? Trapped in a mess of thoughts just because of one sentence, she sent people to pick them up. Could it be the assassination squad that wiped out an entire city of Arian in a single day? Rumor has it no one has ever seen them and survived in the prince's world. Everyone knows Arita uses them when she wants someone to disappear. Everything is meaningless now that it's all within Arita's arrangements. She allowed the festival just to lure me out. She knew everything and sent assassins to track the adventurer. From the very beginning, I was right in her palm. She feigned surprise. It seems the news just arrived at the right time. Suddenly someone else entered. Excuse me, I must leave for a moment. And so they left. We just received news from those who went to pick them up. By now, the captain was exhausted from fighting. How strange. Looking at the pile of people in front, he couldn't help but be suspicious. These corpses show no signs of resistance. It means they were killed before they realized they were attacked. Who could do this? Gazing at the bright red badge. But the real problem is, a smart person like you, how could you not guess the scheme here? I am the only survivor from the second gate. Looking at the bodies, it's clearly someone wanting to sabotage the prince's plan. It was hard to believe, even doubting the impossible. What happened? Could it be ghosts? Suddenly a beam of light emitted. I can't see it, but there is definitely something right in front of me.
Impossible.
Slamming his hand on the ground, creating a light of his own. There isn't just one. So, the effort put in until now finally had results. Alright, found. You. Thanks for watching the video. Time to burn them all. Attacking repeatedly without dealing any damage. It's useless. I was supposed to only know about them through rumors. I didn't expect it to be them. Even before the regression, I had only heard rumors. And now I'm seeing it with my own eyes. A skill called suggestion, making the body invisible and instantly eliminating the target. The strongest assassination squad in Ariant. Assassin. A masked man spoke. Resistance is futile, we have prepared thoroughly. Perhaps they were determined to take him down. Everyone carried fire-resistant gear to deal with his fire magic. One of his strikes could send El Palmi flying. Without fire, your ability can't deal any damage. More smug words. We have no reason to lose. Keep struggling and die in despair. He still stood tall. You must have been smug enough. No more beating around the bush with these people. Hide and seek ends here. No matter how strong, invisibility, shadow, fire resistance. His words made them wary. In the past, they were indeed hard to deal with. Starting a new ability. But you should have come before I reached the fourth circle. I couldn't have expected it. How is it possible? Calculated one step ahead. That skill. You. The wine glass shattered. What? The queen was angry. Speak clearly to me. Speak up. The subordinate reported fearfully. Forgive me. 5 people made it out of the gate. They quickly ran forward. All of them were adventurers on the prince's side. Unable to control herself, she was speechless with anger. Such an arrogant bunch. Someone else entered. What's wrong, your highness? It seems my friends are progressing well. Seeing this person, she was even angrier. I am truly grateful, your highness. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful as to worry about my friends. He happily held the wine glass and offered it to the queen. As a token of gratitude, let me offer you a glass of wine. In the middle of the arid desert, a dilapidated building appeared, lonely under the moonlight, looking like a secret hideout. Inside the building, by the flickering yellow light, 2 men were talking. The person standing majestically was Cassan, the 3rd prince of Ariant. He asked, So, Did you bring that thing? Opposite him was Elpami kneeling, covered in dirt as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. He reported the situation to Casson. Yes, I found a letter inside the gate. Before his achievement, Casson praised him endlessly. You have truly done a great service. Heaven must have sent you to help me. However, Elpami didn't rush to hand over the letter, saying sternly, but I cannot just hand it over like that. Statement that made Casson pause. What? He calmly continued. Assassins appeared during the ambush, and there were even weapons aimed at me. It seems I got involved in your affairs sooner than I thought. Saying that, he held out the letter in front of Casson. If we want to deal with it, we first need to understand everything. For example, what exactly is this letter? Casson silently looked at the letter in Elpami's hand. The third prince's expression gradually darkened. Finally, only a soft sigh was heard. His voice low. The letter you are holding is a will created by me and the other princes. He continued. After Queen Arita seized absolute power, she began eliminating each of Abdullah Vibar's children. Therefore, the brothers who opposed Arita united under the same goal. Memories of the fallen brothers. If one of us is killed by her, we must leave behind evidence in the form of a will. And if the surviving brothers find that evidence, they will use it to overthrow Arita. His voice grew more indignant. I want to depose Arita and rebuild Ariant, while she wants to hide the truth. This letter is very important to both me and Arita. From what he just heard, Elpami reached a definitive conclusion. Then the one who sent the assassins is Arita. Casson did not deny it. He said, Yes, I was terrified when I realized it. I'm just glad you returned alive. Elpami, still kneeling on the cold stone floor, suddenly interrupted. Your Highness, wait. His expression became serious. This letter is completely useless. This statement stunned Casson. What? Elpami immediately stood up straight and threw something hard onto the floor. He said, I found something interesting on those assassins. Right now, what was rolling on the dirt floor was a severed arm. On the wrist, right at the artery, a strange red symbol was clearly visible. Seeing that symbol, Casson's face immediately darkened. Elpami seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He continued to ask, You recognize it, don't you? If this mark is on the assassins directly sent by Arita, there is only one conclusion. Arita is a follower of the dark mage. At the same time, elsewhere, a dark scene filled with black spiderwebs glowing red. Queen Arita knelt before Win, a giant black spider. Its voice sounded full of disappointment. I am extremely disappointed with how this was handled. Arita bowed her head in self-reproach, having no words to defend herself. She bowed her head anxiously, afraid of being punished. I didn't expect Elpami's group under Casson to destroy the assassin. Suddenly, from the shadows, a white-haired man stepped out, his voice low. Elpami. I know him very well. Arita started and turned. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Stranger? Yvak? He appeared in a disheveled state. Torn cloak, battered body, both arms severed. She exclaimed in astonishment. You, still alive? Yvak seemed not to care about this horror. He stepped forward proudly. I have a sure way to kill him. Please give me one more chance. Arita frowned, speaking sarcastically. A chance? How ridiculous. You have failed. Your time has passed. Win's pressured voice suddenly rang out, cutting off her words. Arita. She froze and turned. Forgive me, Lord Win. Continued to give instructions. Yvak, Arita, you two solve this together. Hearing this, Arita's face changed color. She didn't answer, grinding her teeth in anger. On the contrary, Yvak gave a sinister smile. Thank you, Lord Win. From the shadows, chained demons with glowing red eyes gradually appeared. He was full of confidence. This time we will definitely succeed. Back to the scene inside the abandoned building in the desert. Before what Elpami revealed, Casson trembled and exclaimed. What? The queen? A follower of the dark mage? Elpami continued to present more information he discovered. The dark mage's followers have taken deep root in Ariant. The moment that letter is used, the one waiting to kill won't be Arita but you. Highness. In that moment, memories of the past life flooded back. The palace engulfed in flames. He remembered before the regression, Casson waited for death. He used the will to expose Arita's true identity. It was then that the followers revealed their true forms and ambushed Casson. He remembered the scene of Casson collapsing, his chest pierced by a sword, blood spreading across the stone floor. Back to reality, Casson gritted his teeth, full of disappointment. Is it too late? Suddenly, Elpami proposed another path? Or how about leaving this place? Casson asked back in surprise. What? Elpami continued calmly. Once you make Arita, who is backed by the dark mage, an enemy, there is no safe place in Ariant. If you stay, only death awaits you. The wisest thing is to forget that letter and find a way to survive. If you leave the throne, Arita might no longer keep an eye on you. Hearing those words, Cassin just silently clenched his fists, then slowly calmed down and released them. The prince took the letter and burned it under the candle. He replied calmly, I understand. I will not use this letter, just as you said. Cassin gripped the burning letter. His face was extremely determined, unwavering. But I cannot give up like that. Right now, there are still so many people suffering under Arita's tyranny. If this continues, Ariant will have no future, even if the enemy is not just a follower. Faced with Arita's cruelty and the will to save Ariant, Cassin shouted with determination. I will also never give up on this country. You may withdraw. From here on. Before he could finish, suddenly from outside, the guard Solomon rushed in, shouting, Your Highness. Cassin immediately asked, What is it? Solomon said while panting, The palace, currently, they are opening the gate to the prince's tomb. At that information, Cassin was extremely surprised. His eyes widened and he shouted, The prince's tomb?
Impossible.
A legendary adventurer once called the strongest in Ariant, the fourth Prince Sunler. Although a prince, he fearlessly conquered countless gates. People admired him. Even I acknowledged Sunler. He had both strength and prestige, the closest candidate to the throne. But one day, Sunler entered the gate and never returned. That incident shocked the whole kingdom. Since then, that gate has been called the prince's tomb. Thanks for watching the video. Cassin, full of questions, continued to ask. Then why open it now, after being sealed for so long? What are they planning? Solomon replied stammeringly. Yes, His Majesty personally declared. Whoever conquers this gate will become the next heir to the throne. Hearing that, El Pami, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. This is Arita's trap. She will disguise it as an accident and eliminate all participating princes. It's too obvious. Solomon also agreed with that argument. The rookie is right. Your Highness, for now, let's temporarily step back. However, although knowing it was Arita's scheme, Cassin still did not back down. No, I must participate. Otherwise, it's no different than falling right into her trap. Solomon still tried to stop him. But Your Highness, given the situation, El Pami calmly spoke. I will assist you, Your Highness. Cassin stunned. You, El Palmai? Ignoring the prince's surprise, he continued. Subscribe to the Game Go channel so you don't miss out on attractive videos, Your Highness. Completely surprised by his decision, Cassin was extremely grateful. Thank you. Honestly, you will be a great help. At this moment, in El Pami's mind, thoughts of distant memories swirled. I will not let Cassin wait for death again like before the regression. In the previous timeline, the followers used Ariantport to spread monsters from the gate throughout the region. Ariant at that time was their headquarters. Anyway, I'm still glad I rushed to Ariant. I even witnessed Prince Cassin's moment of surprise with my own eyes. Now, I have put him first, rooting out the followers. He, with an extremely confident expression, looked straight at Prince Cassin, his voice firm. I promise you this. I will make you king. The princes were summoned, each kneeling on one knee on the floor, showing respect to the king in front. Contrasting with that scene was a king lounging comfortably on a long chair, drinking wine drunkenly. Waiting until all the princes were gathered, he spoke with a flushed, alcohol-soaked face in a mocking tone. All right, you are all here. As you know, the court has decided to choose the crown prince through the prince's tomb. Each candidate must enter the gate alone, conquer it, and bring back Sunler's remains. Despite being informed of this event, the princes could not hide their confusion. Immediately, one of them, second Prince Mukesh, spoke up. But Your Majesty, since ancient times, the crown prince has been chosen through martial arts, literature, and popular vote. There has never been a precedent for choosing a crown prince by conquering a gate. First Prince Gunsan, kneeling nearby, added. That's right. Such a sudden change will cause fierce public opposition. Ignoring the prince's words, the king calmly drank wine and said, perhaps, but Arita said the palace also needs reform. Hearing this, Cassin, the third prince, immediately questioned. Can a single word from the queen overturn tradition? He said with extreme seriousness, Your Majesty, please reconsider. If we change now, there is still time. Beside Cassin was fifth Prince Sunjay with a worried expression about the current situation. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, sixth prince has uttered an opinion opposing his brothers. If His Majesty has decided, that is tradition. The king's will is the will of Ariant and becomes the new tradition. The king on high seemed to hear only what he wanted and ignored the words opposing his decision. Hearing the sixth prince's words, he sat up abruptly, not knowing if he was sober or drunk. That's right, my word is tradition. The competition for the Crown Prince position will proceed as planned. No changes, the date is set for 1 week from now. Anyone who quits will lose the chance to compete for the throne forever. Whether you form a team or not, that is up to you. I have said what needs to be said. Saying that, he turned and left. I'm going. My beautiful queen is waiting. Sixth Prince Asa saw this and hurriedly followed. Wait, your majesty, I will go with you. The princes were extremely tense, their faces darkening. What is this? Arita, what are you plotting this time? At this moment, Cassin spoke up. The princes are all waiting to die when fighting inside the gate. That is Arita's goal. We must not fight each other. My goal is to overthrow Arita's rule. There is no reason to become enemies. We must join forces, overthrow Arita, and reclaim Ariant. It seemed the remaining princes would join forces against Arita. However, 5th Prince Sanjay refused. No, I cannot be on the same side as you, Cassin said in surprise. Sanjay, the 5th prince, was full of suspicion. Don't pretend to want unity. Deep down, you only think you are worthy of being king, right? How disgusting. I believe I can do better for Ariant than anyone else. Saying that, Sanjay turned and left the palace hall. Just wait and see. I will become the crown prince and overthrow Arita myself. Cassin, startled, raised his hand to stop him, shouting, No, Sanjay, if we slaughter each other, wouldn't that fall right into Arita's trap? But he could not stop the 5th prince. He gritted his teeth in anger. However, beside Cassin remained 2 brothers, the 1st and 2nd princes. Both placed their hands on his shoulder to comfort him. We will do our best with you. Cassin turned to look at them, moved. Brothers? 2nd Prince Makesh's face was full of trust. We know you have prepared for a long time to confront Arita. This is the opportunity, the chance for you to be recognized as Crown Prince, seize power, and then overthrow Arita. Unlike us who lack courage, you are the wisest and most talented. I believe you can lead this country. Cassin was deeply moved, then bowed respectfully to thank his 2 brothers. Everyone, thank you for believing in me. The 1st prince continued, expressing his trust in Cassin. That's right, Cassin, we will help you with all our might. But what about hiring a powerful adventurer? Cassin smirked with a confident smile in response. Don't worry, I already have a secret weapon. The scene opened in a closed room. In the middle of the room was a long wooden table crowded with attendees in a meeting. Around the table were adventurers with distinct demeanors and auras. Presiding over the meeting, Cassin opened. That is why I want to hire you for this competition. At this moment, El Pami, who was sitting opposite Cassin, spoke up. We are prepared. That is not a problem, but there is one condition. Only the 3rd prince and our team are allowed to enter the gate. Hearing that absurdity, bodyguard Solomon standing behind Cassin immediately shouted. What? Ridiculous. This is about choosing the crown prince. How can you leave the 3rd prince alone with you? The royal guard will go along. El Pami calmly replied. The 3rd prince is not an adventurer. He must always be protected. But if even one person in the team is not strong enough, he will become a burden. Inside him, thoughts rippled. Furthermore, if Arita knows about Cassin's plan, it proves there is a traitor in the palace. Even the royal guard cannot completely rule out people in the palace. We have discussed this with Cassin, so let's proceed. El Pami was lost in thought when suddenly someone spoke up. Then let's see if we are really a burden or not. As soon as the sentence ended, the wooden table was smashed into pieces. Amidst the swirling dust, Cassin suddenly shouted, Solomon, what are you trying to do? Solomon stood firmly in front of Cassin and said, Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness, but I must crush this arrogant brat. Saying that, from both sides of Solomon appeared 2 guards, looking like assassins rushing out. On the arm of one of the 2 rushing out was a glowing symbol resembling thorns wrapped around the wrist. Recognizing the meaning of that symbol, a companion in the adventurer group, Dibwa, exclaimed, Circle 4, Floor 4. El Pami standing nearby said, No wonder you were confident enough to want to join the team. Fine. If you defeat Dibwa, we will let you join. Hearing that, Dibwa panicked. But I'm only Circle 3. Before he could finish, the 2 rushed toward the terrified Dibwa. He shouted, Wait. He instinctively fought back. However, the result was very unexpected. Both fell down. Dibwa stood stunned, bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Witnessing that scene, Solomon could not help but shout in surprise. What? Defeated by someone who is only Circle 3? Dibwa replied confidently as if he had never been afraid of the opponent. Of course, I am the mighty Dibwa after all. The members of the adventurer group were not very surprised by the result. It's not that the royal guard is weak. It's that we are too strong. Do you understand the difference in rank now? Unable to accept the defeat, Solomon was angry. It's not over yet. Others still, not letting him continue, Kassan stood in front, raised his hand to interrupt the guard, and said, Elpami, I will follow your advice. Now what should I do next? Elpami stepped forward and said, We will protect the third prince with our lives. But in case of a sudden battle, the third prince must also be able to defend himself a little. Saying that, he turned to the 4 adventurer members and designated, You will train the third prince. Minor was very surprised and asked back, Train? Us? Can we really do that? Can we freely hit a prince to train him? Suddenly that noble prince bowed low, begging for help. Please. Solomon panicked. Your Highness. Kassan continued to speak. I have sworn to reclaim Orient at all costs. Because the people rely on me, because the brothers believe in me, I cannot hesitate. If to keep that oath. The prince clenched his fists, full of determination. I am ready to do anything. Hearing that, Elpami smiled and said, Then fine. But remember, this is even harsher than a real battle. Kassan replied with determination. Good. That is what I want. Start immediately. During the first training session, swords flew wildly. Dust filled the air. The sword in Kassan's hand was knocked away. He staggered. Chero shouted, Pick up the sword again. The day is not over yet. Kassan, covered in wounds, propped himself up with the sword to keep his balance but still replied strongly. Yes. Please, continue. Prince Kassan continuously went through many training sessions from other adventurer members, as well as defending against many different types of weapons. This moment, Kassan was extremely battered. Blood flowed from the wounds. He could not stand firmly but still wanted to continue training. Once more, please. Minor was slightly worried. She tried to stop him from continuing. I know you are trying, but if you push any further. However, Kassan decided not to back down. I don't want to be a burden. I must train more. At this moment, Elpami spoke up. If so, don't worry too much. This training is only for emergencies. In case there is nothing unusual, Raf will always be by your side. Kassan asked in surprise. Raf? Elpami, I thought you would follow me. Seeing the prince's confusion, Elpami explained further. Raf may not look like it, but he is the team's healer. Even if you are in danger in battle, he can immediately heal and cast a protective shield for you. And Raf doesn't just know how to heal, he can also fight. Raf listened and pouted. Oh, impressive. How troublesome. Hearing the introduction, Prince Kassan was extremely respectful of the adventurer team. Such amazing people are following me, while I have nothing to repay them with. Possible, please accept this. At least, when everything is over, I promise to reward you generously, even more than what was agreed. Saying that, the prince offered a bag full of sparkling gold to Raf. Seeing that, Raf, who was very indifferent and aloof when introduced just a moment ago, now knelt on one knee very respectfully. I vow to loyally serve you, your highness. Then let's start by healing you first. Minor and Dibwa saw that scene and found it eyesore. They both had the same thought. He is really stubborn. Raf, happy to have snatched the bag of gold, excitedly shouted. All right, when you heal we will fight another round. The sky began to darken. A group of masked people were sitting around a table and chatting. Succession War, the royal palace has finally acted. Then our Sand Shadow tribe must also act. This time we must give them a clear warning. Let's assassinate Abdullah as a proper wake-up call. Now, if we do that, how are we different from Arita? A harsh voice interrupted the debate. Be quiet. Yelling at each other won't do any good. No matter what, we only have one single mission. He clasped his hands on the table and continued in a mysterious tone. That is to overthrow the royal family's hounds. And cleanse Orient once and for all. Everyone wearing cloaks and warrior outfits was striding forward. Muscular figures, long hair flying in the wind, creating a solemn and determined feeling. The first prince and second prince watched below and chatted with each other. So the war has begun, the war for the throne. I know I have to retreat this time, but I believe you will do well for us. Of course. Kassan with a victorious expression. We will definitely succeed. Someone stepped out to him and said, How ridiculous. What can a bunch of drifters from Victoria Island do? Sixth Prince Aksat stepped out with 2 guards. Don't waste your effort. Victory will belong to me. Because I have hired the strongest adventurers of Orient, the Red Scorpion. Aksat's gaze was sharp. Looking at this situation, Kassan is finished, the only worthy opponent left. At the same time, Sanjay also slowly stepped out. 5th Prince Sanjay. Mukesh and Kassan looked toward Sanjay. It seems he has invited the strongest warriors of the kingdom. Kassan tribe, it seems my brother also put in a lot of effort. Gunsan approached Mukesh and Kassan to cheer. I know this battle will be difficult, but I believe in you. Kassan smirked. You are the only one who can end Queen Arita's way of ruling and restore Orient to its glorious time. Sanjay heard their conversation. His face darkened, gritted his teeth. Suddenly a voice rang out. You have waited too long. Who will be the future king? The person who dares to enter the prince's tomb and lead Ariant in this competition for the throne. One hand Abdullah held a bottle, one hand pointed toward them standing. Right now I, Abdullah, declare war. Is that Abdullah? What a troublemaker. The maps fluttered in the air. That map will show the way. Everyone picked up the map to look. Show your strength and wisdom on the path to the throne. Each map had only one person holding a sword and a bright red flower. Is this a star map? Everyone was bewildered. What is the meaning of it? Does anyone know? Even someone who knows the news like me cannot understand. Kassan seemed to discover something. His eyes widened. Kassan noticed the man collapsed before the sword in the map. Someone bleeding profusely and a flower. Is it a red flower? The flower as red as blood. A field full of red flowers and something illusory. That flower only blooms in a few rare places in Ariant. The prince's tomb is at the red blood wasteland, where red flowers bloom. Kassan wore a suspicious expression. This puzzle is too easy, worthy of testing a king's wisdom. Let's go. Kassan turned to the side. Anyway, I consider you my only opponent in this challenge, Brother Kassan. Sanjay with a murderous expression glared at Kassan. So, I hope you can reach the gate. Not waiting for Kassan to react, Sanjay left. Let's leave too, Sanjay. Debo worried. What should we do now? Are they all geniuses? El Pami said nothing, just intently looked at the map in his hand. Hey, are you listening? Someone seemed to have reached the location. Found it. I knew for sure it was here. It was Aksat's team that arrived. Looks like we arrived the fastest. Of course, because I am the smartest and wisest among the brothers. Aksat wore an excited expression. I will prove that before the father. I am the one most worthy of the throne. Aksat signaled to the people there. Come on, you guys, hurry and cross the gate. A beam of light suddenly flashed past Aksat. What? What are you doing? Attacking an ally in the same direction? The next frame shows only blood splattering. All movement is cut short. The blade tip plows into the ground, leaving a long scratch as stone dust kicks up. Sanjay draws his bow and fires. Sanjay. The arrow stops right in front of someone. Our goal is to restore Ariant, not to slaughter indiscriminately. Don't forget that. Aleska is furious, hands forming fists. Aleska. The sand is stained red in one corner, a pool of blood spreading in a distorted shape. This is the most effective way to send a clear warning to the royal palace. You know that too. Then how are we any different from Arita? Aleska says angrily. Do you intend to take them through the gate? Don't you think this could be Arita's scheme? No, Aleska, in fact, we have already fallen into Arita's trap. A blade is thrown straight at the gate. A loud explosion occurs, sending sparks flying and shattering the previous silence. Aksat falls and sits on the sand, speechless, tearing the gate. Arita must have prepared in advance, knowing I would sabotage the gate conquest. This is the very thing that will destroy both the prince and the sand bandit group in one blow. After the explosion, a huge hole appears where the gate was. The fake gate. Sanjay says seriously. There must be many other fake gates rigged with similar traps. Instead of fighting, we must first. I understand. That means. Aleska stares blankly with an angry expression. We must find the prince's real tomb. Aleska turns to look at Aksat, who is still sitting on the ground in shock. Let's go. I'll take you with us just in case. Huh? A hand suddenly reaches out toward Aksat. No, that's not what I meant. Scene shifts to Kazan using his sword to destroy monsters. The monster has been slashed by Kazan and falls to the ground. Nice hit. Prince, we have even found the entrance to the gate. Kazan's team has also reached the gate. Thank you everyone. It is all thanks to your efforts. Kazan wipes his sweat and looks at El Pami. Who would have thought the Magu Oasis was actually the prince's tomb? How did you decipher that painting? The map appears again. In the painting, there is only a black sky, fallen warriors, and a red flower. To those who don't know, it might just be a scribble. Image of a person wrapped in chains and hands reaching out. But that black sky is the sign of the day the dark mage attacked Ariant. Images of people lying in pools of blood. On that day, the warriors of Arion risked their lives to fight the dark mage. The fallen warriors represent the Arion warriors, and the red flower is the blood they shed. Falling where the Arion warriors bled on the day the dark mage appeared, that is the Magu Oasis. That is where the prince's tomb exists. Kazan laughs. I was just lucky. Even you have to rely on luck. You finally look more like a human being. They head toward the gate together. Alright, let's get going. Before we leave, I want to say a word to you, Your Highness. In Kazan's disheveled state, El Pami continues. Once you are determined to become king, you must point your sword forward, regardless of who the opponent is. Even your own brothers are no exception. El Pami stands before the gate with golden light emitting, turning to look at Kazan. The moment you set foot in this place, that was already destined. Cana says nothing. Blinding golden light from the gate. Everyone arrives at a cliff. That's right, we are the first ones here. They quickly approach. What do you mean by first? It's very likely someone has already arrived here since we started later. That's realistic, stay alert, because this trial is related to the throne. Someone sits on a tree branch watching their actions. Who knows what tricks the opponents will pull? Suddenly he picks up a flute, preparing to play. Deep hiss sounds, long and spiraling deep as if the air is being curled and crushed. The sound vibrates and rings, urgent and pounding like a force twisting space tight. Everyone is surprised. What is that sound in this place? A flute? Suddenly a giant eye appears. Something is approaching from afar. Something is rushing here. A mutated mushroom. Its body splitting into a wide-open mouth full of sharp teeth.
Mel poison mushroom.
Debo shouts. That bastard again? Use that move quickly, block the poison smoke. Don't worry about the antidote, 3 million mesos and I'll serve right away. A shadow flashes by quickly. Debo is in deep shock. Monsters quickly approach them. What the hell is this? Those things are quickly approaching the cliff. Why are there so many? It's as if all the monsters in the gate have gathered here. Zan panics. In front. Everyone look in front. They are also coming from the front. The mushroom's mouth is full of sharp teeth. Everyone is surrounded from all sides. Damn it! What are you standing there for? Don't just stand still. Do something. Debo shouts. Debo. Damn it! I don't care anymore. He slams his blade into the ground. Stones fly everywhere. The monsters are also sent flying. The monster with the giant claws is still opening its mouth. Kazan can't believe it. Are you crazy? Screams ring out. No way, this is too much to bear. No way. Water splashes everywhere. On this side, Sanjay's team is discussing. It seems the prince and his entourage have entered the gate. Sure enough, they must have fallen into the trap and are struggling desperately. Sanjay rests his hands on his blade. Just wait, brother. That's not the only gift I've prepared for you. A terrifying expression. I will let you know who is worthy of the throne. The sound continues to spiral, deep and heavy, sweeping across the space. Debo and everyone quickly run away from the monsters. This is crazy. Why can they still chase us? We just got rid of them and they're attacking again. Are you stupid? Someone is controlling them with that flute. The man is still sitting on the tree, leisurely playing the flute. El Pami quickly uses his blindfold. El Pami, use the transparent blindfold to find where the sound is coming from. I'm looking. Something appears. I've looked everywhere but can't find them. Could they be hiding with a technique like assassins? Raf shouts. Move forward. Look ahead. There's nowhere left to run. Miner uses all her strength to pull the cannon in her hand. Piece of cake.
A loud explosion occur.
Trust Captain Miner. Miner turns back to everyone. Run now. Debo wonders. Damn it. What the hell is this? There are still monsters following closely behind them. Why do we have to? Monsters quickly catch up to them. Falling into these terrible situations is really... On this side, I should have finished him off this way. The monster pigs have been destroyed by Sanjay's team. If he hadn't realized that identity, Kazan wouldn't have survived. Can't get carried away by him. It's a pity I didn't get to see him die with my own eyes. He steps up gently. But there's no other way. Kazan, if you die... Sanjay turns to look. This will be your death path. The mushroom monster opens its distorted mouth wide. Jagged teeth spread out, emitting a terrible musty smell. The number of monsters isn't even decreasing. How can that be? Is there a mushroom farm here or something? The monsters are still opening their mouths and advancing toward them endlessly. If we don't think of a plan, we can't turn the situation around. El Pami thinks of something. I have a way. That's El Pami for you. He uses his hand to cast a spell. The only way is to wipe them out every time that bastard summons them. Kazan is surprised.
A loud explosion occur.
The sound from the flute continues to come from the man in the tree. The mushroom monster tilts its head and roars, its mouth opening grotesquely. The soft flesh and sharp teeth inside are exposed like a dark, deep pit. Kiri is blocking an attack from the giant claws. Then how is that any different from having no way? He shouts. Their cores are in their chests. Finish them off quickly. Her expression is panicked as she turns to everyone. El Pami? What kind of plan is this? Long-term fighting like this is unnecessary. El Pami fires an arrow. There are still many of them. Hang in there. The man in the red cloak is still sitting in the tree observing. If we keep fighting, there will definitely be an opportunity. Must wait until that bastard reveals himself. He prepares to play another round of the flute. A giant light shoots straight at him. With quick reflexes, he dodges and jumps down from the tree. Miner stands in the middle of the dusty ground facing him. finally found you. Continues to fire the cannon. You stalker. The man in red prepares to continue playing the flute. Is it you? Before the flute sound could ring out, Debo steps forward. Are you the one who has been bothering me all this time? His eyes widen. He quickly makes a move. The flute is broken in two. The mushroom's mouth is right above Kazan's head. Wait. He panics. It stopped. Watching the monsters disappear, Kiri, with a dirty face, says, It's over. It's all over. Debo solved the problem. It seems he succeeded. Debo laughs. Even the mushrooms stopped moving? Is it because I broke the flute? Good. What? You broke it? Are you crazy? That thing could have been auctioned for a good price. You're always talking about mesos, mesos, mesos. Do you really want to bring that up right now? Am I wrong? I can say it 100 times if you want. Kazan's face is dirty. He can't imagine they just escaped death. Is this kind of danger part of their daily life? Everyone approaches the gate. Don't let your guard down. There are still many more gates. It's far from over. We've reached the second gate. Debo laughs. Don't worry about anything. Whatever is ahead, I can handle it. Light shines through the trees. The group stands at the cliff. Debo panics. The man in red still appears to play the flute. Arcing sound waves continue to appear. Minor hears the sound and clutches her head in pain. Everyone simultaneously clutches their heads and sits on the ground. How is this possible? My ears are about to explode. El Pami. Kazan panics. Didn't we kill him? Those sounds are surrounding everyone. El Pami raises his bow, aiming straight at the person in the red cloak. This is absurd. He is also wondering. One unbelievable thing after another keeps happening. Repeating at the cliff like before. Repeating in the same area. Same person in the red cloak sitting in the tree. Is the enemy immortal? If I can't kill him this time either. He worries. What should I do? Suddenly he sees Minor next to him. Minor. The mushroom monsters also appear again, advancing toward them. Debo. A terrible stench radiates from the monster's mouth. His face is bowed low, hair hanging over his eyes. Sweat and dirt are speckled on his skin. The corners of his mouth curl into a forced smile mixed with pain and determination. Damn it! The sky turns pitch black. The mushroom monsters continue to bare their teeth. Whether this is a dream or reality.
A loud explosion occure.
The monster's claws are almost touching El Pami's eyes. Kiri looks at him anxiously. The monster begins to decompose. A blue-white light destroys them. They disappeared. El Pami grips his bow tightly. They didn't disappear. He looks at everyone and says, they never existed in the first place. Debo is bewildered. What? What do you mean? His gaze is sharp and cold. We were tricked like fools. The man in the red cloak also gradually disappears. Monsters controlled by a flute? They never existed. The monsters dissolve into pieces. Even the second gate we thought we had passed, and the swarm of mad poison mushrooms chasing us. He points to the gate. Even if it was just an illusion created by that totem, that place is now just ruins. Kiri is bewildered. An item? In the cold, hazy mist, a pitch-black statue stands silently on a stone pedestal. Its pale blue glowing eyes stare straight ahead, exuding a gloomy and eerie feeling as if silently observing the intruders. That's right, a type of illusion item that emits odorless and colorless poisonous smoke, making people see illusions. Those illusions were the enemies we fought. El Pami continues, in other words, from the moment we entered the gate, we were trapped in the illusion that the totem created. Everyone is bewildered. Have we just been going around in circles the whole time? Green smoke covers the forest where everyone is standing. He points to Minor next to him. It's all thanks to Minor that I realized the totem was there. Minor is the only one who wasn't affected. He uses an arrow to point straight at the red spot. Furthermore, thanks to the trait of a snail that can detect items, it showed me its location. That's how we escaped the illusion. Debo sighs. I thought I was really gonna die this time. Thank you, Minor. Kiyu. Kazan reflects. I don't know if it was my brother or Arida who set this trap, but I didn't expect them to be so well prepared. We have wasted too much time. This moment, Sanjay's expression darkens. Looking at this situation, my brother must have. Sanjay's team is standing in front of the gate. Kazan's expression is serious. We must run faster. I leave it to you. Their figures move quickly. No matter who the opponent is, we absolutely cannot slow down anymore. Everyone leaves the forest together. So this is the third gate, only the boss is left. Sanjay talks to a person in red. But before that, there is one more thing we must find. You mean the remains of Prince Sala? No, there is another item I must retrieve. Sanjay shouts. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry. The red-cloaked masked person stood among them. That doesn't affect the gate conquest. The Kazan clan. Sanjay frowned. They really do whatever they want. People started gossiping about the first and second princes. Have you heard the news? The first and second princes have withdrawn from the succession race. Withdrawn? They were ready to do anything to become king. How could that be? Sanjay sat in a corner of the castle with bottles of alcohol. Who knows? Maybe they suddenly got scared of something. He heard those words and was furious. Those two idiots. They gave up just because of Kazan? He seemed to realize something. But what makes me angriest is, recalling the moment Kazan reached out to him. Sanjay, lend me some of your strength. Sanjay showed clear annoyance. Don't make me laugh. I will never accept Kazan as king. Suddenly, a face appeared. Ida approached Sanjay despite his annoyed expression. Sanjay, sitting like that on the floor is cold. You'll catch a cold. He frowned and continued drinking. Queen Ida, why are you in my room? You entered without permission. Get out now. She leaned against the wall and said, It's so cold. I just came to boost your morale for the succession race. You should prepare thoroughly. Sanjay was furious, crushing the bottle. I'm not the one who will become crown prince anyway. What did you say? Images of the battle appeared. Prince Kazan seems to have brought Elpami's group from Gaffer. They are country folk from Victoria. But it's impressive if such a strong group is assisting with the gate. Ida crossed her arms, looking at the red liquid on Sanjay's hand. Then the one who will get the throne isn't you, but Kazan. Sanjay was suddenly surprised. But I don't want that to happen. Sanjay, I believe you are more suitable to be king than Kazan. Even though you were looked down upon for your commoner background. During the childhood days Sanjay was despised. You have silently worked hard for Arion all this time. Ida looked at Sanjay. Regardless of your background, your loyalty to Arion is the strongest. Doesn't that make you the only one worthy of the throne? After speaking, she left. She just wants to find another puppet to control like my father. Don't say such hurtful things, I just want to help you. If you happen to need some capable adventurers. Sanjay's face darkened. Just come find me. Ida left the room. She flattered and incited. But her true intentions were crystal clear. Anyway, if it's just to stop Kazan from ascending the throne. His face darkened. Eyebrows furrowed. Eyes burning with rage. Then I will cooperate. Sanjay turned to the masked person. The Kazan clan people she sent are just as she said, truly strong. But too arrogant, now only the boss is left. Don't waste time. Kill it quickly. No. The forest looked damp and moldy. Getting the item is more important than conquering the gate. That item is what my master, Lady Ida, needs. Sanjay's face darkened. Eyebrows furrowed. Shouting angrily. Right? And Ida assigned this task to you. At least in this gate. I am her equal. He gritted his teeth and turned back. Ida. Kazan's team advanced with swords towards Sanjay. Sanjay, so you're on her side. His expression tightened. Teeth gritted in anger. You actually managed to get past the trap? The two teams stood in the dense forest facing each other. You set a clever trap, Sanjay. If not for Elpami's group, we would have fallen into it. He shouldered his axe. They're quite good, aren't they? No other choice. You three hold off Elpami. The rest of you go find the item Lady Ida ordered. Two teams began to clash. Subscribe to the Game Go channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. Yes. Sanjay's expression was sinister. Wait. Elpami retreated? Good. Without him, I have nothing to fear. I will make you wish you had died in that trap. A hand hoisted a tree up. Kazan panicked. Why are you following Ida? Sanjay, what about the oath to our brothers to reclaim Arion? Tree roots lunged toward Kazan. A giant tree trunk. A face was drawn on the tree trunk. Kazan, that hasn't changed. Kiri and Minor couldn't believe their eyes. I will also reclaim Arion, but in my own way. I need Ida for that plan. A giant tree was hoisted and thrust straight at them. You are the one I don't need. Sanjay rested his hand and smiled. A massive force threw the tree toward them. Everyone's expression was panicked. A golden light flashed. Streaks of light tore through the night. Minor was using a gun. Everyone, move aside. A beam of light appeared. With terrifying speed. Shattering something. A masked person ran at high speed. Rushing straight toward Kazan, who was holding a sword. Minor shouted toward Kazan, Your Highness. Footsteps slammed into the ground, kicking up dust. Smoke rose from the ground. The masked person rushed quickly to Kazan. Debo worried. What is that? What kind of power is that? Suddenly, from behind, Kiri rushed quickly toward the two of them. Kiri assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly, someone struck Kiri directly on the head from behind. No way. Minor continued using the gun. Damn it. Stand still. Suddenly, someone rushed quickly from behind Minor's back. The ground seemed to explode. He had a sinister expression. A shooter who is quite fast, huh? Miner's hand was trembling, enduring the blow from him. Kazan looked at everyone. Everyone, is it just you left now? Suddenly, Sanjay rushed at Kazan from behind. Sanjay frantically attacked him. He shouted, "Give up!" Violent attacks emitted continuous purple light. Sanjay said in a disdainful tone, "You only know how to defend. Even if you stall for time, no one will come to save you." In the distance, there were still fierce battles. Everyone was trying to fight for their lives. Suddenly, a sound like a roar. "Hurry up!" Finishing the sentence, he forcefully knocked Kazan's sword out of his hand. Eyes full of killing intent, Sanjay rushed forward without hesitation like a shot, his voice sounding like he wanted to crush him. "Die!" Kazan was stunned by his will. He immediately delivered a straight punch to Sanjay's face, making the sword strike miss. Just one physical blow, he was punched by him until he spat blood. But Sanjay calmly prepared to attack again. However, the astonishingly fast movement raised doubts in his heart. What kind of movement is this? This isn't royal martial arts. Is this really? He continued to rush forward and intended to deliver another punch to his younger brother. The Kazan I know? Next were super-fast punches continuously attacking Sanjay, making him spit blood once again. He delivered a finishing punch to Sanjay, sending him flying several meters away. With a smile on his lips, Kazan picked up his sword again and prepared to fight. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I wasn't just swinging my sword around." Kazan's eyes were now like a beast full of fighting spirit. He continued, "Come at me. I will show you my ability as your older brother." Sanjay trembled all over when he heard those provocations. He quickly grabbed his sword and rushed at Kazan, shouting, "Don't be arrogant." She exhaled a strong breath, asking, "It's a bit cold here, isn't it?" Under her feet, she was immediately held fast by ice pillars, unable to move. Suddenly, flames appeared in Laura's eyes. Kiri said slowly, "Don't tremble like that." Then that fire sword slashed across Laura's body. Kiri calmly continued, "Everything will be much warmer now." After this battle, her fire, facing him was something unclear whether it was human or monster. He shouted, "Damn it, this is completely different from what I heard." Even though he used lethal moves, it seemed the masked person was completely unharmed. He shouted in despair, "What kind of monster are you? Anyway?" From afar, 3 other adventurers appeared. Back to the battle between Sanjay and Kazan. The sword fell from his hand, sticking firmly into the ground. He knelt on the ground, panting. He coldly pointed the sword in his hand, saying coldly, "It's over, Sanjay." Kazan said coldly, "You are not the person I used to know." He remembered when he was little and he used to take him out to play. "I don't want to hurt you. I still remember you in my childhood memories." Sanjay gritted his teeth, trembling as he uttered a few words. "Memories? Don't talk nonsense." He shouted, "I'm just your toy." Sanjay paused for a moment and added, "Ever since I was dragged into the palace with my mother, every day has been hell for me. All because of the lowly blood I inherited from my mother." Although no one said it out loud, no one acknowledged us either. The moment that made Sanjay feel like he went numb. "And you, Kazan, you are the same." His voice was filled with hatred. "We are just toys to you. We were never accepted. It's no different now." Hearing that, he stammered, trying to explain. "What? No." Suddenly, the masked person was thrown far away. He said in a triumphant tone, "One hit on target." A mutated red rose emerged, its mouth opening wide, emitting a glowing red energy beam. Because its appearance made everyone standing there wobble, he shouted with a panicked expression, "An earthquake?" Ground began to crack, shaking violently. Kiri and Miner said in confusion and panic, "What is happening?" Giant vines shot up from the ground, causing dust to fill the air. Then the mutated rose emerged, causing a patch of ground to collapse. It bared its hideous fangs, making them terrified. Shouting loudly, "What is this?" Kazan reached out and grabbed his wrist. He called out his name anxiously. "Sanjay." He spoke coldly. "Let go of me. I'd rather perish than be saved by you." He frowned, gritting his teeth, hesitating. "No, Sanjay." Returning to Kazan's old memories, the pleading voice of Sanjay's mother rang out. "Please, please take care of my child, Sanjay." He was confused at the time by her request, asking, "Why are you doing this?" She replied with tears streaming down her face, "I am a bad mother. Sanjay is always hated because of my bloodline. That pain is slowly eating away at the boy." She was saying, "If it goes on like this." Kazan interrupted, "That's not true." She looked up in surprise, tears still flowing. He sat down level with her, adding, "You have always treated me like your own child. You have never known a mother's face like I have." Kazan smiled brightly, his voice reassuring her. I will lead Sanjay on the right path. I am his older brother after all. Ending that memory, although his hand was gripping him tightly, his voice trembled. You don't have to believe me, but I will not let go of you. Kazan paused and then continued. Because I promised your mother. In the thick smoke and dust, his voice rang out. So have I chained myself with blindness due to hatred? Your hand. Mother's dying wish. I have abandoned it all. Sanjay then used his other hand to grip his hand tightly. He continued. But now, the tone became cruel. I have gone too far. Then he pulled Kazan down with him. But he managed to pull him up, but due to losing momentum he fell to the ground, coughing. Eyes full of killing intent from within the smoke aimed straight at him. Kazan opened his eyes wide. His right leg buckled to the ground. Trying to stand up, Sanjay said frantically. I intended to end it quickly, but you insist on not falling. The sharp blade pierced through his palm. He said with a trembling voice. Sanjay. Kazan continued. Stop. Why don't you see that this is exactly what our Ida wants? In this state, this country. His eyes filled with hatred. He growled. I don't care about our Ida or anyone else. He continued. I will ascend the throne and take revenge for this rotten nation. He was astonished and called his name again. Sanjay. Kazan remembered the moments he spent with him, playing and sleeping together. Kazan thought painfully. What should I do? How can I keep my promise to mother? Although his hand was injured, he still tried to ask. Is this really your choice? Kazan lowered his head and continued. Do you intend to hand this nation over to Araida and become a king blinded by hatred? If that is what you truly want. His voice full of determination. Then I will not let that happen. Sanjay, at this rate you will become Araida's puppet and bring suffering to countless people. A monster that never stops getting what it wants. So, then Kazan remembered her smile. The voice rang out. Please, Prince. Please lead Sanjay on the right path. He picked up the blade fragment, his voice sounding like a decision to end it. I will stop you. Kazan rushed to attack him, his voice icy. Because I am your brother. Sanjay's blood splattered on the ground. From afar, someone rushed over, saying in a panic, Your Highness, you must go now, right now. His eyes widened in surprise. He called out hesitantly, Your Highness. He said calmly, Don't worry. I have prepared for this from the moment I desired the throne. Sanjay's body now lay still on the ground. Kazan added, I must protect this kingdom and its people. His face was devastated, 2 streams of tears running down his face, continuing painfully. Even if I have to let my brother's blood stain my hands, the monster was still chasing Elpami at high speed. According to Nepenthes, is that the boss here? How annoying. But now he seemed not to care about that. The issue now is to find the one hiding. But it's not the time to worry about that. My priority now is, Elpami thought while running straight to the forest. The owner of that piercing mana flow, I can feel a familiar type of mana from him. Could it be? An angry voice came from that blue circle of light. Damn it! What the hell are you guys doing? The red-cloaked minions were still discussing with the one behind them. The tracking spell points in that direction, it seems we have found it. The green ring full of magic is protected by that green circle. The ruler of space, the mind-devouring technique. It is a ring capable of manipulating space and time. An artifact that can pull objects toward itself with immense mental power and the surrounding space as well. If obtained, his plan is only a matter of time to complete. The minions realize what they must do to get that ring, but it seems sealed. A blood magic circle. Someone must be sacrificed on the altar to open it. A simple yet extremely powerful magic. A minion thought of something quite cruel. Sacrifice? Great, he is right here. That's not right. You are a martyr anyway. Do we have no other choice? They start choosing one of their own to sacrifice. Even if there is, why take a detour? Don't act so angry. Instead, be grateful that you are offering yourself for a noble ideal. Chosen sacrifice hasn't even reacted before being choked and lifted into the air. Oh my, he still has some value to be used. Oh, that's fine too. While struggling, he feels surprised because the other strength is too great. What? Who are you? In just a blink, There's no way a lowly subordinate of our Ida could have such strength. Before he could react, he was pierced by a tree branch. Don't be so angry. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Instead, thanks for watching the video. The protective dome of the magic ring disappears. Steps forward and reaches for the ring. Be grateful that you are offering yourself for a noble ideal. The seal vanishes as soon as the sacrifice is complete. Everything is ready. With this, I can even receive a new chapter. Before he could touch the ring, he was struck by someone from afar. I suspected it, but now I am certain. She realized it because of the terrifying mana emitting from him. You aren't even trying to hide that terrifying mana anymore. cultist takes off his mask, and in his hand is the ring, accompanied by a sinister smile. Why did you return?
Cut.
Thanks for watching the video. Debo is helping the prince escape the pursuit of those giant vines but seems exhausted. Hey, your highness. Hurry up and run faster. I want to. But my body won't listen. Debo yells. You really are a burden. Not a prince. The prince is at his wit's end, not knowing what to do despite whatever Debo says. Sorry, but you guys are my guards. Lia rushes forward and slashes the giant vine to create an opening for the prince and Debo to retreat. I leave the prince to you, Debo. He's quite excited about that. Awesome. And then Minor grabs the necklace and unleashes a powerful blow through the giant demon vines. No need to counterattack like that. It's huge but has weak defense, no elemental skills. It's not our opponent. Debo and the prince are drawn to someone being caught by the vines. That is, Raida's people? He screams in fear, but the tree monster throws him into its mouth and chews. Save me. That is, underneath. The body of that monster is countless people it has eaten, screaming in pain. Minor continues to unleash a massive energy blast at its stomach. Disgusting. Get away from me. But opens its mouth and lunges to bite her. Huh? Lia has managed to rush over and grab Minor to run away. Minor. Thanks. Watch out, this monster. The monster starts using the skills of those it has swallowed. It fires countless energy blasts at everyone. I'm sure of it now. It is using the skills of some female warrior. Lia realizes it can copy the skills of those it has swallowed. Could it be that it can copy the skills of those it swallows? Raph and Debo are lying down to dodge the monster's counterattacks. It's dangerous. This attack pattern has changed completely. Damn it. Debo notices the prince is drawn to something about the monster. What are you doing? Your Highness, run. He has been pulled into another dimension of thought. You heard it. Are you really planning to join the raid? Yes. And your brother is handing you the recovery staff. Then take this. What is this? That is the Phoenix staff, allowing you to use skills to heal all wounds. I believe you are capable of controlling that power. He feels quite surprised by this very precious gift. Are you sure it's okay to give me something this valuable? His brother only encourages him. I give it because it's you. You have a wonderful personality and are supported by the people. I have also been won over by you. Return safely. You are the one who will become king. Turning to the forest, the prince sees the face of his close brother inside the monster's stomach. Sala, my younger brother, my king. I thought you were gone. Why are you still here? Can't you rest in peace even after passing away? Still suffering? Just as he is still pondering that, the monster lunges to attack. Raph rushes to push the prince away, but he didn't manage to escape in time. Your Highness. Damn it. Finally, all that remains is his smile. I lost out in this deal. Along with everyone's loud scream. Monster bites Raph. Raph. The flesh-eating flower immediately looms over him. Luckily, it's still a distance away and hasn't hit him yet. The flower continues to loom forward. Kiri quickly blocks in front of him, shouting, Calm down, Prince Kazan. Do you really want to die like this? Kazan is thrown back several meters, clutching his chest with a groan. He winces in pain, whispering, Sorry, it's my fault. She cuts him off. Stop talking nonsense, Kiri says with a serious face. Raph is still alive. The flesh-eating flowers, despite being hit, are unharmed, emitting eerie sounds. Minor, who is relentlessly firing at the tide of humanoids, also speaks up. Yes, as she said. Unlike when it swallowed a cultist, Raph does not appear in the monster's form. That means, at the same time Debo lands a blow, they conclude together. He hasn't been digested yet. With extreme speed, the hero slayer continuously swings his axe at the body of the flesh-eating flower. It attacks him in pain, but he is faster and escapes. The flesh-eating flower emits a powerful shockwave. At this very moment, Minor seizes the opportunity and shouts. Now is the time. Debo, bring that idiot out. Debo's axe flies fast with terrifying power toward its mouth. Rip this monster's stomach open. He swings down hard, the axe blade emitting a blinding light. In an instant, a flesh-eating flower branch lunges. Blood splatters, he loses an arm, his eyes stunned. Kiri screams. Debo. At the same time, another branch lunges and takes away one of her legs. Kazan sees it all. He is stunned. Damn it. Minor is surrounded right beneath it. She immediately realizes all its severed legs. Eerie human figures appear, they cannot believe it. All its severed legs have regenerated. Punches the ground hard, creating a terrifying explosion. In the forest, everything becomes desolate. Kazan sheds tears, cursing in helplessness. Damn it. Debo still tries to hold the axe with his mouth despite being severely injured. Kazan stops him. Stop! Kiri also struggles to crawl up. He shouts, "Stop right now!" Kazan painfully watches those around him fall because of him. He rushes to block in front, shouting orders. "I said stop!" A hand grips the tendon in front. The flesh-eating flower suddenly stops. From inside it, energy beams constantly shoot out, making everyone freeze. What? Kazan is secretly amazed. What just happened? The people it swallowed are disappearing. Its internal structure is gradually collapsing. There is something inside it. The flesh-eating flower gradually withers. Is it destroying its internal organs? A figure jumps out of the flesh-eating flower's mouth. The shadow. It lands right in front of Kazan. He quickly covers his face from the dust. He's stunned. Raph appears like a miracle. Raph, recalling earlier, after being swallowed by the flesh-eating flower, he clutches his head in anger. Damn it, I thought I would die this time. Holy shield magic, who would have thought I would become food for a monster? Suddenly he opens his eyes wide. Now what is this? He sees countless strange crimson lumps right in front of him. He wonders. What is this? He immediately realizes. Isn't that an adventurer who was swallowed? And an activated piece of equipment. The reason this monster can use the skills of the people it swallowed is because Raph laughs gleefully. Interesting. He holds out a slimy, glowing orb and asks, "What are you guys doing?" He teases. Dad just got home from work and no one is coming to greet him? I'm about to cry. Kazan realizes. That is Sala. Raph explains. I have taken all the bodies and items out of that monster's body. Now it cannot use any of their skills. Thanks to Sala, everyone has been healed. Even Debo's lost arm and Kiri's leg have healed miraculously. He continues rambling. In other words, break time is over. He collapses from exhaustion. Oh, his body appears full of cracks. He smiles and says, "We can rest for a bit, right? Win it for me." Raph smiles to comfort everyone. Don't worry, the cracks have disappeared. Everyone looks at him and smiles. Then they all fly up, they affirm. We will handle this in a blink. Kazan speaks up. Sorry, but I leave it to you all. He pleads. Please. Kiri begins to unleash her ultimate move in the prince's anticipation. Destroy that monster. The flesh-eating flower still tries to struggle. The body of the prince's brother is still inside it. Debo swings his axe. And free my brother. A powerful beam of light tears through space. That body gradually vanishes. Kazan stands before his brother, praying, Brother, my king. He recites the spell. Sala, everything gradually restores. Now you can rest. A loud explosion rings out. On the other side, El Pami is confronting a cultist. He smiles and says, Looks like they are done. So shall we begin? What are you planning? If you came to convince me to change my mind again, it's useless. He smirks. You're wrong, the situation has changed. Then he declares, Now I need you to disappear immediately, El Pami. He recalls the past. You arrogant bastard. Who gave you the right to destroy El Pami without asking me? He's tightly coiled by a snake. Arcarium yells at him. Do you know what you are doing? He tries to defend himself. El Pami has no intention of helping us, so I had to destroy him so he wouldn't get in our way. He is even angrier. Shut up. You know nothing. What El Pami thinks is not the issue. He yells. He is an important vessel. He is startled. A vessel? The image of the mage appears along with Arcarium's explanation. He is a part of the Dark Mage's plan from 500 years ago. Yet you tried to ruin everything. You have left me with no other choice. I don't need a disobedient pawn. He reaches out and decides. I'd better get rid of you. He fearfully pleads. Wait. He then accepts in trembling. I will do it. He asks back. What? He immediately pleads. If El Pami can do it, then I can too. Please give me another chance. He says loudly. I will become the vessel. He raises his hand, and a purple flame appears in his hand. He explains. This is a test. El Pami's eyes notice his strangeness. He continues to speak. A test to prove that I am more useful than you. The flame in his hand constantly accumulates larger, and he also becomes increasingly insane. And I can become more special than you. That flame gradually consumes everything. I will show you who is the better vessel. El Pami appears indifferent. I don't care about those things at all. Two streams of power collide, creating a large explosion. The battle continues. El Pami's shadow flickers in the air. He uses his skills to observe. He gloats. Stupid. Using a decoy move again? Why do you keep using the same old tricks as last time? He places his hand on the ground, mocking. Can't you improve? Stone people around immediately crumble. The shockwave continues to explode. Everything gradually vanishes. El Pami's shadow is nowhere to be seen. He continues to provoke. Don't you know those cheap tricks don't work on me? Truly disappointing. Suddenly El Pami appears from behind him. I think so too. He launches a sneak attack. Don't you know that I wouldn't use such obvious moves?
Large explosion occure.
El Pami stands safely within his shield. He is speechless. What a waste of time. He asks him, aren't you going to stop the test? He still doesn't stop accumulating energy, his mouth speaking arrogant words. Sorry if you feel that way. El Pami carefully observes, he assesses. He is unharmed. My ability has no effect. It feels as if my ability is sucked in right before the attack touches him. He realizes, I can feel the misfortune emitting from that ring. Alright. El Pami decides, I will test it myself. He is expressionless, lifting his finger. Very well, then I must show you my best. Unexpectedly, El Pami's move changes direction and plunges straight into the ground. He grinds his teeth in anger. He started casting magic. What is this? The ground began to shake and crumble. El Pami was suspicious. No way, he shouldn't be able to use skills directly on living things. But this is definitely... He laughed cunningly, saying mockingly, I am not controlling you. El Pami realized, that is telekinetic control, a transcendent skill that dominates space. He said confidently, in this territory, you can't do anything. He struggled to say, but it's just the ability to control objects after all. El Pami cast a skill, making him speculate. If I use the same ability to counter, but the barrier couldn't hold for long, it began to crack. He said with contempt, are you deaf? He laughed even crazier and mocked. I just said it. In this territory you can't do anything. He absorbed everything, his mouth still running. Occupying a region means controlling the energy in that space, the mana in the air, gravity, he said proudly, and the abilities of others. With this power, I have perfected myself. He laughed like a madman. I am the special entity that the dark mage craves. At the same time, the ring on El Pami's hand shattered. He was stunned. That source of power absorbed everything. The scenery became chaotic. Dark mage's follower went crazy. He held his head and laughed loudly. He looked up at the sky and howled like a wild beast. I did it. The new vessel is mine. Suddenly a voice came from the other side. Isn't it too early to celebrate? El Pami stepped forward and said, I must admit, with my current skill I can't beat you. However, he used his new power to attack him quickly, his voice firm. It would be a different story if we used different skills. What kind of nonsense is that? Your elements are fire and telekinesis. He was surprised. How can you use poison breath? He was terrified of El Pami's new move. All mages can only use a maximum of 2 elements. That is the law of this world. No one can break that law. A beam of light suddenly appeared. Suddenly the beam, that light exploded violently. Everything suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The ring on his hand glowed. Everything was sucked clean once again. He spoke up. Anyway, his voice was high-pitched, arrogant. Just one poison skill won't change anything. Whether it's 2 or 3 elements, my power is superior to all. He was about to say more, but suddenly went speechless at the sight before him. 3. El Pami was covered in wounds but continued to cast. Who said I only have 3 elements? Bolts of electricity shot towards him. Jagged lightning bolts rushed forward. El Pami recalled it was a coincidence. Scenes from his previous life flooded back along with his narration. Before regressing, when receiving the second magic circle, I discovered that I could use an element other than fire and telekinesis. A block of ice appeared. At the second circle I got poison, at the third circle I got ice. The higher the circle, the more elements I can use. His body at this moment 3 elements were blending inside him. He continued. I named this power that breaks the laws, Elemental Master. Now that I am at the 4th circle, a masked man trembled in pain, not believing his eyes. No, impossible. How can you? Then he fell down. The lightning bolts he fired were so strong they created a deep trench in the ground. He looked at the bright lightning on his hands, wondering why he had this power or what purpose it existed for. He was determined. But in this life I will change everything with it. The dark mage's follower was terrified. He shouted, disappear. He declared, in the future I will create, and the future I already know you do not exist. He was gradually swallowed by the lightning storm. In those desperate eyes, he tried to grasp that faint ray of light. Remembered. The dark mage looked at him. Eyes crazy. You will replace El Pami. He was controlled by his snake, mouth still begging incessantly. I can. I will prove that I am more useful than El Pami. He is a very hard person to control. I will become the vessel for... He was interested. Interesting. He laughed wickedly. Try to see if you can do it. This is a test to prove yourself. He told him the consequence. The loser will become fertilizer for the other. He understood, so that's it. Elpami put all his strength into his ultimate move. He was desperate. From the beginning I was never the one Arita wanted. Elpami returned. He asked. Looks like everyone has cleaned up properly.
Elpami, boss.
He asked if anyone was hurt. Raf laughed while lying on the ground. It's fine, except Raf is exhausted and passed out. Thank goodness, let's go then. Miner was terrified. It's strange, the way they treat Raf. Elpami put all his strength into his ultimate move. He was desperate. From the beginning I was never the one Arita wanted. Elpami returned. He asked. Looks like everyone has cleaned up properly? Elpami, boss, he asked if anyone was hurt? Raf laughed while lying on the ground. It's fine, except Raf is exhausted and passed out. Thank goodness, let's go then. Miner's hair stood on end. It's strange, the way they treat Raf. Elpami said. As I see it, there is an escape route on the way here. Everyone exclaimed. As expected of the boss. Light began to spread everywhere. Their feet finally touched the sand. Raf rejoiced. Finally done. Now we just need to reach the palace and we're free. Suddenly, a blade pointed straight at his neck. What is this? A group of people with sickles surrounded them. Someone wondered, who are those guys? Giano stepped forward and said, I am waiting for the third prince. I am Giano, leader of the Sanchez gang. The crown prince suddenly rushed forward. Who are these nobodies? A subordinate of Giano rushed up to stop him. Don't move, she explained. If you move even a finger, the prince's life will end. Everyone was indignant. Irene, since when did you? Cassin still tried to struggle. Let me go. She held him tight. If you don't want to get hurt, stand still. Giano stood nearby thinking. That is. He was surprised. Saleh's scepter. Even Saleh did not return from that gate. Could they have cleared the gate? Cassin questioned. Who are you? Were you sent by Arita? He replied. On the contrary. He affirmed. I came here to save Ariant from the pain that Arita caused. I am someone with that same goal. He realized immediately. That symbol. The Sunset Gang. The group famous for opposing corrupt royalty and officials to help the people. Cassin said. I have heard much about you. Although our positions are different, your direction for the people is not strange to me. What do you want? If it's for the benefit of the kingdom, I will help. The Sunset members hearing that all darkened their faces. Because Abdullah let Arita manipulate him and ignored the court. This country had rotted to the core. Corrupt officials, people exploited, a monarchy that had forgotten its mission. He declared, no longer necessary, I will wipe out the monarchy and overthrow the court. With my own hands, I will create. He said something that seemed impossible. A new nation without a king. Assad had been taken hostage by them. They shouted, stand up straight. He shouted loudly, brother. The crown prince was surprised. Assad. He continued. To destroy Abdullah, one must overcome the 2,000 royal guards guarding the palace. I have waited for a long time but could not. Then he pointed his blade towards him and his brother. That is why I need the princes. The prince who passes the trial and his team will not be blocked by guards, and can enter the palace freely. He offered a way to live. Just one person who obtains Saleh's relic and leads me into the palace. I will let that person live peacefully for the rest of their life. Then he declared, those I don't need will have to die here. Assad hurriedly spoke up. I will help you, he said cowardly. If I have Saleh's relic, it doesn't matter who takes that role, as long as you keep your word. Areska scolded. You filth, Raf urged. Prince Cassin, say something. If I lose this opportunity. Cassin was helpless. I have no other choice. What? He explained. If letting you into the palace means destroying the throne, then I cannot cooperate. Giano's subordinate angrily swung his blade. Coward, you still won't let go of your ambition for the throne, she said cruelly. Then go to the underworld right here. Kiri rushed over trying to save him. Prince! Elpami also tried to rescue. Suddenly blood sprayed out. Her eyes asked angrily, what are you doing? A man in a blue hood rushed over and grabbed the blade. She shouted, back off, Sijin. How dare you interfere? He stopped her. Stop, Areska. This is not right, Giano. King Abdullah and the corrupt Arita need to be removed. But there is no need to drag other princes into it. She argued back. Still those same meaningless words. Every drop of dirty royal blood must be wiped clean. Sijin repeated. Dirty blood. He scolded. You ingrate. Do you know your words insult even Saleh? No, I didn't mean that. He continued. Have you forgotten who gave power to the poor outside the city? Saleh established the Dust Guild to give a voice to the people, to restrain the royalty, not to destroy them. Hassan admired. Sala established the Dust Guild? Sala, you truly deserve to be king. Even in the shadows, you still acted for the people. Sijin pleaded, Giano, this action is against Saleh's dying wish. Please reconsider. Giano thought about his wish. Giano determined, even as a prince, he spared no effort to cultivate people like us. He truly had the qualities of a king. He affirmed, what we are doing now might be against Saleh's wish, Giano. Suddenly he glared. But Saleh has passed away. When the last hope is gone, the only way is to cut out the rot and create a new country from scratch. This moment, El Pami stepped out to question, are you really capable of building that new nation? Everyone was stunned. Boss! He continued. After destroying Abdullah and using a prince as a front, then what? You think 2,000 guards will follow you just because the king is dead? You will all die on the spot. Raf stopped him. Boss, stop it. He affirmed. Destroying Arita and the royal family then killing yourself. That is not revolution. That is terrorism. Areska opposed. You are an outsider, what do you know? If we can overthrow the monarchy and leave, I would gladly accept it. Then do as you please. He said. If you don't mind dragging all the people of Orient into a massacre for your ideology. They were surprised. What do you mean? El Pami mocked. You think killing Arita is the end? How naive. He pointed out. The problem is not Arita, but the person behind her. Giano was surprised. You say Arita has someone backing her? The scene shifted to the vast desert. El Pami said, don't you find everything too coincidental? From the moment she appeared to every action, it was all aimed at pushing the country into chaos. Don't you wonder about her true purpose? He revealed the shocking news. Queen Arita of Orient is a disciple of the Dark Mage. The Sanchez members didn't believe it. Lies. A disciple? Impossible. Image of the Dark Mage appeared. The cults that have appeared recently in Lith Harbor, what if their influence reaches Orient? They were afraid. If what you say is true, then when we destroy Arita and ourselves, we will be serving them a delicious meal. With no successor, chaos will spread. Giano continued. In that chaos, if the cult stirs up civil war, the kingdom's power will shatter and the people will suffer. Cassan affirmed, that's right. They continued to reason. As long as the throne is there, their target is still the king. They have worked hard to manipulate Abdullah because they like to hide in the shadows. Cassan stated the consequence. But if the king dies and the nation disintegrates, everything will change completely. Like in Lith Harbor, they will devour the whole kingdom. What's coming will be even worse. Cassan said sincerely, I apologize that the royal family has disappointed everyone. I also have no interest in this sinful throne. Giano understood. What this country needs now is succession, not a revolution. Sijin also understood. Third Prince Cassan is the heir who conquered the prince's tomb with his own strength. This is an opportunity to change Orient without causing major bloodshed. Areska glanced at Assad. If that is truly the only way, then he is better than those others. Giano asked. To overthrow Abdullah and become king, do you know that action will make you a target, Cassan? He closed his eyes helplessly. Abdullah has fallen, but how can I trust you will be any different? Cassan said. You all stand by and watch me. If one day I become like him, don't hesitate to swing your sword and cut me down. Giano questioned. You choose to carry the sword that is always hanging over your neck? Why? What are you doing all this for? Cassan asked back. You ask like that, isn't it obvious? He affirmed. Because that is the duty of the royal family. Giano was extremely surprised. Giano recalled the conversation with Sala. He asked, why do you do this for us? He replied, what are you talking about? I resent the royal family for their prejudice against us. Sala recounted. Yet you gave me the name Sand Shadow and the right to oppose your status, even knowing the palace would call you a traitor and execute you. He didn't understand. Why? Why would someone like you risk your life for us? He smiled and said, asking me why I'm suddenly being kind? That's a funny question. He affirmed, because it's the right thing to do, because it's the duty of the royal family. That statement made Giano change his decision. He reached out his hand and said, all right, perhaps I will trust you one more time. He helped Cassan stand up. Go fulfill your duty. The scene shifts inside the palace. A voice asks, have you found Saleh's relic yet? Cassan confirms, yes, father. The king declares, there is no doubt, this is indeed Saleh's item. The king thinks, this is going completely differently from what Arita said. What did she tell me to do now? I don't even know where she is anymore. He says, very well. The winner of the succession struggle is Prince Cassan. From now on, third Prince Cassan will be the crown prince. He interrupts, no, father. I am not the crown prince. His words leave him stunned. What? A foot steps in. You. He is speechless. You. He curses. Cassin, you bastard. He declares, from now on I will be king. The crown is placed on Cassin amidst the joyful cheers of everyone. Hurrah! Thanks for watching the video. The new king of Orient. He stands amidst flowers and sunlight during the coronation. The cheering continues. Long live King Cassin. Inside the palace, Cassin expresses his wish for those who helped him to stay. Have you changed your mind at all, Elfame? I really want you all to stay here after everything you've done. If you want, I can grant you noble titles. Elfame declines. I'm sorry, we still have issues with the cultists to resolve, so we cannot stay. I hope you understand. Cassin understands. I see. Can I hope you will return after everything is over? Greedy kings like me don't like losing talent. Elfame smiles and promises. When everything is over, we will consider it. Cassin hands them 2 large bags of rewards. You are leaving soon. I cannot let you go empty-handed. 2 servants bring them over. These are the promised items and a small reward. But to Maître, Kiri, and Dibwa, this gift seems quite large. Your Majesty, this is not small at all. Isn't it too much? Why are you giving that old miser royal antiques? The remark recalls Saleh's joyful expression when receiving the scepter. It's fine. I trust Saleh will be satisfied using it to fight the cultists. Cassin's face suddenly tightens. Regardless, the situation has become troublesome. A cultist had appeared outside the palace before they returned. Arita has disappeared. We have no clues about the cultists' whereabouts. Do you have any way to track them? Elfame explains. Although I'm not entirely sure, I have an idea. Cassin is curious. What is it? The dark mage's cultist lies on the ground with only his upper body remaining, dying. Are you surprised that I am still alive in this state? Elfame wants to extract more information. You bastard? What are you plotting? What the hell is this vessel you mentioned? The cultist mocks. You're asking the villain? Would you believe me if I answered? He hints at a dark future. You must be desperate, Elfame. It's a natural reaction, because Arcarium has you in the palm of his hand. If you don't know that plan, you won't be able to protect your precious friends. Elfame interrupts. Shut up. Answer me before I blow your head off. The dark cultist still doesn't reveal anything. No matter what I do, I'm done for. Arcarium has abandoned me after all. My magic-sustained life is about to end. His body gradually fades. But now, facing death, I really don't care anymore. Elfame suddenly remembers something when he speaks. Go to Magatia. There, you will find the truth you are looking for. The cultist smiles wickedly with a twisted half-face. It's a pity I can't see your expression after you learn the whole truth. Just with the name Magatia, Elfame guesses the clue. The city of scholars famous for alchemy. That's where they are hiding. Cassin rests his chin on his hand, pondering. Magatia isn't far, a 3-day walk. However, to get in there, he stops there. He continues giving directions to Elfame. Very well, you can go with them. Elfame still doesn't understand. Them? Thanks for telling me an interesting story. Kasim suddenly enters. I thought I had taken a boring job, but it seems I was wrong. If you are going to Magatia, I guess the cultists are there too, right? Kiri instinctively pauses. You are? Sir Kasim. He smiles kindly at her. Long time no see, Kiri. Kiri wants to know Kasim's purpose. What wind brought you here? We received a message from Magatia. It seems someone is conducting illegal experiments in the center of Magatia. In the laboratory, blood pooled in large puddles, and they also found traces of experiments on people. If left alone, it will cause chaos for Maple World. Kasim suppresses his emotions and continues. Magatia usually resolves its own conflicts, but this time they are helpless. They requested the Cygnus Knights to investigate secretly. However, since this is an unofficial request, I am wondering how to get inside. Cassin interrupts. That's when I thought of the travel permit we have. He mentions the necessary item, surprising Kasim. What travel permit? Magatia is the destination for those studying alchemy. Images of the research site appear with rare ores. They need all kinds of materials for research. Orient is the place that provides everything they need. Cassin pulls out the travel permit. This is the permit we use when exporting goods to them. I prepared it at the request of the Cygnus Knights. It seems what is happening in Magatia is related to the cultists. Cassin wants Elfame to accompany Kasim's group of 3. Go with them. I believe you will be helpful to each other. Your Majesty, is it really okay to let them go like that? They begin their departure in the scorching desert sun. Cassin has no other way to stop their journey. What other choice do we have? He realizes it is like a mission placed on their shoulders. There are still many places that need their help. I believe they will do well in Megacia just as they did here. Casson stands watching them fade into the sand with hope. All we can do is trust and wait, with the hope that the heroes will return victorious. Finally, they arrive. So, holding the permit, they are still blocked. You are from Orient? Coming here to deliver minerals? The guard refuses to let them in. Go back! Huh? What? The alchemy city of Megacia. Dibwa still wants to argue. Why can't we enter? We have the permit here. Look. But he is still refused. No, I haven't received any message saying you were coming. The guard is annoyed. I'm annoyed enough being on duty. If you keep bothering me, I'll have no choice but to. Messenger rushes over. Wait. Huh. I have the official documents here. She shows him the permit. They are guests of the Zenumist. Sorry I'm late. The girl leads them in while explaining. Everything was delayed because we had to take a detour. Elfame's group wonders. Why were we blocked? Are the superiors in Megacia not in agreement yet? The guide continues. It's not that. The alchemists in Megacia are divided into two schools. Zenumist prioritizes life, and Alcadno prioritizes the combination of life and machinery. The two sides are very opposed. The Zenumist side doesn't want Alcadno to know we invited you, so that's why everything is so complicated. That means, as soon as she finishes, they are brought to a giant gate. Yes, we believe Alcadno is behind this. An Alcadno soldier asks, What? You intend to investigate us? You cannot enter. We are currently increasing security. Only Alcadno personnel are allowed in. Dibwa is angry. What? Uma also wonders. Not even an official visit from the Zenumist Academy? The soldier shrugs. No, unless it's a high-ranking official or the principal. Uma says, I see. Then that's no problem. The soldier asks in surprise, Who are you? Uma introduces herself. I am Uma, the top technology researcher of the Zenumist Academy. Their group is let through. The Alcadno soldier can only watch silently. They begin to split up to take action. Until the twilight falls. Group still hasn't found anything suspicious. Miner is bored. We've checked all day and haven't found anything. Kiri speaks up. Actually, the experiments they are doing are all very strange. Kasim also says, Nothing special on our side either. Uma guesses. If it's hidden this well, it must be there. Dibwa asks. Where? The teammate with Uma calls out. Ms. Uma. Hearing her name, Uma stammers. I'm sorry. This is top secret, so I'm not allowed to tell anyone. Kasim raises his voice. What? You're the one who asked us to investigate. If it's something we need to know, don't hide it from us. Elfame finally speaks up. Do you mean the underground area of this place? Uma is surprised. How did you know? He uses his ability to look underground. I didn't realize it right away because it's overflowing with mana, but I know there is something beneath us. Maze-like passages appear before Elfame's eyes. It's a huge, complex system of passages. If there is a secret laboratory, it must be down there. Uma finally tells the truth. That place is not a normal laboratory. It is the secret facility of an alchemist researching forbidden things. The underground passage is like a maze with test subjects and the souls of dead alchemists. I've never been down there, but I heard Zenumist and Alcadno are connected by these paths. Miner hears this and scolds. What? You should have said so sooner. We could have taken that route. Uma stammers. This is classified information. Most people are not allowed to enter. Uma is awkward. Without a permit. Hey you guys. Uma panics when she can't find the permit. What do? I lost it. This is bad. I'm going to be in big trouble. Kasim assesses. Is this person really a top researcher? Raf sighs. Nothing is ever easy for us, right? Someone is trying hard to bang on the door. The person shouts angrily. Come out right now, Dr. Mad. A robotic voice replies. Stop shouting. I just woke up. Who is being so noisy? Queen Arita, now ugly, screams. My potion. Give me the beauty potion right now. Dr. Mad is indifferent. I'm out and I'm not making any more. Arita is angry. Absurd. I can't live like this. Dr. Mad is annoyed. Go complain to someone else. I'm busy. Dr. Mad looks at the surveillance screen. I have some uninvited guests to welcome while conducting experiments. I don't have time for your stupid potion. Arita angrily points at the speaker. Stop talking nonsense. I'm the one funding your stupid research. Arita continues banging on the door. Did you forget the contract? I know you have stock. Dr. Mad is silent for a moment then says, Right. The contract. I make you beautiful. In exchange you provide me with goods. The door gradually opens. Arita changes expression. Beauty. A red-eyed robot reaches out toward Arita with an angry voice. Or should I just slash this ugly face away? Thud. Blood splatters, Arita's crown falls off. Dispose of her permanently. Underground, in the tunnel. 2 henchmen come to report. Zenumis people are checking the streets. The wheelchair moves. Do they realize we are down here? The man in the wheelchair, the principal of the Alcadno school, angrily instructs. Make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut. Don't let anyone in here. 2 figures are hiding from afar observing the 3 people. The teammate with Uma says angrily. Isn't that the principal of the Alcadno Academy? So they are really plotting something down here. Kasim continues. It seems we have our answer. Uma signals. Let's go back. Our mission is just to find out who is behind all of this. Just as she finishes, Uma's foot hits an iron bar on the ground, making a noise. We need to report to our superiors. The principal's group hears the noise, startled, turns back, and asks, Who's there? Uma falls on her but, leaving the group speechless, then Uma apologizes. I'm sorry. The principal's 2 henchmen quickly locate Elpami's group and immediately rush forward. Seeing Uma's outfit, they realize, that outfit? Zenyumist. Uma's teammate angrily pulls out a test tube. We have no other choice. Before he can throw it, the test tube is shattered. Don't even think about it, Zenyumist. Mad's 2 henchmen press their advantage and rush forward. As they are about to grab Uma and her teammate, Kasim sighs. With just one simple move, he knocks down the 2 henchmen. Kasim points his sword at Mad, making him curse. Damn it! Kasim says proudly. It's over, Alcadno Principal Mad. Do you have anything to justify yourself? Mad angrily replies. How dare you blame us? You disgusting Zenyumist. Mad shouts. But it doesn't matter. Things won't go your way, you filthy cultists. Kasim is surprised. What? What are you talking about? You are the ones who are. 3 powerful purple lightning bolts shoot out from somewhere. One of Mad's henchmen dodges the lightning and escapes, making Raph angrily chase after him. What? The person who just fired the lightning approaches arrogantly. Good night, you stupid alchemists. It is a dapper blonde man, purple lightning surrounding him. Elfame stares in shock. That stranger. Lightning Emperor Zeke. Have we met before? He remembers the battle in the heavy rain. Elfame looks at the people lying scattered on the ground. Not far away, a man uses purple lightning to choke a girl. He smiles crazily in the rain until the girl stops breathing. Elfame angrily utters the name. Lightning Emperor Zeke. Zeke laughs arrogantly. Huh? Have we met? Kasim advances toward Zeke with his sword. Lightning Emperor? The title sounds cool, but you don't seem to be an alchemist. Kasim points his sword at Zeke. So you're the Dark Mage's lackey? You're the one who conducted the forbidden experiments, right? What's your goal? Zeke smiles smugly. You idiot! He fires a purple electric bolt. I don't know how you people found out about this. The current follows the prepared path, but it's already too late. Electricity heads toward the iconic Alcadno Tower. The ritual has successfully begun. What? Cadno subordinates see the scene and are utterly confused. But fear follows quickly. The iconic lid opens. Purple smoke escapes along with blinding light. The bell on top begins to shake, causing the subordinates to clutch their heads in pain. Next, their souls are extracted. Many souls are sucked away. All fly toward the iconic ship. Mad witnesses the souls being sucked away and is shocked. Isn't that Zenyumist? Wait, what is that? Zeke laughs insanely. Consider it an honor. Your souls will serve a noble purpose. The resurrection of the Dark Mage. Elpami's group looks at the scene angrily. Mad is terrified. Souls? Then we. Uma trembles. We must stop this immediately. Elpami commands. You go stop the ritual. I'll handle the rest. Minor and Kiri say in unison. By yourself? We will. Elpami cuts them off. You'll only get in my way. Minor calls out softly. Elpami. Elpami says to Zeke. I've been waiting to meet you again, Zeke. Zeke asks uncomfortably. Who are you? Elpami erupts with power. I'm glad you're still alive, so I can wring your neck myself. Mad turns on the radio to announce. Calling all alchemists. I am Mad. Stop the conflict with Zenyumist immediately. They are not the enemy. The cultists are the enemy. They are attacking on the ground. The souls of Megacia's residents are being indiscriminately sucked away by the magic mechanism they activated. They modified the underground pentagram magic circle that was meant to protect Megacia. We are moving to the center of that mechanism. We will decode and disable their device. Therefore, everyone return to your designated positions and wait for orders. I repeat, all Megacia alchemists must protect the town from the cultists. After the emergency announcement, Mad and two others enter a room. He says in a low voice, "Just as I suspected, they interfered with the pentagram magic circle." One person exclaims, "Chairman Mad, where is this?" He explains, "Huge energy radiates from here. Who would have thought this place existed under the town?" The other asks, "Is that the pentagram magic circle?" Mad replies, "At this point, I won't hide it anymore. That is the pentagram magic circle protecting Magacia, also the dark mage's magic." Uma asks, "What? The dark mage's magic? Why is it here?" Mad is tense. "No time to explain, we must restore it to its original state immediately. Spread out and find a way to restore it." Uma quickly replies, "Yes, sir." Mad urges, "Find any clues. The magic circle created by the dark mage is far beyond our understanding, but there must be records on how to restore it." Mad's forehead wrinkles as he reads the documents. He glues his eyes to 2 pages full of ancient text. The content is like diary pages, day, month, year. "It's been 10 years since I discovered this laboratory, a place the association hid. Here, I learned the truth about the origin of Magacia's alchemy. It stems from the dark mage's pentagram magic circle. I am sure this is the light leading me to the truth of this world. 8th month, year. The biggest barrier is energy. It needs a huge amount of energy, but I still haven't found a solution. 8th month, year. Suddenly an idea flashed. What if I use human souls as an energy source? I discovered the minerals here can store souls. I named it Ether Soul. Countless research directions are opening up." Mad throws the book away. Kasim turns back to ask, "What's wrong?" He seems lost in his own space. "It's absurd. Not only killing people, they are also channeling souls into energy to resurrect the dark mage." Kasim is shocked. "The dark mage?" Mad confirms. "That's right. But no one in Magacia has the level to modify such a complex magic circle. Even me. No one can restore it. Magacia will." Kasim abruptly interrupts. "It can be stopped." Mad is startled. "What?" Kasim explains. "We might not be able to retrieve the lost souls immediately, but we can stop this distorted magic circle if we operate the circuit in the opposite direction to break that distortion." Uma, sweating profusely, joins in. "Theoretically, that's possible." The circuit short-circuits slightly, emitting chaotic light. That is the sign of the explosion that follows immediately after. Seeing Zeke intending to escape, his opponent mocks, "What's wrong? Talked big and now running away. No matter how long you stall, the outcome will be the same. I will send you off soon. Your friends will also reunite with you soon." Instantly a stream of light rushes in. He looks mockingly as he sees him lying on the ground. "Even at this point, are you still this weak?" He grinds his teeth. "What?" Another voice intervenes. "I also want to crush you, but I don't have free time." Cultist slowly turns around. "Don't worry about my friend, because you will have to go to the underworld alone." Lightning energy and light combine to create an explosion. Just at the critical moment, Uma turns on the radio to report, "Can everyone hear me? I am Uma from Zenumist. I found a way to stop the pentagram magic circle. You must channel mana into 3 magic circuits in order: humility, honesty, and trust. Must simultaneously create a reverse flow to stop the distortion." The player pauses in panic. "What?" Uma continues. "It requires the power of life alchemy and mechanics at the same time, so Zenumist and Alcadno must cooperate in pairs." One person doubts. "Tell me to cooperate with the Alcadno scum?" Amidst Uma's confusion, a powerful voice rings out. "Just drop the pride and do as Uma says." Everyone realizes it is Chairman Casson. The Zenumist chairman grabs the radio and orders, "Don't you see this is a critical moment? Outside is hell. If you hesitate, Magacia will be finished. As the Zenumist chairman, I order you. Do not give up as long as the success rate is not 0%. Time is tight." Uma and Mad grimace. "Damn it, come what may." Uma instructs over the radio. "There is only one chance. Don't fall behind. Humility circuit from 376 to 28. Honesty circuit from 884 to 3 and January 25th. Trust circuit from 3679 to 1. Start circulating energy." Finally, the magic stone is released. Uma is happy. "Great. The flow direction is changing. Everyone hang in there." She encourages everyone to hold their position. "Almost done." The hatch opens, light rushes in. The matrix has been summoned. The gold stone fragments connect to each other, making a clicking sound. In an instant, it shatters. The circulation system returns to normal, light floods in. The spirit stone fragments gradually glow. The whole system has been reactivated. The sound of engines roars. Uma gasps for air, sitting down in relief. "Success! Kasim encourages. You did it, alchemist. I really thought I was dead for sure. If anyone made even the smallest mistake, the magic circle would go crazy and everyone's souls would. Mad also sheds the burden. What a relief, but many souls have been absorbed. The situation is still not very optimistic. Uma continues. Why would they do that? Do they really want to resurrect the dark mage? Kasim says, I will examine the research files carefully to find more evidence. The notebook is opened again. The memoir continues. Day, month, year. After 43 years of research, I finally see the end. Although time has passed, I have no regrets. What I regret most is not being able to finish this research myself. I need to find a new path. Still no progress. Finally, I found a way to complete the research myself. Kasim reads it and his eyes narrow. This is. He slams his hand on the table. Elsewhere. Giggling sounds, El Pami asks. Is there something funny? Have you lost your mind? The answer lies in an item. I engraved the essence of life alchemy into an item, through the gaps in the user's consciousness. Kasim reads every word. A bracelet. Suddenly a giant projectile crashes into the research room. It smashes through the wall, piercing everything. Kasim is hit, painfully coughing up blood. What the hell is this? It's Uma. She is bowing her head with a grotesque smile. Damn it. Didn't expect them to fix that transmutation spell. Thanks to that woman, everything is more troublesome now. What are the cultists doing to make the situation this bad? Useless. Everything is completely useless. Whatever, this matter is still under my control. From now on, I will have to take action. The monster in the form of a machine rushes to attack Kasim first. Uma at this moment is like a madman, grinning. Can you trash get lost? This lady is busy. Her change makes Mad wary. This is a droid. Why can a Zenumist control Alcadno's droid? Uma laughs triumphantly. Just thank me, because I'm the one who upgraded that useless pile of scrap. Kasim struggles to hold off the machine about to crush him. A Zenumist specializing in life is proficient in Alcadno's mechanical engineering? Uma's bracelet is exactly like the design in the diary. And her incomprehensible actions too. When his thoughts clear, Kasim's aura rises. It's you, the one who distorted the magic circle. Uma doesn't hide it, proudly admitting, guessed right. Thanks to you, things are more troublesome. Mad is still confused. Didn't expect that brat Uma to destroy my magic circle. Have to fix it. Uma lets her subordinates clear the way and leaves. You guys just stay there and play, you idiots. Initially only one, gradually more droids appear. The alchemists panic. Stop them. It's the droid army. No matter what signal we send, they won't stop. One quick-witted person swings a mace to attack. Don't just stand there. Throw something. The heavy mace takes down a droid. He is pleased. Great. This is the power of traditional alchemy. You scrap metal. Just a few blinks. The droid monsters are incinerated in the blazing fire. But in reality, they are unharmed, one after another rushing out. The alchemists can only run. Run fast. The droids are attacking more and more fiercely. For the tricky moves, they are suspicious. What? Why are there so many? What happened to Rick? Kiri is panicked when seeing her attacks are ineffective. On the other side, there is a similar question. Why are they all missing? Raph discovers the cause and warns, careful. The more we fight, the more they learn our attacks. Kiri is uneasy. Damn it, what to do? The radio emits Mad's voice. I found a way to deal with it. Everyone focus on defense instead of attacking. They are connected by a single network. If one is taken down, the others will learn that skill. As long as the connection isn't cut, they will get stronger. Hold on until he destroys the host connecting all the droids. Kiri worries. It's dangerous. Because it's a special individual, it must have a final move. Deebwa decisively tells her to go help. You're worried, right? Just go. Kiri doesn't want to leave her comrade fighting alone, but Deebwa cuts in. Don't worry. I won't be defeated easily. It's time for me to show off. Kiri runs off reassured. Thank you, Deebwa. I'm counting on you. He declares. Leave it to me. At this moment Uma is laughing gleefully. Just as I thought. A student of Mikhail is different impressive skills. Red blood falls to the ground. Kasim wheezes but still erupts with energy. It's almost over. The control room door is lighting up, the sound of engines echoing in the tunnel. Just as Kasim is about to be taken down, Kiri appears in time, swinging her sword to push back the droids. Uma is surprised. What? Kiri smiles. Sorry for being late, Master Kasim. Kasim smiles and closes his eyes. It's okay. The next second, he opens his eyes wide and charges. Follow me closely, Kiri. Uma watches through the screen in horror. What's going on? Clearly I had data on both of them. When fighting together, their movements are completely different. Seeing the droids beaten to pieces, Uma is impatient. No, I said no. Kasim and Kiri coordinate smoothly, aiming straight for the central brain. Uma hates it extremely. A sword slash passes by, stones fly everywhere. Kasim turns back in surprise. Seeing Kiri about to be pierced by a giant drill while off balance, he screams in terror, Kiri! Kiri freezes in fear, only able to stare at the incoming drill. Blood spurts out. Uma is happy. There! I didn't expect this. Kiri is completely safe. Uma speculates. Could it be? Kiri's eyes widen in fear seeing Kasim has taken the stab for her. Uma giggles. Are you stupid enough to do this? Kasim lets his body fall. Kiri runs over. Master Kasim! He shows no pain, sighing in relief. Thank goodness. Kiri regrets. Why did you block it for me? Uma controls the droid to mock. Sorry for interrupting the tearjerker. I hate these scenes the most. When the drill hits the ground, Uma realizes no one is there. Seeing Mad has pulled both away, she clicks her tongue. Still one more mouse, huh? Kiri panics. Mad. Master Kasim is seriously injured. Must get to Raf immediately. Mad promises. I will try. Mad's voice sinks in worry. But first, can we escape this persistent droid horde? Kiri is angry. Damn it. Kasim calls out weakly. Kiri, take this. This is the sword I received from my master. For you, it will unleash the true power that I cannot use. Kiri, in pain. Please don't say any more, the wound will. He said lightly. I should have done this sooner. Uma watched the scene and commented gleefully. Nice, I didn't expect that. Kiri was completely safe. There were no additional injuries on her. Uma speculated based on that. But how? Kiri's eyes widened. Extreme fear filled her pupils. Uma saw Cassin had blocked that giant drill for her and giggled. You are stupid to this extent again. After being dealt such a fatal blow, Cassin just let his body fall. Kiri rushed over. Sir Cassin. He showed no pain, even sighing in relief. Thank goodness. Kiri, regretful, wanted to cry. Why did you take the hit for me, Sir Cassin? At this moment, Uma, controlling the droid, intentionally called out to mock. Sorry for interrupting the tearjerker. Subconsciously, I hate these scenes the most. The drill plunged into the ground again. Uma realized there was no one in sight. Seeing Matt had dragged them both away, she clicked her tongue. Come to think of it, there's still one more mouse, isn't there? Kiri couldn't suppress her panic. Matt, Sir Cassin is badly injured. We must get to Raf right now. He, using all his remaining strength, promised her. I will try. Matt's voice suddenly dropped, full of worry. But first, will we be able to make it? Looking at the droids looming and blocking the way, Kiri was furious and cursed. Damn it! Cassin tremblingly reached out to touch her. He weakly called out, What? Cassin said with great reverence. Take this. This is the sword I received from my master. If it's you, the power I couldn't use, you will be able to unleash its true strength. Kiri looked at Cassin smiling, her heart aching. Please, don't say anymore. The wound will. He perhaps didn't fear the outcome she was thinking of. He spoke lightly. I should have done this sooner. All this time.
I'm sorry, Kiri.
Karsam's trust urged Kiri that she couldn't let Uma and her droids be. She forcefully ordered. Put me down, Matt. Take Sir Karsam and escape. Leave this place to me to block them. Uma laughed gleefully. Quite the spirit, but I've already figured out all your skills. Even if you struggle, it's all useless. Just as, she said, Kiri had just unleashed her first move when she was counterattacked. She crossed her arms into an X shape, then landed on her back. Uma leisurely approached. This is a special service. I will send you off using the very swordsmanship of the knight who died to save you. Kiri suddenly became quiet, whispering, I'm sorry, Sir Karsam. I will learn a move. You have had to put in so much effort to have. The master's sword, shed so much sweat and tears, and endured so many sacrifices since you took up the sword. You were always my goal whenever I looked at your sturdy back that never fell. I have tried very hard to keep up with your shadow, trying to be able to stand side by side with you. The more I think, the tighter her hand gripped the sword. And then, one day, not behind your back anymore, but I wanted to stand on equal footing beside you. Having mastered many skills from Karsam, Kiri straightened her back and applied them. As the first blade swept across, Uma couldn't see it in time and took a fatal hit. She widened her eyes. Impossible! destroying a droid with just one blow. You bitch. I don't know what you did, but it's useless. Kiri's mind pinned down one belief. I will never give up. Even if I shatter or fall, even if it's just a desperate struggle, I will still move forward so that I can catch up to you. Space became chaotic as hatred and determination flared up in Kiri's heart. Light, electricity, and thunder combined harmoniously to create a scene of victory. The controller was destroyed with just one blow, a black hole opened, and Matt stood before that portal. Kiri was brimming with energy. How about that, Sir Carson? Compared to me of yesterday, have I gotten any closer to you? Sensing her spirit, he knew she was in control of the battle, so he smiled proudly. After that last attack, the droid was severely damaged. Uma also realized this. The droid cannot hold out as long as I thought. She looked at Dibwa trying to hit the droid and said, "This is bad. I just need a little more time." Seeing Miner destroy a droid, Uma became even more worried. At this rate, they will. She reassured herself. Calm down. In her heart, she thought the basic transmutation was complete. Looking at the crystal blocks, Uma whispered to herself, "The remaining soul essence is a bit low. If I don't find an alternative energy source sooner." She suddenly thought of it, laughing loudly and shouting, "I'm really crazy. I almost forgot the thing that Minion brought." Without hesitation, Uma jumped into the large-capacity mana container. Dee ran toward everyone and shouted, "Kiri, are you okay?" Seeing Carson lying motionless, everyone panicked. "How can this be, Sir Carson?" Matt urgently asked. "What is happening?" Chairman Carson explained sadly. Matt quickly interrupted. "Uma is controlling the droid and trying to restart the ritual that was stopped." Dibwa shouted tensely, What do you mean?" Suddenly, a dark aura spread to where they were. Dibwa felt that aura and trembled in fear. As the aura grew thicker, everyone murmured, "What is that? This terrifying aura is coming from over there. Stop it now." While it spread, everyone simultaneously retreated. A few minutes later, that aura had taken control of this place. Inside the mana container, Uma muttered in surprise, "Just a little bit more." She mocked, "I just finished the emergency treatment. Thanks for waiting, alchemists." Chairman Carson was furious. "Luring minions, human experimentation, and now this ritual. Is this all you're doing, Uma?" El Pami interrupted. "She is not Uma. I used my magic eyes to check. She is not a minion. The Uma before them had mutated." El Pami confirmed she was now something completely different. She laughed loudly. "That's right. This body belongs to Pollen, the greatest alchemist in the world." Matt scolded. "Bastard, what are you planning to do with the souls of the Magacia people? Do you want to resurrect the Black Mage?" She was smug. "You think so? Even the minions thought so, which is why they helped me." She mocked. "You overestimate your souls. With that little energy, you couldn't even resurrect his fingertip." Matt hesitated, guessing, "Then you." She cast magic and interrupted. "I am not resurrecting the Black Mage. I am going to meet him." Kiri unleashed the falling moon skill and shouted, "Can't let him do that. Stop him now." Everyone was surprised when the last attack didn't touch Uma at all. Furthermore, it was swallowed by her own magic. Miner drew her gun and shouted, "What? My skill was nullified." Matt urgently ordered, "Meet the Black Mage? No way, we must stop him immediately." As her magic grew stronger, Matt urged, "We don't know what will happen next." Seeing Matt like that, Uma became more excited. "The time has come." She stood before the magic door, determined. "Finally, it's time." Everyone counterattacked simultaneously. "No, we won't let you get your way. Stop him." Uma chanted a counterspell, thinking to herself, "It's been a long time," she muttered. "I dedicated my whole life to research until this body fell apart." Uma laughed sinisterly. "Even after death, I forced my soul to stay to continue the work. All for this moment." Everyone suspected she was possessed. "Is he there?" Then they shouted when they saw the figure of the Black Mage. The magic took effect, and a massive amount of mana radiated from Uma. This energy source blinded El Pami's teammates. A moment later, she approached the Black Mage. Closer she got, the louder Uma laughed in excitement. She reached out, determined. "Finally I have found you, the one I have been searching for all this time." But immediately after, Uma panicked. You are not him." He startled and replied, What are you saying?" When the Black Mage used magic, she screamed in fear. With dazed expression, Uma kept asking, "Why?" Magic enveloped the place. She screamed, "Why do you reject me? You are the one I have been." Everyone seeing the scene before them felt astonished and confused. In the critical moment, El Pami used his magic eyes to observe. At this very moment, the black mage's hand reached toward him. He destroyed the magic eyes, causing El Pami to scream in pain. Miner called out worriedly, "El Pami!" He gasped, clutching his painful eyes, whispering to himself, "That was... Don't tell me." El Pami tried to look toward the black mage, muttering, "He." As he reached toward him, El Pami doubted, "Did he just call my name?" A moment later, the building began to collapse, bricks and stones falling. Chairman Carson worried, "It's over. There's no way to stop this ritual from spiraling out of control." El Pami suppressed the pain, hesitating, He gathered all his courage, saying firmly, "I will go." Ibwa objected. What are you saying, boss?" Miner advised. El Pami, step back. Despite them trying to stop him, he decided not to flinch. The black mage was surprised to see El Pami approaching him. He approached with the thought, "I don't know why, but he wants to meet me." He suddenly spoke. "Perfect," he replied. "I also want to see your damn face." The group called out in unison, "Boss!" The scene turned red with a bottomless pit. "I don't understand why he wants to meet me?" An offer that seemed simple but was difficult to execute. "Perfect," the voice echoed. "I have wanted to see your appearance for a long time." In the ruined scene, at a chessboard he calmly sat playing chess with him, as if nothing had happened. "That is a misguided curiosity, El Pami." He grimaced. "It doesn't seem right. I don't think we can talk for long. Listen carefully." He pointed to the paper. "What you need to know is here. Follow the map from Jackrick to the marked location. This trip is for you alone. Then, I will tell you the necessary things." A demonic hand reached toward him. "Finally we meet. I have waited for you for a long time." Appearing behind his back, El Pami. It is him, the black mage. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you here? Did you know I would come?" "That was a matter of time," he said. Although Freud's soul and his ring tried to interfere, wasting some time, that doesn't matter. He still didn't understand. "Why are you interested in me? To someone who wants to destroy the world like you, I'm just an obstacle," he replied. "Obstacle? You overestimate yourself. You cannot stop me. On the contrary, you are a necessary ingredient." He widened his eyes. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you regress." Was the black mage the one who did this? The conspiracy was revealed. He said, "It seems you don't believe it, but even if others use time magic to make you regress, it couldn't have succeeded without my will, the one who holds the power over time." He questioned, "Was it really you?" "Why? I have no obligation to answer that question." He continued, "My goal is not to destroy the world. If I wanted to, this world would have disappeared long ago." Before his rage, he could only submit. He wasn't boasting. The person in front of him was truly powerful. Someone like him wants to spare the world. "What I want is not simply collapse, but ridiculous. A dark force wants to save the world? Save Maple World? Ridiculous. What you have done. Isn't that massacre enough?" El Pami shouted angrily. "With that despair? Is that what you call salvation?" He wasn't angry, slowly replying, "I am very rude to let a guest stand like that." He snapped his fingers. The surrounding scene changed immediately, returning to a monotonous room with a neatly arranged stone chessboard. "Sit down." He sat there with a handsome face but a heart full of mystery. "It will be a long story." The story began long before Maple World was formed. At that time, the world was very different, chaotic like a desert. 365 ancient gods were always in conflict to maintain their own rules. In that chaotic world, humans had to suffer a lot. Time passed unstably. Just then, 3 entities created by the first god appeared. The overseers. They gave humans the power to stand up against the ancient gods. And so, humanity fought to seal them. After the war, they established their own team to represent them in this place. After that, the overseers created the transcendents to act as representatives. They created a new world operated by the rules of light, life, and time. As expected, Maple World is one of them. El Pami questioned, "So what? Are you telling this story to justify salvation? You are very impatient." He smiled with squinted eyes. "I advise you to listen carefully. It will answer your question. An orderly world sounds perfect, but it is not. Greed, war, and suffering still continue, only changing from ancient gods to humans. Even so, there are still people trying to find the truth to fix this flawed world. I was the same, once thinking there was a way to lead the world to freedom, where no one had to suffer. But after countless studies, the conclusion I reached was only despair. There is no way to guide the world in the right direction. To be precise, this unstable world is exactly what they intended. The laws of this world are not fair at all. The world created by the rulers forces humanity to suffer. This world is no different from shackles. They don't care what we think, only imprisoning us in an invisible cage. They just stand by and watch us live in the order they created like livestock. Do you really believe the world would rejoice if I disappeared? Nothing would change. People would still live with fates constrained like puppets of the rulers. He shouted in anger. Both you and I are the same. He dismissed that thought. I don't care about fate or free will. A world where everyone is happy is impossible. He provoked him. Even knowing the truth, will you still let the rulers force your friends to suffer terrible fates? He couldn't hold back. Just to preserve this world? As long as this world exists, it will continue to operate like this. Your choices and sacrifices are all meaningless. He mused. Yes, in this world, no life truly has meaning. You ask what salvation is, right? What I intend to do is not merely destruction, but to destroy the ruler's cage, creating a world where we control our own destiny. What I want is not destruction, but a reset. A reset. Even using a different word, it's still destruction. Everything under the interference of the rulers must vanish, erasing everything to create something new. And when I complete all of this, he interrupted. I can't listen to any more. Is that the salvation of Maple World? He said angrily. My answer remains unchanged. I don't care about the rulers or free will. Elpami stood tall. If your plan leads to the death of my friends, then I will do anything to stop that plan. He remained indifferent. Your will is not important. Everything is going according to plan. Facing that hateful expression, he shouted, forget your plan. You are no different from the rulers. He smirked. Perhaps so. The ground began to shake. It's a pity, but time is running out. Talking with you is very interesting. Everything will return to that moment. Go back, Elpami. He probably wasn't satisfied with this trip. I hope next time we meet, you will have become stronger. The scene returned to the chaotic battle. His teammates called his name one by one. Elpami. He stepped out, carrying a girl who was quite seriously injured. What happened? That thing in your hand. Could it be? He calmly reassured them. No need to worry. The thing that possessed her has disappeared. Debo praised. Boss, we were so worried. It's lucky you're still safe. Is everything over? Looking toward the time rift, he thought to himself, just you wait, Black Mage. Next time I will definitely. Everything is over now. 3 days later at a magnificent castle. I think the situation has been resolved smoothly, Kiri mused. The cultists inside Magatia have also been dealt with. Elpami asked the girl. Does he show any signs of possessing your body again? Thanks to you, I'm still fine. Who would have thought that item contained such a terrifying thing? Since the bracelet broke, nothing has happened. Perhaps his soul has dissipated. That's great. Debo kept muttering. By the way, where are we? Is there something else going on this time? She quickly replied. Ah, this is the secret laboratory we found yesterday. This place connects to my lab. It seems Paulin used it while I was unconscious. This is a dangerous person's lair, so we must be careful. Cleaning it up alone would be very risky. Therefore, I want everyone to help me clear this place out. The greedy Jackin got an idea. So we get free loot? Selling all this stuff should make a fortune. Elpami stopped him. Don't touch other people's things without permission. It's getting thrown away anyway. What's the harm in taking a little? Debo pushed him away. You have to listen when others speak. Let go. Don't you know it's first come, first served? After a while of struggling, a purple potion bottle fell to the ground. Kiri hurriedly called out, Debo! She asked with concern, Are you okay? How could I be okay? Because of that brat, my pile of goods. Neither admitted fault. Why blame others? If you had listened from the start. Because of that chemical bottle, the two of them had their bodies swapped. The faces of both. Both were furious. My masculine face has turned into a child's. You jerk. My handsome face has become an ugly old man's. Could this be the legendary appearance-changing potion? Plastic surgery potion? Do you know this thing? Is there any way to turn back? Sorry, the formula is lost. So I don't know. Do I have to live my whole life with this face? Why are you acting more annoyed than I am? Elpami calmly read the paper. Well, I don't think you two need to worry too much. The main customer is Queen Arita. She trades resources with the cultists to get this potion. She receives it monthly, which means this potion definitely has a time limit. He held the potion bottle. An appearance-changing potion? He thought to himself. In some respects, it's actually quite useful. Are you all leaving? Thank you. Thanks to you all, we protected Mageisha. He asked thoughtfully, do you have any plans for what's next? He recalled memories of the person who lent him the power to defeat Balrog and protect him. None other than the hero Freud. Felt like he wanted to convey something to him. Since he sealed the Black Mage 800 years ago, I think he knows how to stop him. I must go meet Freud again. I intend to go to a place I've been putting off for a long time. He pulled out an old piece of paper. Yes, it's the place indicated on Freud's treasure map. The whole group gasped. Freud's treasure map? Treasure. Don't use my face to make that expression. Minor questioned. Freud's map? Does that exist? I received it when I saved Jackrick. Now is the right time to go. Two old men demanded to come along. Let me go with you. I want to study Freud's notes. Me too. They argued fiercely. An incompetent person like you wants to go? Who are you calling incompetent, you noisy fool? Zenyamist and Alcadno finally merged. Isn't this Mageisha's biggest project? They didn't hesitate to flatter. That is truly a very valuable study. Agreed. Even though I don't like working with that guy at all. Elpami was satisfied. The girl stopped them. If both of you go, I'll have to work overtime alone. By the way, can you find the location on the map? It's not easy to track down. No problem. I've already recruited an expert. With their less than favorable looks. Long time no see, everyone. Turned out to be him, a cheeky kid. Just trust Pyru. This hero tracking expert. Oh my. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. Miner asked. How did you know? El Pami called me. How could I pass up a hero's relic? In the arid desert. We've been walking for half a day. Is the treasure still far away? Debo said angrily. Treasure this, treasure that. Hey Kiri, say something. Kiri spoke up. Debo, I didn't intend to say anything, but can you stop touching things randomly with that face? You're making Kiri uncomfortable.
Sorry.
Thanks for watching the video. That's not it, Debo. I didn't mean it that way.
Sorry.
Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Debo! The two had swapped back. It's back. Really? Jackin cheered. Finally escaped. I thought I'd have to live my whole life with that face. Debo kicked him. Your face is an eyesore. If used correctly, the shape will also change accordingly. You guys are still as noisy as ever. Miner asked. So is the trip's progress okay? We're probably not there yet, right? Pyru continued. No need to worry. Everyone get ready. We've arrived. In front of the ancient castle. According to the map, this place is Abraxas. Freud's relic is definitely here. But how do we get in? Isn't it obvious? There's always a rule. It's all about technique. Just channel mana into it, and then, bragging again. These things are a piece of cake. Suddenly everyone froze. What is that? Something huge emerged from the ground. It's a monster. A monster. Both were furious. Pyru,